On a frigid winter night, snowflakes danced gently in the air. Chen stood alone on the overpass, braving the snow, with a bicycle beside him. A whimsical balloon floated from the handlebars. He gazed skyward. The snowflakes melted upon contact with his face. "It's been 10 years. Luo. Where on earth are you? Father admits he is a fool. Can you please come out?" The melting snow mingled with his tears, cascading down his cheeks. His voice trembled as he held the photograph, shaking with grief. Chen was perplexed. He had always yearned for a simple, ordinary life, yet fate relentlessly toyed with him. At the tender age of 5, he lost his mother, and by 6, his father had remarried and abandoned him. Though later adopted, he was cast aside again when his adoptive family welcomed a biological child. From childhood to adulthood, he had endured countless scornful glances, until one day, he encountered a girl whose fate mirrored his own. They found solace in one another, and gradually, life began to show a glimmer of hope. With little education, one worked in a restaurant while the other took on laborious tasks. Their rented home became a sanctuary, a place where no one could suddenly evict them. Life visibly improved. Eventually, Chen's daughter was born. He named her Su Luo, with the character for fall to signify his newfound roots in the world. With a wife and daughter, he was willing to sacrifice everything for his family. "Thank you for everything, but I believe I deserve better. I no longer wish to suffer. Chen, I hope you can understand." Yet, just as their daughter turned 1 month old, their small family shattered. The girl he believed would share both joys and hardships with him chose to leave. Chen did not weep or complain. He looked at his daughter, nestled in her swaddling, and resolved to accompany her as she grew. He did not seek wealth or fame. He only wished for her safety and happiness. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these years, Chen assumed the roles of both father and mother. Though arduous, watching his daughter grow made every struggle worthwhile. Her laughter echoed in his ears, the epitome of his happiness. Yet, cruel fate could not bear to see a good man thrive. One day, when his daughter clamored to visit the park, he took her there, purchasing a flying balloon and having a vendor paint a charming butterfly on her cheek. Overjoyed, Luo insisted on playing hide and seek as Chen sought, while Luo hid, his gaze never straying from her. With fingers shielding his eyes, he peered through a small gap, watching her sneak behind a trash bin adjacent to a small grove. The little girl was adorably clumsy, though she hid well. The balloon she held floated above, swaying in the breeze. But when Chen approached to catch her, he found only the balloon, crushed beneath a brick. That day, Chen's world crumbled. He frantically searched for her. Yet Luo seemed to have evaporated, leaving no trace behind. How could he ever give up? Thus began a decade of relentless searching. While working and seeking, he built a fortune from nothing. Yet every place he visited, the first thing he did was to show Luo's photo, asking anyone he met. The balloon tethered to his bicycle was replaced time and again. His net worth soared to billions, but he never heard his daughter call him father again. The years of toil aged him prematurely, making the 37-year-old look over 60. Chronic exhaustion and erratic eating habits led to numerous health issues. When the doctor spoke the words amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Chen realized his quest must come to an end. "I'm so unwilling," he exclaimed, striking his fist against the railing of the overpass, blood dripping to the ground. "Is it merely suffering? Come at me, I can endure it all. Why must you take my daughter from me? I cannot die. As long as I draw breath, I will not give up. Even if I can only glimpse Luo from afar, I will find peace." Resolutely, he stood up, wiped the snowflakes from his daughter's photograph, and pushed his bicycle down the overpass. Perhaps it was the fatigue of the day or the biting cold, but Chen craved a warm meal. Many believed he was foolish, that in the past, he had no choice, but now with wealth, he had countless options. Losing his child pained him deeply, yet he need not torment himself endlessly. He thought to himself, why ride a bicycle to find his daughter when he could easily drive a luxury car? But on the day she went missing, he had taken her to the park on this very bicycle. He hoped she might recognize it and the balloon that danced at the handlebars. Most importantly, Chen couldn't shake the burden in his heart. No one knew how his child fared, whether she suffered. Hence, even with billions, he denied himself the pleasures of life. "Sir, one bowl of noodles, please," he said upon entering a noodle shop. He ordered his meal while instinctively pulling out his daughter's photo, inquiring if the owner had seen her. After receiving a negative response, he settled into a corner, gazing out at the falling snow. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Su Chen's eyes flickered. Over the years, he had joined numerous child-finding support groups, where some had successfully reunited with their children. Whenever he had time, he meticulously scrutinized the chat messages, fearful of missing any vital information. However, upon pulling out his phone, he found it was not a message from the group, but rather a game notification. Almost instinctively, he attempted to close the window, but it seemed different from the others. Despite his intention to close it, the notification opened automatically as his finger brushed the button. In an instant, golden letters appeared before his eyes. "Daddy, I want to go home." Heaven knows the impact those words had on a father who had searched for his daughter for a decade. Su Chen felt his heart tighten, compelled to tap the download button. Installation complete. The installation package has been automatically deleted. Come and bring your electronic daughter home. The download progressed with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, the game interface opened. 3 adorable figures appeared on Su Chen's screen, accompanied by a brief description. The first was a small girl clad in tattered clothes, curled up in a corner of a drafty house, surrounded by swirling snow. Barefoot, she trembled in the cold that a princess suffering from hunger and cold. Qin Miao, become her father. The second child toiled in a field, wielding a large hoe to tend to the crops, her small frame struggling against the blazing sun and cracked lips, showcasing the hardships of her life. The unwelcome commoner. You man become her father that a princess, a commoner, both appearing pitiable, eliciting sympathy. Yet when Su Chen's gaze shifted to the third little girl, his pupils widened in horror. The third child was confined within a cage, clad in nothing more than a tattered black cloth barely covering her form. Her face, legs, and arms bore numerous bruises and ghastly wounds. The little one appeared frail and on the brink of death, as if life could be extinguished at any moment. Su Chen's eyes fixated on the child's visage, and in his mind his daughter's features seamlessly overlapped with that of the girl. Astonishingly, they were identical in every detail. The ailing demon child, Su Luo, yearned for her father's protection. Su Luo. These 3 syllables quickened Su Chen's breath, tears nearly spilling forth. Their resemblance, the shared name without a second thought, he clicked the adoption button beneath Su Luo's name. Adoption successful. Su Luo is gravely injured. Su Luo is poisoned. Su Luo is on the verge of being sacrificed by fire. Intervene. Who dares to harm my daughter? Stand idly by. If she dies, so be it. The next will be more obedient. With the adoption complete, Su Luo's situation became clearer, and 2 options emerged before Su Chen. Without hesitation, he selected the first option to protect her. However, sorry, your balance is insufficient. Please recharge. A first recharge of 1 yuan grants you an exceptional gift package, resolving all of Su Luo's current predicaments. Must recharge. Anyone who harms my daughter must die. Brutally refuse. A single yuan is still money. Isn't Bobo chicken enticing? Chapter 2. Father, Luo wishes to return home without a moment's hesitation. Su Chen's finger pressed the necessary recharge button, setting aside all other thoughts. He found himself unable to ignore the visage and name of the little girl. An additional notion stirred within him, to uncover the company behind this game and inquire about the origins of the demoness, Su Luo. Was she a product of real-life scanning and modeling, or merely a coincidence? Yet, the immediate priority remained rescuing the girl trapped in the game. After 10 years of fatherly love yearning for an outlet, this act was, for Su Chen, a form of self-redemption. Recharge successful. Your initial recharge gift pack has been dispensed. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 use of heavenly punishment, 3 golden light protective talisman, 3 invisibility talismans, and 3 third transmutation elixirs. Congratulations, you have received 1 ordinary colorful skirt. Your backpack has been opened, and the items have been automatically stored. Please check. A flurry of pop-up notifications flickered before Su Chen's eyes, and he noted a backpack button appearing on the left side of his phone screen. Upon clicking, he found 10 slots within the backpack. The first 5 slots contained the rewards from his initial recharge, and selecting any would reveal detailed information about the corresponding item. Heavenly punishment, the most domineering offensive technique in this realm, with a vast range and formidable power, even the Golden Immortal finds it hard to resist. Caution is advised. Golden Light Protective Talisman. This talisman can block the strongest attack from a Golden Immortal once. Note, probability-based rebound mechanism. Invisibility Talisman. When activated, this talisman can evade the search of a Golden Immortal. Note, a life-saving artifact, useful for misdeeds. Third Transmutation Elixir. A mere fatal wound. Healed in the blink of an eye. Note, dosage for children should be halved. Ordinary colorful skirt. No other function apart from being visually appealing. Note, can be upgraded. As he swiftly reviewed the information, Chen first selected the third Transmutation Elixir, for the sight of Su Luo, confined within a cage and gravely injured. Tugged at his heart. If left untreated, her life seemed to hang by a thread. With a gentle drag, a golden glimmering pill was brought to her lips. However, he pondered how to administer half a dose to a child. Just as the elixir touched her lips, a prompt appeared. Please select the dosage. 1. All in, miracle through boldness. 2. Cautious, tender care for the little one. With a downward swipe, Chen chose the cautious option. Instantly, the radiant golden pill divided into two. One half entered Su Luo's tiny mouth, while the remaining portion returned to the backpack slot. Anxiety gripped him as he focused intently on the screen, watching for any sign of change in the girl. As the golden light coursed through her, he noticed her previously lifeless form tremble slightly. A soft golden glow began to spread from her abdomen, enveloping her entire being, though her eyes remained closed. The wounds upon her skin visibly healed, disappearing before his eyes. Even the bloodstains were cleansed, and her hair regained its luster and smoothness. Moments later, Su Luo suddenly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Chen. In her eyes flickered fear, shock, confusion, and disbelief. Yet, for Chen, this was the daughter he had sought for 10 long years. She had returned. The connection they shared in that gaze was one he had envisioned countless times in his dreams. In the distant realm of Yunlan, within the back mountains of the Jinya sect, Su Luo, teetering on the brink of death, sensed her father rushing towards her, ready to embrace her. She vividly recalled playing hide-and-seek with him a decade prior, only for everything to change drastically as she hid behind a trash bin. In the blink of an eye, darkness engulfed her, and she found herself in this strange world, her balloon lost, her cries for her father unanswered. Overwhelmed with fear, she longed to return home. Eventually, she was discovered by two brothers clad in azure robes, swords strapped to their backs. Though she remembered her father's phone number and their home address, her words fell on deaf ears as they regarded her with confusion. Is she delusional? Was the judgment they passed? Thus, she was taken away and became a member of the Jinya sect. Her seniors treated her kindly. And though she longed for her father and felt melancholic daily, she was well fed and clothed. However, as time passed, Su Luo began to notice a peculiar phenomenon. Her perception of time seemed different from others. Although at the tender age of 5, she could not fully comprehend the concept of time, she understood the significance of the new year. 10 years had elapsed since her arrival in this world, yet she remained physically and mentally unchanged, still a 5-year-old child. Her master explained that she possessed a unique talent for cultivation, and once the opportunity arose, she would naturally mature. Su Luo waited patiently until today, when she was suddenly thrust into a cage by her eldest brother, choked by him, while her second brother lashed her with a flaming iron whip. Her third brother struck her with a curved blade, and her fourth brother pierced her with a poisoned sword. Even her beloved master looked at her with disdain. Confused, she cried out, questioning why those who had played with her just yesterday now treated her so cruelly. Only amidst the laughter and derision of her master and the others did she learn the harsh truth. In the realm of Yunlan, there existed a race deemed worthy of extermination, the demon race. Known for their cruelty and wickedness, they were recognized as the greatest enemies by all other races. Unbeknownst to her, she had become one of them. In her innocence, 5-year-old Su Luo only knew to reciprocate kindness. The initial benevolence of the Jinya sect stemmed from her being not just a demon, but a demon of notable lineage, possessing a trace of ancient demon emperor blood. The sect's ancestors speculated that she might be a descendant or successor of this ancient figure, inexplicably stranded in their midst. A high-level meeting was convened to deliberate her fate. Some advocated for immediate execution, fearing retaliation from powerful entities connected to her. Others suggested sparing her, unwilling to part with the ancient aura she possessed. The sect's true motive for annihilating the demon race lay not solely in their brutality, but in the immense benefits derived from them. Extracting their 3 souls and 7 spirits could greatly enhance one's cultivation, break through bottlenecks, or even evade heavenly punishment. For alchemists, a certain potency of demon essence could be transformed into elixirs capable of reshaping spiritual roots or advancing cultivation levels. Such elixirs would elevate even the most gifted disciples of the sect. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the allure of such potions was undeniable. For array masters, demon essence could enhance array materials, amplifying their power significantly. Thus, with these advantages in mind, the Jinya sect resolved to nurture Su Luo Luo carefully. However, after a decade, should any ancient demon figure come seeking her, they would relinquish her, potentially cultivating a beneficial relationship for the sect. If no one came, it would indicate her isolation, and they would then dispose of her. Ultimately, the one who would reap the rewards of this sacrificial offering would be Su Luo Luo's once revered master, Luo Qingyang. Yet, sacrifices must be timed, allowing Su Luo Luo to survive until now, guarded only by 2 lowly attendants of the Jinya sect, while others awaited the appropriate moment to arrive. After all, this was the forbidden area of the sect's back mountains, impervious to outsiders, ensuring that the little demon could not escape. In a sense, Su Luo Luo had spent 10 years within the Jinya sect. She had regarded her master, Luo Qingyang, as a father figure. Yet now, he sought to take her life. Overwhelmed with fear, her heart was also heavy with sorrow. In her final moments, she dreamt of returning to her original world. The image of her father, Su Chen, with his warm smile and affectionate gaze, resurfaced in Su Luo's mind. "Father, I long to go home," she whispered internally, tears welling in her eyes. However, in the next instant, her hazy consciousness sharpened slightly. She felt a warm current flow into her abdomen, swiftly spreading throughout her body. The gentle golden light enveloped her like a father's embrace, soothing her. Astonishingly, within just a few seconds, all her wounds vanished. The pain subsided, and she even felt a twinge of hunger. With glistening eyes, she gazed into the void, her thoughts swirling. "Father, is that you? Have you come to take me home?" Chapter 3. Warning, your daughter is under attack. In Su Chen's view, only the floating clouds adorned the sky. Yet, he was met with Su Luo's gaze directly through the screen of his phone. In that moment, it felt as though time itself slowed. This glance transported Su Chen a decade back in time. Su Luoluo consumed half of a celestial-grade Sanzuan Dan, erasing all negative conditions from her being. Su Luoluo's character panel has been unlocked. Click on the character to view. His vision blurred with tears. But Su Chen trembled as he clicked to view Su Luoluo's character panel. Name, Su Luoluo. Age, 5 years. Height, 1 meters. Weight, 21 kilograms. Race, demon. Hunger level, 30. Your daughter is feeling hungry. Comfort level, -70. Your daughter is in a state of severe anxiety for various reasons. Safety level, -99. Your daughter's life is in imminent danger. Affinity level, 0. She is unaware of your existence. Negative attributes, chaotic time-space, lamb to the slaughter, alone and helpless. Positive attributes, clever and adorable, kind-hearted, not picky with food, loves to laugh, thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket. The character panel provided intricate details. Although Su Chen had never played many games, he was quick to grasp the various data. Hunger levels ranged from 1 to 100. The higher the number, the hungrier one became. Once it surpassed 50, it would adversely affect comfort and safety, accumulating negative attributes. Comfort levels depended on numerous factors, whether one was hungry, too full, cold, hot, threatened by a knife, or suffering from an illness, all influencing the overall comfort. As for safety, it was more straightforward. It indicated whether one's physical safety was assured. Presently, with her life threatened, Su Luo's safety level was understandably low. The description of the affinity level stirred something within Su Chen. With an affinity level of 0, indicating that she did not yet know him, he wondered, would she come to know him in the future? It made sense. This game likely belonged to the electronic nurturing genre. Players invested money to derive emotional value from it. Otherwise, who would foolishly spend real money? The thought of Su Luoluo calling him father made Su Chen's heart flutter with excitement. As for the negative and positive attributes, they could be likened to buffs in other games. The fewer negatives, the better. The more positives, the better. However, the positive attributes seemed to mirror Su Luoluo's qualities strikingly. Rest assured, my dear Luoluo, your father will ensure your safety. With a gentle touch on the screen, Su Chen's resolve solidified. At that moment, the phone's display suddenly shifted, expanding his viewpoint significantly. Previously, he could only see the iron cage and Su Luoluo. Now, his perspective extended about 10 meters beyond the cage. Beyond that, all surroundings were shrouded in mist, obscured and indistinct. As the view widened, Su Chen noticed two disciples in azure robes standing beside the cage, each holding a wine gourd, chatting and drinking with their backs turned. Initially, he contemplated how to eliminate them and rescue Su Luoluo, but aside from the one-time divine punishment gift from the initial charge, he realized he possessed no other offensive capabilities. The protective talismans and invisibility charms, along with the Great Restoration Elixir, were all defensive items, leaving him with merely a set of mundane five-colored garments. He did not lack funds, but the Infernal game lacked a recharge option. Su Chen was at a loss, uncertain whether the game was exceptionally benevolent or if the commercial features remained locked, waiting for the plot to unfold. "Here it is, your noodle soup is ready. Take your time," the shopkeeper said, but Su Chen hardly noticed his hunger, fixated on the phone. The shopkeeper sighed, shaking his head. To him, the visuals on Su Chen's phone resembled pixelated graphics, leaving him puzzled about the game's appeal. Yet, to Su Chen, no 2K or 4K resolution could adequately convey the game's graphics. The strands of Su Luoluo's hair, the patterns on the iron cage, the blades of grass beneath, all appeared strikingly real. More importantly, this game seemed tailor-made for him. The immersive experience surpassed even the most engaging simulations. Inside the iron cage, Su Luoluo gazed around, spotting no one but the two disciples guarding her. A wave of profound disappointment enveloped her, and despair replaced the elation she felt from her wounds healing. Father must still be in the original world. He likely has no idea that Luoluo has crossed into this realm. Does he still remember me? But if it wasn't her father, who was helping her? Looking around, Su Luo's gaze fell upon the distant figures of her master, Luo Qingyang, and several senior disciples approaching slowly. Luo Qingyang was flanked by his disciples, a triumphant smile gracing his face. After 3 centuries of arduous cultivation, he remained stuck at the bottleneck of advancing from the nascent soul to the transformation stage. A single step had kept him from progressing for nearly a century. Had it not been for the untimely deaths of all the new generation prodigies of the Zhengyao sect over the past century, the elders and fossilized ancestors would have long since ousted him from his position in favor of a newcomer. Finally, he had the opportunity to ascend further. How could he not feel exhilarated? Master, with your absorption of that little demon's essence, you might even leap 3 levels, advancing from the nascent soul to the tribulation stage. The top disciple beside Luo Qingyang spoke with envy. Indeed, let us see if the demon-slaying sect dares to come here and cause trouble then, the second disciple chimed in, casting knowing glances at their fellow disciples. Instantly, others began to flatter him, as if Luo Qingyang had already achieved the tribulation stage, capable of annihilating the long-standing rival sect with a mere gesture. However, he remained silent, concealing his glee. If he truly reached that realm, his first act would be to purge the Zhengyao sect's elder council, those antiquated figures who were ever so cautious and timid. If he had been in charge, 1,000 Su Luoluos would have perished a decade ago. Why wait until now? This world thrived on the principle of the strong preying upon the weak. If given the chance to grow stronger, one must pursue it relentlessly. Hesitation was a luxury one could not afford in the pursuit of immortality. Suddenly, while lost in thought, Luo Qingyang's gaze fell upon Su Luoluo in the cage. The once frail girl now appeared vibrant and full of life, as if she had transformed entirely. Shocked, Luo Qingyang rubbed his eyes vigorously. He could not have been mistaken. Alert! Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, imbued with anger and vigilance from Luo Qingyang. The group of disciples, who had been sycophantically flattering him, trembled in fear, instantly transforming into streaks of light as they drew their swords and scanned their surroundings. Luo Qingyang flew directly to the iron cage, grasping Su Luoluo's neck through the bars. "Wretched creature, how have your wounds healed? Who is aiding you?" Meanwhile, in the noodle shop, Su Chen's phone screen began to flicker ominously with red light. "Warning, your daughter is under attack. Your daughter is currently unable to breathe. Option 1. Anyone who harms my daughter shall perish. Not even Jesus can save them. Option 2. Su Luoluo is already dead. That's the idol you chose." Accompanied by the warning, 2 options popped up automatically. Su Chen's expression tightened, his finger pressing forcefully on the first option. Item shop activated. Another message appeared, and Su Chen's gaze hardened with ferocity. "Dare to bully my daughter? Death awaits you." Chapter 4. Bye. No one shall touch my daughter. As the shop opened, A plethora of game items appeared before Su Chen. All items were categorized into mundane, superior, sacred, and celestial. Without glancing at the prices, Su Chen swiftly filtered out all items except for the celestial ones. Celestial True Fire Talisman, 1888 essence each, buy. Celestial Thunder Talisman, 1999 essence each, buy. Celestial Wind Blade Talisman, 1666 essence each, buy. Divine Punishment, 38888 essence each, buy. After purchasing several top-tier offensive methods, Su Chen finally ceased his fervent buying spree. Once upon a time, he believed his vast fortune was futile. Without his daughter, everything felt meaningless. His relentless pursuit of wealth was merely to facilitate the search for her. Yet now, the thought of witnessing his daughter perish before his eyes while in a state of utter destitution was unbearable. With limited backpack space and no visible option to expand it, Su Chen filled his 10 slots and swiftly dragged 10 Celestial Wind Blade Talismans onto Luo Qingyang. In his viewpoint, 2 energy bars appeared above Luo Qingyang's head, one red, representing health, and the other blue, likely indicating mana. To ensure maximum safety, Su Chen hurled 10 Celestial True Fire Talismans after the Wind Blade Talismans. Meanwhile, in the forbidden area behind the Jinya sect, Su Luolua's small face was turning red from the pressure. She pounded on Luo Qingyang's massive hand, but to no avail. Speak. Who is secretly aiding you? Or I shall break your neck. Overwhelmed by tension and fury, Luo Qingyang failed to notice that even if Su Luoluo wished to speak, her voice was stifled by his grip. Just then, the skies above the Jinya sect changed dramatically. 20 golden talismans descended from the heavens, transforming midair and hurtling towards the back mountain of the sect. The clouds were sliced apart by the enormous wind blades and subsequently incinerated by the blazing true fire, vanishing without a trace. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, Luo Qingyang possessed keen danger perception. He instinctively felt he was being targeted and turned his gaze towards the source of danger. Upon looking up, he beheld 10 radiant golden wind blades and 10 rolling fireballs racing toward him. The elements of wind and fire complemented each other. The wind blades ignited, and the fireballs surged. The air was filled with the howling winds and roaring flames, a sight that even a cultivator of Luo Qingyang's caliber could not help but feel a deep-seated chill. Defend! Defend! With a swift motion, he cast Su Luoluo to the bottom of the cage and shouted for his disciples to assume defensive stances. His call drew the attention of all disciples, who witnessed the terrifying spectacle of wind and fire in the sky. What on earth is happening? Is the sun exploding? How do I form a defensive seal? I haven't even married yet. I don't want to die? While Luo Qingyang felt fear, his disciples were engulfed in despair. Yet, amidst the urgency, many had no time for contemplation and instinctively began to form defensive seals. Although Su Chen had thrown down 20 celestial talismans, most cultivators typically allocated their resources towards personal strength enhancement, leaving little for talismans. Only those from affluent backgrounds carried offensive and defensive talismans for emergencies. Thus, aside from Luo Qingyang deploying a defensive artifact and a few disciples summoning superior protective talismans, the others could only rely on their defensive seals to create a small protective formation above their heads. Su Luoluo also observed the impending wind and fire from above. Her pupils illuminated by the flames, her hair whipped by the wind, her face a mix of despair and numbness. In her mind, death was inevitable, so she leaned against the iron cage, watching the elements descend. It was beautiful, truly beautiful. Warning: your daughter is in the attack range. Please take immediate measures. Just as the scoundrel grasping his daughter released her, Su Chen barely had a moment to breathe before the screen flickered red once more. Measures? His gaze fell upon the celestial protective talismans, and he dragged 3 of them, placing them all onto Su Luoluo. Noticing she was clad only in a tattered black cloth, Su Chen also draped her with a mundane multicolored skirt. Meanwhile, 3 beams of golden light appeared in Su Luo's vision as the 3 talismans adorned her. Like snowflakes, upon touching her skin, they transformed into flowing golden light, integrating into her being. Su Luoluo instinctively looked down at herself, only to find her tattered cloth replaced by a vibrant little dress. It fit her perfectly, more exquisite than any garment she had worn before. However, despite the visible transformation in Su Luoluo, Luo Qingyang had no time to notice. The first wind blade struck the defensive artifact, the demon-breaking cauldron, he had summoned. In an instant, the colossal wind blade sliced through the cauldron as if it were mere vegetables. The shockwave from the impact sent all nearby disciples flying. many meeting their demise before they even touched the ground, cries of horror and disbelief filling the air. Though the demon-breaking cauldron absorbed some of the wind blade's power, the remaining force continued toward Luo Qingyang. Despite his nascent soul cultivation and prior preparations, he could not evade the oncoming blade, which struck him directly. Blood erupted as Luo Qingyang was cleaved in two. Yet, by a stroke of luck, he did not perish instantly due to his considerable strength. Meanwhile, within the iron cage, Su Luoluo emanated a faint golden glow, the residual force of the wind blade failing to disturb even a single strand of her hair. At the front mountain of the Jinya sect, in the Elders' Council chamber, a group of old men rushed out from their quarters. Some skeletal figures, barely clinging to their souls, crawled out from their coffins. Upon witnessing the tumultuous scene above the back mountain, the old men turned pale. What is happening? Has the demon extermination sect come to attack? Someone, Luo Qingyang, get out here. What kind of calamity have you stirred up? The situation has reached a critical point. I can no longer tolerate this sect. It would be best to part ways and disperse. In the realm of mortals, these ancient beings could annihilate a city of millions in the blink of an eye. Yet, upon witnessing the scene above the back mountain, they were thrown into disarray. Only a select few, after much contemplation, grasped the crux of the matter. Su Luoluo. Today marks the 10th anniversary of her tenure at the Jinxia sect. Does she truly have the protection of the ancient demon clan? Although they grumbled about disbanding, who could genuinely forsake the fate of the sect's descendants? Cursing and berating, a group of elderly figures hastily made their way toward the back mountain, hoping against hope that the scoundrel Luo Qingyang had not harmed Su Luoluo. Perhaps there was a chance for fortune to arise from misfortune. Chapter 5. What merit have I to deserve this heavenly punishment? The elders of the sect are a hidden ace, only emerging in times of dire need. Their panic underscores the tremendous power of those 20 celestial-grade talismans. In the back mountain, Luo Qingyang, now reduced to a bloodied half-body, lay in a pitiful state. The wind blade had struck askew. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed. How is it that she remains unharmed? That golden light, could it be a celestial-grade protective talisman? What formidable entity is aiding her? In his panic and fear, upon seeing Su Luoluo, Luo Qingyang was left speechless. Yet, with countless questions swirling in his mind, he had no time to voice them, for the second wind blade was upon him. The air itself was rent asunder. Luo Qingyang desperately attempted to evade, but he could not completely escape. The wind blade struck the earth behind him, carving a massive chasm into the ground. The residual force merely grazed his headpiece, but that was enough to shatter it and tear away a considerable portion of his hair and scalp. Just moments ago, he appeared ethereal and refined. Now, he resembled a disheveled specter. He yearned to flee, yet an overwhelming reluctance held him back. Su Luoluo was within reach. If he were to kill her, perhaps he could ascend 3 levels in one leap and turn the tide. A cultivator in the tribulation stage could withstand heavenly thunder. What did he have to fear from such trivial wind blades and flames? Who are you? Dare you show yourself and battle me in a fair contest? He bellowed at the sky, his form now barely recognizable, reduced to a madman. Su Chen could hear his cries. Seeing that his daughter was safe, he took a moment to enjoy a bite of noodles. The words of that little boss served as a reminder, yet after scanning the screen, he found no option to create a character. It seemed he could not interact with Luoluo within the game. If only he could create a character. Even if he couldn't enter the game himself, he could at least provide Luoluo with some semblance of security. Perhaps they could even converse, preventing her from being unaware of his existence. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed 7 red dots emerging from the mist. Was that all there was for the first-level boss? Calmly, he opened the store and made another round of purchases, filling 10 backpack slots. He also didn't forget to toss a few celestial-grade protective talismans onto Su Luoluo, rendering her a radiant little sun, with even the unsightly iron cage bathed in a golden sheen. Glancing at the faint remnants of Luo Qingyang's vitality, Su Chen's patience wore thin. He hurled a heavenly punishment talisman atop Luo Qingyang's head. The heavenly punishment was the most powerful offensive item he could acquire. Unlike the wind blades, which could miss their target and be evaded, the heavenly punishment automatically locked onto its foe and delivered devastating power. Though it might seem excessive to use it on a minor boss in the tribulation stage, Su Chen was unrestrained by such concerns. Unbeknownst to him, as he cast the heavenly punishment, the skies above Yunlan continent darkened ominously. Overhead the Jinxia sect, a tempest arose, shrouding the sun in dust and debris. A colossal vortex of thunderstorm materialized, with purple arcs of lightning swirling like dragons. This tempest did not merely envelop the Jinxia sect, but also cast a shadow over dozens of surrounding sections. It felt as though the heavens were collapsing. Quickly, summon our ancestors. Stone Yuanliang, the leader of the Zumozong, trembled at the sight of the phenomenon. This is the heavenly tribulation. It can only arise from a great evil or the ascension of someone reaching tribulation perfection. The forms of heavenly punishment varied, but they were all manifestations of the will of the heavens. Only when a catastrophic anomaly or severe defiance of heaven occurred would such a response be invoked. Stone Yuanliang recalled reading about similar occurrences in ancient texts, noting that the last being to provoke heavenly punishment had perished 3 millennia ago. Thus, he surmised that someone was preparing to ascend. Traversing the chasm between mortals and immortals, the tribulation offered a path to transcendence. Survive, and one would be transformed into an immortal, falter, and all prior efforts would dissolve into nothingness. While only 3 recorded immortals existed in the Yunnan continent, each was a paragon of strength. Yet, the world only saw their glory, unaware of the countless prodigies who had been obliterated during their tribulations. With an anxious gaze fixed upon the heavenly tribulation, Stone Yuanliang mentally filtered through every prominent figure in the Jinxia sect. Yet, the center of the storm clearly hovered above their sect, and their most powerful ancestor had barely reached the integration stage. How could it invoke such punishment? He longed to investigate, but feared being caught in the storm's wrath. Meanwhile, other sects, equally curious and terrified, watched from a distance, wary of drawing the attention of the heavenly punishment. Regardless of the cause, today, the Yunnan continent would not know peace. Of course, while cultivators grappled with fear, the common folk were left with sheer terror. All they could do was find a corner to hide and pray for divine mercy, with no other recourse available. Yet, the one most terrified was Luo Qingyang, directly under the impending heavenly tribulation. Others could merely speculate, but he knew precisely what loomed above him, the punishment of heaven. Casting one last glance at Su Luoluo, now entirely enveloped in golden light, Luo Qingyang could not suppress his inquiry. Su Luoluo, what connection do you have with the heavenly will? Is it your father? He exclaimed, bewildered. Otherwise, how could he, a mere nascent soul, have drawn the attention of heavenly punishment? Su Luoluo, astonished, reflected on her decade in this world. She had witnessed many grand spectacles, but nothing compared to the apocalyptic scene before her. While she lacked knowledge of who was protecting her, she firmly believed it could not be her father. If he had seen her, he would have rushed to embrace her without hesitation. Who, then, was her savior? Was it her demonic royal blood that attracted someone seeking to seize her? Chapter 6. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Yet it could not leap far enough. The elders of the Jinxia sect, rushing toward the back mountain upon witnessing the heavenly tribulation, were immediately struck dumb. Out of respect for the heavenly punishment, they wasted no time in turning and fleeing, vanishing without a trace. The blades of wind and true fire in the sky could still be evaded to some extent. Even in the face of life-threatening peril, a glimmer of hope remained. However, the impending thunder calamity was an entirely different matter. Facing it meant certain death. What did future sects matter? What hope did descendants hold? Nothing was more crucial than one's own survival. Sects could be rebuilt, talents could be sought anew. But death, now that was truly the end. Hey, don't go. The gravely injured Luo Qingyang naturally noticed the various sect elders who had rushed in and were now retreating in haste. Their legs moving so swiftly they appeared almost like phantoms. Seeing those usually preachy old men, who spoke incessantly of righteousness and sect supremacy, flee in terror, Luo Qingyang felt a surge of anger. He looked up. The thunder calamity had already formed, its target forcibly locked and suppressed by the oppressive force. At that moment, he felt as if a great mountain was bearing down upon him, the immense pressure forcing him to the ground, as though 1,000 burly men were pressing upon him. Buzz at that moment, several blades of wind fell. With no ability to evade, they sliced through, severing his arms once more. Su Chen's disdain was not without reason. The power of the immortal-grade wind blade talismans was indeed formidable, but their precision was somewhat beyond his control. Luo Qingyang, completely motionless, had become an easy target. Yet, despite his madness, Luo Qingyang retained some measure of calculation. He understood that if someone had to die today, it certainly would not be Su Luoluo. Senior, I acknowledge my faults. I beg you spare my life. Ignoring the copious blood gushing from his wounds, he poured his remaining strength into pleading for mercy. It was the wisest choice he had ever made in his life. Alas, it was a mistake that touched a father's reverse scale. Su Chen wished he could procure a resurrection elixir to kill him 1,000 times over. Seeing that pleading to the heavens was futile, Luo Qingyang turned with all his might to sue Luo Luo. Luo Luo, Luo Luo, save your master. I have raised you for 10 years. Reflect upon how I have treated you during this time. You cannot just stand by and watch me die. At this moment, Luo Qingyang lay in a pool of blood, resembling a specter more than a human, utterly devoid of his previous celestial demeanor. Yet, when Su Luoluo gazed at him, her eyes held not a shred of sympathy. Though the young girl was kind-hearted, she was no saint. She understood that this man, along with the entire Jinxia sect, had never regarded her as family. All his kindness had but one purpose: to reap benefits. Such a person would receive no compassion from her. In silence, she looked up at the rolling storm of thunder above, praying that the heavenly lightning would strike down all these hypocrites. As she observed Su Luoluo's indifference, Luo Qingyang's expression twisted into a grimace. Ha ha, the demon clan is indeed ungrateful. If I must perish, I shall drag you down with me. Though bereft of means to protect himself, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage could still unleash a devastating final attack. Knowing his demise was inevitable, Luo Qingyang resorted to a self-destructive gambit. His dantian ignited in a blaze, and he chanted incantations, causing shimmering runes to appear and shoot towards Su Luoluo. Yet, he had forgotten that at this moment, she was enveloped in golden light, her immortal-grade protective talisman capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a golden immortal. How could a mere injured nascent soul pose a threat to such defenses? Helplessly, Luo Qingyang watched as the cage imprisoning Su Luoluo was obliterated, the young girl landing safely on the ground, unscathed. His desperate retaliation merely startled her into blinking, nothing more. Pleading for mercy yielded no results, fleeing was futile. And in his madness to seek mutual destruction, he discovered he was powerless to strike her. Luo Qingyang's spirit crumbled. However, for him, there was not entirely bleak news. His despair would not last long, for the thunder calamity was now fully charged. Boom! A massive purple lightning bolt shot forth from the storm, striking Luo Qingyang in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he was gone, his former standing place reduced to a gaping crater, arcs of electricity still crackling above. Then came the second, third, and successive bolts of thunder, relentlessly crashing down without regard for Luo Qingyang's fate, continuing for a full quarter of an hour before finally ceasing. During this time, Su Chen finished his meal, settled the bill, and, guided by navigation, found a nearby inn. It cost a mere 100 for the night. Equipped with air conditioning and hot showers, a very reasonable price. However, upon entering his room, the first thing Su Chen did was check on Su Luoluo's situation. By this time, the skies above Yunlan continent had cleared, yet the Jinxia sect remained shrouded in smoke, punctuated by distant screams echoing from various directions. The cage that had confined Su Luoluo was unexpectedly opened by Luo Qingyang's actions. After witnessing the thunder calamity up close, the young girl was momentarily dazed. It was the surrounding screams that snapped her back to reality. Glancing around to ascertain her direction, she bolted away with all her might. Luo Qingyang was dead, but others within the Jinxia sect still sought her life, compelling her to flee swiftly. Though uncertain of her next destination, all her energy was devoted to escaping. Yet, after covering some distance, Su Luoluo suddenly turned around, her short legs folding beneath her as she knelt on the ground. Looking up at the sky, she called out in a childlike voice, "Thank you, Senior, for saving me." Luoluo bows in gratitude. "If given the chance, I will repay your kindness." Though she did not know whether the one who helped her was good or evil, or if they had ulterior motives, she understood that without their intervention, she would have perished. Thus, a sense of gratitude was essential. One must possess a conscience and never forget kindness. This was a lesson taught by her father. No need for thanks. As long as your father is here, no one shall bully you. Su Chen smiled, affectionately stroking the screen where his little Luoluo appeared. His eyes filled with tenderness. Simultaneously, he grasped some immortal-grade wind blade and true fire talismans. Su Luoluo's earlier escape had revealed portions of the map previously shrouded in mist, unveiling various NPCs on the ground, all of whom had once sought to harm his daughter. Therefore, Su Chen would not grant them the chance to survive. As for purchasing items, he was currently too impoverished to afford such luxuries. Thus, as the thunder calamity dissipated and the surviving disciples of the Jinxia sect took a moment to breathe, golden lights suddenly appeared above them. Wind blades, fireballs, ice spikes, sword energies, and blade auras descended mercilessly. Not only the sect members, but even the mice of Jinxia sect were doomed to perish today. Chapter 7. Have you lost your mind? Little junior sister, we won't kill you. Please let the demon clan spare us. Luo, I even bought you candy. I was always against Master wanting to kill you. Please, don't kill me. Luo, I was forced to stab you. You can't be so heartless. Su Luo, I will not spare you even in death. You are of the demon clan. You are a harbinger of disaster. As Su Luo ran, she heard various calls echoing in her ears. Familiar voices of senior brothers and sisters were bidding farewell to life in myriad ways. Some even attempted to attack her in their dying moments, yet all were thwarted by the golden light surrounding her. In a frenetic dash, Su Luo finally escaped the Jinxia sect under the cover of night. Though she had spent 10 years in this world, she had been picked up by the Jinxia sect upon her arrival, never stepping outside its confines. Her senior brothers and sisters had claimed it was to protect her from danger. But in hindsight, it was nothing more than confinement. However, now she was free. Your daughter's hunger level has exceeded 60. Please provide food promptly. Chen watched as Su Luo raced down the mountain, appearing utterly exhausted. As she walked, her steps appeared weightless. Pointing towards a shop, Chen noticed that the store, which previously offered only a few offensive and defensive items, had undergone an update. Now, it was stocked not only with food, but also with an array of beautiful clothing and toys. It seemed that this game held numerous features yet to be discovered. Contemplating this, Chen promptly purchased a selection of food: sweet and sour pork, beef meatballs, stewed pig's trotters with yellow beans, steamed eggs with shrimp, a generous bowl of fluffy white rice, and a bowl of egg soup. Luo, it's time to eat. You don't need to run so desperately. With your father around, no one can harm you. With a face full of concern and tenderness, Chen placed the food before Su Luo. However, the little girl in the game seemed startled by the sudden appearance of the food. She made a quick turn, avoiding the food, and dove into the nearby bushes. Peeking out from the foliage, the small, round figure blinked her eyes, scanning her surroundings. Who are you? Are you like those others, helping me just to eat me? Su Luo questioned in a tiny voice. Yet, the only response was the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. After waiting in silence for a moment, Su Luo gazed at the delectable dishes on the ground, feeling quite overwhelmed. Faced with the certainty of death in either scenario, she decided it was better to indulge than to starve. Gritting her teeth, she emerged from the underbrush. Looking up, she tentatively called out, "I'm going to eat now." Really? With no reply, she finally disregarded her hesitations, picked up her bowl and chopsticks, and began devouring the food with fervor. Meanwhile, Chen scoured the game's shop, but found no items resembling communication tokens. Unable to create a character or establish contact, it became evident that he could not interact with Su Luo in any meaningful way. The game's graphics were commendable, yet the diversity in gameplay left much to be desired. An electronic daughter should ideally allow for interaction. Without it, the bond between the player and the digital child could not flourish. It was likely that only those who had lost their biological daughters, like himself, would possess such a deep sense of immersion. With this thought, Chen took out his other phone and opened the application store, hoping to examine the game's download page and uncover its publisher. The character of Su Luo bore an uncanny resemblance to his daughter, which he felt was no mere coincidence. If he could find clues through this game, perhaps he might glimpse his daughter one last time before his demise. While no amount of wealth could replace the paternal love his daughter had missed, at least he could ensure a better life for her in the future. However, after an exhaustive search in the application store and various browsers, Chen found not a single piece of information about the game. Searches for dad, "I want to go home," electronic daughter, and electronic cotton-padded jacket yielded nothing. Even queries for names of NPCs and plot details within the game were fruitless. He found it hard to believe that even in beta testing, there would be no trace of information available. Confused, Chen, who had never contacted employees outside of work hours, succumbed to the urge to break his own rule. He called the head of the technical department at one of his companies and shared a video of the game, seeking assistance in locating it. Regrettably, the response he received was that the game simply did not exist. One statement from the supervisor sent a chill down Chen's spine. "Boss, you say this game has clear and exquisite graphics? To me, it looks like a pixelated game, with characters and scenery appearing quite blurry. Is it really as good as you claim?" Chen sought confirmation, even initiating a video call for the supervisor to view the game's visuals. Ultimately, he realized that what he saw and what the supervisor perceived were starkly different. This was undeniably bizarre and left Chen in a state of uncertainty, torn between elation and concern. The absence of any information regarding the game meant he could not uncover clues about his daughter within its creation. This was disheartening. Yet it also heightened Su Chen's belief that the game was uniquely crafted for him. Others could neither play it nor perceive the visuals in the same way he did. While he dismissed notions of the supernatural, he felt an inexplicable force guiding him towards the direction of his daughter. He even considered that the Su Luo within the game might not merely be a character, but rather his daughter, whom he had searched for over a decade. In Xingjing, after ending the call with Su Chen, a man clad in pajamas approached the window, gazing at the swirling snowflakes with a sigh. In his lifetime, he had never encountered someone like Su Chen, driven to amass wealth, yet seemingly indifferent to it. A portion of his earnings was dedicated to searching for his daughter, another to various charitable endeavors, and still another to employee compensation and benefits, while he himself enjoyed little. Now financially and personally liberated, he remained ensnared by the shackles of his lost daughter. At this rate, a mental breakdown was imminent. It appeared that his plans needed to be expedited, otherwise, such a vast business empire would lack an heir, rendering it a waste. Chapter 8. Good night, Dad. Luo will patiently wait for you to take me home. Having overeaten, Su Luo's little belly was round and plump, requiring her to support herself while walking. Yet, her motivation was not merely gluttony or a reluctance to waste food. With the destruction of the Jinxia sect, she was uncertain of her next steps. The world beyond the Jinxia sect was uncharted territory for her. Having consumed this meal, she had no idea when she might eat again, prompting her to consume as much as possible and gather the leftovers in her hands. Thus, Su Chen witnessed a scene where the little girl, burping, waddled along a rugged mountain path while cradling a large ceramic basin, evoking both sympathy and amusement. Regardless, the important thing was that the little girl was now safe, allowing Su Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. Hint: your daughter possesses the bloodline of an ancient demon emperor. If not concealed, calamities will ensue. 1. Manual concealment. This father is excessively cautious. 2. No need for concealment. Wealth grants such freedom. Who knows who will perish first? Hints and options appeared in quick succession, and without hesitation, Su Chen selected the first. While he understood that heavy spenders in games often played with abandon, this game was shrouded in mystery, with many features and items still unexplored. Su Chen would never gamble with Su Luo's life. If concealment was possible, then it was imperative to take that route. After he made his choice, a series of items materialized on the game screen, ranging from mundane to extraordinary, all designed to mask one's presence. As before, he filtered out anything below divine quality, aiming for the best available. Soon, a golden butterfly hairpin adorned Su Luo's head. As she moved, the delicate wings of the butterfly at the top of the pin fluttered gently, exuding both charm and elegance. Having experienced such phenomena previously, Su Luo was no longer surprised by the sudden appearance of the hairpin. However, after a long and eventful day, fatigue overtook her. She could barely continue walking without dozing off. Yet, fortune seemed to smile upon her. Just as she was about to topple over in exhaustion, she spotted a dilapidated temple. The dilapidated temple stood with its doors ajar, allowing the moonlight to filter through the crumbling roof and illuminate the interior. Su Luo beheld an unknown statue and an enormous spider web hanging within. "Is anyone there?" she called hesitantly, clutching a large porcelain basin. Her voice faded into the night, met with an eerie silence. Glancing down at the threshold, which was nearly at her knee height, Su Luo placed the basin on the ledge and crawled over it to retrieve it once more. The temple, though single-roomed, was surprisingly spacious. Being a petite girl, Su Luo appeared even more vulnerable and forlorn within its confines. Despite the menacing visage of the statue bathed in moonlight, she showed remarkable courage. Upon entering the temple, her eyes were drawn to 3 massive cushions laid out before the statue, large enough for her to curl up on like a kitten. With a gentle effort, she placed the basin filled with half a pig's trotter, several pieces of sweet and sour pork, and a few small beef meatballs on the long offering table. Pulling one of the cushions beneath the table, she nestled into its comforting embrace. Weariness washed over her, and as soon as she lay down, her eyelids grew heavy. Yet, before drifting into slumber, she reached out her small hand, as if to touch the moon. "Good night, Daddy. Luo will wait for you to take me home." After 10 years of subtle influence, every mention of Daddy invited derision from her senior brothers and sisters. In the realm of Yunlan, only terms like father, papa, or emperor were deemed acceptable. The word daddy What was that? Children possess pride, and after enduring ample ridicule, Luoluo learned to keep her thoughts of her father silent, hiding him in her heart to shield him from mockery. Good night, Luoluo. In Su Chen's view, the little girl curled up in the temple, reaching for the moon. He vowed that if such an option existed within the game, he would go to any lengths to pluck the moon from the sky and place it in Luoluo's hands. Soon, she succumbed to sleep, and fatigue washed over him as well. Earlier, he had struck the railing of a bridge with his left fist, and now the wound was scabbing over, although his hand remained slightly swollen. Testing the movement of his little finger, he sensed its reluctance to obey. There was no effective treatment for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis worldwide, and he pondered how much longer he could endure. Yet, with this game, this virtual daughter from another world who needed his protection, he found renewed hope and motivation to persist, regardless of how it came to be, or whether it was a matter of metaphysics or science. As long as he drew breath, he would safeguard her. Placing his phone aside, Su Chen rose from his bed, stretching his limbs. After a hot shower, he returned to lie down, unable to find rest. He wondered how the game's narrative would unfold. Was it dictated by the designer's code? Or did it employ AI technology, allowing characters to choose their paths through powerful computational capabilities? Would this game follow the familiar pattern of clearing levels only to face an ultimate boss before starting all over again? Was his sole purpose to protect her? Could Luoluo cultivate her abilities? If so, he would undoubtedly invest heavily to make her the mightiest in that realm, ensuring no one could harm her. Where did this game originate? Su Chen was filled with many questions, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the day he could accompany Luoluo on adventures in that world. However, this night, he was destined for restless sleep, akin to a new mother fearful for her child's safety, wanting only to confirm the child's well-being before allowing herself to rest. Even in his agitation, he found moments to doze off. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Zhengxia sect, all cultivators were fated to remain awake that night. They dared not ask why. They simply did not have the courage to sleep. Following the conclusion of the heavenly punishment, some bold individuals ventured to the Zhengxia sect to investigate. Such a large sect, yet not a single disciple remained unscathed. The ancestors and their relics had fled. Now, the Zhengxia sect was devoid of life. Most terrifying of all, no one knew who had struck against the sect. Speculations began to circulate among the various sects, blurring the line between truth and fiction. Some claimed that the sect leader, Luo Qingyang, had seduced another man's wife, provoking a vengeful husband. Others suggested that millennia ago, the sect's ancestor had unjustly slain a woodcutter, and the woodcutter's son returned after years of cultivation to exact revenge. Yet another theory posited that Luo Qingyang had murdered a little girl, whose father was an extraordinary being. No father could bear the loss of a daughter, and the desire for vengeance could lead to utter devastation. Regardless of the reasons, the erasure of the Zhengxia sect from the map of Yunlan was an undeniable reality. Yet, the identity of the Avenger remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 9. The gluttonous lowly Fan Tuan Su Luo's slumber was profound, only stirring when the glaring sunlight broke through the gaping hole in the temple's roof, casting its rays upon her eyes. With a flutter of her long eyelashes, she awoke in the vast cushion. After a small yawn, she crawled out from beneath the offering table. However, mid-stretch, she froze, sensing movement behind her on the offering table. Had the Zhengxia sect's remnants tracked her down? Still shaken from her narrow escape, she remained alert. Before her thoughts could spiral further, a figure swiftly vaulted over her head. A little girl, clutching a large porcelain basin, stood before her. This girl was shorter than Su Luoluo, with blue hair and large eyes adorned with shimmering golden runes. One tiny hand grasped the basin, while the other held a pair of chopsticks. And Fan Tuan scrutinized Su Luoluo with equal parts curiosity and caution. The two little girls locked eyes, their mutual intrigue palpable. Poking a meatball with her chopsticks and popping it into her mouth, Fan Tuan broke the silence. Wow, this meatball is delicious. What about you? Her accent was thick. Yet Su Luoluo found it easy to understand. However, uncertain of the newcomer's intentions, she opted for brevity. Swallowing her saliva, she nodded slightly. Upon receiving confirmation, excitement sparkled in Fan Tuan's eyes. She quickly devoured another meatball, inching closer to Su Luoluo, their cherubic faces nearly touching. Hey, you must know where to find more tasty meatballs. Can you take me there? I'm starving. Su Luoluo glanced down and noticed that the remnants of yesterday's meal had been entirely consumed by Fan Tuan. The porcelain basin now lay empty, save for one small beef meatball. Observing the girl's eager, yet discerning gaze, Su Luoluo felt her tension ease a fraction. I found all this food. I'm not sure if there's more, she replied cautiously, keeping her secret safe. Upon hearing this, Fan Tuan Tuan's expression fell. After swallowing the last meatball, she tossed the basin against the wall in frustration. With a dramatic flair, she plopped down on the ground, her small hands breaking the chopsticks into several pieces. Alas, I must endure hunger another day. My fate seems cruel indeed. However, Su Luoluo was currently devoid of any inclination to discuss or to find food with strangers. Her sole thought was to escape, to distance herself as far as possible from the Jinxia sect. She had witnessed the extraordinary methods of those cultivators, far more exaggerated than anything depicted in films. Should any remnant of them, unrepentant, seek to devour her, it would spell danger. Thus, as Fan Tianchuan was engaged in drawing a turtle on the ground with broken chopsticks, Su Luoluo stealthily made her way toward the dilapidated temple's entrance. Just as she crouched at the threshold, preparing to roll out, Fan Tianchuan reappeared before her in a flash. What are you doing crouched at the threshold? Do you think I'm a fool? Trying to escape, are we? Fan Tianchuan inquired with earnestness. And no, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving, Su Luoluo stammered. Her gaze was not solely fixed on Fan Tianchuan, she also noticed a massive hammer. The hammer was nearly as tall as Fan Tianchuan, with a head as large as a bucket. Surely, that couldn't be her weapon. What business do you have? I see you're just trying to escape. Afraid I'll snatch your meatballs? Fan Tianchuan seemed to have deduced something, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she wished to applaud her own cleverness. 3 black lines appeared on Su Luoluo's forehead. Although she could not ascertain whether Fan Tianchuan was friend or foe, one thing was certain. She was definitely a foodie. There was no point in arguing. Su Luoluo was reluctant to engage in a dispute, fearing that their quarrel might attract the attention of any surviving members of the Jinxia sect, which would lead to regret. Well, if you don't believe me, you can follow me, but I truly need to leave now. With that, she rolled out of the dilapidated temple, glancing back at the direction of the Jinxia sect, and set off in another direction without a backward glance. If you want to follow, then follow. Do you think I'm afraid? Fan Tianchuan indeed followed her. However, before pursuing Su Luoluo, she waved at the oversized hammer left in the temple. With a hum, the hammer flew gracefully into Fan Tianchuan's grasp. Carrying a hammer nearly her size, she dashed swiftly, catching up to Su Luoluo in just a few steps. Hey, I'm Fan Tianchuan, but you can call me Rice Ball, or Tuan Tuan, or even Tuanzi. What is your name? Let us be friends. As she spoke, she nudged Su Luoluo's arm and deliberately glanced at the golden hairpin atop her head. Su Luoluo remained oblivious to Fan Tianchuan's subtle gesture. Her eyes were fixed on the enormous hammer, filled with astonishment. Nevertheless, Fan Tianchuan grinned, swung the hammer behind her, and struck the ground, creating a deep crater. This hammer is solid and heavy, but I love the feeling of great strength yielding miraculous results. It's quite satisfying. After retrieving her hammer, Fan Tianchuan patted Su Luoluo on the shoulder. If you encounter any troubles, I might be able to help you solve them. Despite her small stature, she was spirited and strong, which made Su Luoluo chuckle. I'm Su Luoluo. It's a pleasure to meet you. Though she maintained a sense of vigilance, Su Luoluo still introduced herself. Su Luoluo, that is quite a lovely name. Fan Tianchuan genuinely complimented, causing Su Luoluo to feel a hint of shyness. Although she spoke freely and her demeanor relaxed, Fan Tianchuan couldn't shake the feeling that something ominous was watching her, akin to an ancient beast. She glanced behind, seeing nothing, and couldn't help but wonder if it was just her imagination. Yet, after a brief distraction, Fan Tianchuan reaffirmed her resolve. Regardless, let's see if I can secure a long-term meal ticket. This Su Luoluo, adorned in gold and silver, must be from a wealthy family. I absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. In a small inn, Su Chun had already risen early, having completed his morning routine. He had discovered Fan Tianchuan's presence before Su Luoluo did. Since then, he had suspended 3 talismans of exquisite wind blades above Fan Tianchuan's head. Should she exhibit any intent to attack, he would promptly deplete her health bar. As the 2 little rice balls descended along the mountain path, they halted at the foot of the mountain, captivated by an enticing aroma. Wait, why do I smell meatballs? Fan Tianchuan sniffed eagerly, her eyes darting about. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo's gaze landed on a large boulder not far away. The boulder was substantial, flanked by 2 smaller stones resembling stools, forming a natural dining table. Upon the smooth surface of the boulder lay a feast of 4 dishes and a soup. Observing that Fan Tianxuan was following Su Luoluo, Su Chen noted that the girl did not seem malicious. Moreover, Su Luoluo was currently protected by 6 exquisite golden talismans. The ancient bloodline of the demon emperor within her had been entirely concealed, rendering her an ordinary young girl. Thus, there was no likelihood of any formidable boss appearing to harm her. Considering the time, Su Chen decided to retract the wind blade talismans and prepared a lavish breakfast for Su Luoluo. As for Fan Tianxuan, while Su Chen was not lacking in funds, Su Luoluo needed a companion. By preparing extra food, perhaps he could persuade this little girl to stay and keep Su Luoluo company. While preparing the meal, Su Chen settled his lodging expenses and once again mounted his bicycle, embarking on the quest to find his daughter in the real world. Though the game was surreal, it was still hard for Su Chen to accept that the Su Luoluo in the game was indeed his daughter. The only thing he could do was to nurture his daughter within the game while relentlessly searching for his daughter in reality. As for his ailment, since it was beyond cure, he would simply take it one step at a time, addressing other matters once he could no longer move. At a breakfast shop, Su Chen ordered a meal and began monitoring the actions of the 2 little rice balls through his phone. Su Luoluo approached the boulder, her mouth watering at the sight of the feast laid out before her. She glanced around, realizing that this breakfast had been prepared for her by the mysterious benefactor who had saved her the previous day. Although she had received a harsh lesson from the Jinxia sect, she couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth at this moment. Initially, she had wondered if the mysterious person might be after the demon emperor bloodline within her, much like her master, Luo Qingyang. However, it now seemed unlikely. The way they had dealt with Luo Qingyang's associates was as simple as crushing ants. There was no need to provide her with clothing and food. Su Luoluo pondered over the meal before her, while Fan Tianxuan was not idle either. She scrutinized Su Luoluo once more, unable to suppress her curiosity. Could this be a princess from some palace out experiencing life? Surely, this meal was prepared by someone secretly protecting her. It seems I found a long-term meal ticket. With this thought, Fan Tianxuan looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the hidden protector. However, her abilities only allowed her to detect a squirrel peering at them from a tree. No other creatures were in sight. Su Luoluo, meanwhile, was oblivious to Fan Tianxuan's wide-eyed observations. Approaching the boulder, she sat gracefully on a stone stool and offered Fan Tianxuan a pair of chopsticks. She thought she would have to concoct an explanation for the origin of the meal, but to her surprise, Fan Tianxuan had already filled her mind with thoughts of food. "Thank you," she exclaimed, taking the chopsticks without lifting her gaze. All attention was focused on the fragrant spread of 4 dishes and a soup. The meal was devoured hastily. Su Luoluo felt about 80% full, while Fan Tianxuan was merely 30% full. Although they were far from satiated, Fan Tianxuan felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. "Sister Luoluo, where are you headed next?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she slurped her noodles. It had been ages since she had felt even a hint of fullness. "I don't know. I think I want to head south and see how far I can go," Su Luoluo replied, wishing to distance herself from the Jinxia sect located in the north. "South? What a coincidence. I'm also heading south to a place called Peach Garden Town. I heard there's a great master there who teaches cultivation for free and provides meals and lodging," Fan Tianxuan exclaimed, her golden eyes gleaming with excitement. In this world, there were countless cultivation sects, yet not everyone could embark on the path of cultivation. It was said that immortals were extraordinary beings, and even ordinary cultivators were far more esteemed than common folk. To cultivate, one typically had 2 avenues, the first being innate talent. Each sect had its own admission office, with representatives traveling to test the innate talents of children for free. Those deemed qualified were offered a chance to join the sect, providing a rare opportunity for commoners to change their fates beyond mere education or martial training. The second path was monetary investment. If one had wealth, they could send even the most mediocre child into a sect without hesitation. In the Yunnan continent, there existed only one form of currency, the colorful spirit stones, graded into 4 tiers: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and immortal grade. The value of each stone depended on its grade and weight. An ordinary person could earn about 3 million low-grade spirit stones in a lifetime. Yet sending a child with mediocre talent to a sect typically required at least 30 million low-grade spirit stones annually. Thus, the earnings from a lifetime of hard work merely sufficed for a month of cultivation for one child within a sect. Consequently, Wealth in the Yunnan continent often served as a tool for the elite to solidify social strata rather than as a means for the underprivileged to ascend. Hence, a saying emerged among commoners: to achieve success, it is better to hope for a fortunate rebirth. However, the notion of cultivation stirred something within Su Luoluo. It was said that after transcending to immortality, one could traverse the 9 heavens. If she were to become an immortal, would she not find a way back to her original world and reunite with her father? This thought took root and flourished. She turned to Fan Tianchuan and asked, "Is there truly a place that offers free cultivation and provides meals and lodging?" Uncertain whether that kind-hearted stranger would continue to aid her, Su Luoluo pondered the existence of Peach Garden Town as a potential haven. Absolutely. Everyone in our village knows about it. When they heard I was going, they even pooled together to give me this hammer and said I was the hope of our village, Fan Tianchuan assured her with unwavering confidence. Her yearning for a stable source of meals was genuine, as was her desire to pursue cultivation. If Su Luoluo, this potential long-term meal ticket, would accompany her on this journey, it would be nothing short of perfect. All right, I shall accompany you to seek out Peach Garden Town, Su Luoluo resolved. Fully aware of the arduous journey ahead, but willing to take the risk to reunite with her father. The 2 girls clasped hands and set off southward, their small legs propelling them forward. However, before departing, Su Luoluo glanced skyward and murmured, "Thank you for the breakfast, esteemed elder. I am certain you are a truly good person, much like my father." The little girl felt a wave of gratitude, while Su Chen, who was enjoying his breakfast, received a notification on his phone. "Congratulations, Su Luoluo's affection for you has increased by 10. Note: each increase in affection has a chance to trigger a special event. Note: players may receive gifts from their electronic daughters." Chapter 11. Misfortunes descend upon one's home. Seeing the notification on his phone, Su Chen felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he had truly lost his daughter in reality, he might have found this game rather mediocre. He even questioned whether this game company was new to the industry. After all, other games would go to great lengths to entice players to spend money. Yet here, everything seemed so serendipitous, with times when he wanted to spend but found no avenue to do so. However, if he could receive gifts in the name of an electronic daughter, it would undoubtedly elevate the emotional value of the game, fostering a deeper bond between players and their in-game daughters. Regrettably, there were no specific metrics. The affection levels merely increased with a chance of triggering special events. Nonetheless, the plot of the game was rather engaging. These 2 little girls were clamoring to pursue cultivation, and that place called Peach Garden Town was clearly a figment of imagination. If free cultivation, meals, and lodging truly existed, it would surely be overcrowded by now. Regardless, Su Chen would unconditionally support Su Luoluo's every decision. In short, any matter that could be resolved with money would never cause his daughter to suffer. In the Yunnan continent, at the shores of the Northern Sea, the Luo family was in turmoil. 7 elderly men of various appearances sat in the living room, while an aged man clad in a gilded robe kneeling before them trembled as he spoke. "Esteemed sirs, are you suggesting that my great-grandfather, Luo Qingyang, has offended a powerful figure, bringing calamity upon our sect?" Luo Tian's forehead quivered as he spoke. The Luo family owned 3 commercial streets, and 300 years ago, they had sent a youthful Luo Qingyang to a cultivation sect. For centuries, the Luo family had devoted nearly 60% of their income to support his cultivation. Only in recent decades, after Luo Qingyang ascended to the sect's leader, had they begun to see a return on their investment. Luo Tian had believed he was on the cusp of greatness, ready to leverage his great-grandfather's status to elevate the family further, only to be met with the wrath of the 7 elders from the Jinxia sect. "Indeed, Luo Tian, we do not seek to bully you due to our status, but someone must be held accountable for our losses." The elder at the forefront stroked his beard, his voice resonating with authority. Luo Tian bowed even lower, his voice trembling as he agreed. "Yes, yes, since this calamity stems from my great-grandfather, the Luo family shall accept your judgment." Before cultivators, commoners had no leverage for argument. Luo Tian understood this well. "Very well, you have 3 days. I demand all of the Luo family's assets. If you fail to comply, I shall ensure that the entire Luo family pays the price," the elder decreed, maintaining a facade of reason while wielding their power. As the 7 elders of the Jinxia sect departed, leaving behind a somber atmosphere among the Luo family, Luo Tian's wife, Yuan, approached him with concern. "What shall we do, my lord? Is there any course of action other than submission? Luo Tian felt utterly defeated, his spirit crushed. What a predicament! Misfortune had befallen them unexpectedly. Just as the despair in the hall began to envelop everyone, a slightly childish voice broke through the gloom. Grandfather, I have a plan that can help our Luo family through this crisis. It was Luo Tian's 4-year-old grandson, Luo Mang. Though rough around the edges, his sharp mind shone through. With his dark skin and sturdy physique, he possessed large, round eyes reminiscent of a leopard and thick, bushy brows. With just a hint of stubble, he could easily be mistaken for a character from the Three Kingdoms or Water Margin. Despite his rugged appearance, Luo Mang was astute and clever, following the Luo family's original plan. After securing his position as the leader of the Jingya sect, the adept Luo Qingyang was determined to fully support his grandson, Luo Mang. If the Luo family could produce 2 formidable practitioners, it would undoubtedly elevate their status to unprecedented heights. Unfortunately, it seemed all hope was lost. Manger, do you have any ideas? Despite his current vexation, Luo Tian did not overlook the presence of the young Luo Mang. Upon being questioned by his grandfather, Luo Mang eagerly approached. However, before speaking, he glanced at the servants around them. You need not attend to us any longer. Please, leave. While he could not counter the celestial powers, safeguarding against potential opportunists was prudent. The servants bowed their heads and exited, closing the door to the living room. Only then did Luo Mang lower his voice to share his plan with Luo Tian. Grandfather, do you remember the sworn enemy of the Jingya sect? At this, Luo Tian's eyes brightened. You mean the Zhuemo sect? Luo Mang nodded and continued. Are you willing to let our family's accumulated wealth over the millennia fall into the hands of those ancient relics of the Jingya sect? Just think. If our family were to lose all its wealth, it would be better to perish than to live, wouldn't it? Instead, let us invest double the amount to send someone to the Zhuemo sect. I believe that while they may not be swayed by money, they would accept us if we oppose the Jingya sect. In that case, our family could relocate to the Zhuemo sect's territory, preserving our lives and our fortune, allowing us to start anew. Furthermore, I believe the Zhangya sect has already been decimated, leaving only a few old-timers who would not dare to pursue us at the Zhuemo sect. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Luo Mang articulated his thoughts clearly and logically. Following this analysis, Luo Tian's furrowed brows relaxed considerably. Indeed, let us gather all the resources we can over the next few days and then seek refuge with the Zhuemo sect. Manger, among the entire Luo family, your intellect is unparalleled. You shall go to the Zhuemo sect to cultivate. The Luo family had already planned to nurture Luo Mang. This was merely an unexpected twist due to Luo Qingyang's demise and their relocation. Aligning with the Zhuemo sect would undoubtedly mitigate the impact of this incident on the Luo family. I refuse, Luo Mang declared, directly rejecting the proposition. In shock, Luo Tian watched as Luo Mang grasped his hands. Grandfather, my second brother possesses far greater talent than I. He merely lacks eloquence. If anyone should cultivate, it would be him rather than me. Luo Mang's second brother was of different parentage, yet their brotherly bond remained unscathed. Such an opportunity for cultivation should be granted, highlighting Luo Mang's genuine affection for his sibling. The tears of gratitude and remorse were evident in the eyes of Luo Tian and the other Luo family members, who felt comforted by having such a thoughtful grandson. Seizing the moment, Luo Mang shared another plan. However, grandfather, it is not that I do not wish to cultivate. Though our family is wealthy, we cannot afford for two to pursue cultivation simultaneously. Therefore, my second brother should go to the Zhuemo sect, while I wish to travel to a place called Taoyuan Town. There, one can learn cultivation for free, with provisions provided as well. Please prepare some travel funds for me, and I will head to Taoyuan Town. Chapter 12. The little bun was abducted by a malevolent cultivator meanwhile, with a storage bag containing 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Luo Mang departed from the Luo family. In another part of Jianghai City, Su Luoluo and Fan Tuanshuan arrived amidst the bustling atmosphere. Su Luoluo had not ventured beyond the Jingya sect in her 10 years in this world, believing she had evaded its influence. She inadvertently found herself in the old residence of Luo Qingyang. Strolling through the prosperous streets, the two young girls drew considerable attention. Su Luoluo, adorned in a splendid multicolored dress with a beautifully crafted golden hairpin, exuded an air of nobility despite having no money. In contrast, Fan Tuanshuan, a diminutive figure, bore a disproportionately large hammer, her blue hair and golden eyes setting her apart. As they passed a tea house, a lean man seated in the corner, sipping tea, fixated on the two girls' retreating figures. Ah, fortune smiles upon me today. I've stumbled upon two treasures. The man stroked his mustache, a devious smile creeping onto his face. He paid his bill and stealthily followed the two girls. Eager to act, he strained to overhear their conversation with passers-by. After a brief distance, a malevolent grin spread across his face as he realized they were asking for directions. What a stroke of luck, saving him the effort of charming them. Resolute, he maneuvered out of their line of sight and positioned himself on their path. With shifty eyes, he observed as the two girls approached him, as if inquiring about directions. Su Luoluo, ever polite, bowed her head respectfully before sweetly asking, "Hello, uncle, may we ask for directions?" "Of course. I am a wandering physician. There is no place I do not know. Feel free to ask." He feigned warmth and calmness. The girls beamed with joy. "We wish to go to Taoyuan Town. Do you know where it is and how to get there?" Su Luoluo, more eager than Fan Tuanchuan, was anxious to begin her cultivation and reunite with her father. Taoyuan Town. The man pretended to ponder for a moment before a look of feigned surprise illuminated his face. "Ah, I know it well, but it is quite far from here. You would not remember if I told you. How about I escort you there?" Though the man was unattractive, his smile was disarmingly sincere. Just then, Su Luoluo and Fan Tuanchuan found themselves bewildered. Having someone guide them was an excellent proposition. Nodding in unison, the two girls joyfully followed the man. However, barely 2 steps into their journey, a voice called out from behind, "Stop." The sudden shout startled the man, sending a jolt of anxiety through him. He wondered if the children's guardians had arrived. Yet, upon turning, he found it was merely a small child carrying a little bundle. "Child, did you call us?" the man asked with a grin. Luo Meng nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I just heard you mention you know how to get to Taoyuan Town. Can you take me along? I want to go too." "Oh, today is my lucky day. Buy one, get one free, and a bonus, eager little one." The man's smile widened. "Of course, I will ensure you all reach Taoyuan Town." Patting the 3 children on their heads, the 4 of them traversed Jianghai City, heading southward. By noon, Su Chen munched on bread and sipped mineral water, his gaze fixed upon the phone screen displaying the 3 children following a stranger out of the city, his expression darkening. He did not harbor resentment towards the children for their naivety. After all, they were still so young, unable to discern between good and evil. His anger was directed at the gaunt man with the mustache, believing such scoundrels who abduct children deserve the harshest of fates. Yet, regrettably, like the rest of the passers-by, this man bore no health bar above his head. He was likely an NPC designed to advance the plot, or perhaps the combat scenario had yet to be triggered. Gritting his teeth, Su Chun took a bite of the flattened bread. It is uncertain whether the frigid winter of this year is to blame or if it is a consequence of the affliction known as ALS. After taking a brief respite, Su Chun still found his calves exceedingly weary. In the afternoon, he resolved to seek refuge in a hotel, intending to rest until his strength was restored before continuing his quest to find a woman. Following a smooth check-in at an inn, the gaunt man from the game, accompanied by 3 children, gradually distanced himself from Jiang Haking. Holding a cup of warm water, Su Chun gazed at the game interface, his thoughts swirling. The passage of time in the game seemed to mirror that of the real world, as if it were a parallel dimension. If this were indeed a game, the pace of the narrative appeared to be rather lethargic. Su Chun, having little experience with games and modest educational qualifications, had nonetheless managed to rise from poverty to amass a fortune in the billions. His intellect was undoubtedly sharp, particularly adept at discerning the intricacies of wealth generation. He understood that the ultimate objective of such games was to retain players and encourage in-game purchases. The sluggish progression of the storyline seemed illogical. Could it be that this game served as a projection of another world? Previously, he had entertained the absurd notion that this game was custom-made for him, and he now considered the possibility of his current hypothesis. However, speculation remained mere conjecture, fleeting in his mind without further contemplation. After perusing the game store once more, Su Chen found no new items. Resigned, he filled his 10 backpack slots and patiently awaited the gradual unfolding of the plot. In the brief moment it took Su Chen to drink a cup of water, the gaunt man revealed his true nature in the game. Suddenly halting his steps, he turned with a grin, stroking his mustache. "Why have you stopped? Are you fatigued?" queried Fan Tuanchuan, who stood beside Su Luoluo. The man remained silent, removing a coarse cloth bag slung over his shoulder. With a swift motion, 3 ropes shot forth from the bag like serpents, ensnaring the three children before they could react. Ha ha ha. Off to the underworld with you. He cackled, shaking his hand once more. A chilling wind swept through as a ravenous wolf, shrouded in dark energy, materialized before the children. The wolf was as large as a calf, its ominous aura sending shivers down their spines. This is my ghostly wolf. It delights in consuming children like you. But fret not, it devours quickly and painlessly, ha ha ha. Ghostly wolf, go feast. Convinced of his success, the man prepared to relish the scene of the wolf's meal and the children's screams. The wolf, eager for its prey, locked onto the most delicate and charming Su Luoluo. Leaping forward, it opened its gaping maw just as the ropes binding Su Luoluo fell away. Su Luoluo, with an apologetic expression, picked up the ropes and bound herself, waiting to be devoured. In truth, the ropes had never been able to ensnare Su Luoluo from the outset. The celestial-grade protective talisman she bore could withstand even the mightiest blows, let alone such trivial sorcery from an inferior practitioner. However, the man perceived this as a mere failure of his minor spell. He sensed no spiritual fluctuations from the three children, save for the peculiar energy emanating from the blue-haired, golden-eyed girl. Just a bunch of defenseless lambs. There was no need for excessive concern. Ghostly wolf, attack, he commanded, leaning against a nearby tree to enjoy the spectacle. As the wolf lunged at Su Luoluo again, a flash of silver descended, striking the wolf on the head. With a resounding crack, the wolf staggered, stars dancing before its eyes. What the? How is this creature not dead? Fan Tuanchuan exclaimed, having expected to crush the wolf's skull with her strike. At that moment, Luo Mang produced a black pill from his trousers and tossed it at the feet of the malevolent practitioner. Run, he shouted. Grabbing Su Luoluo with one hand and Fan Tuanchuan with the other, the three children bolting away. As they exited the city, the trio sensed something amiss. The malevolent practitioner walked ahead, oblivious to their whispers. They concluded that his bulging pockets must contain valuable treasures. Emboldened by their naivety, they resolved to eliminate the practitioner. Su Luoluo felt a surge of anxiety. As an ordinary person, she could endure a few slaps but possessed no lethal capabilities. It was only because Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Mang assured her of their invincibility that she dared to take the risk. The practitioner, unaware of their intentions, was caught off guard, suffering a sudden setback. The black pill Luo Mang had thrown was no ordinary trinket. It was a genuine magical artifact for attacking. A thunderbolt of chaos. Having served as the sect leader for decades, Luo Qingyang had accumulated various talismans and artifacts, including over 100 of these thunderbolts. Aware of their explosive potential, Luo Mang was anxious to distance himself and the others after launching one. The practitioner, however, was too preoccupied with Fan Tuanchuan's blow to the wolf to notice the thunderbolt beneath him. You will pay for this, boom. The sound of a tremendous explosion echoed through the grove, scattering countless startled birds. A colossal crater formed where the practitioner had stood, obliterating the very tree he had leaned against. The trio halted, glancing back. Is he dead? Did his treasures survive the blast? Fan Tuanchuan, more eager than the others, dashed toward the crater. Luo Mang, clutching another thunderbolt, shielded Su Luoluo as they approached the edge. Just as they reached it, a hand emerged from the pit, clawing at the edge, followed by a face blackened and smoking, resembling a charred mess. Boy, I'm still alive, the practitioner growled, incensed. Fan Tuanchuan wasted no time. Swinging her hammer without hesitation, she aimed for the practitioner's head. Though he attempted to evade, his severely injured body could not obey his mind's commands. Without even a scream, the soon-to-be foundational practitioner met his end. Quickly, grab the loot and flee. That wolf will awaken soon. Su Luoluo's heart raced with trepidation. Ignoring the gruesome scene, she reached for the bag slung over the practitioner's shoulder. They had succeeded. She could scarcely believe it. Just yesterday, she had been but a pawn, and today she was embroiled in a life-and-death affair. Nevertheless, returning to the earlier sentiment, though she possesses a kind heart, she is by no means a saint. This wicked cultivator is clearly a malevolent individual. And the act of abducting children to feed to the demonic wolf is certainly not a singular occurrence. Dealing with such evildoers is, after all, a righteous deed. Aside from a touch of nervousness, Su Luoluo bears no psychological burden whatsoever. Moreover, she has gained a deeper understanding of the brutal nature of this world, where the strong prey upon the weak. The three little ones, clutching the wicked cultivator's bag, sprinted away with all their might. At that moment, the dazed demonic wolf, having been struck, slowly began to regain its senses. It glanced at its deceased master and, with a fierce expression, began to pursue the trio. "Oh my heavens! It's chasing us!" Fan Tuanchuan exclaimed, hearing the commotion behind. In truth, this demonic wolf was far more powerful than the wicked cultivator. Had it not been for the surprise attack, her hammer would have never even grazed the wolf. Now that the wolf was enraged, she stood no chance against it. "Run! Don't look back!" Luo Meng shouted, activating the explosive device in his hand and hurling it behind them. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the explosive being caught in the wolf's jaws. With a thunderous boom, the wolf merely exhaled a plume of black smoke, showing no signs of injury. Luo Meng was astonished, but not at the wolf's defense. Rather, it was the speed at which Fan Tuanchuan, holding her hammer, was fleeing. How terrifying! He could hardly fathom the extent of her strength. The three little ones ran for their lives, but no matter how desperately they tried, their short legs were a limiting factor. At 5 years old and one at 4, even if the wolf allowed them 100 steps, it could catch up in the blink of an eye, its sights set on the most delicate and rosy-cheeked Su Luoluo. The wolf lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed directly at the nape of Su Luoluo's neck. Just one bite would be sufficient to sever the head of this cherubic girl. Yet, as the wolf caught the scent of her sweetness, a massive golden wind blade suddenly descended from the heavens. The demonic wolf felt a chill at its neck. As it raised its head to ascertain the situation, the golden wind blade severed its head cleanly. The body collapsed with a thud, the enormous wolf's head rolling away. The three little ones, panting heavily, halted in their tracks upon hearing the commotion behind them. "Humph, I knew it all along," Fan Tuanchuan remarked, glancing at the decapitated wolf and then at Su Luoluo with a knowing expression. It was only logical that there were powerful protectors guarding a princess on her journey. However, Luo Meng appeared utterly bewildered. What just happened? Who killed this demonic wolf? He blinked, shifting his gaze between Fan Tuanchuan and Su Luoluo. Fan Tuanchuan smiled, squinting at Su Luoluo. "I don't know who it was, but it certainly wasn't Timmy." The implication was clear, and Luo Meng's eyes widened in shock. Who would understand our family's plight? We encounter 2 abducted little girls and assume they are merely innocent. Turns out, one is more formidable than the other. Wait, I swear, it wasn't me. Su Luoluo suddenly realized that the two misunderstood her intentions and shook her head vigorously. However, her explanation only served to exacerbate the misunderstanding. "Relax. We must keep this to ourselves, princess," Fan Tuanchuan added with a nod, assuring Su Luoluo that she wouldn't speak out of turn before playfully curtsying. The title of princess suddenly dawned on Luo Meng. In the mortal realms of Yunlan continent, countless kingdoms exist. Given the presence of cultivators, everyone has the potential to become an extraordinary being. Thus, the royal families focus on the potential of their heirs rather than their gender. Regarding their training, aside from hiring powerful mentors for one-on-one instruction, they also send their heirs out into the world from a young age to broaden their horizons and temper their character. If Fan Tuanchuan was to be believed, then could Su Luoluo not be the future ruler of some mortal kingdom? The infant version of an empress? Just as this thought crystallized in Luo Meng's mind, he prepared to bow to Su Luoluo. However, she quickly jumped back, her cherubic face displaying a look of helplessness. How could this homeless little girl possibly have any connection to a princess? The two were far too imaginative. Smack! Luo Meng, attempting to bow to Su Luoluo, received a sharp slap on the back of his head from Fan Tuanchuan. She seized him by the collar and pointed a finger at his nose, admonishing him. "You need to be more discreet. Do you understand what discretion means? Sister Luoluo is merely incognito to train. Don't go shouting it out for everyone to hear." Casting a disdainful glance at him, she then turned her attention back to the corpse of the demonic wolf. "By the way, is this considered a type of demon beast? I've heard that the inner cores of demon beasts are quite valuable, so we shouldn't let this go to waste." This little girl was quite impatient. Once she finished her statement, she marched over to inspect the carcass of the decapitated wolf. Then, to the astonishment of Su Luoluo and Luo Meng, Fan Tuanchuan grasped the severed neck and tore it apart with a swift motion. The lifeless wolf fell apart as easily as if it were a roasted chicken, revealing its innards without any apparent effort on her part. The glowing inner core became immediately visible to her gaze. This must be the demon wolf's inner core, and it is quite a sizable one. Without hesitation, Fan Tuanchuan seized the softly glowing orb, wiping the blood from it on the wolf's pelt before gleefully placing it into the bag Su Luoluo had taken from the wicked cultivator. After a brief discussion, The three little ones decided to continue their journey southward, as the only information they possessed regarding Taoyuan town indicated that it lay to the south. However, before they set off again, Su Luoluo suddenly had a thought. We should dispose of the bodies of the wicked cultivator and the wolf. If he has accomplices, they might track us down based on clues. After all, our legs are short and we move slowly. It is better to be cautious. Her suggestion resonated with Luo Mang and Fan Tuanchuan, and they unanimously agreed. Luo Mang proposed they bury the bodies, utilizing the pit created when the explosive device injured the wicked cultivator. Fan Tuanchuan concurred with his idea, but only partially. While she agreed to bury the cultivator, she insisted they roast the wolf, claiming her appetite was robust enough to consume it entirely. In the end, they acquiesced to Su Luoluo's wishes, opting first for cremation before burial, ensuring double security. Thus, in the pit created by the explosive device, the wicked cultivator and the demonic wolf lay peacefully atop a pile of kindling. Luo Mang struck flint against stone, and flames ignited instantly. Yet, Fan Tuanchuan, unwilling to relent, discreetly skewered the wolf's heart with a large stick to roast it, sampling its flavor. Perfectly seasoned. In a small inn, Su Chan observed the three little ones working together to destroy the evidence, a smile of approval gracing his lips. Initially, he had feared they were merely innocent children who had fallen victim to abduction. To his surprise, these three little rascals had already conspired to fight back. Fan Tuanchuan's combat prowess exceeded his expectations, and that little black-haired boy, what had he pulled from his trousers? A grenade? With the two of them by Lolua's side, they not only provided companionship but also protection, which was quite reassuring. Children are particularly susceptible to feelings of loneliness. Having two friends by their side can significantly uplift their spirits. However, does this peach garden town truly exist? When will they find it? As Su Chun felt the numbness spreading from his left pinky finger, he experienced a mix of comfort and impatience. He found solace in the fact that he was afflicted with a myotrophic lateral sclerosis rather than an acute terminal illness. Otherwise, discovering this game only to perish would have been more distressing, leaving him unable to depart in peace. His impatience stemmed from the game's slow progression. Ideally, he wished to cultivate Su Luoluo into an invincible being within a single day. Yet, despite having ample resources, he found himself frustrated by his inability to spend them. It is essential to acknowledge that cultivation is an exceedingly lengthy endeavor. Even if he were a good person capable of living to 120 years, it would be impossible for him to accompany Su Luoluo on her journey to invincibility, step by step. Ultimately, must he carry the burden of regret as he meets his end? He could not locate his daughter in reality, yet he felt inadequate in caring for his daughter within the game. This thought filled Su Chun with an inexplicable sadness. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared on the game screen. Navigation function activated. Would you like to spend 8,888 yuan to purchase a route to Peach Garden Town? 1. Ruthless refusal. Isn't the mouth beneath the nose? Can't you ask for directions? 2. Eager acceptance. Time is money. Spending to avoid unnecessary detours is a wise investment. Chapter 15. The Marvels of Navigation. Upon seeing the pop-up notification on his phone, Su Chen felt a spark of excitement. Finally, he could spend money. This navigation feature was splendid, saving the little one from having to ask for directions everywhere. Without hesitation, he deposited 8,888 yuan into the game. Another notification appeared. Your inventory is full. Would you like to access the navigation route now? As the prompt emerged, Su Chen noticed a scroll-like object appearing at the top of the game screen. He extended a finger and placed the scroll atop Su Luoluo's head. Su Chen believed that the scroll was likely a map. However, to his surprise, the scroll did not materialize before Su Luoluo upon his release. It simply vanished without a trace. Did it glitch? Stunned for a moment, Su Chen's first instinct was to assume a game bug. Yet, he soon detected a change. Su Luoluo's expression shifted suddenly. She furrowed her brow, observing Fan Tuan tasting the heart of a ghost wolf. Then, out of the blue, she felt something being forcefully inserted into her mind. A map appeared in her consciousness, with a location prominently circled, clearly marked with the words Peach Garden Town. Meanwhile, another point flickered red on the map. The method of use was instinctively grasped by Su Luoluo. The little girl realized that the red that represented her current position, while Peach Garden Town was her destination. Navigation? In her previous life, Su Luoluo had accompanied Su Chun on food deliveries. She was certain that the map in her mind was the navigation system her father used during those deliveries. gazing at the sky. Su Luo couldn't help but recall Su Chen's smile. She wondered how he was faring in the real world. Was he eating well? Did he miss her? While she longed for her father, Su Luo did not forget to express gratitude towards the mysterious benefactor. She firmly believed this was yet another act of kindness from that enigmatic figure, attempting to assist her in reaching Peach Garden Town. However, the little girl remained cautious, suppressing her excitement and refraining from sharing this good news with Fan Tuan and Luo Mang. The people from the town of evil had shown her kindness for 10 years, only to ultimately seek her demise. This lesson would forever remain etched in Su Luo's memory. In future interactions, she resolved not to be naive and divulge everything. While she could forego some trump cards, having more would only serve her better. Observing that Fan Tuan and Luo Mang were oblivious to her change in demeanor, Su Luo subtly composed herself. The fire burned swiftly. Fan Tuan took charge of filling in the pit. She consumed an impressive amount. Yet she also possessed remarkable strength. In a brief moment, she completely filled the substantial pit with a hammer. Not only that, but she also compacted the freshly filled earth, making it remarkably even. Once they set off again, Su Luo discreetly pointed in the right direction. This path appears easier to traverse. Let's follow it. Fan Tuan and Luo Mang expressed no doubts, and the trio of little ones scampered forward with eager anticipation towards their imagined sanctuary of cultivation. As they walked, Su Luo explored the various details of the navigation. She noticed a string of numbers in the upper right corner. As they moved, that sequence of numbers continually fluctuated. Fixating on those digits for a moment, Su Luo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly at the astonishing distance. 100,000 miles. She confirmed that was the precise distance to Peach Garden Town. While not an insurmountable distance, akin to a single leap from Sun Wukong, it was regrettable that they were neither Sun Wukong nor endowed with his abilities. With their little legs, how many steps would it take to traverse 100,000 miles? Su Luo felt a pang of worry, but soon, she noticed another icon appearing on the navigation. Their route necessitated passing through a place called Wudong Port. Notably, a treasure chest symbol with wings was prominently displayed at Wudong Port. As she walked, Su Luo pondered the meaning of that icon, ultimately concluding it must represent some hidden opportunity. In her eyes, this navigation system was a gift from the mysterious benefactor, and that so-called hidden opportunity was surely intended for her. Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall strive to seize the opportunity you have prepared for me. Although she remained unaware of the benefactor's motives for aiding her, Su Luo was determined to seize every chance to grow stronger. Zhanghai City was not far from Wudong Port. However, the 20-plus miles took the trio of little ones an entire afternoon to traverse. It was not until evening that they finally arrived at Wudong Port. Wow, it's so lively, just like during the New Year. Upon entering the streets of Wudong Port, the three little ones were awestruck by the vibrant decorations. Fan Tuan's eyes widened in amazement as she eagerly glanced around. Indeed, it was bustling. But with New Year still some time away, it appeared more likely that a grand event was approaching. Luo Mang, being a child of privilege, had encountered such spectacles numerous times and quickly discerned the underlying significance. I think you're right. Su Luo concurred with Luo Mang's assessment, and the trio ventured deeper into the lively scene of Wudong Port. Luo Mang generously offered to cover the expenses for lodging and dining. And not long after entering Wudong Port, they settled on a luxurious 3-story inn. The sight of 3 tiny children checking in was a rarity, garnering the attention of the innkeeper. Nevertheless, the establishment upheld the principle of fairness, and the innkeeper treated them with utmost respect, never underestimating their worth. While the innkeeper arranged their rooms, Su Luo, with her sweet voice, inquired, "Big brother, is there a festive event happening here?" The innkeeper smiled and nodded, casting another glance at the 3 little ones. "You 3 are not locals, are you? You don't know about our annual horse training competition at Wudong Port? I thought you were here to enjoy the festivities." The innkeeper was quite talkative. Before the 3 little ones could ask further questions, he continued with enthusiasm. Wudong Port once produced a sword cultivator who now serves as the protector of the Great Qi dynasty. The Great Qi dynasty is renowned for its divine beast, the heavenly horse, and thus, they have granted Wudong Port a special privilege. At this time of year, 100 low-grade heavenly steeds, 10 high-grade heavenly steeds, and 3 sacred heavenly steeds are generously bestowed upon Wudong Port. However, given the rarity of these celestial creatures, the Qi dynasty sends officials to oversee the horse taming competition at Wudong Port. Any child under the age of 18 may participate, and those who successfully tame a heavenly steed shall receive one free of charge. After all, these are not mere horses. They are mythical beasts capable of soaring through the skies, and to acquire one without expenditure is an exhilarating prospect, surpassing even the joy of the new year. The innkeeper rambled on excitedly, captivating the three youngsters. Once he departed, Su Luoluo clapped her hands and declared, "Tomorrow, the three of us shall attempt to tame those heavenly steeds. Even if we manage to secure just one, it will suffice for us to ride." The thought of flying through the air, covering vast distances, was undeniably thrilling. Chapter 16. The three youngsters seek their father. Su Luoluo's words astonished Fan Tuanshuan and Luo Mang. Tame a heavenly steed? Us. Luo Mang chuckled in disbelief. Had it not been for Su Luoluo's royal status, he would have suspected her sanity for suggesting such a notion. Though Fan Tuanshuan was rather straightforward, she approached Su Luoluo with a rare seriousness. "Sister Luoluo, do you truly understand what a mythical beast is? While the heavenly steed may be of the lower grade, it is still far more formidable than an ordinary demon beast. That ghost wolf today was vicious enough, yet compared to a heavenly steed, it is mere chaff. Are you certain we can tame one?" Fan Tuanshuan's concerns were not unfounded. Although both mythical and demon beasts are categorized into grades, they are fundamentally different species. Mythical beasts often possess the bloodlines of ancient creatures, endowing them with superior attributes and cultivation limits compared to demon beasts. Taming such a creature is perilous, even for seasoned practitioners, let alone mere mortals. Nevertheless, both Fan Tuanshuan and Luo Mang yearned for a mount. So, with a glint of mischief, Fan Tuanshuan entwined her arm with Su Luoluo's. "Sister Luoluo, why not summon those discreet guardians of yours to procure a steed for us, thus sparing us the trouble?" Su Luoluo replied, "But I am not a princess." Her laughter was tinged with exasperation, making it clear that this matter was tangled beyond simple explanation. "Ah yes, you are indeed not a princess. Then let us participate in the horse taming competition tomorrow. However, only locals are permitted, and we do not belong here. How shall we enter?" This posed a genuine dilemma. The trio huddled together to devise a plan. Ultimately, it was Su Luoluo who first conceived a solution. "If we are not locals, we shall find a way to become locals. We can sell the ghost wolf's inner core and use the money to acquire parents." Su Luoluo understood that this world did not impose stringent regulations on population information as her original world did. There were no birth certificates or household registrations. Familial ties were often established through mere words. Thus, becoming a child of Wudong Port was not an insurmountable challenge. After deliberation, the three decided to dine before venturing into the streets to seek their long-lost parents. They no longer required Su Chen to prepare their meal. Luo Mang ordered a splendid feast, and the three sat together, relishing their meal with great joy. Despite having just met, their shared direction and goals, along with their recent endeavors against the evil cultivator and ghost wolf, had forged a deep bond of friendship. Fan Tuanshuan left the table feeling quite satisfied. Having licked her plates clean, Luo Mang paid with a flourish, and the three exited the inn, stepping into the vibrant streets of Wudong Port. Bright red lanterns hung high, and the calls of street vendors filled the air. The only discomfort was their diminutive stature, which obscured their view amid the throng of adults. "Where shall we find our father among all these people?" Luo Mang exclaimed, overwhelmed by the crowd, fearing he might be trampled. "Let us move to the roadside and search for those in tattered clothing. They are more likely to need money and may be more amenable to our request." Su Luoluo pondered for a moment and shifted to the roadside position. Although the view ahead remained obstructed, she could still catch glimpses of the bustling street life. However, Wudong Port seemed rather affluent. After walking for a while, they had yet to encounter a single person in simple cloth garments, let alone those in dire straits. Meanwhile, Fan Tuanshuan seemed oblivious to the quest for father, her attention solely captured by the delectable street food. Her appetite knew no shame, and she tugged at Luo Mang to buy whatever caught her fancy. The joy of a foodie is uncomplicated. As long as there is food in hand, worries dissipate, and a broad smile graces her face. Ultimately, it was Su Luoluo who had the keenest eye. As they passed a crossroads, she spotted a unique stall. The vendor, an elderly man in tattered clothing, displayed hand-woven trinkets on the ground. At that moment, the old man was enticing customers with a bamboo ring. "For one low-grade spirit stone, you can toss 20 rings. If you succeed, you shall win a prize. Even if you miss, there are consolation prizes." His eyes sparkled with hope. Yet those drawn to his call quickly expressed disdain upon glimpsing the shabby offerings. Get away. How filthy. Who knows if those rings have been contaminated? Most people merely quickened their pace to flee the stall, but some ill-natured individuals saw the frail vendor as an easy target, eager to flex their perceived superiority. When the elderly man extended a ring towards a roguish young man adorned in gold and silver, the latter's disdainful glare turned into a swift assault, striking the old man's arm with his fan. The elderly man stumbled and fell, scattering the rings across the ground. Forgive me, sir. Please do not be angry. It is all the fault of this old fool. Please, spare my wrath. The old man scrambled to his feet, neglecting to collect the scattered rings, his desperate apologies spilling forth. The young man, reveling in his triumph, cast a dismissive glance at the old man before sauntering away. Coward. Bullying the elderly is not a show of strength. I shall deal with him. Fan Tuanchuan fumed, ready to confront the rogue. However, just as she moved, Su Luoluo grasped her arm. Do not act rashly. We are unfamiliar with this place, and that man has ceased to trouble the old man. It is wiser to remain cautious. Su Luoluo considered several factors. They were newcomers in an unfamiliar environment. Their strength was limited, and the elderly man might not desire assistance. Perhaps he only wished to run his stall peacefully and earn a modest living. If the rogue were a local bully, any trouble they stirred could result in dire consequences for the old man. In the end, Fan Tuanchuan gritted her teeth but complied with Su Luoluo's advice. The three approached the elderly man's stall, and Su Luoluo exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Mang, who promptly offered the old man 100 low-grade spirit stones. With 100 low-grade spirit stones grasped in his hands, the vendor stood dumbfounded. Do not merely suggest that one should step into the enclosure. Even if one were to ride upon his neck, he would have no objections whatsoever. Very well, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, feel free to ensnare as you please. I shall fetch you some rings. The elderly gentleman, cradling the money as if it were a treasure, took a long stick with a hook and began to gather the scattered bamboo rings strewn across the ground. There was no need to count them. He simply tossed all the bamboo rings into a basket and handed it to the three little ones. The children were quite delighted to engage in this playful activity, bouncing with excitement each time they ensnared a small ornament. However, their ultimate aim was not mere amusement. After a while of playing, Su Luoluo seized an opportunity to approach the elder. Sir, are you a local of Wudong Harbor? She inquired casually. The elder nodded gently in response. Indeed, I have spent my entire life here, he replied, smiling as he looked down at Su Luoluo. You must be here to watch the horse training competition. But how can your guardians allow you to roam freely? He had noticed that the three children were without adult supervision, likely having sneaked out for a little adventure. Su Luoluo smiled back at the elder. We are not merely spectators. We have come to participate in the horse training competition. The elder was momentarily taken aback, surveying the three little bundles of joy with astonishment. You three are going to train a celestial steed? It was hard to believe that these three children had even laid eyes on a celestial horse before, given their height. They would barely reach the knee of such a creature. Riding was already a challenge, let alone training one. Su Luoluo confidently nodded in response to the elder's skepticism. We have no choice but to boast a little. Do not let our small stature deceive you. We are all bona fide cultivators. She explained that they had been traveling with their master and had seized the opportunity to join the competition. The mention of being cultivators instantly changed the elder's demeanor. He became cautious and respectful. Ah, my old eyes have failed me. If you three little immortals are involved, the celestial steed shall be easily tamed. As he spoke, he bent down to bow to the children, revealing just how cautious he was in his daily life. Su Luoluo halted his gesture, gently taking his hand and grinning. Hee. However, we find ourselves in a bit of a predicament. Could you assist us, kind sir, if you would? She glanced at Luo Mang, who patted his money pouch. And we shall offer a generous reward. The elder was taken aback, but soon realized their intention. He looked at Su Luoluo, then at Luo Mang, and finally at Fan Tuanchuan, who was joyfully munching on a large meat bun, and nodded gently. He was not a daring man, having lived a life free from deceit. Yet seeing his current predicament, he felt compelled to take a risk for some unexpected gain. Upon the elder's agreement, the three little ones beamed with joy. Father, Daddy, old man. The three different addresses brought tears to the elder's eyes. Oh. After a lifetime of being single, I now have children. The old man's grin was wide enough to nearly lift him off the ground. They agreed upon a time and place to meet the following day, and the three little ones ceased their wandering. They needed to conserve their energy for the task of taming the celestial steed. Upon returning to the inn, Luo Meng retreated to his room, while Su Luoluo shared a room with Fan Tuanchuan. However, Fan Tuanchuan, being carefree and lighthearted, fell asleep shortly after a few exchanged words. Su Luoluo lay on her side, watching the flickering candlelight and listening to Fan Tuanchuan's gentle snores, her thoughts drifting far away. The protective golden light should still be effective, she mused. Su Luoluo sensed that the golden aura surrounding her was akin to a protective talisman. Yet, she was acutely aware that she had no confidence in taming any celestial steed on her own. She understood that without the intervention of the mysterious benefactor who had been assisting her from the shadows, it would be impossible for her to succeed. Thus, from the very beginning, her sole requirement for herself was to emerge unscathed. As for Luo Meng, she could tell he was a child of wealth, possessing both money and wondrous artifacts. However, it was likely that during the horse training, no tools would be allowed, making it improbable for him to tame the celestial steed. Su Luoluo placed her hopes on Fan Tuanchuan, the gluttonous girl with abundant strength. Tomorrow, she would ensure that Fan Tuanchuan had a hearty meal, entrusting her with the task of taming the celestial steed. Despite her thoughts, Su Luoluo could not help but gaze out the window at the moon, wondering if her mentor would indeed intervene to assist her the next day. Your daughter is attempting to unlock random rewards along the navigation route. Would you like to increase her chances of success? 1. No need. Life and death are fated. Wealth is determined by heaven. Let fate take its course. 2. Absolutely. 3 parts destiny, 7 parts effort. Let's act decisively. Su Chen had just dealt with some matters requiring his decision at the company. Upon opening his phone, he noticed a prompt from the system. He understood that Su Luoluo aimed to acquire a celestial steed to hasten her journey to Tiyuan Town. Was this serendipitous? He was even more anxious than Su Luoluo. Not only would he not hesitate to help her acquire a celestial steed, but he would also willingly spend money if necessary. He promptly selected the second option, and another pop-up appeared. Humans have their language. Beasts have their speech. 6666 Fate allows your child to learn a foreign language, leading to unexpected gains. Foreign language? Beast speech? Su Chen felt a twinge of confusion but acted swiftly, investing money. Suddenly, a lively little horse icon appeared on his phone screen. Just as he had done with the map scroll, he placed the horse icon above Su Luoluo's head. A glimmer of ethereal light flashed, and the icon seamlessly merged into Su Luoluo's mind. However, this time, Su Luoluo showed no change in expression. After a long day of travel, the little girl was utterly exhausted and quietly slipped into slumber. In the character information section at the top left of the game screen, Su Chen noticed a small red dot. Upon opening the character information, he scrutinized it closely. Name, Su Luoluo. Age, 5 years. Height, 1 meters. Weight, 21 kilograms. Race, demon. Hunger level, -6. Your daughter is not only not hungry, but somewhat overfull. Comfort level, 58, well-fed and warm. Though she has some worries, your daughter remains quite comfortable. Safety level, 100. Your daughter is protected by a 6-path, celestial-grade golden talisman. Even the most formidable foe cannot harm her. Affection level, 10. Though she does not know who you are, she understands for whom you act. Negative traits, chaotic time-space. Positive traits, intelligent and adorable, kind-hearted, not picky with food, loves to smile, a caring little companion, golden light shield, golden hairpin breath holding. Accompanied by friends. Skill, treasure finding navigation, one-time use. Beast speech, upgradable. Many details in the information bar had changed. Su Chen's gaze lingered on the skills section. This skill seems rather feeble in the realm of cultivation. There is still much to strive for. Chapter 18. Wagering with the lives of the 3 little ones. Early the next morning, Su Luoluo was awakened by Fan Tuanchuan, who had burrowed into her blanket. The little girl tossed and turned in her sleep like a lively monkey, leaving Su Luoluo utterly bemused. With a deep sigh, she rose from bed. She called out to Fan Tuanchuan several times, but the latter slept like a log and could not be roused. Eventually, Su Luoluo had no choice but to seek out Luo Meng, asking him to procure a roast chicken. Su Luoluo initially intended to place the roasted chicken before Fan Tuanchuan, hoping the enticing aroma would awaken her. Unexpectedly, just as she stepped into the room with the chicken, Fan Tuanchuan leapt from her bed with a sudden vigor. Still in a daze, She lunged towards the chicken with her mouth wide open. Roasted chicken, oh so fragrant. I crave this. Bring me the roasted chicken. Don't run away. As she chased after the chicken, she mumbled in her sleep. It wasn't until Su Luoluo forcefully stuffed a drumstick into her mouth that Fan Tuanchuan finally opened her eyes. This roasted chicken is simply divine. What a treat, she exclaimed with glee. With a successful awakening, Fan Tuanchuan swiftly devoured the entire chicken under the bemused and helpless gazes of Su Luoluo and Luo Mang. Are you all staring at my paws? Is there something blooming on my head? She asked, seemingly noticing their stares as she savored the chicken bones. With a grin, she quickly shifted the topic. Right. Aren't we supposed to attend the horse taming competition today? Did you manage to find that old gentleman yesterday? Oh, how you all seem so clueless. It's truly exhausting to worry about everything. Taking the lead, she dragged Su Luoluo and Luo Mang out of the house. Upon reaching the entrance of the shop, the trio spotted the ring toss vendor from the previous night. Dad, over here, Luo Mang called out. And the four of them exchanged glances instantly. Without allowing the elder to speak further, the three children pulled him towards a nearby breakfast stall. In truth, Su Luoluo had proposed selling the ghost wolf's inner core to fund their expenses, but Luo Mang disagreed. He was carrying 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones and believed the inner core would fetch at most 70 to 80,000. He thought, what was the point? Besides, associating with the princess, he could afford to spend a little now and wouldn't he suffer later. He was more than willing to contribute to the team. As per Su Luoluo's wishes, today Fan Tuanchuan finally had a hearty meal. The breakfast stall owner was hesitant to serve her more, fearing she might overindulge at his stall. After satisfying their appetites, the trio, guided by the elder, made their way to the horse taming competition venue. To the west of Wutong Port lay a vast open space. The officials had already set up barriers, and several cultivators donned in white robes with swords at their waists stood proudly on elevated platforms, exuding an air of arrogance. The divine steeds were confined within a pen made of gleaming chains, their majestic wings and formidable stature dwarfing ordinary horses, emanating an overwhelming sense of power with every move. To participate in the taming, one had to register at a designated area where officials verified identities and issued performance numbers before waiting for their turn. Su Luoluo and her companions arrived early, yet there were already 2 or 3 dozen individuals queued for taming. As Su Luoluo had anticipated, posing as locals for registration wasn't difficult. The elder merely had to engage in some conversation and part with 50 low-grade spirit stones to secure 3 taming slots. As agreed, Luo Mang handed the elder an additional 100 low-grade spirit stones, and the transaction concluded amicably. Seated in the waiting area, the trio soon attracted a flurry of discussions. Are those 3 children here to tame horses? Indeed. Do they even have identification tags? Whose children are these? The little ones are clueless, and so are the adults. Taming horses? They could easily be kicked to death. Shoo, you really think only commoners come to tame horses? Perhaps they hail from a prominent cultivation family. Just watch. Yes, look at that child in the colorful dress. She clearly comes from wealth. And that blue-haired child wielding a hammer. It's larger than she is. And that little dark one, just one of his jade pendants could buy your life. They are definitely not ordinary. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, the cultivators guarding the taming area were far from idle. Unlike the petty corruption among ordinary folk, they played at a much grander scale. The Deqi dynasty allocated over 100 divine steeds to Wudong Port each year. Yet the port could only tame a maximum of 10. The remaining steeds had to be returned to the Deqi dynasty, which provided them for free. But if one lacked the strength to control them, it was merely their own inadequacy to blame. On this day of the horse taming competition, the greatest amusement for the cultivators lay in watching the so-called young talents of Wudong Port falter or even perish during the taming. They frequently placed bets before the taming commenced, wagering on the success or failure of the tamers. Thus, even before the taming began, the cultivators' eyes were fixed on the waiting participants. Though the trio appeared small, they drew the attention of all the cultivators. Observing these children, the cultivators erupted in laughter, mocking their audacity to attempt horse taming, completely devoid of any spiritual aura, merely 3 foolish mortals. Liaoya, the 9th-generation disciple of the Deqi Sword Pavilion, crossed his arms and sneered at the children. Indeed, I just scanned them with my divine sense. Aside from that peculiar blue-haired girl, the other 2 are entirely ordinary. At 4 or 5 years old, do they truly seek to court death? Others chimed in, pronouncing the fate of the trio as sealed. However, Liao paid little heed to their words, his gaze shifting to a young man seated alone, eyes closed, casually drinking. Little Shu, how about a wager? If you win, I'll treat you to a month's worth of the finest wine. If I win, you teach me 3 moves of the 8 Desolation Sword. How about it? The man remained indifferent, taking another sip without opening his eyes. What shall we bet on? Liao, feeling a surge of excitement, leaned closer. Let us wager on how many of them survive the taming. I say all perish. What do you think? Convinced of his inevitable victory, Liao was bubbling with anticipation. Yet, the man merely opened his eyes slightly, casting a glance at the direction Liao pointed, and suddenly chuckled. I bet they all survive. Not only will they survive, but they will also succeed in taming the 3 divine steeds we brought. Moreover, let us raise the stakes. If I win, then I get to decide the fate of all the remaining steeds after the competition, and you cannot interfere with the distribution. If I lose, with a flick of his hand, 3 flying swords soared into the air, resonating with a sharp sound. If I lose, I will teach you the entire 8 Desolation Sword technique. Liao's breath hitched, glancing back at Su Luoluo and her companions. After once more scanning the trio with his divine sense, he steeled his resolve. I wager. Chapter 19. Huh? Can I understand the language of the divine steeds now? Liao calculated astutely. If Wudong Port retained 10 steeds, there would still be over 90 to take back and sell, yielding at least 9 billion low-grade spirit stones. Truth be told, while this sum might seem trivial to powerful cultivators or wealthy royals, it was a fortune in its own right. In the realm of ordinary monks or mortal kingdoms, the opportunities are indeed abundant, to the extent that one might risk their very life for such wealth. However, when compared to the 8 Desolation Sword that Liao aspires to learn, this wealth seems almost trivial and disrespectful to the art of the sword itself. In the Cloud Flame continent, sword cultivation techniques are as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Although the 8 Desolation Sword is merely a sacred-level technique, a tier below the divine ones, the terrifying aspect of sword cultivators lies in their immense lethality. If the 8 Desolation Sword, a sacred-level sword technique, were to engage with other sacred techniques of the same rank, the odds would unambiguously be 1 in 9 in favor of the sword cultivator. With a single stroke, the sword cultivator could send their opponent to the underworld, even when faced with divine techniques wielded by other cultivators. The 8 Desolation Sword can hold its own in a fierce contest. The scarcity of sword cultivators, and by extension their techniques, renders them valuable, so much so that when they reach a certain rarity, they become priceless. Moreover, this celestial steed originally belongs to the great Qi dynasty, not to Liao. Should he succeed, he would acquire the complete sacred 8 Desolation Sword. If he fails, he would merely relinquish a windfall that was never rightfully his. Thus, it is clear that he stands to gain immensely. It appears the rumors within the Sword Pavilion are indeed true. The young master has become a mere shell of himself, consumed by indulgence, and his intellect has dulled to the point of folly. The 8 Desolation Sword. I am determined to master it. His excitement was palpable, and Liao could hardly contain his desire to cast Su Luoluo and her companions into the training grounds, allowing the celestial steed to trample them. At that moment, the sound of a gong captured everyone's attention. The horse taming competition was officially underway. An official, wielding a metal megaphone, announced the first contestant by number. A towering man, nearly 2.5 meters tall, stepped forth from the waiting area. The official requirements stated that contestants must be under 18 years of age. Yet this man's imposing stature bore no resemblance to that of a mere youth. Nonetheless, no one cared about how he managed to procure his number. All eyes were on whether he could successfully tame the steed. With arms crossed, the man stood in the center of the arena, his muscles resembling iron knots, veins snaking across his arms like tiny serpents. His demeanor exuded unwavering confidence. Esteemed immortals, I seek to challenge the lower-tier celestial steed. Please grant me your blessing. He bellowed at the sword cultivators on the high platform, his voice deep and resonant. Release the steed, Liao commanded indifferently. The restrictions binding the lower-tier celestial steed were lifted. In an instant, the steed unfurled its wings, raising its front hooves high as it emitted a piercing, melodious neigh. However, instead of paying heed to the imposing figure before it, the celestial steed looked skyward, flapping its wings vigorously before leaping into the air. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment, yet Liao remained unfazed. Every year, there are always those stubborn beasts who believe they can escape their shackles and embrace freedom. Go. Without a trace of sentiment, Liao flicked his wrist, and a flying sword shot forth, its cold gleam flashing. The celestial steed, having just soared into the sky, let out a mournful cry as it plummeted to the ground, its massive form creating a deep crater upon impact, blood gushing from the wound inflicted by the sword. To Liao Ye, these divine beasts, cherished by mortals and ordinary cultivators alike, were merely worth a little more than common poultry. Nothing more. In truth, Liao Ye need not have been so ruthless. However, to set an example, he nearly severed one of the celestial steed's wings with his strike. Weren't you here to tame the steed? Why are you hesitating? Do you intend to give up? He coldly urged the towering man, retracting his sword and resuming his superior demeanor. His strike not only intimidated the celestial steed, but also left the onlooking mortals in shock. What is an immortal? This is what it means to be an immortal. With just a flick of a finger, one can command a sword to take a life. The dark-skinned giant was indeed startled, but he quickly realized that the celestial steed, now gravely injured, presented an unparalleled opportunity. Stepping forward, he seized the celestial steed by its mane and mounted the struggling creature. However, as soon as he positioned himself atop the steed, it began to thrash violently. Its powerful legs kicked out, and the uninjured wing flapped desperately. With a thunderous neigh, the steed suddenly stood upright. Without a saddle, the man could only cling to the mane, pressing his body against the steed. He had believed that the celestial steed's injury created an opening. However, the steed's fierce spirit had been ignited by the previous strike. In a burst of strength, the man lost his grip and was thrown off the steed. Despite having fallen from the sky, the celestial steed remained formidable, while the man, despite his towering stature and strength, was left half dead from the fall. Given no time to react, seizing the moment, the celestial steed pivoted and delivered a swift kick, striking the man squarely in the head. He uttered not a sound before becoming a victim beneath the hooves of the celestial steed. The arena erupted in gasps and exclamations. None had anticipated the giant's demise. In the waiting area, the three little ones witnessed the scene unfold. Luo Meng appeared anxious, his small hands fidgeting within his loose robe. Fan Tianquan, however, seemed indifferent, standing atop a chair, impatiently counting how many contenders remained before it was their turn. As for Su Luoluo, although she maintained a calm exterior, her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. The giantess' arms were thicker than her entire body, and he had perished in the blink of an eye. Had the celestial steed not been injured, he likely wouldn't have even mounted it. Yet amidst her panic, Su Luoluo felt a twinge of confusion. Ever since arriving at the waiting area, she had heard peculiar sounds, particularly when the celestial steed had soared into the sky. She distinctly recalled the steed's cry, "My fate is mine to command." Furthermore, when the steed had dispatched the giant, she could have sworn she heard it utter a curse. Initially, Su Luoluo dismissed it as mere imagination, but the subsequent events solidified her realization. After the celestial steed had dispatched the would-be tamer, the celestial steeds bound in chains began to neigh excitedly. To Su Luoluo's ears, their cries translated to, "Serves them right. Let them see the repercussions of attempting to ride us. Excellent. Let us show them some true colors. Celestial steeds shall never be enslaved." Not only that, Su Luoluo discovered that she could not only hear the celestial steeds' voices, but also decipher their words by matching them to their movements. Pinching her own arm, she confirmed she was not dreaming. Could it be that I truly understand the language of the celestial steeds? Does this mean I can communicate with them? Chapter 20. I am the elder sister. I shall go first. Su Luoluo was baffled by her newfound ability, but she suspected it must be connected to that mysterious elder. Looking skyward, she beamed a sweet smile. "Thank you, elder. I will strive to make you proud." With renewed determination, her gaze hardened. Meanwhile, the second horse tamer approached the arena, still that injured celestial steed, but this time the tamer was not as imposing as the previous giant. "Good steed, kneel." The tamer, a boy appearing no older than 15 or 16, donned a brocade robe and a golden crown, his appearance pristine and dignified. Upon entering the arena, he cast a glance at the celestial steed and softly called out. Subsequently, the youth's aura suddenly transformed into a tempestuous force, with his sleeves billowing without wind. As a chill emanated from him, spreading outward. "Refuse to kneel? Then take my punch." In the gaze of the crowd, the young man thrust his fist forward, launching an attack at the celestial steed. In the blink of an eye, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A glimmer of cold light materialized, conjuring a fist-sized block of ice that appeared out of thin air. Like a white meteor, the icy fist struck the celestial steed squarely on its head. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered, causing the steed to stagger back several steps, nearly toppling over. The youth spared the celestial steed no respite. Clearly a cultivator, he had mastered at least a high-grade ice technique. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he aimed to seize the moment and subdue the celestial steed. Clenching his teeth in silence, he relentlessly unleashed punch after punch. The celestial steed, evidently at its limit, succumbed after a series of blows, collapsing to the ground. Both divine beasts and demon beasts can recognize a master, and the methods of recognition fall into two categories: voluntary acceptance and taming. Taming, in essence, involves instilling fear through force. However, there exists a disparity between mere taming and true subjugation. Some individuals demonstrate their formidable strength, compelling divine or demon beasts to submit willingly. If they comply, so be it. If not, they are not overly coerced. Yet, others are cruel, employing lethal techniques that leave the beasts with only two choices: submission or death. They revel in the power of dictating the fates of others, often indulging in bloodshed to satiate their twisted vanity. It was evident that this youth belonged to the latter category. Unluckily for him, the celestial steed he sought to subdue was a born warrior. Otherwise, it would not have sought every opportunity to escape. Though momentarily dazed by the icy fist, the celestial steed remained defiant, raising its head high despite its fallen state. "Bow your head," the youth commanded coldly, taking a step forward. The celestial steed, with heavy breaths and blood trickling from its mouth and nose, defiantly lifted its head even higher. This was its stubbornness. However, to the youth, it was nothing short of blatant provocation. A surge of killing intent erupted within him as he leaped high into the air, deliberately preparing to deliver a punch. "I command you to lower your head." The ice fist technique was unleashed with fervor, seemingly lowering the temperature of the entire training ground by several degrees. In a flash, his powerful punch landed squarely on the celestial steed's head. This strike not only forced the steed to bow, but also drove its head into the ground, causing its entire body to go limp. The scene silenced the once bustling training arena. Some spectators were gripped by fear at the brutality, while others were drawn to such raw power. Su Luo's focus remained fixed on the celestial steeds encircled by the magical formation. At the moment the steed was struck down, the others began to stir restlessly. They struggled, roared, and expressed their unwillingness, yet felt utterly powerless. Su Luo could hear their intense hatred towards humans. They had no desire to be tamed and turned into mounts. They yearned for freedom and the boundless sky. They will fight back. The more they wish for us to kneel, the more we shall resist. We shall never bow. No freedom means death. The roars of the celestial steeds resonated clearly in Su Luo's ears, causing her brow to furrow as she re-evaluated the situation. At that moment, the youth who had just defeated a low-grade celestial steed spoke. Unlike his previous arrogance towards the steed, he now appeared humble when addressing the sword cultivators on the platform. "Esteemed seniors, I wish to attempt to tame a high-grade celestial steed. Please grant me this opportunity." Bowing respectfully, the fierce demeanor he had exhibited moments earlier vanished entirely. Liaoyu displayed an expression of impatience, eager for the others to leave so that the three young ones could come forward to face their fate. There was no time for idle curiosity about how others would tame their steeds. With a mere glance, a disciple of the Sword Pavilion released a robust brown celestial steed, its physique more imposing, with significantly larger wings than the previous low-grade steed. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden glow shimmered upon its hoofs. As it took flight, a violent gust of wind surged, stirring up the dust and obscuring vision. "What a magnificent steed!" The youth smiled, taking a single step forward before leaping into the air. "Come down." This time, rather than employing the icy fist, he deftly formed hand seals, summoning an icy formation above the celestial steed. The formation pressed down upon the steed, radiating icy light and intent on forcing it to the ground. The youth locked eyes with the celestial steed midair, relishing its struggles while also stealing glances at the astonished expressions of the onlookers below. The feeling of being admired was indescribably delightful, and it became clear why everyone aspired to cultivate immortality. "Beast, do you seek death?" He glared at the celestial steed, which mirrored his gaze, seemingly aware of its fate. The steed made an astonishing decision. It let out a mournful cry, then charged towards the youth with all its might. The golden shimmer on its hooves intensified as it galloped forward, a relentless force. Seeking death. Though surprised, the youth remained calm. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned an ice blade, aiming for the steed's neck. This was intended as a lethal blow. He expected the steed to evade. planning instead to inflict injury and then coerce submission upon landing. After all, the celestial steed was a gift from the great Qi dynasty, and with the sword pavilion's guardianship, he couldn't treat it as mere livestock. Yet, what he anticipated remained solely in his imagination. The celestial steed not only refused to dodge, but accelerated toward him, seemingly intent on a collision. With a resounding thud, the ice blade struck the steed's neck, while the steed's forehooves connected with the youth's chest. The steed's neck was severed halfway, while the youth's chest caved in deeply. Blood rained down as both bodies collapsed to the ground. This shocking scene left the spectators gasping in horror. After so many years of horse taming competitions, this year was undoubtedly the most brutal and blood-soaked. I withdraw. As the audience erupted in commotion, one individual in the waiting area stood up, discarding their taming number and fleeing without a backward glance. They call celestial steeds difficult to tame? They are fiercely independent. You wish to ride them, yet they are willing to perish alongside you. How can one continue? As they witnessed someone leading the way and forfeiting, others who had previously maintained their pride began to abandon their pretenses. In an instant, more than half of those in the waiting area departed. The trio, originally positioned in the middle, unexpectedly found themselves at the forefront. Luo Meng glanced at Su Luoluo. Shall we leave as well? Walking to Taoyuan town would suffice. We can always purchase some ordinary horses. Initially, he had been quite confident, equipped with magical tools for horse taming. However, after witnessing the death of two celestial steeds and their handlers, his confidence waned. Fan Tuanchuan, however, remained unfazed, gripping her large hammer defiantly. What is there to fear? The celestial steed may be fierce, but my hammer is not to be trifled with. I'll confront it. If worst comes to worst, I'll still be the same size 5 years from now. As she spoke, she prepared to step onto the field, but Su Luoluo gently restrained her shoulder. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the furious celestial steeds. As the elder sister, I shall go first. Chapter 21. The celestial steeds were taken aback. Could this little girl truly comprehend our words? Upon hearing Su Luoluo's intention to be the first to approach, Luo Meng and Fan Tuanchuan could not help but shake their heads in disapproval. No, those celestial steeds appear exceedingly volatile. It would be dangerous for you to approach. Luo Meng spread his arms to block her path, worry etched across his face. Fan Tuanchuan also grasped Su Luoluo's hand, her expression serious. Indeed, although you are a princess and have many guardians, it is prudent to avoid close encounters with the celestial steed. Should any mishap occur, it would be too late for regrets. Allow me to approach first. I possess considerable resilience. Su Luoluo found herself obstructed by the two, and the training ground momentarily fell silent. However, those behind them showed no inclination to urge them forward. They were eager for more individuals to engage with the celestial steed, hoping to glean valuable insights from the encounters. Su Luoluo felt a bead of sweat form on her forehead, distressed by the ferocity of the celestial steed. She could not bear the thought of Luo Meng and Fan Tuanchuan risking themselves. If she were powerless, it would be one thing. But now that she could understand the steed's language and had devised a solution in her mind, she wished to shield them from danger as much as possible. Yet, given the current situation, it was evident that both were apprehensive about her safety. Unless she provided some assurance, they would not relent. In truth, I possess a secret for taming celestial steeds that requires no confrontation. I can persuade it to willingly become my mount. Su Luoluo's words hung in the air, leaving Luo Meng and Fan Tuanchuan momentarily speechless. Really? Fan Tuanchuan blinked, seeking confirmation. Indeed, I assure you. Moreover, should I succeed, you too shall find it effortless to ride the celestial steed alongside me, Su Luoluo affirmed earnestly. Just then, the official personnel could no longer contain themselves, urging them. Have you three decided who will take the stage? Do not waste time. Very well. Su Luoluo responded with enthusiasm, smiling at Luo Meng and Fan Tuanchuan before striding confidently towards the training ground. The sunlight illuminated her colorful skirt, making it particularly striking, and her cherubic round face was utterly adorable. As she entered the arena, murmurs of pity and derision rippled through the crowd. What a shame, such a lovely child. And she may lose her life. Indeed, where are the adults? How could they be so reckless as to allow a 4 or 5-year-old to tame a celestial steed? This is what it means to be oblivious to the dangers around you. This is courting death. TSK, that young cultivator was quite skilled, wielding ice spells with finesse. Yet even he was defeated by the celestial steed. How dare this little girl attempt it? Let her perish, Such mindless beings are a waste of resources. Not only the common folk were gossiping. Even the sword cultivators on the high platform were exchanging whispers. Something is amiss. I sensed no aura of cultivators emanating from those 3 children. With others fleeing, what gives them the courage to approach? I share your sentiments. They are undoubtedly not as simple as they appear. They possess extraordinary qualities. What is this called? When something is amiss, there must be an underlying reason. What nonsense! Taming a celestial steed requires strength. These 3 clearly lack any. Do they intend to reason with the celestial steed? Who knows? Isn't they're saying? The world is not merely about fighting. It is about human relationships and understanding. Enough chatter. That girl has taken the stage. With Su Luoluo's entrance, the sword cultivator's interest was piqued. Liao Ye approached the inebriated Chu Jinli and whispered with a smirk, "Little uncle, the 3 children are about to take the stage. Want to you watch the outcome?" Chu Jinli, his gaze hazy with intoxication, glanced briefly at Su Luoluo in the training ground before nonchalantly closing his eyes again. Whether I watch or not, the outcome remains unchanged. I only care for the ending, not the process. As he muttered this, he raised his wine gourd to his lips. But only a few drops of fine wine trickled out. TCH. How disappointing. Frustrated, Chu Jinli cast the gourd aside and reached for his spare one. Liao Ye, undeterred, thought to himself, while you, Chu Jinli, choose not to look, I cannot resist. Shifting his gaze, he first scolded his chattering junior disciples nearby. Enough. Silence yourselves. You are no different from gossiping village women. You disgrace sword cultivators. His words instantly hushed the high platform, leaving the sword cultivators exchanging glances, too intimidated to speak further. At this moment, Su Luoluo stood at the center of the training ground, acutely aware of all eyes upon her. Regardless of the multitude observing, she was determined to secure the celestial steed today. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head to meet the gaze of the confined celestial steeds. While the cultivators and common people were in discussion, the celestial steeds were not idle either. Their curiosity about Su Luoluo was palpable, with one even suggesting that she was too small and should be spared by the celestial steeds that would soon take the stage. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the holy grade celestial steed with its golden wings. Although she was unfamiliar with the distinctions between inferior, superior, and holy grades, she assumed that the higher the tier, the swifter it would be. Mimicking the demeanor of the tamer from earlier, Su Luoluo turned to the sword cultivators on the high platform, slightly bowed, and called out in her sweet voice, "Esteemed seniors, I wish to attempt taming the holy grade celestial steed. Please grant me this opportunity." A collective gasp erupted, shocking both mortals and cultivators alike. They concluded that this child must be out of her mind. A holy grade celestial steed could scarcely be tamed even by a nascent soul cultivator. How could a mere 4 or 5-year-old girl dare to utter such audacious claims? Even Luo Meng and Fan Deanchuan were taken aback. Having assumed Su Luoluo merely intended to tame any celestial steed, not realizing she aimed for the holy grade one. Yet, despite their anxiety, there was little they could do but watch, silently supporting her. They reasoned that since Su Luoluo was a princess, there must be formidable protectors discreetly watching over her. So although they felt worried, they were not overly fearful. However, Liao Ye's expression tightened upon hearing Su Luoluo's declaration. Little Uncle Chu Jinli had made it clear. He stated that the 3 children could not only tame celestial steeds, but also manage to tame the 3 holy grade ones. In other words, even if they were fortunate enough to survive and only managed to tame an inferior grade steed, Liao Ye would still claim victory in this wager. Yet now, this little girl aimed to tame a holy grade steed. Was the situation truly unfolding as Chu Jinli had predicted? Am I scaring myself? What power could a mere child possess? If I were to outright refuse the release of a holy grade celestial steed for her to tame, my little uncle Chu Jinli would likely be displeased. Liao Ye consoled himself momentarily before waving his hand decisively. Release a holy grade celestial steed for her. His subordinates complied, and a celestial steed with silver fur and golden wings soared into the air. The steed let out a resounding cry, shaking the hearts of those below. It circled the sky before hovering above, gazing down at Su Luoluo. Divine beasts possess a keen sense of danger, yet this holy grade celestial steed, after scrutinizing the little girl on the ground from multiple angles, sensed no threat whatsoever. Meanwhile, Fan Tuanchuan looked up at the celestial steed, feeling the overwhelming pressure quicken her pulse. After a tense silence of several seconds, Just as everyone held their breath, Su Luoluo suddenly raised her hand and waved twice at the celestial steed above. Foam, come down. I have something to discuss with you. The celestial steed suspended in the air? How does she know my name is Foam? The celestial steeds below, frantically urging Foam to tear apart the little girl, were equally astonished. This little girl can understand our speech? I initially thought it was some treasure from a sect of immortal cultivators that had come out to experience the world. But it turns out it was merely a lack of common sense. Truly, strange occurrences abound each year, and this year seems particularly rife with them. Speaking to the Pegasus, could she possibly believe she would receive a response? A group of individuals laughed unabashedly, yet Su Luoluo remained impervious to their mindless chatter. Her focus entirely on the Pegasus's reactions, her expression earnest. Meanwhile, the Pegasi bound by iron chains on the ground had fallen silent, all raising their heads in unison to gaze at the adult divine Pegasus, Hurricane, hovering in the sky. Hurricane had participated in numerous horse training competitions at Wudong Port, but had never encountered such a look of sympathy and compassion in a trainer's eyes. Those before it had invariably sought to subdue it through brutality. The paths available to them had always been limited to surrendering their dignity or dying with it intact. There had never been a third option presented by the trainers. However, today, this young girl appeared strikingly different from the others. With a flicker of curiosity, Hurricane glanced at its compatriots and then at Su Luoluo. Its golden wings fluttered slightly as it chose to descend to the ground and hear what this little morsel had to say. Hurricane landed before Su Luoluo, its massive form casting a shadow over her, and it lowered its head, cautiously inquiring, "What do you wish to say?" Although there remained a hint of hostility, Su Luoluo understood that the Pegasus's willingness to engage meant her plan had a high likelihood of succeeding. "I know what you desire. I can provide you with what you seek, but you must cooperate with me. Are you willing?" Her words were straightforward, and though she deliberately lowered her voice, Hurricane heard her clearly. Its enormous eyes sparkled with authoritative light as it scrutinized the young girl before it. "Why should I trust you?" Hurricane posed the unspoken question, having surmised the implications of Su Luoluo's request for cooperation. Some individuals were cruel, while others were cunning. It had to tread carefully. In response to Hurricane's inquiry, Su Luoluo answered without hesitation, "I would give my life for you. If you do not believe me, you may end me now, and I will not evade." Resolute, she slowly spread her arms, standing defiantly before the colossal Hurricane, lifting her chin to meet its gaze without flinching. "Humph, do you think I would fall for such tricks? Wishing for death? I shall grant you that." Yet, Hurricane seemed unconvinced by Su Luoluo's earnestness. With a sudden roar, it lifted its legs, raising its entire upper body high. The massive hooves descended like a cleaver, threatening to extinguish Su Luoluo's life. Gasps of horror escaped the onlookers, many unable to witness such a tragic fate befall a child. Even Liao Ye on the high platform could not suppress a cruel smile. "Let them die. Only then will I learn the complete eight desolate sword." However, Liao Ye's smile was fleeting, for although Hurricane's hooves were raised high, they did not descend upon Su Luoluo. The hooves gleamed with golden light, brushing past the hem of her colorful skirt, leaving deep impressions in the ground. The gust from Hurricane's nostrils brushed against Su Luoluo's face, yet she did not blink. "How fascinating," Hurricane mused, tilting its head and circling Su Luoluo. "Child, speak of your proposition. Perhaps we may truly cooperate. If a satisfactory agreement could be reached, who would wish to continue in conflict?" Though Hurricane found this scene bewildering, it felt fortunate. "You will accompany me to a certain place, and once we arrive, I shall return your freedom," Su Luoluo articulated, each word deliberate. This time, however, she spoke not in human language, but in the tongue of the Pegasus, for she feared others might use deceptive tactics to compel the Pegasus's submission. From the innkeeper, she had learned of the process of subjugating a Pegasus. If a divine beast or demon beast submits, it binds itself to its master through a soul contract. The number of beasts one can contract depends on one's own strength. However, once the contract is formed, the beast essentially entrusts its life to its master. At that point, with just a thought, the master could easily tear asunder the soul contract, leading to the beast's untimely demise. Thus, should someone scheme to trick the Pegasus into signing a contract, it would be a grave misdeed. Having lived in this world for a decade, Su Luoluo understood that there was no language of beasts. While beast companions could comprehend human speech, humans could not interpret the communications between beasts. By utilizing the language of the Pegasus, she could avoid falling prey to malevolent individuals. What is she calling out? Are we learning to neigh together? Incredible, simply incredible. She is truly conversing with the Pegasus. What are they discussing? Can someone translate? How amusing. Seeing her imitate the neighing makes me want to laugh. The curiosity of the onlookers reached its zenith, yet Liao Ye's expression darkened ominously. Could this child truly persuade the divine Pegasus to submit? Was she genuinely capable of communication? Seething with envy, Liao Ye longed to personally intervene and eliminate Su Luoluo, but he restrained himself, opting to observe. As Su Luoluo spoke, a spark of longing for freedom ignited in Hurricane's gaze. From birth, it had been shackled by various constraints, its range of movement limited, always facing the threat of life and death. Freedom was the highest aspiration of every Pegasus. This condition was irresistible. Very well, I accept your terms. After careful deliberation, Hurricane deemed it necessary to take a chance, for the only alternative was to continue waiting for its trainer's deadly confrontation. Without a trace of hesitation, Hurricane bowed its head towards Su Luoluo. In the next moment, a thread visible only to Su Luoluo extended from Hurricane's crown, entwining around her wrist. As the thread completed its binding and gradually vanished, Hurricane officially entrusted its life to Su Luoluo. It had actually. Liao Ye on the high platform was left speechless. The little girl merely imitated a few neighs, and the Pegasus willingly submitted? Not only him, but every single person present was astounded. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and Luo Mang and Fan Tuanchuan leaped into each other's arms, their excitement palpable. Su Luoluo had no time to revel in the cheers and astonishment of others. She diligently sensed the subtle connection between herself and Hurricane, turning to glance at Luo Mang and Fan Tuanchuan. Then, with a flick of her thought, Hurricane shook its wings in response. A gentle force lifted Su Luoluo, and she gracefully landed upon Hurricane's expansive back before the astonished crowd. She whispered a few words into Hurricane's ear, and after a few resounding neighs, Hurricane took to the skies. In an instant, they vanished from view. They've left? They've truly departed. Su Luoluo's signature gesture. Absolutely can. Chapter 23. A lantern in the latrine. Searching for excrement according to protocol. Those who successfully tamed a Pegasus were to participate in a celebratory procession. Who wouldn't desire to bask in the limelight? Who wouldn't want to enjoy the envious and admiring gazes of others? Yet that little morsel just rode off on the Pegasus? The crowd erupted into chaos. Even Luo Mang and Fan Tuanchuan, waiting in the wings, were momentarily dumbfounded. Sister Luoluo, we haven't even mounted yet. However, since she had successfully tamed the Pegasus, her departure did not violate any rules. The horse taming competition was set to continue. Next, this time, without waiting for the mundane officials to summon the next trainer, Liao Ye on the high platform called out coldly. Yet, the trainer supposed to take the stage, Luo Mang, hesitated. He was uncertain how Su Luoluo had succeeded. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. If he were to approach and be struck down by the celestial steed, it would spell utter disaster. Yet, Fan Tuanchuan remained utterly unperturbed. Who was Su Luoluo? She was the long-term benefactor she had firmly resolved to protect at all costs. If you're afraid, just step aside and call for me. With that, she shoved the hesitant Luo Mang aside and boldly entered the arena with her hammer in tow. Su Luoluo exuded an air of charm blended with nobility, yet Fan Tuanchuan, with her blue hair and golden eyes, radiated an undeniable aura of dominance. The petite girl, wielding a hammer almost as large as herself, strode forth with a gust of confidence. Upon arriving at the training ground, she tilted her head towards the high platform where the sword cultivators were gathered. Hey, can you send down a divine celestial steed that's exactly like my sister's? Hurry up. Her tone lacked any pretense of respect, betraying a hint of impatience. The celestial steed had flown at such speed that, if they delayed, her long-term benefactor would be lost to the winds. Liao Ye stood with his arms crossed, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. He too demanded a divine celestial steed. His voice was frigid, and he stole a glance at Chu Jinli, who was lounging against the railing of the high platform, appearing blissfully intoxicated. Yet, Chu Jinli remained in his stupor, seemingly indifferent to the outcome, or perhaps utterly confident of his victory. Though he averted his gaze, Liao Ye found it impossible to do the same. A second divine celestial steed was released, and the blue-haired girl raised her hammer with determination. With a high-pitched cry, she commanded, "You come here." She could not fly, without the steed descending. Even her greatest leaps would not reach a single hair on its majestic form. Yet her voice proved surprisingly effective. The celestial steed, spiraling above, suddenly dove down, akin to a silver streak of lightning, landing gracefully before Fan Tuanchuan. The rush of air from its descent tousled her blue hair, making it difficult for her to breathe. "Oh, you think you can intimidate me? Take this." Fan Tuanchuan assumed the celestial steed was attempting to assert its dominance. Gripping her hammer tightly, she leaped up, ready to deliver a strike. However, just as her hammer was raised, the steed inexplicably lowered its head. "What are you up to?" In that moment of confusion, Fan Tuanchuan felt an inexplicable connection with the celestial steed. A flicker of realization ignited within her. With a surge of strength, she pivoted at the waist, adjusting the trajectory of her hammer just in time. The hammer struck the ground, causing the celestial steed to flap its wings and release a resonant cry towards the heavens. Before she could fully comprehend what was happening, a gentle force lifted her onto the steed's back. In the next instant, much like Su Luoluo, she was whisked away, not even having the chance to bid farewell. The entire audience was left in a state of bewilderment, none more so than the first child, who had at least managed a few horse calls. What had this girl done to earn the steed's swift submission? Meanwhile, Luo Meng, waiting in the wings, felt a spark of inspiration. Surely, Su Luoluo's influence had simplified Fan Tuanchuan's taming process. If he were to take the stage. With that thought, Luo Meng wasted no time and stepped into the arena without waiting for his number to be called. After all, there was no one else in front of him. Skipping this trivial formality was hardly significant. "Celestial Lord, I too wish to try my hand at the divine celestial steed. Please grant me this opportunity." Thud. Unlike Fan Tuanchuan's fearless demeanor, Luo Meng dropped to his knees, bowing deeply towards Liao Ye and the others on the high platform. With such humility, how could they refuse him? In truth, the steed was meant to be trained, with so many eyes upon them. To deny a request for taming would be to strike a blow against the dignity of the emperor of the Deqi dynasty. "Release it." Liao Ye, despite his foul mood, had no choice but to comply. He gritted his teeth and ordered the steed to be set free once more. Then, in less than 10 seconds, the third divine celestial steed soared away with Luo Meng, leaving the audience in stunned silence. 3 children, barely weaned, had successfully tamed 3 divine celestial steeds with apparent ease, the latter 2 seemingly capitulating willingly. Yet, amid the astonishment, a keen observer quickly deduced a revelation. "I see it now. The first girl's horse calls must be some incantation targeting the celestial steeds, leaving them utterly docile." The trainer behind the trio exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. "It's my turn now." This clever fellow, instead of retreating, eagerly sought to claim his own celestial steed. "Celestial Lord, I wish to try the superior celestial steed. Please grant me this request." With all 3 divine celestial steeds already claimed, he now aimed for the most valuable remaining option. At this moment, Liao Ye remained fixated on the direction the 3 children had flown, his mind preoccupied. Let him go," he muttered impatiently, ready to step down from the high platform. However, just as he took 2 steps, a languid voice interrupted him. My dear disciple, it seems our wager has reached its conclusion. Care to admit that I have emerged victorious?" Chu Jinli, awakening from his stupor, remained reclined, too lazy to rise. "It is indeed my victory. Whatever remains of this batch of celestial steeds shall be at my discretion." Liao Ye, facing away from Chu Jinli, struggled to maintain a respectful tone despite his foul expression. "Very well. As long as you keep your word, you may leave." Pleased with Liao Ye's response, Chu Jinli did not linger on the matter. However, as Liao Ye moved further away, he could not help but call out one last caution. "Disciple, I advise you to steer clear of those 3 children. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Though the warning seemed somewhat dismissive, it was genuinely well-intended. Liao Ye paused, taken aback that his thoughts had not escaped Chu Jinli's notice. He had indeed lost the wager and was prepared to accept the outcome. Yet, he harbored a lingering resentment. Those 3 divine celestial steeds, even he would require considerable effort to tame. The ease with which the children had succeeded hinted at a hidden truth. If that girl in the colorful dress possessed any secret to taming celestial steeds, it would be worth a fortune. Once mastered, he could command countless steeds. Failing in the 8 Desolations sword school, he had to seek compensation elsewhere for his own peace of mind. As for the notion that the 3 children were not to be trifled with, Did they truly think the ninth-generation chief disciple of the Dachi Sword Pavilion was an easy target? Ah, I thank you for the warning, dear uncle. With a dismissive tone, Liaoya responded to Chu Jinli's half-hearted warning. Without awaiting further words, he summoned his flying sword and ascended. In a flash of brilliance, he pursued the direction the three children had taken. Chu Jinli, observing Liaoya's retreating figure, merely shook his head in disbelief. What a fool. Searching for trouble in the muck. Chapter 24. Who dares to oppose the Dachi Sword Pavilion? Su Chen had been anxiously stationed by his phone since early morning. Although it was merely a digital daughter in a game aiming for greatness, this father could not help but feel a swell of apprehension. As the development progressed, Su Chen increasingly felt that the game had become remarkably realistic. The scene of the warhorse spewing blood, the image of a man as robust as an iron tower being kicked in the head by a horse, and the tragic moment of the warhorse and the young cultivator perishing together, all epitomized a level of bloodshed and authenticity that was unparalleled. Given the stringent regulations imposed by the state on games, the developers' audacity to create such a vivid experience demonstrated a commendable sincerity. Having witnessed Su Luoluo and her companions galloping away on their warhorses, Su Chen's heart finally settled. However, just as he began to relax, a notification window popped up. Detected intent to harm your daughter. Please prepare for battle. Indeed, he had anticipated this. The phrase "a common man is guilty when possessing a jade" rang true. The trio's effortless acquisition of 3 divine steeds would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain covetous individuals. The foolish ones would attempt to seize the warhorses, while the slightly more astute would surely focus on methods of taming them. A cruel smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he made his way to the system shop. After several previous battles, he had discerned the characteristics of certain items. The Heavenly Punishment spell was powerful and visually stunning, yet it required a charging period and could not be cast instantaneously. If he could ensure Su Luoluo's safety, using Heavenly Punishment to vanquish foes would not be out of the question. However, this was a world of cultivation. Su Luoluo possessed 6 celestial-grade golden protective talismans, which could only withstand the strongest blow from a golden immortal. This raised a critical question. What if a being stronger than a golden immortal sought to harm his daughter? As Su Chen initiated the Heavenly Punishment, the spell's slight delay could spell disaster, allowing an enemy to strike before he had a chance to react. In terms of speed, the Wind Blade Talisman was the quickest, but it paled in comparison to Heavenly Punishment in terms of potency. Why couldn't he the shop stock higher-grade items? As he contemplated his inventory, Su Chen noticed no new items available. Left with no other choice, he filled his 10 backpack slots to prepare for the impending confrontation with the foolish assailants. As for his worries, he could only silently pray that Su Luoluo would not encounter any adversary stronger than a golden immortal. 30 miles outside Wudong Port, Su Luoluo rode on the back of the warhorse Hurricane, relishing the exhilarating sensation of flight. Shortly thereafter, Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Mang joined her. Sister Luoluo, what is going on? Why are the warhorses so obedient? I thought you had abandoned us to venture alone to Peach Blossom Town. Fan Tuanchuan grinned, revealing her teeth, now aware that Su Luoluo had intentionally awaited their arrival. It's nothing. I made an agreement with the warhorses. Once we reach the destination, we will set them free. A mutual assistance of sorts, Su Luoluo replied with a light laugh, gently stroking Hurricane's mane. Oh, so the horse call you learned at the taming ground is genuinely a way to communicate with the warhorses. Luo Mang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and admiration. However, Su Luoluo did not seem inclined to continue the discussion. With a smile, she pointed towards the direction of Peach Blossom Town in her mind. Let's go. I just asked the warhorses, and they know the way to Peach Blossom Town. We won't have to walk or ask for directions anymore. Another piece of good news ignited excitement in both Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Mang. Just as they were about to set off towards Peach Blossom Town, the 3 divine warhorses suddenly became restless. Before the trio could comprehend what was happening, a man clad in a white robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, appeared before them, riding a sword. Liaoya's expression was inscrutable as he approached the 3 children, his gaze fixated on Su Luoluo. What is your secret to taming the warhorses? Speak, and I may consider sparing your life. The trio recognized Liaoya, the authoritative figure from the taming grounds and a member of the Dachi sword sect. Instantly, they felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, their nerves frayed. Before Su Luoluo could respond, Fan Tuanchuan swiftly positioned herself to shield her. Sister Luoluo, don't worry. If anyone dares to harm you, they will have to step over my dead body first. With her hammer raised high, she glared fiercely at Liaoya. You want to claw at us? Let me tell you, don't even think about it, or you will regret it. Luo Mang, too, drew 3 thunder bombs from his pocket, urging the warhorses to stand beside Fan Tuanshuan, forming a protective barrier around Su Luoluo. Yes, don't underestimate us just because we are children. If you want to bully us, you won't find it easy. Fan Tuanshuan was truly fierce, but Luo Mang faltered slightly. Facing a cultivator, especially a sword cultivator, his voice quivered. If not for his knowledge that Su Luoluo was a princess with protection behind her, he would have likely lost his composure. Liaoya was utterly amused. He never expected that these 3 mere children would dare to provoke him, a fully realized foundational cultivator. Bored with idle talk, Liaoya decided he would first eliminate one of them, convinced that no one would remain unafraid when death was imminent. His gaze settled on Fan Tuanshuan, the most outspoken. I shall make an example of her. Raising his hand, he didn't even need to draw his weapon. Instead, he unleashed a wave of sword chi with his fingers. The sound of the sword chi resonated ominously as it rapidly expanded, slicing towards Fan Tuanshuan with astounding speed. In contrast, Fan Tuanshuan did not flinch. Instead, she charged forward on her warhorse, raising her hammer overhead and shouting, I'll smash you to pieces. Such bravery moved Su Chun to the brink of tears. Having such loyal companions by Su Luoluo's side was priceless. Windblade. Release. The instant the battle mechanism activated, Su Chen launched a celestial-grade Windblade talisman towards Liaoya's head. He had just reviewed Liaoya's personal information. He was merely a foundational cultivator. Compared to the formidable strength of Luo Qingyang, the former leader of the Town Evil sect, Liaoya was leagues weaker. Defeating him would be a waste of a celestial-grade talisman. However, as Su Chun unleashed the talisman, Liaoya's expression changed drastically in an instant. Just as he anticipated Fan Tuanshuan being cleaved in 2 by his sword chi, a golden wind blade descended from the heavens, shattering his sword chi into mere fragments. As the 9th-generation chief disciple of the De Chi sword sect, Liaoya possessed considerable insight. He recognized the celestial-grade wind blade talisman and felt a surge of anxiety. Who is it? Who dares to conspire against me? He thought, realizing the support he had from the De Chi sword sect. Knowing that his opponent wielded a celestial-grade talisman, Liaoya understood he was no match for them. Without hesitation, he invoked the name of his sect to intimidate them. Yet, his fears transformed into terror as another golden wind blade fell from above. I invoked the name of the sword sect. Do you dare attack me? You truly do not fear the sword sect. Liaoya's anxiety morphed into panic. In this world, the strong prey upon the weak, but with a strong backing. One could afford to suffer occasional setbacks without fearing for their life. Especially with the sword sect's influence, their disciples effectively bore a death-free pass, allowing them to navigate the entire Yulon continent with impunity. Who would dare to offend them? However, despite his confusion and fear, it was too late. The golden wind blade, resembling an executioner's blade, had locked onto Liaoya's neck. Damn it! Realizing he could not escape, Liaoya drew his spiritual sword, gritting his teeth to prepare for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Su Chun had already grasped another celestial-grade wind blade talisman in his hand. What a worthless sword sect. Dare to harm my daughter, and I will see to it that you all pay dearly. Chapter 25, Boss. Your daughter has been found. At the Wutong Port taming ground, Chuck Sinli gazed at the colossal blade of wind descending from the heavens, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed that my dear disciple was on the brink of demise. The world would soon be rid of another individual whom I detest. How delightful. Yet, despite the joy blooming within, Chuck Sinli swiftly quelled his smile, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness and urgency. He abruptly stood, pointing towards Liaoya's direction. This is bad. My disciple Liaoya is in danger. You must go investigate at once. I shall guard this place. The more troublesome individuals that perished, the better. Chuck Sinli's performance was nothing short of convincing, as if he genuinely cared for Liaoya's safety. On the elevated platform, Liaoya's fellow disciples could not help but follow Chuck Sinli's pointed finger. As expected, a massive golden blade of wind was plummeting from above, while a violet sword beam soared skyward, striving to counter the golden wind blade. Indeed, it is the elder brother. Is that not his signature move, the Liao Tian style? What formidable foe has he encountered to unleash such a technique? What are you still hesitating for? Hurry and assist him. Dozens of sword beams shot upward in response. Aside from Chuck Sinli, All the ninth-generation disciples of the Sword Pavilion who had accompanied Liao Ye rushed towards the scene. Meanwhile, Liao Ye summoned his ultimate move, the Liao Tian sword. However, alas, his full-powered strike, though potent against foes of equal or slightly superior realms, was no match for an enemy wielding celestial-grade talismans. The Liao Tian style he unleashed was obliterated before it could even reach the golden wind blade, disintegrating into fine particles from a distance of 3 zhang. No! Liao Ye's desperate cry echoed as his body vanished into the void, just like the technique he had invoked. Humph! You're lucky your hair is so stylish. Otherwise, I would have made you feel the brunt of my hammer. Fan Tuanshuan, still unsatisfied, shook her hammer menacingly at the spot where Liao Ye had stood. However, Luo Meng glanced at the sky, then at Su Luoluo, unable to suppress his musings. It seemed that Su Luoluo was not merely a princess but a princess of a great nation, and those who covertly protected her might well be formidable ascendants. After all, it was rare for an ordinary person to even catch a glimpse of celestial-grade talismans, let alone possess them. Although the pursuer was a sword cultivator, he had no need to directly unleash 2 celestial-grade wind blade talismans. The only plausible explanation was that such talismans held little value in his hands. Let us depart quickly. We cannot linger here any longer. Su Luoluo felt a surge of gratitude towards the mysterious elder who had once again come to her aid. She was acutely aware that they could not afford to stay in this place for long. During her time training the horses, she had seen over a dozen sword cultivators on the platform. Should more individuals pursue them, it would spell trouble. Yet, just as Su Luoluo called for them to leave, a flurry of glowing figures swiftly surrounded them. Little girl, where is our elder brother? A sword cultivator, darker than Luo Meng, inquired, his gaze darting left and right. Recognizing the attire of these individuals, Su Luoluo realized she had arrived too late. They were Liao Ye's companions. What elder brother? I haven't seen anyone. At this juncture, all she could do was hope to evade their scrutiny. She exchanged a glance with Luo Meng and Fan Tuanshuan. Humph, do you take us for 3-year-olds? Speak the truth, or I shall slay this blue-haired girl. The assailant brandished his spirit sword, pointing it menacingly at Fan Tuanshuan. Fan Tuanshuan was at a loss for words. Do I look weak enough to be easily killed? Your elder brother has already been reduced to ash. His corpse lies below. If you hurry, you might still piece him together and carry him away. But if you delay, only wild dogs and wolves will benefit. With a swing of her hammer, Fan Tuanshuan spoke candidly. Su Luo's naivete was evident. These individuals were far from easily deceived, and it would be quicker to deal with them outright. What? Upon hearing that their elder brother had perished, the Sword Pavilion disciples displayed expressions of shock. It was not that they believed greatly in their elder brother's prowess. Rather, the De Qi Sword Pavilion had long been accustomed to dominance across the Yunlong continent. Even in misfortune, they had never experienced the loss of an inner disciple. Such an act was tantamount to declaring war on the De Qi Sword Pavilion. Yet, accustomed to their arrogance, they failed to flee. Instead, these fools brandished their spirit swords, tightening the encirclement around the trio. In the next moment, a phenomenon erupted above their heads. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, followed by a rapidly expanding silver vortex in the sky. Faintly, the sounds of countless swords and thunder intertwined, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Run! Su Luoluo looked up at the sky, instantly recognizing the mysterious elder's handiwork. The last time they dealt with Luo Qingyang, that same individual had summoned a thunderous vortex. With a single strike, it had reduced Luo Qingyang, a core formation cultivator, to nothingness. This time, the vortex not only crackled with thunder but also resonated with the sounds of swords. It was unclear what ultimate technique was at play. Urging her celestial steed, Su Luoluo surged forward, breaking free from the encirclement of the dozen sword cultivators. Luo Meng followed closely behind, silent yet resolute. Hey, wait for me. Fan Tuanshuan was quick to catch up, leaping out of the encirclement almost simultaneously with Su Luoluo. However, the dozen sword cultivators found themselves trapped, unable to pursue. Su Chen had long been prepared. As soon as they were surrounded, he had already summoned a heavenly punishment in hand. Initially, he had intended to trap the trio along with the sword cultivators within its range, and then bestow celestial-grade protective talismans upon them. Yet, unexpectedly, upon releasing the heavenly punishment, the system prompted him to select targets. This game was becoming increasingly considerate. With a sigh of relief, Su Chen quickly marked the heads of the dozen sword cultivators as targets. With the targets locked in, the heavenly punishment began to gather strength, and a palpable pressure emanated. Given their cultivation levels, the sword cultivators found even the simplest of movements a Herculean task. The sword pavilion, the sword pavilion. How I wish to obliterate you all. Alas. Chen remained troubled by the inability to create his own character within the game. After all, aside from assisting his electronic daughter from the shadows, he had no means of direct interaction, which made it difficult for him to express his decade-long paternal love all at once, leading to frustration. Peeking through the curtains at the swirling snowstorm outside, Chen decided it would be best to remain in the inn today. After all, should he perish, he would leave his fortune to those coveting his billions. Just then, another mobile phone rang, jolting him from his thoughts. Frowning, Chen saw that it was a call from the head of the technology department at his company. He initially thought it was about some critical company matter needing his resolution. However, upon answering, he was greeted by the excited voice of the caller. Boss, you need to return to Shengjing at once. Your daughter has been found. Chapter 26. The trio arrives at Taoyuan Town. What? Could you repeat that? Upon hearing the voice from the other end of the line, Chen felt a wave of excitement wash over him, nearly causing him to lose his balance. The caller was Zhang Hao, the first highly paid technical talent he had hired when starting his business. After enduring numerous ups and downs, Chen's company had finally stabilized. In the past, there had been several tumultuous events that nearly led to bankruptcy, yet Zhang Hao remained steadfastly by Chen's side. In terms of emotional bonds, he was undoubtedly the person Chen trusted the most within the company. However, as the company sought to expand and accumulate greater capital, Chen understood that emotional considerations could not dominate his decisions. Despite Zhang Hao's loyalty, his personality and capabilities were not suited for a senior management position. Holding the title of head of the technical department and earning a salary and bonuses greater than that of the vice president was already Chen's maximum concession to him. Although Zhang Hao had previously clashed with Chen over his position, Chen consistently upheld his principles, preferring to offer more monetary compensation rather than allowing someone unworthy of authority to wield power. Gradually, Zhang Hao reconciled with this reality. Years passed, and the brotherly bond between the two slowly mended, particularly over the past 2 years. Zhang Hao began assisting Chen in searching for Su Luoluo through various channels, rather than advising him to remarry and have more children like others did. This gesture made Chen feel that such understanding was rare. At that moment, a girl of around 15 stood before Zhang Hao in Shengjing. The young girl had bright eyes and a beautiful smile, with an overall demeanor that exuded tranquility. Upon closer inspection, her features and face bore a striking resemblance to Chen. Zhang Hao glanced at the girl and immediately switched to speakerphone. I found your daughter, he exclaimed, raising the volume, his voice brimming with excitement. Without waiting for Chen to respond, he turned to the young girl and gently said, on the other end of the line is your father, Luoluo. Do you remember him? His name is Chen. Call him Papa. Zhang Hao's words made the girl visibly nervous. Yet Chen on the other end was far more anxious. Zhang Hao, is my daughter really there with you? His voice quivered with emotion. Though the game's presence had initially led Chen to believe that the character Su Luoluo was his biological daughter, that notion had seemed too absurd to hold any weight. This was why he had continued searching for his daughter in the real world after encountering the game. Now, after 10 years of perseverance, fortune smiled upon him. His daughter, his Su Luoluo, was about to return to him. Indeed, Luoluo is right here with me, but ultimately, you must confirm whether she is truly your daughter. I merely located her based on the characteristics and clues you provided, Zhang Hao replied, his tone tinged with excitement, yet striving to maintain rationality, considering Chen's feelings. All right, I am returning to Shengjing immediately. Wait for me. Chen could hardly think of anything else, eager to return at once. Take care, and make sure to present yourself well. After all, it's been 10 years since you last saw her. Don't embarrass yourself in front of your daughter, Zhang Hao joked, then ended the call. He assumed Chen would want a video chat once he learned his daughter was with him. But it seems Chen was too overjoyed to think clearly. After confirming the call had ended, Zhang Hao's smile vanished. He turned to the girl, his voice low and serious. Have you memorized all the details we discussed? The girl nodded, pointing to her head. I've memorized everything. But can he truly believe I am his daughter? What if he finds out? The young girl was clearly anxious. She understood that she was cooperating with the man in a criminal act. However, Zhang Hao's terms were too tempting to refuse. It was wealth that her parents could never earn in a lifetime. Find out what? You look just like the real Su Luoluo. And the small gold ingot birthmark on your wrist matches perfectly. Even if a paternity test is needed, I can arrange for that with the hospital. What are you afraid of? As long as you don't reveal the truth, he won't discover anything. Besides, he has ALS, an incurable disease. His time is limited. Once he passes, we will be entirely safe. Zhang Hao's demeanor was nonchalant. Even if he finds out, I can claim I acted out of kindness, and you were unaware. If he pursues the matter, just take full responsibility. You're only 15 and protected under juvenile laws. Even if you face a few years of confinement. Once I ensure my silence, the money I provide you will far exceed what you could earn in a lifetime. The worst outcome is trading a few years of freedom for a lifetime of luxury. Do you still feel afraid? Lighting a cigarette, Zhang Hao's persuasion proved effective. Okay, I understand. The girl's eyes sparkled with greed as she nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Chen had stored his bicycle at the hotel and took a taxi to the high-speed train station. Calculating his time, he anticipated seeing his long-awaited daughter before dinner. Excitement enveloped him, yet he often checked his phone to glance at the virtual daughter in the game. After clearing out the foolish adversaries in Jianguo, he finally faced no further troubles. The trio rode their celestial steeds joyfully, like three carefree birds soaring through the sky. Indeed, hard work pays off. And Chen was gradually improving. Whether in the game or reality, he wished for his daughter to be the happiest girl. Amidst his reflections, a wave of sadness washed over him. In the past, he had been carefree, even contemplating an early demise as a release. Yet now, he found himself wishing to live. He had already missed his daughter's childhood. He longed to accompany her for as long as possible. But with ALS, was it truly impossible to have both? Searching through his phone for contacts of renowned doctors, Chen pondered whether he should adopt a different mindset towards his illness. Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, folk remedies. Even unconventional solutions, he was willing to explore anything that promised relief. As time slipped away, by evening, when Chen was about to arrive in Xinjiang, Su Luoluo, Fan Danshuan, and Luo Mang had already reached their long-anticipated destination, Taoyuan Town. The celestial steed swirled above the town, gazing down at an unremarkable village. This was Taoyuan Town, rumored to provide free training in immortality, along with food and drink. Leaning on the broad back of the steed, Su Luoluo observed the town encircled by vast peach orchards. Although the blossoms were not in bloom, the scenery was nonetheless picturesque. Confirming that this was indeed the end of her mental navigation, Su Luoluo exhaled a sigh of relief. All right, let me down, and I will sever our contract, she stated. Understanding the steed's concern, she recognized that fulfilling her promise was crucial now that its mission was complete. Very well. The steed dove down, landing safely outside the village of Taoyuan Town. As Fan Danshuan and Luo Mang also touched down, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly echoed from within the town. Get out. Chapter 27. Am I to be the master brother again? Kiki. Are we being told to leave? The voice was exceptionally deep and resonant. Even without seeing the speaker, the three young ones sensed a rising tension, particularly Luo Mang, whose resolve faltered at the sound. Alas, look at your cowardly demeanor. He shouts for us to leave, and we simply comply? Our legs are our own. Why should we heed him? Let us go. We shall enter the village head first. Fan Danshuan is not one to be swayed by such matters. Dismounting from the Tianma, she followed Su Luoluo's example to dissolve her contract with the steed and boldly took the lead. At this moment, Su Luoluo could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Having spent a decade in this world, she had been confined within the evil suppression sect for 10 long years. Under the guardianship of that mysterious elder, she arrived here, placing all her hopes on the path of free cultivation. If the legends were false, or if her talents were too mediocre to cultivate, it would mean her aspirations of ascending and leaving this world would shatter. She might never see her father again in this lifetime. Danshuan was right. Since we have come this far, we must at least take a look inside. Bidding farewell to Tianma, Su Luoluo watched as it soared into the sky, secretly vowing to embody its spirit. For the sake of her goals and dreams, she would fight with all her might, just like Tianma. Regardless of the obstacles, she was determined to return to her father's side. Thus, Su Luoluo and Fan Danshuan strode side by side towards Peach Orchard Town. Luo Mang lingered for a moment before resolutely following them. In truth, Luo Mang had little desire for cultivation. He preferred the idea of finding a secluded place to live out a peaceful life. Despite his youth, he had witnessed too much treachery. When his ancestor, Luo Qingyang, was the sect leader, the entire sect treated the Luo family with the utmost respect. Now, with the evil suppression sect's demise and Luo Qingyang's death, those who survived were the first to extort from the Luo family. Cultivation often led to ruin and family disintegration. Where was the joy in living as an ordinary person? Nevertheless, he decided to accompany them for a while longer before taking his leave. Their encounter was serendipitous. As Luo Meng stepped out of his home, he stumbled upon Su Luoluo and Fan Tuanchuan. The trio subsequently experienced a series of bizarre and twisted events, forging a bond akin to that of comrades who had braved life and death together. It would be discourteous to part without a word. As they approached the village, they discovered that it was, in fact, a desolate settlement. Contrary to their expectations of a bustling crowd eager for free cultivation, they found not a single soul in sight. The houses were in a state of disrepair. Some had crumbled walls, and others had lost their roofs entirely, with weeds growing abundantly on the remnants of collapsed structures. Did we fall for Chen Ma's trick? Is this truly Peach Orchard Town? Fan Tuanchuan mused aloud, unable to contain her doubts. Not only her, but even Su Luoluo felt compelled to verify the navigation in her mind once more. It should be the right place. Let us find someone to inquire further. Diverting the topic, Su Luoluo took the initiative to search within the village. There must be people here. Otherwise, who ordered them to leave just now? Fortunately, the village was not extensive. After walking a short distance, they stumbled upon a distinct courtyard. This small yard stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated homes surrounding it. 5 rows of blue bricks and red tiles formed the main building, and the spacious yard featured 3 additional structures on either side. The walls were adorned with a variety of flowers and plants, and as they drew near, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing their spirits. There are indeed people here. Let's see what the situation is. Fan Tuanchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she brandished her hammer, ready to charge into the courtyard. However, Su Luoluo swiftly intercepted her. We have come to learn the art of cultivation, essentially to seek a mentor. We mustn't act recklessly. It is better to show some courtesy. Though Fan Tuanchuan meant no harm, her straightforward nature could easily lead to trouble. After all the effort they had expended to arrive here, it would be a great loss if their words offended someone and they were turned away. After halting Fan Tuanchuan, Su Luoluo stepped forward to the courtyard entrance. Without uttering a word, she bent her knees and knelt before the threshold. Then, with her forehead touching the ground, she respectfully spoke, "Esteemed elder of the courtyard, I am Su Luoluo, accompanied by my sister Fan Tuanchuan and my brother Luo Meng. We have long admired the Peach Orchard Town's benevolent immortal who teaches cultivation for free, and we have come to seek your guidance." The young girl knelt with utmost sincerity, her words emanating genuine respect, prompting even the forthright Fan Tuanchuan to follow suit. Bowing her head lower than Su Luoluo, Luo Meng also knelt, though suspicion loomed in his heart. Many knew of the free cultivation teachings in Peach Orchard Town. Logically, even if it were not teeming with people, it should not be this desolate. Could it be that the rumors were false? There might be no one here to teach free cultivation. Perhaps it was merely bait? Upon this realization, cold sweat trickled down Luo Meng's forehead. In this world, there were many demons, evil cultivators, and even bandits among mortals, all capable of unspeakable treachery in pursuit of profit. Reflecting on it now, could this free cultivation truly be a trap? The more he pondered, the more terrified he became. Instinctively, he reached into his trousers, feeling for his belongings. He still had plenty of thunderbolts and a few invisibility talismans, along with several low-grade thunderstorm and fireball talismans. If he encountered any malefactors, he would be prepared to unleash everything. After all, Su Luoluo was undoubtedly a noble princess. His efforts would not go unrewarded. Life was paramount. Not long after Su Luo's invocation, hurried footsteps echoed from within the courtyard. The sound approached rapidly until it reached the entrance. Then, a rather simple-minded voice rang out above the trio. "Are you here to cultivate?" The voice was so naive that all 3 furrowed their brows. Su Luoluo slowly raised her head and looked up, only to find a pair of tattered cloth shoes before her. One shoe had a hole, with a pudgy toe poking through. Looking up further, she saw 2 dark, bare ankles. The person was not wearing socks, and their trousers were short, leaving their ankles fully exposed. The pants were in even worse condition, frayed into strips, with patches of various colors sewn haphazardly together. As for the upper body, the person was entirely shirtless, their skin marred by dark and light patches, possibly due to a skin condition or neglect. The boy had a round face, exuding innocence, with a broad smile and a prominent unibrow that made him appear somewhat older than his actual age, which seemed to be around 14 or 15. However, upon noticing Su Luoluo's gaze, the boy scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "Hee hee, I ask you, are you here to cultivate? We've run out of food at home, and my master and mistress have gone out to hunt demon beasts. They should return soon. Why not come inside and wait? As he spoke, the boy also chuckled at Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Mang. However, before the three could respond, a flash of light descended from the sky, landing before them. Mistress, you've returned. The simple boy eagerly grabbed the arm of the newcomer, pointing at Su Luoluo and the others. More students here to learn cultivation. I'm going to be the big brother again. Chapter 28. Mysterious yet warm. Is this the mistress? The trio gazed at the handsome and stately man who had appeared, their minds swirling with questions. Indeed, the newcomer was a tall, distinguished man, clad in a silver long robe with a silver crown, exuding an air of nobility and grace. His sharp brows and bright eyes, combined with a face as flawless as jade, made him exceptionally striking. However, upon being referred to as mistress, the man's expression darkened slightly, though he did not reprimand the boy harshly. Instead, he shot a glare at the foolish lad before turning a serious gaze towards Su Luoluo and her companions. Didn't I tell you to leave when you arrived at the village entrance? Did you not hear me? The voice was icy, and the man's demeanor was one of utter rejection. Senior, the three of us have traveled countless miles simply to learn the art of immortality from you. We humbly request your guidance. Su Luoluo had spent a decade in this world, and her choice of words was surprisingly articulate. As she spoke, she bowed deeply, her sincerity palpable. How ridiculous. Just a few children, dreaming of the ethereal pursuit of immortality. The man, seemingly seething with anger, neither invited the trio to stay nor urged them to leave. With a flick of his broad sleeves, he entered the courtyard alone. After he departed, the foolish boy chuckled again. Fear not. Here, only the master's word matters. The mistress' does not hold weight. He still referred to the man as the mistress, and as if suddenly recalling something, the foolish boy thumped his sturdy chest. By the way, I am Wu Xian, the foremost disciple of the Peach Blossom sect. When the master returns, you shall call me elder brother. His eagerness to assume the title was evident, and he mentioned it several times. At that moment, a figure clad in white descended gracefully, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Master, Wu Xian exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he pointed at the three newcomers. Look, more people have come seeking your teachings. Hee, I'm going to be the elder brother. The trio beheld the newcomer's attire and beauty, and they were collectively struck by her stunning appearance. Regardless of Su Luoluo's worldly experience, Fan Tuanchuan's extensive encounters, or Luo Mang's familiarity with beauty, they were all captivated. Beyond her beauty, they sensed an indescribable aura surrounding her. Perhaps it could be called celestial grace. Su Luoluo was the first to regain her composure. She bowed again, her demeanor cautious. Esteemed senior, we have come from afar upon hearing that you teach the art of immortality for free. We humbly request your benevolence. It appeared she had chosen the right person to bow to. Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Mang quickly followed suit, echoing her sentiments. Very well, you may all stay. No need to kneel. The ground is rather hard, and we have no strict rules here, the woman said warmly, her kindness almost overwhelming. The trio felt somewhat uneasy. Was it truly this easy to remain? The disparity between the woman's and the man's attitudes was stark. In a daze, they were led into the courtyard. As they crossed the threshold, Wu Xian patted his chest proudly, declaring, See? I told you, the master's word is final. The mistress must heed the master, that's family hierarchy. Though he attempted to keep his voice low, his naturally loud demeanor betrayed him, and the woman turned to smile at him, playfully tapping his forehead. Wu Xian, you speak without thinking. How many times have I told you? You must refer to both as master. Wu Xian, unyielding, retorted, Humph. He doesn't teach me anything. He is not the master. You are the master. He sleeps in the same bed as you. He is the mistress. With a swift slap to his forehead, Wu Xian's eyes brightened. Hee, I want to anger you. Master, I'll behave. The simple exchange eased the tension for the three onlookers. It seemed this celestial master was quite approachable, unlike the cold-faced mistress. They were ushered into the guest room of the northern house. The woman took her seat at the head of the table, while Wu Xian stood beside her. Su Luoluo, along with Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Mang, stood 3 meters away, awaiting further instructions. Do you truly wish to learn the art of immortality? The woman surveyed each of them, lingering a moment longer on Su Luoluo and Fan Tuanchuan. Yes, they replied in unison. The woman smiled and asked, Are you afraid of death? This question caught them off guard, but Su Luoluo quickly responded, Not at all. As long as I have a chance to reunite with my father, I would risk everything. Fan Tuanshuan added, the sooner one dies, the sooner one is reborn. The next life will surely be more exciting. What is there to fear? Luo Mang, valuing his pride, admitted, I'm not particularly afraid of death, but I do fear pain. Haha, well said. You three are refreshingly honest, the woman remarked, her smile brightening. After sipping her tea, she continued, very well, I shall take you under my wing. I am Lu Ruoli, and I will be your instructor in the art of immortality. She gestured to Wu Xian. This is Wu Xian. He will be your elder brother. Just then, the man entered the room, holding 3 blankets. Lu Ruoli introduced him. This is Li Chang'e. He will oversee your daily needs. Though he will not teach you, he is my husband, and you must refer to him as master. As she spoke, Wu Xian silently mouthed, you may also call him mistress. The trio, suppressing laughter, nodded and bowed once more. We pay our respects to both masters and to elder brother. Things seem to be progressing exceedingly well. The warmth of the courtyard enveloped the trio, masking the ominous atmosphere lingering over Peach Blossom Town. That evening, the typically stoic Li Chang'e prepared a large pot of fragrant chicken stew with mushrooms and a generous batch of beef dumplings. Having long since ceased eating grains, he took it upon himself to cook, unwilling to let his wife do all the work, especially with an insatiable apprentice like Wu Xian in the house. Over time, both Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli began to enjoy the culinary delights, relishing every meal together. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Lu Ruoli's courtyard appeared especially inviting. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room, where 6 individuals gathered around a large table, laughter and merriment filling the air. Meanwhile, having just arrived in Shengjing, Su Chun had taken a car to the nearest barbershop and mall. Anxiously tapping on his phone, he felt unsettled by the desolation of Peach Blossom Town, sensing an inexplicable eeriness, fearing for Su Luoluo's safety. More vexing was the inability to access the character information of Lu Ruoli, Li Chang'e, and Wu Xian, further cementing his belief that Peach Blossom Town was not a sanctuary for aspiring immortals, but rather a perilous trap. Logically, prior to finding his daughter, Su Chun had projected his yearning for her onto the digital avatar, finding solace in the protection of this electronic daughter. Yet now, with his real daughter located, his concern for her digital counterpart should have diminished. After all, it was merely a game. However, Su Chun found himself unable to detach. From the moment he laid eyes on the game's Su Luoluo, he felt an unbreakable bond. As hours passed on the road, the initial excitement of finding his biological daughter began to wane. His gaze sharpened, and he leaned back in his seat, eyes fixed on the vibrant scenery outside. Zhang Hao, as a brother, I hope you won't exploit my most cherished concern. Otherwise, you will spend the latter half of your life in regret. Chapter 29. This daughter is not quite right. Although the world of cultivation is fascinating, the nights are not as brilliantly illuminated and vibrant as in modern society. Here, only a few brothels indulge in revelry until dawn. Most people, whether mortals or cultivators, adhere to a routine of rising with the sun and resting at dusk. After dining, Lu Ruoli arranged rooms for the 3 of them. Su Luoluo and Fan Tuanshuan shared a room in the western annex, while Luo Mang accompanied Wu Xian to the eastern annex. After bidding them to rest early, Lu Ruoli returned to her own quarters, indicating that there should be no further matters to attend to today. As Su Chun watched the candlelight in Su Luo's room extinguish within the game, he felt a slight sense of relief. Nonetheless, he remained cautious. He affixed all the remaining celestial-grade protective talismans from his backpack onto Su Luoluo. Fearing this might not be sufficient, he made a special trip to the game shop to purchase more. He intended to place some protective talismans on Fan Tuanshuan and Luo Mang as well, but found that the game prohibited such actions, stating that items could not be gifted to any character other than his electronic daughter. Consequently, Su Chen affixed over 100 celestial-grade protective talismans onto Su Luoluo. Boss, WeVE arrived at the barbershop you booked. Immersed in the game, Su Chen only realized they had reached the barbershop when the driver opened the door. All right, you take a rest in the car. By the way, park the car in a place that won't obstruct others. With Su Luoluo asleep and more than 100 celestial-grade protective talismans ensuring her safety, Su Chun turned off his phone and exited the vehicle. He had a long-standing acquaintance with the owner of the shop. Initially, when Su Luoluo went missing, the owner had assisted him in searching for her for quite some time. Later, as he chose to wander and work while searching for his daughter, the shop owner had even given him 2,056 yuan, not 3,000 or 2,000, but precisely 2,056 yuan. which was all the change he had at the time. Thus, once Su Chen's situation improved, despite still not finding his daughter, he bought the shop outright, with the only stipulation being that he would receive free haircuts for life. Tony, having sent a message prior, Su Chen pushed the door open and greeted the owner. The reunion naturally involved a flurry of pleasantries. Tony enveloped Su Chen in a warm embrace. The tattooed man burst into tears upon hearing that Su Chen had found his daughter. It's been a decade. How few decades do we have in life? Come. I'll make sure you look sharp. In less than 20 minutes, Su Chen emerged transformed. His hairstyle and shine elevated significantly, while the stubble and sun-kissed marks on his face were meticulously groomed away. Your foundation is exceptional. With your looks, you could rival top-tier celebrities. Just a little tidying up, and you radiate brilliance. Tony, without any hint of self-promotion, gazed at Su Chen with admiration. You're handsome, yet filled with depth. You exude both refinement and masculinity. Su Chen, however, refrained from playful banter. Glancing around the shop to ensure they were alone, he lowered his voice. Tony, I recall your brother is the deputy director at a hospital in Shengjing, correct? Wiping his hands with a towel, Tony casually replied, Yes, why? Do you have a friend in need of hospitalization? Unbeknownst to Tony, Su Chen was the one in need. No, I have been diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and wish to see if your brother knows any specialists, either domestically or internationally. Su Chen spoke calmly, a smile lingering on his face, yet the revelation struck Tony like a bolt. Don't joke around. You? ALS. His voice trembled as he searched Su Chen's eyes for confirmation. It's true. I was recently diagnosed, confirmed by 2 top-tier hospitals simultaneously. So there's no chance of misdiagnosis. Su Chen remained composed, though a hint of melancholy crept into his tone. The moment those words left his lips, Tony's tears resurfaced. Why? Why does this misfortune have to fall upon you? After finally finding your daughter, now you're faced with this? In frustration, he kicked over a chair and pulled out his phone. I'll call my brother right now. With today's medical advancements and your resources, there must be a way. Though aware that ALS was an incurable condition, Tony quickly adjusted his mindset, concerned for Su Chen's emotional state. If there's a chance of treatment, that's wonderful. I don't want to die. Otherwise, I wouldn't trouble you to reach out to your brother. With a light pat on Tony's shoulder, Su Chen suddenly halted Tony's call. However, I need you to do one more thing. Since I've found my daughter, I wish to conduct a paternity test discreetly. This matter must remain confidential, and only I should receive the results. Tony was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's request, his expression turning serious. Are you suspecting? He trailed off as Su Chen simply nodded, offering no further explanation. They embraced when they met, and embraced once more when parting. As Su Chen entered his car and rolled down the window to wave goodbye, Tony waited until the taillights vanished from sight before returning to the shop, his heart heavy with a stone. Meanwhile, Su Chen ventured to a mall for a complete makeover and left amidst the adoring gazes of the female staff. Skipping dinner, he instructed the driver to head to the company headquarters. By this time, all employees had left, save for the security personnel who remained on duty. Su Chen encountered no obstacles and smoothly made his way to the office of the technical department supervisor, Zhang Hao. Standing before Zhang Hao's door, Su Chen took 2 deep breaths and adjusted his collar before knocking. Come in. Zhang Hao's voice resonated from within, and as the door swung open, Su Chen immediately spotted a girl standing behind him, causing him to freeze in place. She looked so similar. Although Luoluo had only been 5 years old when she disappeared, and this girl was now 15, her facial features and expressions mirrored what Su Chen had always envisioned. Zhang Hao smiled, remaining silent as he stepped aside. This reaction was precisely what he had hoped for. The girl, under Su Chen's intense gaze, felt a flush creep across her cheeks, instinctively avoiding his eyes and lowering her head in shyness. Su Chen quickly noticed a small birthmark shaped like a gold ingot on her wrist, and tears welled up in his eyes. Enough standing there, let us sit and talk. Seeing the two remain silent, Zhang Hao thoughtfully intervened, ushering Su Chen into the room. When Su Chen had his back to them, Zhang Hao discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with the girl. Subsequently, he began discussing various details, to which the young girl responded fluidly. She recounted everything from the clothes and shoes she wore the day she was abducted to the color of the balloon she had been holding, aligning perfectly with Su Chen's memories. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as the girl articulated the details, a shadow of despondency flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Forcing a smile, He abruptly interrupted Zhang Hao as he prepared to pose another question to the girl. Over the years, you have never eaten seafood, right? You are allergic to it. And if it gets serious, it could lead to respiratory failure and even death. When he asked this question, Su Chen was evidently tense, his gaze scanning the little girl with concern. His eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze on hers, awaiting her response. Chapter 30. The breakthrough. The little girl exhibited remarkable mental fortitude. Despite having no idea how to answer, she did not exchange glances with Zhang Hao. I haven't eaten it. The allergy is too uncomfortable. I never want to eat seafood in my life. Ultimately, she provided an answer based on her assumption. After speaking, she noticed Zhang Hao exhaled deeply. Zhang Hao was convinced that Su Chen would be relieved and drop all defenses upon seeing his daughter. He believed the question stemmed solely from Su Chen's concern for her, never considering it a test. Su Chen, upon hearing the girl's response, also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Good, that's a relief, he smiled. Yet inside, Su Chen felt a mix of disappointment and anger. Disappointment because, during the girl's childhood, he had been too poor to afford seafood, a delicacy she longed for but could never have. The allergy? It was non-existent. This girl before him was likely a counterfeit brought forth by Zhang Hao. If she was a fake, then where was the real Luo Luo? His anger stemmed from the realization that Zhang Hao was no longer the man who had once shared hardships with him. Now, Zhang Hao prioritized profit above all else. This sentiment was particularly pronounced when Zhang Hao learned of Su Chen's illness. Thus, Su Chen had long prepared within the company, affirming his initial decision to maintain control over the situation and not relinquish authority to Zhang Hao. By the way, you two haven't had dinner yet, have you? I've ordered dinner at the hotel. Let us go eat together. It's been 10 years. You must have so much to talk about, Zhang Hao suggested, not allowing Su Chen to pose further inquiries. Sure, I'll just step into the restroom first, Su Chen replied with a smile, leaving Zhang Hao's office naturally. In the restroom, Su Chen quickly took out his phone and messaged his personal driver, a veteran he had specifically chosen for his loyalty and discretion. He instructed the driver to gather all security personnel from the company building to Zhang Hao's office and to contact the legal department and the police. There was no need to let events unfold further with his current influence. He could ensure that Zhang Hao would spend the latter part of his life behind bars if he wished. After the call, Su Chen splashed cold water on his face and stared into the mirror, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Zhang Hao had finally slipped up, and this potential threat had been neutralized before inflicting any real harm, which was a positive development. Yet, the underlying question lingered. Where was my daughter? Taking a few deep breaths, Su Chen dried his face with a tissue and exited the restroom. Indecision was not in his nature. If he was uncertain about the path ahead, he would focus on resolving the matters at hand. Upon returning to Zhang Hao's office, his previously cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy composure that radiated authority. Zhang Hao, upon Su Chen's entrance, exchanged only a brief glance with him, feeling an inexplicable tension rise within him. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Hao forced a smile, feigning concern. No, I simply have something I can't comprehend, Su Chen replied, sitting on the sofa. Rubbing his temples, his eyes narrowed with fatigue. Zhang Hao glanced nervously at the little girl, feeling his throat tighten. Something was off. Su Chen's demeanor was undeniably troubling. What is it that you can't comprehend? Is it too much of a surprise? After all, it's been 10 years. It's understandable that you might feel like this is all a dream, Zhang Hao continued, attempting to soothe the situation, unaware that he was merely comforting himself while pretending Su Chen had noticed nothing amiss. Suddenly, Su Chen let out a cold laugh and fixed his frigid gaze on Zhang Hao, causing him to feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Zhang Hao, I have treated you well, Haven Ti. While you possess some skill, with your capabilities, you could never afford a home in Shengjing, let alone a luxury car worth over 7 million. Who provided you with all of this? Why are you using my most cherished daughter to deceive me? Why? No longer playing pretend, Su Chen stood, towering over Zhang Hao, his voice booming with accusation. Zhang Hao felt as if his mind had exploded. Caught off guard by the confrontation, he was momentarily speechless. Yet, having anticipated various outcomes, he had devised a response. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly deceive you? I'm just trying to help. I'm the one who found your daughter. I never claimed she was definitely your daughter. This was something you needed to ascertain for yourself. Besides, with technology so advanced, I couldn't possibly deceive you without you finding out. Su Chen, you've truly disappointed me. Step aside. Zhang Hao quickly shifted tactics, attempting to portray himself as the victim. His explanations, while logical, held no weight for Su Chen, who, like Luo Luo, was kind-hearted but not naive. As Zhang Hao attempted to push past Su Chen to flee, Su Chen delivered a sudden punch to his abdomen. Good intentions? Then I thank you for your good intentions. Despite suffering from a terminal illness, years of hardship had left Su Chen stronger than most. 3 punches later, Zhang Hao crumpled to the floor, clutching his stomach. With feigned ferocity, Su Chen glared at the little girl, snatching a teacup from the table and smashing it at her feet. Speak. How did he instruct you to deceive me? Who could understand the fear of a 15-year-old girl? Unaccustomed to such turmoil, Zhang Hao had previously outlined various scenarios and taught her how to respond, but he had never prepared her for this moment. Overwhelmed with anxiety, the girl broke down, recounting everything Zhang Hao had told her, placing all blame squarely on him. Zhang Hao had initially lured her with promises of wealth, and in her panic, she claimed that he had coerced her, threatening her family if she refused. As Zhang Hao lay on the ground, sputtering in anger, he attempted to intervene, but every time he opened his mouth, Su Chen's foot met his abdomen, leaving him unable to defend himself as the accusations rained down. This made things simpler. There was no need for a paternity test. When the driver, accompanied by company security, arrived, Su Chen entrusted the ensuing matters to him. Unexpectedly, the long-awaited reunion between father and daughter in Shengjing turned out to be a hollow affair. Su Chen could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. He drove back to his villa in Shengjing, refraining from turning on the lights. In darkness, he collapsed onto the bed, merging with the shadows of the room. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He took out his phone and opened the game Little Cotton-Padded Jacket. A flicker of light illuminated his eyes, bringing a glimmer of hope to his gaze. As he watched the adorable little bundle of joy sleeping soundly in the game, he couldn't resist reaching out to caress the screen. Luo Luo, Daddy really misses you. Tears blurred his vision, and in that moment, Su Chen found himself once again enveloped by an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Yet, amidst the haze, he heard a soft, childlike whisper, Daddy, Luo Luo misses you too. Chapter 31. The first lesson on cultivation. Startled by the voice, Su Chen sprang from the bed, convinced that it was not a figment of his imagination. Wiping away the tears that obstructed his sight, he fixated on the image of Su Luo Luo sleeping in the game. The voice had emanated from his phone and was unmistakably that of his daughter. Could it be? Luo Luo, is that really you? His heart raced as he held his breath, staring intently at the screen, fantasizing about the moment when the in-game Su Luo Luo would call out Daddy again. However, 10 minutes passed without any further sound. The character merely shifted slightly in her sleep, devoid of any other movement. Frustrated, Su Chen smacked his thigh. If only I hadn't cried just now. I could have seen if it was truly Luo Luo calling for me. Regret was futile. He clutched his phone for over 3 hours, ultimately succumbing to slumber. Su Luo Luo had not slept well for several days. Awakening in the morning, she vividly recalled dreaming of her father the previous night. He had held her close, expressing how much he missed her, and she had reciprocated his sentiment. For 10 years, she had made a habit of envisioning her father's face each night before sleep, entering dreams filled with hope of their reunion. Although these encounters occurred solely in her dreams, they never failed to lift her spirits. However, today, before she could reminisce about her dream, the emptiness of the bed caused her brow to furrow. Their room boasted a large bed, and yet, last night, Fan Tuan Tuan had clearly slept beside her. But now, where was she? An uneasy thought crossed her mind. Had that girl gotten herself into trouble? Anxiously, Su Luo Luo climbed out of the covers and jumped out of bed. Ouch! I stepped on my own head. That hurts. Just then, a yelp echoed from beneath her feet. Su Luo Luo felt herself falter, landing with a thud on the floor. Tuan Tuan. Upon hitting the ground, she caught sight of Fan Tuan Tuan, bundled in a small blanket, her sleepy eyes barely open. Why did you sleep on the floor? Realization dawned upon her. That girl must have rolled off the bed during the night. Fan Tuan Tuan, now awake, climbed out of her blanket, patting her little waist and bottom. I thought the bed was too hard, but it turns out I was on the floor. What a twist of fate. Having spent the night on the ground, Fan Tuan Tuan felt sore and fatigued. Yet before the two friends could exchange further words, the melodious voice of Lu Ruoli rang out in the courtyard. Disciples, rise and have breakfast. The sound enveloped them like a gentle spring breeze, filling their hearts with warmth. Su Luo Luo and Fan Tuan Tuan hurried outside, where they found Lu Ruoli, dressed in flowing white robes, watering the flowers in the courtyard. The aroma of breakfast wafted from the northern room, hinting at a sumptuous meal prepared by their teacher mother, Lichanga. "Good morning, master." They greeted Lu Ruoli with utmost respect. Just then, Wu Xian and Luo Meng, who resided in the east room, emerged. Luo Meng acknowledged Lu Ruoli with a respectful bow, while Su Luo and Fan Tuan Tuan slightly bowed to Wu Xian. "Good morning, senior brother." Upon hearing this, Wu Xian leapt into the air with excitement. Hey, haha, I'm going to burst with happiness." His laughter echoed, causing Luo Meng's ears to ring. "What are you laughing about so early in the morning? Take them to wash their hands." Li Chang'e emerged from the northern room, casting a cold glare at Wu Xian before striding over to Lu Ruoli's side, lowering his voice. "Let us eat, Ruoli. It will be cold if we delay." He could have called from the house, yet he chose to approach Lu Ruoli softly. The contrast in his demeanor towards his wife and disciples was stark. Before long, a large round table was neatly arranged for 6. "Let us dig in." Without further ado, Lu Ruoli led the way in eating. Li Chang'e, meanwhile, occasionally served Lu Ruoli while his gaze flicked between Fan Tuan Tuan and Wu Xian, 2 voracious eaters. If it were anyone else, they would have been too intimidated to continue eating under Li Chang'e's disdainful gaze. However, Fan Tuan Tuan and Wu Xian were unfazed. Despite noticing Li Chang'e's disapproving looks, they showed no signs of restraint. Instead, they became more competitive, enjoying their meal with gusto. The breakfast ended in a flurry. With everyone watching the two devour their food, Lu Ruoli maintained a smile, fearful that their meal would be snatched away, and kindly set aside some for Su Luo and Luo Meng. Once breakfast concluded, the diligent Li Chang'e began tidying up, washing the dishes. Lu Ruoli led the 3 young ones and Wu Xian to the living room. "Have a seat, I want to show you something." Straightforward as ever, Lu Ruoli waved her hand, and a jade-green bottle appeared before the 3. This is the Misty Swamp Jade Bottle, a sacred artifact. Inside is an artificial secret realm known as the Misty Swamp. I may offer free teachings on cultivation, but you should understand that not everyone possesses the aptitude for it. Lacking spiritual roots or special bloodlines condemns one to be forever estranged from the path of immortality. Even if I wished to teach, it would ultimately be in vain. A fruitless endeavor. Typically, a person's spiritual roots or unique bloodlines are formed at birth. Some awaken early, while others require a certain age or external stimuli to trigger their awakening. As she spoke, Lu Ruoli approached the doorway of the northern room, gazing into the distance. You might wonder why there are free teachings on cultivation here, and why Taoyuan Town isn't bustling with people. It all comes down to aptitude. Wealthy individuals are unwilling to spare money for cultivation. They think that cheap goods are worthless and that free offerings are even more so. If one desires to cultivate, they must seek out large sects. Cultivation is also about building connections. This is the mentality of the affluent. As for the impoverished, large sects have their star-gathering halls, which seek out potential cultivators. Being poor isn't a barrier. As long as one signs a contract to serve the sect, they can receive free teachings. Refusing to sign a contract or unwilling to join is inconsequential. They possess numerous means to compel you into submission. Thus, those with both aptitude and wealth disdain this place, while those with aptitude but no wealth are continually exploited. As for those without either, they are merely dreamers without the means to act. As for Taoyuan Town, I initially chose this desolate village to avoid disturbing mortals. The name Taoyuan Town was given by me. So what do you think? Are there any lingering doubts? Breathlessly, Lu Ruoli gazed once more at the trio, her eyes brimming with sincerity. In truth, the doubts that had lingered in the hearts of the 3 had long since dissipated. If the fierce tiger harbored intentions for the rabbit, why would it ensure the rabbit was well-fed and well-rested, and even take the time to explain things once more? In unison, they shook their heads and focused their attention on the misty jade bottle. Only then did Lu Ruoli resume her initial discourse. Holding the bottle aloft and inviting the trio to peer inside and behold the wonders within. As I previously mentioned, to pursue immortality, one must possess the requisite aptitude. The secret realm within this bottle is designed to awaken such potential. However, I must clarify one crucial point. The so-called awakening of aptitude entails confronting various dire circumstances to stimulate your spiritual roots or unique bloodlines and physiques. There is a possibility that the potential may not awaken in time, leading to your demise, or you may discover that you lack the aptitude altogether, persisting in vain until death. Nevertheless, should you wish to withdraw at any moment, a mere whisper will summon me to extract you from this realm. The measure of your perseverance is for you to determine. Do you understand? Lu Ruoli elaborated in great detail, and the trio nodded earnestly, comprehending her words. Understood. Su Luoluo and Fan Tuanshuan affirmed resolutely. Yet, Luo Mang, somewhat anxious, inquired, Master, are there many who awaken their aptitude for immortality? Lu Ruoli smiled, patting Wu Xian's shoulder. In over 300 years, while nearly 100,000 have visited, he is the only one who has successfully awakened. Wu Xian grinned widely, baring his teeth in a broad smile. Hey, praise me. The trio's gaze fell upon Wu Xian, their earlier ambitions crushed under the weight of reality. 3 centuries, 100,000 people, and only one with the aptitude for immortality? The odds seemed almost negligible. Are you afraid? Lu Ruoli inquired, her tone light. It's perfectly normal to feel fear. You may choose to leave now. I can have Wu Xian escort you out of the 100-mile peach blossom forest. She regarded them with a smile, imparting no pressure, leaving the choice entirely in their hands. At that moment, Li Chang'e, having tidied the dining table and kitchen, entered the living room, wiping his hands with a towel. Glancing at the misty jade bottle on the table, he remarked coldly, If I were you, I would turn and leave immediately. Better to live a mundane life than take foolish risks. The atmosphere grew tense, as Lu Ruoli, Li Chang'e, and Wu Xian awaited the trio's response. I want to try? Despite the stakes now involving life and death, and Lu Ruoli having provided ample opportunity for retreat, Su Luoluo remained steadfast in her decision to press forward. This was the only path she could envision that might lead her back to her father, and whatever the outcome, she had to attempt it. Then count me in. Without dreams, what distinguishes a person from a salted fish? If I die, I can always start anew in the next life. It'll surely be more exciting. Fan Tuanshuan followed suit, declaring her intent. Having been an orphan since early childhood, she had grown up relying on the kindness of others. Though the village head had cared for her, and the villagers had shown her sympathy, over time, whispers had emerged. Children had taunted her, saying she consumed more than a cow and was more hindrance than help, a child without a mother, a harbinger of misfortune. Fan Tuanshuan had vowed to herself that she could easily confront that child, yet she had held back. They were not entirely wrong. No one's food came without effort. I'm already 5 years old. I'm no longer a mere child. It's time for me to forge my own path, she had told the village head. She wished to pursue immortality, for immortals did not need to eat, and once she achieved that, hunger would no longer be a concern. The village head, unable to dissuade her, acquiesced to her departure. Yet that very night, he knocked on every door in the village, and the kind-hearted villagers pooled their resources to gift her the large hammer she now wielded. Fan Tuanshuan's future ambitions were clear. Before pursuing immortality, she would find a stable source of sustenance, one that would not falter, allowing her to eat while cultivating until she no longer needed to. Thus, embarking on the path of immortality was her chosen destiny. Yet Luo Mang was different. He held no great obsession with immortality, and now faced with the specter of life and death, it was only natural for him to consider retreat. Just as he was about to voice his decision to withdraw, Fan Tuanshuan leaned in and whispered in his ear, Luo Mang, don't forget, the 3 of us once vanquished an evil cultivator outside Zhanghai City. Are you not concerned that he might have friends seeking revenge? Consider this. If you find yourself thriving in life, surrounded by family, and enjoying a peaceful existence, only to have an evil cultivator come knocking at your door seeking retribution, how will you protect your loved ones? Fan Tuanshuan sought to instill fear in him. I could retreat to the mountains and live alone, Luo Mang meekly countered, a hint of fear in his voice. Live alone? Are you saying you plan to spend your life all by yourself? What kind of life is that? You might as well be dead. Since we're destined to die regardless, why not take the chance now? What if you possess extraordinary aptitude? You could soar to great heights. With a mix of intimidation and temptation, Fan Tuanshuan nudged him further. Besides, Master just made it clear. If it becomes too much, you can always call for help. It's not as if entering means you must either awaken your potential or perish. Don't be such a coward. Luo Mang, though only 4 years old, was still a little man, concerned about his pride. Being publicly labeled a coward caused his cheeks to flush. Fine, I'll give it a try, but Master, if I call for help, will you truly hear me? Lu Ruoli smiled, gently ruffling Luo Mang's hair. Rest assured, I will remain by the misty jade bottle. And should you call for rescue, I will bring you out at once. Thus, the decision was made. The trio would enter the misty jade bottle. With a flick of her fingers, Lu Ruoli summoned a glimmer of light towards the bottle's opening. Instantly, radiant brilliance enveloped the three, and when the light faded, they had been drawn into the bottle. Foolish children, unaware of the dangers they face, Li Chang'e scoffed, watching the trio willingly enter the misty depths. Having witnessed countless such reckless souls seeking immortality over the centuries, he merely shrugged off his disdain before tending to the garden. Wu Xian remained alongside Lu Ruoli, observing the trio's situation through the mirror-like reflection summoned from within the bottle. "Master, do you think any of them will awaken their potential?" he asked innocently. Lu Ruoli chuckled softly, shaking her head slowly. "It's difficult to say, but given that they have found their way here at such a tender age, they are likely no ordinary children. The enchanting Su Luoluo possesses no fewer than 100 celestial-grade golden protection talismans, along with a golden hairpin adorning her head, which is also a celestial artifact. Although its purpose remains a mystery, it is undoubtedly not an item for the common folk. While I cannot ascertain her true identity, I am certain that she is backed by a formidable and affluent power. This force could be a mighty mortal kingdom, a vast sect of immortal cultivators, or perhaps merely a reclusive sage of extraordinary prowess. Being cherished like a treasure, I am convinced that even if she lacks the innate talent for cultivation, those behind her would find a way to usher her into the realm of immortality. As for Fan Tuanchuan, though she appears unremarkable, I sense an ancient and mysterious bloodline coursing through her veins. It is highly likely that she possesses the potential to awaken some formidable lineage or physique, with a promising future ahead. In contrast, Luo Meng seems rather ordinary, leaving his fate to chance. In the villa of Su Chun in Shengjing, upon awakening, his first action was to communicate with the legal department of his company regarding Zhang Hao and that little girl. He instructed that they be dealt with as severely as possible. His pent-up rage found a slight reprieve only when he glimpsed Su Luoluo in the game on his phone. Gently caressing the screen, he murmured to himself, "Did you say, Daddy, I miss you in your dreams last night?" According to the game's design, the world of cultivation should not recognize the term father. Could it be that the game's code has become disordered? The uncertainties in his heart could only be deciphered through his own conjectures. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chen's feelings for Su Luoluo had deepened significantly, akin to an internet addict. Whether in transit or during meals, he clutched his phone, fearful of missing any detail. Upon witnessing the trio entering the misted marsh, he felt a surge of anxiety. Beyond his concern for Su Luoluo's safety, he was also apprehensive about whether she could awaken her cultivation potential. It was evident that the little girl yearned for cultivation. If she lacked the innate talent, she would undoubtedly be disappointed. As he observed the unfolding narrative of the game, he instinctively accessed the in-game shop, hoping to discover newly available items. However, as soon as he entered, his eyes widened in disbelief. New arrivals. Celestial Gold Spiritual Root, 188888 Fate. Celestial Wood Spiritual Root, 188888 Fate. Celestial Water. Su Chun immediately filtered the prices, scanning from the top down. Celestial Xian Spiritual Root, unique, upgradable. Connects with the chaotic essence, capable of creation and destruction, 888,888 Fate. Gasp. Even as a billionaire, Su Chen could not help but inhale sharply at the sight of these prices. Nearly $1 million for a single spiritual root. This game must have been specifically designed by some fool, who in their right mind would engage in such extravagance. Nevertheless, he resolved to ignore the absurdity and proceeded to invest. Chapter 33, Spiritual Root Placement Failed. Please select a different timing. Swiftly entering his payment password, a staggering 888. 888 soft coins were transferred from Su Chen's bank account into the game. In an instant, a shimmering thread of black and red light appeared in Su Chen's system backpack. Was this truly the coveted spiritual root of the cultivation world? Gazing at the thread-like object, Su Chen thought the modeling of this spiritual root was somewhat lackluster compared to the game's overall finesse. For something valued at nearly $1 million, it appeared less impressive than a mere talisman costing a couple of thousand. Yet, its unique and upgradable characteristics were indeed noteworthy. How to install it? Like any other item? Impatiently, Su Chen yearned to affix the celestial Xian spiritual root to Su Luoluo. The misted marsh appeared ominous, with its thick fog and potentially toxic air. He was eager for her to awaken her spiritual root and escape. However, when he attempted to place the celestial Xian spiritual root onto Su Luoluo, the system issued a failure notification. Spiritual root placement failed. Please select a different timing. Timing. Su Chen was perplexed. It wasn't a matter of incorrect positioning, but rather an issue of timing? What constituted the right timing? Confounded, he tried again, only to receive the same failure notifications. Spiritual route placement failed. Please select a different timing. Spiritual route placement failed. Please select a different timing. Spiritual route placement. Are you blind or illiterate? Didn't I say the timing is wrong? Try again and I'll confiscate it. Chen. Astonishing. He was actually threatened by a game. Not one to rebel. He acknowledged the system's urgency, realizing the timing indeed was off. Thus, he remained vigilant, prepared to place the celestial Xian spiritual root on Su Luoluo as soon as the moment was right. In the misted marsh, the trio was automatically dispersed into 3 distinct areas upon entering the secret realm. Su Luoluo found herself enveloped in fog, the air thick with a damp and unpleasant odor. Visibility was limited to a mere 2 or 3 meters, and as she walked along the path, she quickly lost her sense of direction. She was utterly lost, unsure of where to go, and could only proceed step by step. Meanwhile, Fan Toanshuan, upon entering, felt the ground beneath her soften. Looking down, she realized she was standing in a muddy expanse covered in moss. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single patch of clean, solid ground, only mud and wet moss, with nary a tree in sight. With no time to ponder, Su Luoluo hastily moved forward, desperate to avoid sinking deeper into the mire. Luoluo, Luo Mang, where are you? Can you hear me? She called out, her voice echoing into the void. Yet, her cries fell silent, swallowed by the oppressive stillness of the misted marsh, a stark contrast to her love for lively banter, leaving her feeling utterly suffocated. Luo Mang, in his own separate location, found himself devoid of fog and marsh, surrounded instead by an eerie and expansive forest. All around him stood trees of bizarre shapes, and he could occasionally hear disconcerting bird calls and wolf howls echoing through the air. Terrified, he felt his heart race as he wandered aimlessly, uncertain of his destination. Suddenly, a mysterious sound from behind startled him, compelling him to instinctively flee in the opposite direction. As he ran, he instinctively reached for the storage pouch tucked within his pants, hoping to retrieve a mixed heavenly thunder talisman or some other charm for reassurance. However, his heart sank as he rummaged through his pockets. Where was his storage pouch? 1,000,000 spirit stones and all his protective talismans gone? Overwhelmed with a mix of anger and fear, Luo Mang burst into tears. The sight of the 4-year-old boy weeping while running tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, with the loss of his storage pouch, Luo Mang was compelled to reassess his future. Previously, his desire to retreat to the mountains stemmed from his financial security. With 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could live a life of luxury without the need for labor. But now, with his wealth vanished, the prospect of living as an ordinary person loomed, accompanied by the burden of making a living. Though it took only an afternoon for the Tianma to fly from Wudong Port to Taoyuan Town, if he were to retrace his steps little by little, he might never return to the Luo family in this lifetime. Without home and having lost his wealth, Luo Mang, in a moment of desperation, gritted his teeth and decided to muster his courage. What if he indeed possessed the fate of a cultivator? Since he was here, why not take the plunge? With a resolute mindset, Luo Mang's steps gradually steadied. However, just as he was about to pause and observe his surroundings, 3 demonic wolves suddenly sprang forth, leaving him no time to react. In an instant, Luo Mang turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Under normal circumstances, even an ordinary wolf could easily catch up to a 4-year-old like Luo Mang. Yet, in this moment of frantic escape, the 3 demonic wolves strangely found themselves unable to pin him down, as if hindered by some unseen force. Their speed was curiously restrained within a clever boundary. They could not nip at Luo Mang's small behind despite their best efforts, but their claws could reach his back. With a swift swipe, a silver flash flickered, and the claws of the wolf tore into Luo Mang's back, leaving several bloody gashes. Luo Mang, who had always feared pain, felt the searing agony and jumped high, his speed increasing in response to the terror. But he was not alone in his swiftness. The wolves were equally fast, relying on the tactic of scaring rather than killing. The scent of blood was irresistible to them, more enticing than the allure of the peach of immortality to Sun Wukong. Yet, close as they were, they could not close in on the little black boy, merely sniffing in frustration. The leading wolf, seizing the moment, swiped again, this time tearing Luo Mang's shirt completely off his back. Howling in pain, Luo Mang ran even faster. However, after turning a corner, another wolf joined the chase. Having already endured 2 strikes, Luo Mang, overwhelmed by fear and intense pain, felt his adrenaline taking over. With his escape route now blocked, he entirely forgot his usual cowardice. If Luo Mang were to observe from the sidelines, witnessing a small creature being relentlessly chased and mauled by wolves, he would either surrender without hesitation or faint from fright. Ironically, he was that small creature. In a mere 3 minutes, Luo Mang grasped a crucial truth. He could not outlast the wolves. As the adrenaline began to wane and blood loss reached a critical point, the world around him began to spin. His head grew heavy, and he fell to the ground. Unconscious. Master, please save him. Wu Xian, watching through the mirror, grasped Lu Ruoli's sleeve, pleading for her to rescue Luo Mang. Yet, Lu Ruoli slowly shook her head, gently refusing. No, unless he chooses to withdraw himself, I cannot bring him back. This is the path he has chosen, and it is his fate. Her heart filled with regret. She could hardly bear to watch. In over 300 years, this was the first time such a young child had entered the secret realm within the bottle. Their lives had only just begun, and to see one misstep lead to death was truly heartbreaking. Wu Xian, on the verge of tears, stamped his foot and shouted at the reflection of Luo Mang. Luo Mang, call for help. I promise I won't treat you as my junior brother anymore. Once you're out, I'll send you away. He had always dreamed of being a big brother, but he could not bear to see Luo Mang perish. However, his cries fell on deaf ears. At the moment Luo Mang fell, the 4 wolves encircled him. The lead wolf sank its teeth into his back, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The other 3 wolves joined in the gruesome feast, a scene more horrific than mere bloodshed. But as time passed, Lu Ruoli, who was disheartened, and Wu Xian, who was in tears, began to notice something strange. The wounds on Luo Mang's body, which were being gnawed upon by the wolves, were rapidly regenerating. A faint blue light enveloped Luo Mang. Please call me the water god. Chapter 34, Surprise. An abrupt phenomenon. As the azure light emerged, both Lu Ruoli and Wu Xian, watching intently, were struck with profound astonishment. Lu Ruoli's eyes widened in disbelief, even momentarily covering her mouth in shock. As a cultivator in the tribulation stage, her realm, while not the pinnacle of the Yunlong continent, was certainly sufficient for her to recognize the significance of what she was witnessing. He had awakened a water spiritual root of celestial quality. Surrounded by the power of the water spirit, Luo Mang's severely injured body began to heal at an astonishing rate. This miraculous effect could only be attributed to a water spiritual root of celestial quality. To think that the person she least expected would be the first to awaken a spiritual root, and a celestial one at that. Amidst the shock, Lu Ruoli's heart surged with joy. While the water spiritual root lacked offensive power, it harmonized perfectly with various healing techniques. Once one's realm advanced, it could be deemed the foremost support on the Yunlong continent. Imagine a battle between 2 supreme beings or a fierce clash between 2 great sects. If one side had a celestial-grade water spiritual root backing them, capable of rapidly restoring health and energy, how could they possibly lose? Moreover, the water spiritual root was less likely to encounter any bottlenecks during cultivation, as cultivators primarily relied on absorbing and refining the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And the water spiritual root had a natural affinity for spiritual energy, allowing for significantly faster absorption and refinement compared to ordinary roots. While its offensive capabilities were weak, it was challenging to kill, and its growth rate was rapid. Most importantly, the water spiritual root was rarer than the elemental roots of metal, wood, fire, and earth, making it a coveted treasure among major sections. Even a low-grade water spiritual root would be treated as a priceless gem. Lu Ruoli could hardly fathom the waves Luo Mang would create in the outside world with his celestial-grade water spiritual root. Nor could she imagine the extent of resources he would attract. Had he awakened? Did this mean he wouldn't have to die? Yay, I have a junior brother now. Wu Xian, though unaware of the water spiritual root's true value, rejoiced at the thought that Luo Mang would live. Of course, he won't die. I will rescue him right away. With such a precious gem at stake, Lu Ruoli was understandably anxious about any unforeseen events. The concepts of being hard to kill and invincible were entirely different. If such a brilliant cultivation prodigy were to encounter an accident right under her nose, Lu Ruoli would regret it for the rest of her life. With a pointed gesture, Luo Mang, who had already been partially fed to the wolves, was suddenly enveloped in a purple light. He began to float upward, and as he emerged from the jade bottle of the misty swamp, Lu Ruoli immediately cradled the unconscious child in her arms. "My dear," she called softly, and Li Chang'e, who had been watering the flowers outside, instantly appeared before her. Water spiritual root? Celestial quality? He furrowed his brow, glancing at the small Luo Meng in Lu Ruoli's embrace, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, celestial quality," Lu Ruoli smiled, handing the still unconscious Luo Meng over to Wu Xian before grabbing Li Chang'e's hand. "My dear, the emergence of a celestial spiritual root may provoke a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. I will go outside to set up a grand protective array while you guard the jade bottle of the misty swamp. We cannot afford to neglect the two girls still inside." After issuing her instructions, Lu Ruoli turned to leave, but as she did, Li Chang'e grasped her hand. "Let me handle matters outside." He looked at Luo Meng and then at the jade bottle of the misty swamp, his emotions a whirlwind. He was aware of Lu Ruoli's aspirations, yet his sole desire was to live a secluded life with her, indulging in tranquil days, free from worldly disputes. However, it seemed that such peaceful times were about to vanish irrevocably. Regardless, Li Chang'e would never resort to underhanded tactics to fulfill his own desires. Indeed, he yearned for a quiet existence, which was his dream, but his love for his wife surpassed his self-interest. When she commanded, he was bound to exert every effort. As he stepped into the courtyard, Li Chang'e discovered that he had unknowingly grasped a long sword. The sword gleamed a brilliant gold, adorned with patterns of the yin-yang symbol and the bagua. With a flick of his finger, the sword, radiating golden light, transformed into a streak of brilliance. Soaring into the sky, in an instant, the skies above Taoyuan town erupted into a tempest. Invisible sword lights enveloped the entire region within 100 miles. Li Chang'e seated himself in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. The sword formation was established, and he awaited the impending storm. Casting a glance at Lu Ruoli within the house, he smiled indulgently at his beloved wife. Meanwhile, in the mysterious misty marsh, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Fan Tianquan was indeed strong. However, as she moved, the path beneath her feet grew increasingly treacherous. At merely 5 years old, her little legs were short. Eventually, she found herself sinking into the marsh. Brave Tianquan fears no hardship. "Rise up," she yelled defiantly, straining with all her might to escape. Yet, those who have fallen into a swamp know that the more one struggles, the deeper one sinks. After several futile attempts, only her head and outstretched arms remained visible above the surface. "Forget it. Let it be. 5 years hence, I shall still be a formidable figure." With resolve, Tianquan's patience waned, and she chose to abandon her struggle, plunging headfirst into the marsh, opting for an unconventional approach. Yet, the marsh showed no mercy. In mere moments, her form disappeared completely, leaving only the occasional bubbles that surfaced from the murky depths. "Master, if she cries for help like this, will you even hear her?" Wu Xian, cradling the unconscious Luo Meng, grew concerned for Tianquan's safety. Lu Ruoli sighed softly, glancing back at Wu Xian. She just dove into the marsh, and even took a few bites of the muck. "Do you see any intention of retreating in her actions?" Wu Xian was left speechless, as the master and disciple continued to anxiously observe the situation through the mirror. The bubbles in the area where Tianquan had submerged gradually diminished until the surface returned to tranquility. Lu Ruoli felt a pang of regret. She had held high hopes for Tianquan and could hardly believe she might be lost. In the realm of secrets, only those who entered could call for help, or be deemed deceased for Lu Ruoli to extract them. Based on the passage of time, it appeared that Tianquan had indeed perished. Lu Ruoli gently tapped the mirror. Yet, to her surprise, a violet glow was obstructed by the mirror, preventing her from retrieving Tianquan. Had she not perished? A flicker of joy ignited in her heart, and hope sparkled in her eyes. Before she could attempt to bring Tianquan back again, a flash of red light erupted from the mirror, causing the previously calm marsh to bubble violently. This has never happened before. Both Lu Ruoli and Wu Xian felt a surge of tension. Soon, however, that tension transformed into exhilaration as the marsh bubbled fiercely, and Tianquan, who had just sunk, began to rise once more. She was being lifted by a gigantic phantom hand. Boom! The sight of that colossal hand supporting Tianquan struck Lu Ruoli like a thunderclap in her mind. She had speculated that Tianquan might possess a unique constitution or bloodline, but she had never anticipated it to be so extraordinary. An ancient shamanic lineage that had vanished from the Yunnan continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Without the luxury of time for astonishment, Lu Ruoli promptly called out to Li Chang'e, who who was still sipping tea outside. Husband. Reinforce the sword formation. One broken sword cannot contain this. Boom. No sooner had Lu Ruoli finished her exclamation than an enigmatic red glow emanating from Tuanshuan burst forth from Li Chang's sword formation, instantly painting the skies above Taoyuan town crimson. An extraordinary phenomenon was unfolding. Observing everything through his phone, Su Chen mused, seriously. Just a spirit root of celestial quality and shamanic bloodline creates such a commotion. What would happen if my Lolo's celestial quality, profound spirit root, and ancient demon emperor bloodline were to appear together? Report. My ancestor is Pangu. Tuanshuan exclaimed. Chapter 35. Congratulations. The timing has been aptly chosen, and your daughter has successfully activated her celestial quality, profound spirit root. As Li Chang'e sat in the courtyard, he raised his eyes upon hearing Lu Ruoli's call, witnessing a burst of red light shooting into the sky. The broken sword trembled violently, and the expansive sword formation revealed a crack. Though it quickly mended, a stream of red and blue light surged forth. Alarmed, Li Chang'e's heart raced, and he swiftly unleashed another flying sword. Unlike the golden brilliance of the broken sword, this new sword radiated a striking red hue. Questioning the way, he bellowed, propelling himself upward alongside the questioning sword. With no time to conceal the red and blue lights that had already escaped, Li Chang'e wielded his sword like a brush, inscribing runes in the sky to reinforce the protective formation. As he moved, an immense force of Tao surged from the sword's tip, easily suppressing the ferocious shamanic power emanating from Tuanshuan, fortifying the formation from all sides. The extraordinary phenomena that had erupted between heaven and earth swiftly faded into nothingness. 700 miles south of Taoyuan town, the Qingshao Daoist, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring skyward. Although the celestial phenomena had been swiftly subdued, a person of his cultivation level could still sense the anomaly through his formidable spiritual awareness. Suspended in the air, Qingshao Daoist expanded his perception to its limit. The red light, the bloodline of the ancient shamanic deity Pangu, and the blue, a celestial quality water spirit root. A slight probe caused sweat to bead on his forehead. After 600 years of cultivation atop Ziwai Mountain, even he was merely a superior with spirit root. Who could fathom how envious he was of those with exceptional root and bloodlines whenever he encountered a bottleneck in his training? If he could take in such newly awakened roots and bloodlines as disciples. As thoughts raced, Qingshao Daoist summoned his strength, pursuing the red and blue lights that dashed toward the horizon. Before him, numerous sects had dispatched their greatest experts. For the descent of extraordinary phenomena heralded the awakening of at least one unparalleled prodigy. Nurturing such a prodigy could potentially alter the dynamics of the Yunnan continent, or even lead an entire clan to ascend to the higher realms. Fortunately, Li Chang's protective formation effectively concealed the auras of Tuanshuan and Luo Meng. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before Taoyuan town was surrounded in pursuit of such a talent. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed, and conflicts between sects over a single talent were commonplace. For wanderers like Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli, without the backing of any sect or mortal kingdom, safeguarding such rare prodigies amidst such competition would be a daunting challenge. What is rightfully deserved, for my wife has steadfastly guarded this place for 3 centuries, and now she has acquired such an exceptional disciple. All of this is truly merited by her. Towering amidst the clouds, Li Chang'e could not help but feel joy for Lu Ruoli. Meanwhile, within the northern chamber, Lu Ruoli had successfully extracted Fan Tuanshuan from the secret realm. Like Luo Meng, Fan Tuanshuan now found herself in a rather peculiar state, her eyes closed and remaining silent, radiating a continuous red light. Lu Ruoli entrusted Fan Tuanshuan to Wu Xian, who cradled her. Casting a glance at the fortified sky-blocking sword array outside, she finally felt a sense of relief. How fortunate! If not for Li Chang's swift reaction moments ago, a stronger individual might have traced the aura to snatch her disciple away. If she were to witness such a splendid disciple being taken, it would incite a fury that could lead her to self-harm. Ah, master, look, look. Just as Lu Ruoli took a breath, Wu Xian, with Luo Meng in one arm and Fan Tuanshuan in the other, began to shout excitedly. Lu Ruoli was about to reprimand him when, in the next instant, a surge of dark energy erupted from the misty jade bottle. Crack! In an instant, this treasured artifact that had accompanied her for centuries developed a fissure. Without a moment to spare, Lu Ruoli pointed with one hand. and a red ribbon flew from her wrist. The ribbon, like a spiritual serpent, swiftly coiled around the outside of the misty jade bottle. With radiant flashes, the cracks on the bottle gradually diminished under the ribbon's constricting pressure. The dark energy spilling forth significantly lessened, yet Lu Ruoli was on high alert. What is happening? Why is there dark energy? Anything associated with dark energy in the Yunnan continent is steeped in malevolence. Whether it be demonic cultivators, ferocious beasts, evil spirits, or dark entities, all have intricate connections with darkness. Could it be that the resplendent Su Luoluo is linked to such beings? Lu Ruoli attempted to observe Su Luo's current situation within the secret realm through a mirror image, but all she could see was a swirling mass of dark energy, devoid of any other details. At that moment, Li Chang'e, hovering above the small courtyard, also sensed something amiss. In his line of sight, a wisp of dark energy was slowly rising. It is from the demon clan. His gaze sharpened. Gripping the Winda sword, he dove towards the dark energy. Smash! With a low shout, the Winda sword flared with brilliant red light. However, upon striking, Li Chang'e was left dumbfounded. The Winda sword, renowned for its indestructibility and amalgamation of various Dao forces, failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon the dark energy. Not only that, but the sword trembled violently from the recoil, and had it been wielded by anyone else, it might have flown from their grasp. After just one clash, Li Chang'e realized he was utterly incapable of handling this dark energy. Without a moment's thought, he dashed into the small room. Wife, that Su Luoluo is connected to the demon clan. Immediately destroy the bottle. Let her perish within it. The secret realm contained within the bottle constituted a world unto itself. Actively destroying the bottle would be akin to collapsing this miniature world. Consequently, everything and everyone within that realm would be obliterated. Yet Lu Ruoli's thoughts were solely focused on preserving the bottle from shattering. The ribbon that had once entwined around the bottle had been severed into tatters by the seeping dark energy. Were it not for the realm's inherent independence, the bottle would have exploded long ago. No, one's character and origins should not dictate their worth. What of the demon clan? There are virtuous individuals among them. We cannot engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Lu Ruoli resolutely disagreed, and as she spoke, she summoned a yellow cloth pouch and directly enveloped the misty jade bottle. Su Luoluo, what have you encountered? If this dark energy breaches the sky-blocking sword array, we shall not survive. Lu Ruoli and the others were oblivious to the encounters Su Luoluo faced within the secret realm, yet Su Chen was fully aware. After several attempts to implant the celestial-grade Xianling root into Su Luoluo, all of which failed, Su Chen resigned himself to patiently await the opportune moment as dictated by the system. However, after a considerable interval, Luo Mang awakened an immortal-grade water spirit root, and Fan Tuanshuan awakened a shamanic bloodline, causing Su Chen to grow increasingly anxious. Opening Su Luo's status panel, he finally discovered something amiss within the negative attributes, slight poisoning. Those mists are toxic gas. Observing the mists surrounding Su Luoluo within the secret realm, Su Chen pondered. Both Luo Mang and Fan Tuanshuan had only awakened their cultivation potential when on the brink of death. Could this be the opportunity the system referred to? Must it be played so dangerously? Having already expended 1 million, was this the risk he must endure? Though filled with indignation, Su Chen found himself without alternatives and could only proceed cautiously. He first removed the golden hairpin obscuring Su Luo's ancient demon emperor aura, followed by the protective talismans from Fan Tuanshuan. With all protection stripped away from Su Luoluo, the little girl within the secret realm was instantly overwhelmed by the mists and collapsed. Warning, your daughter is being attacked by poison gas and is in grave danger. Warning, the ancient demon emperor aura is leaking. Your daughter's life remains for 8 seconds. Warning, the secret realm your daughter occupies is on the brink of collapse. A series of warnings sent tremors through Su Chen's hands. Nevertheless, he did not forget the purpose of this perilous endeavor. Grasping the celestial-grade Xianling root, which he had placed in the first slot of his backpack, Su Chen swiftly and accurately placed it upon Su Luoluo. Congratulations. The timing was correct, and your daughter has successfully activated the celestial-grade Xianling root. Phew, that was close. Chapter 36. The shock reverberated, instilling a sense of inferiority among all cultivators in the Yunnan continent. It succeeded? At the moment the notification appeared, Su Chen's heart surged with exhilaration. Without waiting for further prompts from the system, he hastily reinserted the golden hairpin into Su Luo's hair and scattered the celestial-grade golden light protective talismans over her. fearing that even a second's delay might bring her harm. Meanwhile, across the entire Yunnan continent, chaos erupted. It's going to explode. In the small house of Taoyuan town, the misty jade bottle on the table emitted a crack, and the fissures rapidly expanded. Observing this, Wu Xian, cradling little Luo Meng and Fan Tuanchuan, shouted as he dashed into the courtyard. Hurry! Li Chang'e also grasped Lu Ruoli's hand and spun, leaping out of the room. Only after they exited did they realize that the sky-blocking sword array Li Chang'e had set up had already been shattered by the dark energy surging from the bottle. The once bright sky now bore a sudden ominous transformation. Lightning crackled incessantly, and dark clouds loomed ominously over the land, as if the heavens were about to collapse. Most terrifying of all, a colossal demonic statue, towering thousands of feet, materialized in the sky. It gazed down upon the entire Yunnan continent, its eyes exuding an oppressive force akin to mountains, pressing heavily upon the hearts of all cultivators in the realm. Boom, boom, boom. With the emergence of that demonic statue, golden bolts of lightning erupted from the heavens, resembling fierce dragons roaring forth, laden with murderous intent, charging towards the demonic figure. Golden heavenly punishment. This was the most potent divine retribution wielded by the heavenly Tao of this realm. Even ascended immortals would be reduced to nothing should they remain within this celestial jurisdiction. What is the heavenly Tao? It is the irrevocable law of this world. No one knows whether it is a ghost, a deity, a monster, or a demon. Neither do they know whether it is real or illusory. What is certain, however, is that throughout the vast expanse of the Yunnan continent, the rules of the heavenly Tao are absolute. It governs life and death, administers rewards and punishments, establishes rules, and oversees reincarnation. Now that the golden heavenly punishment has descended, it signifies the heavenly Tao's attack on that demonic statue. Yet, as the golden bolt struck the demonic figure, there was not the slightest indication of response. Not only did it not perish under the might of the heavenly Tao's most formidable assault, but the statue did not even blink. In this world, the golden heavenly punishment capable of slaying deities failed to even sever a single hair from the golem. Both Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli stood in stunned silence at this spectacle. Just moments ago, they had foolishly entertained the notion of using the celestial sword formation to fend off that dark energy. In retrospect, it was indeed an act of utter hubris. Who, then, is Su Luoluo? This question loomed large in the minds of Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e. What is happening? This is the greatest mystery for all beings across the Yunnan continent, especially for the cultivators within thousands of miles surrounding Taoyuan town, who were now filled with confusion. The Qingxiao Daoist and several cultivators chasing the red and blue auroras were abruptly thrown from the clouds by the immense pressure emanating from the golem. The antagonistic atmosphere that had previously existed dissipated. Those close by were almost inclined to embrace one another for courage. Unfathomable celestial lord. What day is this? First, the appearance of the red and blue auroras heralds the rise of a gifted successor, and now a golem withstands the onslaught of the heavenly Tao, casting its gaze over the entire Yunnan continent. Could it be that unparalleled prodigies of both righteousness and malevolence have simultaneously emerged? Gazing up at the terrifying phenomena in the sky, the Qingxiao Daoist felt as insignificant and fragile as an ant. Unbeknownst to him, a crack had formed in his Tao heart. At that moment, countless so-called geniuses across the Yunnan continent felt a similar sense of inadequacy. What defines a genius? What, indeed, constitutes true brilliance? Look at the grandeur displayed before them, and then reflect upon their own modest talents. It is both laughable and pitiable. The cultivators felt the same way. And as for the mortals, their plight was even more dire. When deities clash, it is the mortals who suffer. In such circumstances, all they could do was kneel and beseech the divine for protection, either pleading for survival or for a swift, painless demise. Yet, just as the collective fear, worry, and inferiority reached a crescendo, the golem and the ominous clouds in the sky vanished as mysteriously as they had appeared. Their arrival had been marked by an overwhelming sense of foreboding, but their departure was equally unexpected and swift. The terrifying golem and its oppressive aura dissipated like a fleeting dream, leaving the creatures of the Yunnan continent in a state of bewilderment. However, before anyone could begin to discuss the recent terrifying phenomena, the skies above the Yunnan continent erupted once more with tumult as a certain dashing figure in another realm stored a million-value celestial-grade primordial root within his electronic garment. Initially, A streak of violet radiance appeared at the eastern horizon, followed by a sudden manifestation of a golden glowing celestial gate amidst the roiling clouds. The instant the gate swung open, a myriad of multicolored rays burst forth, painting the sky of the Yunnan continent in divine luminescence. As if that were not enough, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air, and hundreds of colossal dragon apparitions materialized, their ferocious presence commanding the skies to shift and swirl. Before the dragons could fade, the sound of phoenix cries emerged from the celestial gate, unleashing a flurry of colorful phoenix apparitions that danced in the heavens, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Having just been terrified by the golem, the inhabitants of the Yunnan continent were now equally awestruck by this auspicious display. In this vast land, a revered sanctuary for cultivators, the only expression that could encapsulate their feelings was one of sheer astonishment. Even the initiator of this spectacle, Chen, could only exclaim that the expense was truly worthwhile. If such effects were to be showcased in a film, not even 10 million could replicate the grandeur displayed. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder, is it truly wise to be so ostentatious? Warning: your daughter has awakened a celestial-grade primordial root, causing a phenomenon in the heavens. If not concealed, her location will be marked by all-powerful beings across the Yunnan continent. Option 1. Let it be. I wish to remain low-key, but my strength does not permit it. Option 2. If everyone looks down on me, I shall live boldly. Survival is the true path. Was there even a choice? Chen had always adhered to the philosophy of seeking stability above all else. Though he did not prioritize survival above all else, he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks, especially when it concerned the safety of his electronic garment's inhabitant. He promptly selected option 2, and a notification popped up immediately. New arrivals in the store. Chaos Pearl, 33, 333 affinity, a treasure infused with chaotic power, perfectly compatible with celestial-grade primordial roots. It forms a chaotic barrier around the bearer, effectively shielding them from all forms of divine scrutiny. The system is rather considerate, pushing the most suitable choice directly to me. After taking a final glance at the auspicious phenomena above the Yunnan continent displayed on his screen, Chen clicked to purchase. Once the Chaos Pearl was acquired, he promptly placed it on Su Luoluo. The little girl had succumbed to unconsciousness, and the pearl transformed into a small bracelet, adorning her chubby wrist. As the saying goes, a fitting item for a fitting recipient. No sooner had Su Luoluo donned the Chaos Pearl than the previously bustling skies of the Yunnan continent returned to tranquility. The dragons, phoenixes, radiant colors, and celestial gate vanished without a trace. Su Luoluo. In the small courtyard of Taoyuan town, Lu Ruoli gasped in astonishment and rushed into the house. Her precious disciple must not come to harm. Li Chang'e followed closely, sword in hand, entering the dwelling alongside his wife. As they stepped inside, they beheld the little dumpling sprawled on the table, slowly opening her eyes. Master, mistress, have I successfully awakened? Chapter 37. Affection levels rise once more. You are about to receive a gift from Su Luoluo. Awakened. Not only has she awakened, but all three of them have, Lu Ruoli exclaimed, lifting Su Luoluo into her arms, her gaze brimming with love akin to that of a mother gazing at her newborn. In just a few seconds, Lu Ruoli gazed upon Su Luoluo hundreds of times. Wu Xian rushed in, carrying Luo Meng and Fan Tuanshuan, and upon seeing Su Luoluo awake, he broke into a broad grin. No one has perished. How splendid. I'm so elated I could burst. Though not particularly bright, Wu Xian was aware of the importance of appearances. The earlier terrifying phenomena caused by Su Luoluo's unleashed primordial magic had been overwhelmingly daunting. The only reason he and T lost control was due to his own tight grip. But now, with the storm subsiding and the skies clearing, he felt he had regained his composure. Without regard for Li Chang'e's expression, Wu Xian tossed Luo Meng and Fan Tuanshuan into Li Chang'e's arms. Mistress, could you please hold my junior siblings? Remember to rock them a bit. At that moment, Li Chang'e wished to smack this troublesome lad, his face dark as a pot's bottom. Yet, he could only cradle the two children while casting a questioning gaze at Su Luoluo. What is your origin? If you cannot clarify, Taoyuan town cannot harbor you. Upon entering, Li Chang'e had already scanned Su Luoluo with his divine sense. Strangely, after the tumultuous events that had just transpired, he found no trace of extraordinary energy surrounding her. In his perception, Su Luoluo was merely an ordinary little girl. Charming and adorable, but nothing beyond that. Yet, Despite this, it was undeniable that the celestial phenomena had indeed been triggered by her. This little girl must possess extraordinary qualities. I have no background. My family is gone, and I lost my father. I beg you, master, mistress, please do not cast me away. Unaware of the magnitude of the commotion she had caused, Su Luoluo clutched Lu Ruoli's sleeve in fear of being sent away by Li Chang'e. Darling Lu Ruoli instinctively shielded the little dumpling in her arms, casting a playful glare at Li Chang'e. I understand your concerns, but presently, all traces of her aura are meticulously concealed, rendering her undetectable. Frankly speaking, are you not curious about the nature of her awakened spirit root? Lu Ruoli is adept at diverting the conversation. We are all cultivators here. Who wouldn't be intrigued by the spirit root capable of causing such a significant stir? While the desire to observe is palpable, I believe neither of us possesses the requisite strength. Li Chang'e has no intention of disputing this fact. After all, Su Luoluo's aura is completely shrouded at the moment. Even if she were to linger, there is no fear of attracting unwanted attention. However, the question of what kind of spirit root she has awakened? That is indeed not easily ascertainable. No worries, if we cannot discern it, we can attempt a test. Lu Ruoli proposed with a glimmer of cleverness in her words, stirring Li Chang'e's interest. How do we test? He inquired, now intrigued. Lu Ruoli smiled knowingly. I do not mean to discover the nature of Luoluo's awakened spirit root. Rather, I am suggesting we evaluate the grade of her spirit root. With a brief explanation, Li Chang'e's understanding dawned upon him. To put it simply, a typical cultivator possesses two essential components that directly affect their cultivation ceiling: the spirit root and the dantian. The spirit root influences the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, whereas the dantian dictates the rate of refining and the capacity for storing spiritual energy. Notably, the spirit root cannot be upgraded through personal cultivation, unlike the dantian, which can be enhanced through various methods over time. Testing the grade of a spirit root is a straightforward endeavor. Although Su Luoluo has yet to cultivate her dantian, Lu Ruoli simply needs to provide her with a device for storing spiritual energy and impart a technique for absorbing it. Through specific calculations, they can ascertain the grade of her spirit root. In essence, the faster one absorbs spiritual energy, the higher the grade of the spirit root. Should her awakened spirit root possess a sufficiently high grade, the specific type of spirit root will become inconsequential. Judging by the auspicious phenomena of purple energy and the grand display of dragon and phoenix, it is certain that the young girl has awakened an extraordinary spirit root. Yes, precisely as you surmise, Lu Ruoli affirmed, aware of Li Chang'e's thoughts. They proceeded to ensure that Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Meng were settled before the couple began deliberating the specifics of testing the spirit root's grade. Su Luoluo, cradled in Lu Ruoli's embrace, attentively listened, her gaze shifting between her master and mistress. However, the young girl gradually regained her composure. Reflecting on her recent experiences within the secret realm, Su Luoluo vividly recalled being entirely enveloped by mist upon entering the realm. She wandered for quite some time without encountering any danger. Aside from the unpleasant odor of the mist, which made breathing uncomfortable, there were no other adverse sensations. Yet, subsequently, Su Luoluo suddenly felt as though something was missing. As specks of golden light emanated from her, she was instantaneously overcome by the poisonous mist. In her dazed state, she perceived a surge of dark energy escaping from her body, reminiscent of the demonic aura previously described at the Jinxia sect. Then, she hazily witnessed a slender thread radiating with black and red light descending upon her head. In retrospect, this surely indicated that the revered elder had intervened to assist her once more. Furthermore, Su Luoluo raised her hand to inspect a newly appeared orb on her wrist, shimmering with a black-red halo. The elder had saved her life multiple times and vanquished numerous foes on her behalf. Not only that, but he also gifted her a golden hairpin, a colorful skirt, and protective talismans, culminating in yet another endowment of a spirit root and this orb. Such kindness, she felt, could never truly be repaid. If only. A thought crossed her mind as she gazed out at the azure sky and fluffy clouds. If she could present the elder with a token of gratitude, it would be splendid. Although she lacked anything of substantial worth, she yearned to express her appreciation rather than merely receiving gifts, hoping it would bring her some solace. Congratulations. Su Luoluo's affection for you has increased by 20. Current affection level is 30. Wonderful. Su Luoluo has begun to envision your likeness in her mind. Congratulations. The increase in affection has triggered the thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket entry, and you are about to receive a gift from Su Luoluo. Just as Su Chen was admiring the adorable visage of the little dumpling, he suddenly spotted the notification, a wave of joy washing over his face. It seemed that while the little girl was lost in thought in Lu Ruoli's embrace, she had been contemplating him. A flicker of conscience, perhaps? After investing over 100,000, he finally felt a sense of meaningful interaction with the daughter character in the game. Su Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction that his expenditure was not in vain. As for the gift, although he understood that it was likely a creation from the game developers, it was still presented under the name of Su Luoluo, which filled him with anticipation. However, he couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for the in-game Su Luoluo to call him father. Ideally, he wished to have his appearance scanned to create a character to accompany Su Luoluo on her journey through the world of cultivation. After all, he genuinely viewed Su Luoluo as a daughter, and the more immersive the experience, the better. By the way, who exactly developed this game? Chapter 38, Chaos Erupts. The entire Yunlan continent descends into turmoil while Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e contemplated methods to assess Su Luo's spirit root grade. Nearly all the leaders of sects and mortal kingdoms across the Yunlan continent convened in urgent meetings. Even some reclusive rogue cultivators emerged from their secluded abodes. Some were merely driven by curiosity, but the majority sought to uncover the identity of the individual responsible for the recent terrifying celestial phenomena. If they could identify the one who summoned that monstrous apparition, they would eliminate them without hesitation. Conversely, if they were to discover the one who instigated the auspicious signs, they would stop at nothing to claim them as their own. If that proved impossible, they would ensure their demise. Almost everyone naturally assumed that the individuals responsible for these two celestial phenomena were separate entities. However, despite their efforts to investigate, they found no trace of leads. The celestial phenomena appeared to have manifested and vanished into thin air. The vastness of the heavens and earth left no semblance of related occurrences to pursue. Expand the search radius. Someone must have employed a secret technique to conceal their presence. We must unearth them at all costs. At the Daki dynasty's Sword Pavilion, the sect leader personally led a search party, returning empty-handed and fuming with frustration. Bring forth the celestial mechanism and summon the ancestor to divine the heavens. Assisting us in locating the prodigy of Qingyun sect. The leading sect, Qingyun sect, had already established a celestial mechanism on the teaching platform. The sect leader personally approached the stone cave where the sect's ancestor was in seclusion, kneeling to welcome them, hoping to utilize divine revelations to uncover leads. What are you waiting for? Release all the spiritual beasts capable of detecting spirit root auras. Hurry! The Xianyun sect, renowned for its breeding and training of various spiritual and demonic beasts, was also thrown into disarray. The sect leader ordered not only the release of all beasts capable of sensing spirit root auras, but also dispatched nearly half of the Elder Pavilion members to search for the individuals. The Elder Pavilion represented the pinnacle of the sect's combat strength, a resource rarely deployed in such numbers. Yet, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. At this moment, countless sects like Daki Sword Pavilion, Qingyun sect, and Xianyun sect were embroiled in chaos. Smaller sects were also mobilizing, hoping for a stroke of luck. Of course, while the righteous sects were frantically searching, the evil cultivators and demons across the Yunlan continent were not idle either. In a peculiar, towering mountain, the leader of the Baiwei sect let out a triumphant roar. The heavens have not forsaken my Baiwei sect. With the appearance of the monstrous visage, there must be a gifted evil cultivator among us. Search. Find them. I wish to establish the holy child. I yearn to ascend to the heavens. The speaker, seemingly deranged, commanded his followers, even if you cannot find it, go forth to kill, to plunder. Anyone who returns empty-handed shall not blame me for twisting their head off to serve as a chamber pot. Meanwhile, miles away from the moon worship sect, the leader of the soul-devouring sect conveyed through secret communication to his disciples, all members of the soul-devouring sect, mobilize immediately. We must locate the anomaly that has summoned the demon statue into our realm. Given time, I shall make those so-called righteous cultivators understand the true meaning of cruelty. The celestial phenomenon triggered by Su Luoluo had dissipated, yet the ensuing butterfly effect only intensified. Searching for individuals should not delay the impending conflict. When the righteous and the wicked clash, it is impossible for either to turn a blind eye. some unscrupulous righteous cultivators emerged, seizing the opportunity to murder and steal any worldly treasures they encountered. As for the wicked cultivators who practiced unorthodox methods, acts of arson and plunder were mere trifles. It seemed as though a certain balance within the Yunnan continent had been shattered, plunging the entire world into a peculiar state of unrest. In stark contrast, Taoyuan town appeared to be an idyllic paradise, surprisingly tranquil. After nearly an hour of preparation and searching, Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e set up a peculiar formation in the courtyard. A massive bronze cauldron was placed at the center of the array. Luo Meng and Fan Tuanshuan had awakened, and, alongside Su Luoluo, the three young ones had already learned their first lesson in the realm of cultivation, the perception and absorption of spiritual energy. Lu Ruoli genuinely wished to take on disciples, and she dove straight into the essence of teaching without any superfluous words, guiding the three young ones through practical exercises. As the formation was completed, the three young ones adeptly began to absorb the spiritual energy. However, due to their nascent dantians, their capacity for spiritual energy was limited. Before they could even begin to absorb, their dantians were already filled to capacity. The enormous bronze cauldron served the purpose of storing spiritual energy, similar to a dantian, allowing the three young ones to exert themselves in absorbing energy, thereby revealing whose spiritual root allowed for a quicker absorption rate. It was now confirmed that Luo Meng possessed a celestial-grade water spiritual root and that Fan Tuanshuan belonged to an ancient witch clan. The only mystery remaining was the grade and type of Su Lao's spiritual root. The reason Lu Ruoli included Luo Meng and Fan Tuanshuan in this test was entirely due to her speculation that Su Lao's spiritual root would undoubtedly surpass theirs, making them the control group. Lu Ruoli was eager to discern just how much stronger Su Luolua's spiritual root was compared to Luo Meng and Fan Tuanshuan. Are you ready? Upon Lu Ruoli's inquiry, the three young ones responded with resolute affirmation. All right, Luo Meng, you shall be first. Lu Ruoli smiled, gently patting Luo Meng's small shoulder. He nodded and sat cross-legged beside the bronze cauldron, placing one hand on its leg. Closing his eyes and focusing, Luo Meng swiftly entered a meditative state. Truly, he was blessed with a celestial-grade water spiritual root. As he began to channel the cultivation technique taught by Lu Ruoli, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body. At that moment, the formation began to operate, channeling all the energy Luo Meng absorbed into the massive bronze cauldron. Lu Ruoli timed the process while monitoring the amount of spiritual energy within the cauldron, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. After 10 breaths, she interrupted Luo Meng's meditation, maintaining a facade of calm while her heart soared with joy. In merely 10 breaths, Luo Meng had infused the cauldron with enough energy to activate a high-grade technique. It was important to note that he had only just awakened his spiritual root. In a certain sense, he could not yet be deemed a cultivator. Achieving such a feat was nothing short of extraordinary. Tuanshuan, it's your turn to try. Next was Fan Tuanshuan. The little girl stretched her arms and legs, settling down next to the bronze cauldron just like Luo Meng. The energy Luo Meng had absorbed had already been released by Lu Ruoli, leaving the cauldron empty and eager for new energy to flow in. However, compared to Luo Meng, Fan Tuanshuan took noticeably longer to enter a meditative state, requiring a full 20 breaths before she began to absorb energy. Yet, this minor difference was negligible. Lu Ruoli's smile only grew brighter. After allowing Fan Tuanshuan to rest, she personally led Su Luoluo to the bronze cauldron. Luoluo, simply channel your technique and absorb the energy. I wish to see just how immense your potential truly is. Go for it, she encouraged, making a gesture of support before stepping back to prepare for timing. Su Luoluo took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged with one hand resting on the bronze cauldron. As she thought of her father, she commenced her technique. In the next moment, a vortex of spiritual energy suddenly formed above Taoyuan town, centered around Su Luoluo, who served as the eye of the storm. Spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles surged frantically, akin to a tempest. In just 3 breaths, all the spiritual energy within that 100-mile radius was completely absorbed by Su Luoluo. The influx of energy was so tremendous that the bronze cauldron emitted a sharp crack, teetering on the brink of explosion. Yet, with her eyes closed, Su Luoluo furrowed her brow in confusion. What? Is it already gone before I could absorb it? Am I doing something wrong? I must try harder. Gritting her teeth, Su Luoluo focused intently and once more began to channel her technique to absorb energy. This time, An even larger vortex of spiritual energy began to coalesce high above Taoyuan town. Brother, sister, uncle, aunt, isn't Luoluo amazing? Chapter 39. The first spiritual energy explosion in the history of Yunlong Continentum? Just as Su Luoluo drained the spiritual energy from a 100-mile radius in mere 3 breaths, Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e were left astounded, their scalps tingling with shock. However, before they could intervene, an even more terrifying and colossal vortex of spiritual energy began to form. Wait, Lu Ruoli suddenly halted Li Chang'e. Do not disturb her. I wish to see just how terrifying her current limits are. While continuing might expose them to risk. Lu Ruoli was nonetheless curious to witness the tempest a child with just awakened spiritual roots could unleash. Curiosity may have killed the cat, but at that moment, Lu Ruoli was that inquisitive feline. In fact, the typically rational Li Chang'e was also intrigued. Having lived for hundreds of years, he believed he had encountered many prodigies. Yet a genius like Su Luoluo was a first for him. In the brief moment of hesitation shared between them, the vortex of spiritual energy above had already taken shape. This vortex was several times larger than the previous one. Above Su Luo's head, the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius swirled violently like a sudden tornado, chaotic yet ordered, gathering with intensity. The colossal storm of spiritual energy even caused the sky to become restless, as the previously clear skies above Taoyuan town darkened once again. Several cultivators happened to arrive above Taoyuan town, seeking the genius responsible for the celestial phenomenon. However, they found no genius, only the astonishing vortex of spiritual energy. Due to the altitude, they were unwittingly caught within the vortex, perhaps due to the overwhelming energy of the storm. These individuals felt their internal spiritual energy begin to spiral uncontrollably along with the vortex. What is happening? Before they could voice their astonishment or inquiries, every cultivator caught within the vortex summoned by Su Luoluo experienced an unmistakable sensation of their internal spiritual energy being instantaneously drained. A spiritual energy is the source of power for all spells. Without it, the airborne cultivators found themselves incapable of flying or even hovering. Like electric drones devoid of power, they had only one option: to plummet. The cries in the air were filled with despair and sorrow, and the immense vortex of spiritual energy naturally attracted the attention of numerous distant cultivators. Many rushed over, only to find themselves weightless upon stepping into the vortex created by Su Luoluo, plummeting headfirst from great heights. Among these cultivators were several venerable elders of considerable rank. These seasoned immortals, who had dedicated their lives to cultivation, could hardly fathom that in their advanced age they would face such a disgraceful fate. Imagine falling from the sky and meeting an untimely demise. What a source of mockery that would be. Unbeknownst to them, their concerns were unwarranted, for this vast vacuum of spiritual energy would not persist for long. The bronze cauldron, positioned at the heart of the formation by Lu Ruoli, was indeed substantial. Yet it had reached its limit in accommodating the spiritual energy within 100 miles. After Su Luoluo absorbed the vortex for the second time, the bronze cauldron exploded, and the vacuum state of spiritual energy lasted but a fleeting moment. With the explosion of the cauldron, the condensed spiritual energy within it suddenly lost its containment. The result was the first grand explosion of spiritual energy in the history of Yunlong Continent. Not triggered by any technique or talisman, but purely by the raw force of spiritual energy. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Ruoli's courtyard. Fortunately, the moment the cauldron shattered, the energy flooded the entire courtyard. In the blink of an eye, Li Chang'e summoned 13 flying swords to shield Lu Ruoli. The explosion of spiritual energy was peculiar. Mortals could not perceive such energetic fluctuations. For cultivators, the lower their cultivation level, the less sensitive they were to it, while the higher their level, the more significant the impact. Su Luoluo, Fan Tuanshuan, and Luo Mang merely felt a gentle breeze, whereas Li Chang'e, who unleashed all 13 swords, still felt a wave of dizziness. Thankfully, his swords absorbed most of the onslaught, sparing the couple from any substantial harm. However, Wu Xian, who was in the midst of a rather compromising position, was not so fortunate. His cultivation was neither high nor low, and by sheer bad luck, the wave of energy Li Chang'e deflected struck him directly. Ah, damn it! With his trousers half down and holding a handful of toilet paper, Wu Xian was sent flying by the impact of the spiritual energy, crashing through the roof of the outhouse and completing an aerial feat that would be the talk of legends. Meanwhile, Those cultivators plummeting from above, whose ranks far surpassed Wu Xian's, faced a far graver fate. They were struck by the shockwave of the explosion as soon as the spiritual energy entered their bodies. Previously, they had been falling downward. Now, they were all flung backward by the explosive force, utterly defenseless. Are you all right? As the explosive aftermath settled, Lu Ruoli rushed to the side of the three little ones. Seeing them shake their heads lightly, she hurried outside to retrieve Wu Xian. Master, I seem to have caused trouble again, Su Luoluo said apologetically. Previously, she had awakened her spiritual roots and inadvertently destroyed the misty jade bottle. Now, testing her roots again, she had blown up her master's bronze cauldron. She felt deeply remorseful. Ha! Trouble? What trouble? It's merely the destruction of two sacred artifacts. Lu Ruoli laughed, soothing Su Luoluo as she ruffled her hair. After all the effort, destroying two sacred treasures, she wondered what spiritual roots Su Luoluo had awakened, as well as their potential limits. However, one thing was for certain. She must take this disciple under her wing. Ruoli, let us not linger any longer. Although Su Luoluo's aura has been concealed, this explosion is bound to attract attention. We should make our exit swiftly, Lichanga said, his usual indifference to life and death now replaced with urgency, while he believed he could face any adversary of equal rank. The recent celestial phenomena and this explosive event would undoubtedly draw multiple investigators or factions. Lichanga feared nothing for himself, but he could not bear the thought of his beloved wife, who had long awaited the arrival of such prodigious talents, facing any unforeseen mishap before she had the chance to teach them. Let us go. Lu Ruoli, having resided there for hundreds of years, felt a connection to the place. But she understood that sentimentality was ill-timed. They not only needed to escape, but also to destroy their little courtyard. Summoning her magic, she flew into the clouds with the three little ones and Wu Xian, raising her delicate hand. A flash of purple lightning sparked in her eyes as she unleashed a palm thunder, instantly transforming Peach Blossom Town into a vast pit. Calculating the time from the explosion to their departure, it was hardly a minute. Still, Lu Ruoli felt a nagging sense of insecurity. No. Whether we leave or destroy Peach Blossom Town, it feels too obvious. We must devise a plan, otherwise, trouble will inevitably find us. She and Lichanga exchanged solemn glances. At that moment, a small hand raised high. Master, I have an idea. Su Luoluo gazed up at Lu Ruoli and Lichanga, her voice sweet yet earnest. Oh, what idea do you have? Lu Ruoli appreciated that she never underestimated children. Although Su Luoluo was merely 5 years old, she listened intently. On the other hand, Lichanga, while refraining from interrupting her, was less inclined to pay attention. After all, what could a 5-year-old possibly contribute to such a dire situation? It seemed more prudent to contemplate solutions himself than to waste time on her fanciful notions. Su Luoluo, unfazed by Lichanga's indifference, recalled what her elder brother Wu Xian had said. This home was under her master's control, and as long as her master was willing to hear her out, that was enough. With a serious expression, she continued, My father taught me that when facts are in your favor, emphasize the facts. When rules are in your favor, emphasize the rules. But when both are against you, muddle the waters and fish for an advantage. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoli's eyes lit up. How do we muddle the waters? The current situation was quite clear. Both the facts and rules were not in their favor. Su Luoluo smiled shyly and asked, Master, do you have any artifacts like the bronze cauldron? Ideally, about 10 of them. At this point, Lu Ruoli seemed to grasp Su Luoluo's strategy to muddle the waters. I do have a few artifacts designed for containing spiritual energy, though many of them are prone to explosions. With a pat on her storage bag, her heart eased somewhat. Under normal circumstances, losing a sacred artifact would sadden her for an entire day, but now, as long as it could eliminate future threats and protect her 3 precious disciples, she wouldn't mind detonating everything in her storage. Master, what exactly are you and Luoluo discussing? It sounds like there is going to be an explosion? Wu Xian asked, rubbing the bump on his head, looking bewildered. Yeah, what is this plan you're concocting? I heard something about muddling the waters, and I really like fish. Fan Tuanshuan chimed in, having missed the context entirely. Meanwhile, Luo Mang, though equally confused, took it upon himself to feign understanding, striking a pose of faux profundity. Su Luoluo smiled and pointed her small hand towards the gradually receding ruins of Taoyuan Town. What was Master worried about? Was it that others would follow the clues to find Taoyuan Town, discover the 2 of them, and then trace it back to us, leading to calamity? In that case, We could just blow up a few more places, creating several ruins like Taoyuan Town to divert their attention. By then, even if someone came knocking, Master would have a plausible explanation. With a slight clarification, Wu Xian, Fan Tuanchuan, and Luo Meng all understood her intentions. Meanwhile, Li Changge, who had been silent until now, also turned his eyes several times. I know a place. Let us go blow it up first. Without further ado, he led the group to a towering mountain. Pointing to a Taoist temple halfway up the mountain, Li Changge said, "This is the temple of my good brother, Qingxiao Taoist. He is the only one here. Blowing up the mountain would be no issue." As he spoke, Li Changge and the others floated down into the temple courtyard. Niu Bizi, Big Green Pepper. Li Changge shouted the nickname of Qingxiao Taoist. Naturally, blowing up a good friend's home required prior notice, otherwise, it would be too presumptuous. However, after searching the temple, they found no sign of anyone. This old Taoist must have gone out like the others, searching for the celestial phenomena. Gritting his teeth, Li Changge directly inscribed a spirit gathering formation in the temple courtyard. Good Green Pepper, I consider you a brother, yet you want to compete with my wife for disciples. Isn't it fair for me to blow up your temple? The spirit gathering formation was not complex. In just a few breaths, Li Changge completed the entire arrangement. Lu Ruoli took out a small porcelain pig for Su Luoluo to hold, saying, "Luoluo, this is a piggy bank used to store spirit stones. It has a space of its own, and when it explodes, its power is considerable. Go for it." Lu Ruoli knew that Su Luoluo was protected by numerous celestial-grade talismans. Whether it was a spirit energy explosion or the porcelain pig's detonation, it would not harm her. Therefore, they did not hesitate in choosing magical treasures. Anything that could explode would suffice. Su Luoluo obediently nodded, cradling the small porcelain pig as she sat within the spirit gathering formation. Having learned from the previous spirit energy explosion, Lu Ruoli preemptively summoned a delicate little bag. With a thought, after a flash of spirit light, she and the others all hid inside the bag. This bag was different from other magical treasures. It did not require spirit energy to activate, and the space within was reinforced by Tao principles. Thus, regardless of whether it was a vacuum of spirit energy or an explosion, it would not affect the internal realm. Su Luoluo hesitated not for a second. Sitting in the spirit gathering formation, she instantly entered a meditative state. This time, she unleashed her full power. Her small brows furrowed as her tiny hands firmly grasped the pig's large ears. The next moment, a tempest brewed over Qingxiao Mountain. Damn it, here it comes again. Qingxiao Mountain was over 1,300 miles from Taoyuan Town. However, the spirit energy explosion at Taoyuan Town had been so immense that some cultivators were directly flung to the vicinity of Qingxiao Mountain. Just as those cultivators finally regained their composure and were about to take flight to investigate the recent spirit energy disturbance, they felt a hollowing sensation in their bodies once more. Cries of despair echoed through the skies. Some cultivators even began to see fleeting images of their regrettable lives flashing in their minds. At this moment, some had already arrived above Taoyuan Town, preparing to investigate. But in the next second, they noticed the spirit energy fluctuations above Qingxiao Mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, many hastily flew towards Qingxiao Mountain. Cultivators could vanish thousands of miles in an instant if their cultivation was sufficient. However, their speed paled in comparison to the shock waves generated by the spirit energy explosion. With a crack, as a surge of spirit energy flooded in, the small porcelain pig in Su Law's embrace rapidly expanded and deformed. First, there was a crisp crack, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom! At the cost of a small porcelain pig, Su Luoluo perfectly replicated the previous spirit energy explosion that had occurred in Taoyuan Town. Those cultivators plummeting from the skies, who had yet to hit the ground, were once again sent flying. It was the same old recipe. They just didn't know where they would be hurled off to. Similarly, those cultivators who had just arrived near Qingxiao Mountain were also tossed about by the incoming shockwave. Meanwhile, the instigator, Su Luoluo, was already cradled in Lu Ruoli's arms. Let us go. Our next stop is to blow something up at a friend's place. The adage of having more friends leading to multiple paths was perfectly illustrated at this moment. There was no need to worry about whether enemies would come knocking after the explosions. Friends were simply meant to be exploited, weren't they? Suddenly, Li Changge halted midair, raising his hand to unleash a spirit energy cannon. Boom! The Qingxiao Temple was blasted into a massive pit, with half the mountain leveled. A flash of light shot forth as the group departed without looking back. They blew it up and left, professional and cold-hearted. Not long after they left, a furious roar reverberated across Qingxiao Mountain. Damn it, I just went out for a stroll. Which beast blew up my temple? Su Luoluo chuckled. Hee, it was me. Chapter 41. Luoluo, you must return to your father. What a strange day it was on Yunlan continent. As the sun began to set, sporadic spirit energy explosions continued to erupt, causing even several venerable elders of sects to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Lu Ruoli was all in, as if spirit artifacts were worthless, continuously producing one after another, alongside Li Chang'e, leading Wu Xian and the three little ones to blow things up everywhere. As a result, the sheer number of explosions made the initial spirit energy explosion at Taoyuan Town seem rather mundane. The waters had been stirred beyond mere muddiness. If they stirred any further, it was likely that those at the pinnacle of the pyramid would personally investigate. On an unnamed mountain, the setting sun cast warm rays upon the group, enveloping them in a comforting warmth. Lu Ruoli glanced at Li Chang'e beside her, then at Wu Xian and the three little ones, her eyes narrowing into a joyful slant. Everyone is here. How wonderful. Her smile was radiant. Li Chang'e gently shook his head, affectionately curling his lips. All right, you take the kids to rest. I'll go build a house. Although cultivators were not deities and could not conjure something from nothing, it was still quite effortless for someone of his cultivation to construct a house. In less than half an hour, a charming little courtyard appeared before them. Not only had Li Chang'e built a house, but he had replicated it exactly as the one in Taoyuan Town, with the sole aim of pleasing his wife at all times. Of course, love that travels both ways is the sweetest. Once Li Chang'e finished, Lu Ruoli rushed over and planted a kiss on her husband's cheek. Thank you, dear, you've worked hard. Li Chang'e's face flushed, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. There's no need for such courtesy between husband and wife. You take them inside to rest, I'll go cook. Dusting off his hands, Li Chang'e, without even taking a sip of water, donned an apron once more. Amidst the expressions of disbelief from the three little ones and Wu Xian, Li Chang'e dashed into the kitchen. Stifling giggles, Lu Ruoli ushered the children into the main room of the northern house. Once the four children were seated, Lu Ruoli finally spoke. Luoluo, Tuanshuan, Xiaomong. There are some matters I believe it's best to clarify with you. The three little ones turned their attention to Lu Ruoli, with Su Luoluo speaking first. Master, feel free to speak, we will certainly listen. After she spoke, Fan Tuanshuan and Luo Meng nodded vigorously in agreement. Lu Ruoli, satisfied, nodded gently, and continued. You may not realize how powerful the bloodlines of the spiritual roots you three have awakened are. Let me illustrate it simply, taking Luo Meng, who possessed slightly lower aptitude among the three, as an example. Although his potential and cultivation may never reach the heights of Luo Luo and Tuan Tuan, the levels he can attain through even the slightest effort in his training will remain beyond the reach of many ordinary cultivators throughout their lifetimes. To illustrate, consider the 8 realms of a cultivator: Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, spirit separation, tribulation crossing, and ascension. With Luo Meng's innate talent, even casual training could elevate him to the spirit separation realm. What does spirit separation signify? Even within the foremost sects of Yunlan continent, such an existence would command respect. In smaller sects, he could be revered as an ancestor, cherished by the entire clan. I trust this clarifies the matter. How could it not be understood? Luo Meng is already brimming with excitement. To be an ancestor is an undeniably grand honor. Previously, his own ancestor, Luo Qingyang, was merely a sect leader in the Jinxia sect, yet the entire family held him in divine reverence. Should he become the ancestor of the sect, the entire genealogy of the Luo family could be rewritten. Fan Tuan Tuan, too, was stirred with fervor. Turning to Lu Ruoli, she inquired with concern, Master, does one in the spirit separation realm still need to eat? Is there no fear of hunger? This was her aspiration in pursuing cultivation, a notion she had always kept in mind. Lu Ruoli chuckled at Fan Tuan Tuan's innocent curiosity. Gently ruffling the girl's blue hair, she replied, with the completion of the core formation stage, fasting becomes entirely feasible. This should pose no challenge for you. This response ignited Fan Tuan Tuan's enthusiasm. Yet, the little girl remained oblivious to a significant issue: her insatiable appetite. While she would indeed no longer suffer from hunger, achieving complete fasting would be quite a formidable task. Meanwhile, Su Luo remained silent, listening intently to their conversation. When Lu Ruoli's gaze fell upon her, she finally spoke. Master, can I cultivate to the Ascension realm? After Ascension, can I traverse between two different worlds? Her question caused Lu Ruoli's eyes to narrow in contemplation. It was unexpected that the seemingly gentle Su Luo harbored such grand ambitions. Well, it is difficult to say. Throughout the eons of Yunlong continent, countless prodigies have emerged, yet only a few legendary figures have attained the realm of Ascension. Furthermore, the notion of traversing between realms has never been substantiated. None who have ascended have ever returned. All tales of the upper realm are mere fabrications of the imagination. Legends speak of 33 heavens, each a distinct world. But the nature of these worlds remains shrouded in mystery. Listening to Lu Ruoli's response, the light in Su Luo's eyes dimmed slightly. However, her expression soon regained its determination. No matter what, as long as she could leave this world, that was enough. If the next world lacked the presence of her father, she would find a way to seek him in another realm. 33 heavens, 33 worlds. Surely one of them would be the original world. Luo must return to her father. After addressing the queries of the three little ones, Lu Ruoli shifted the topic back. The reason I share this with you is to convey that your futures are boundless. You possess talent, and many who are willing to guide you in your cultivation abound, if you so desire. Even the most prestigious sects of Yunlong continent would welcome you with open arms. They can provide you with resources, teachings, and connections that I cannot. Your rate of growth and the heights you can achieve will surpass what is possible under my tutelage. I have never forced anyone into a difficult position. Thus, I present you with a choice, stay or leave. The decision is yours. Her words were clear. The three little ones exchanged glances before kneeling before Lu Ruoli in unison. Master, we will not leave. The innocent hearts of the children were pure. Those who treat them with sincerity receive their genuine affection in return. It was evident that they were all kind-hearted. Lu Ruoli had sacrificed so much for them, her home of several centuries reduced to ruins. Yet she sincerely offered them the choice. How could they possibly choose to depart? Lu Ruoli felt deeply moved by their actions. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she grandly waved her hand. Very well. In that case, tomorrow I shall formally guide you in your cultivation. Darling, dinner is ready. Chapter 42. The Su Luo in the game is truly my daughter, whom I have sought for 10 years. That evening, under the sparse stars above the unnamed mountain, cultivators hurriedly flew by, their expressions fraught with urgency as they searched for something. It seemed that tonight, the entire Yunlong continent would be bustling with activity. However, with the Chaos Pearl in her possession, Su Luo was shielded. Not only was her unique celestial spiritual root imperceptible, but even the bloodline and spiritual root auras of Fan, Tuan, and Luo Mang were obscured. At this moment, the two little girls sat on the bed, a small table between them. Su Luo had requested a small knife from her senior brother, Wu Xian, and had sought out a piece of wood left over from when her master was building a house. Now, she had shaped the wood into the desired form. Once she engraved the design in her heart onto the wooden plaque, the gift for her predecessor would be complete. Fan Tuan, bored, fixed a dull stare on Su Luo. After enduring about half an hour, she finally succumbed to sleep, resting her head on the table. Su Luo raised her gaze, noticing the gluttonous little girl asleep, and gently placed her into her small blanket, arranging her pillow before returning to her task. Just as she picked up the small carving knife, she heard Fan Tuan murmuring in her sleep, Luo, will we always stay together? Let us be good sisters for life. Though her words were somewhat indistinct, Su Luo understood them clearly. Of course, we shall be good sisters for life. As long as you don't kick me while you sleep, she joked, uncertain if Fan Tuan could hear her. Yet the gluttonous girl chuckled in response. Hee, Tuan has an older sister now, how wonderful. Tossing over, Fan Tuan quickly fell into a deep and sweet slumber. Su Luo smiled helplessly, redirecting her focus back to the wooden plaque. With meticulous care, the design grew clearer with each stroke of her knife. She carved 3 little figures onto the plaque, herself in the center, flanked by 2 adults. However, while both figures were male, they bore contrasting appearances. One was dressed in simple sweatshirt and trousers, with a neat and spirited short haircut, an unusual sight within Yunlong continent. Predecessor, this person is my father, Su Chen. If you encounter him, please convey my message. Luo misses him and will find a way to return to his side. After detailing the features of the short-haired man, Su Luo glanced at the starry sky outside the window, earnestly expressing her request in her heart, hoping that her formidable predecessor might hear her. After carving a figure of her father holding her hand, she faced a dilemma when attempting to depict the second figure, a man in ancient attire also holding her hand. She was uncertain of the predecessor's age or appearance, and even whether they were male or female. Well, if the predecessor is male, regardless of age or looks, in my heart, he will always be a handsome gentleman. If the predecessor is female and unmarried, I wish her to find a partner as handsome as this. If she is married, I wish her to have a son as handsome as this. Perfect. Since everything seems to make sense, Su Luoluo took action once more. Devoid of any hesitation, wood shavings scattered about, and a dashing figure in ancient attire, Su Chen, emerged. Indeed, in Luoluo's heart, Su Chen epitomized the most handsome man. Without exception, once the character was meticulously crafted, Su Luoluo thoughtfully inscribed 4 small characters beneath the wooden plaque. Safety for the senior, wishing for the senior's eternal safety. And reunion for father, hoping for an early reunion with her dad. What is this? Is this really a gift for me? After resolving matters with Zhang Hao and his faux daughter, Su Chen returned to the modest inn where he stored his bicycle. Tomorrow, he would embark once again on the quest to find his daughter. However, upon opening the game that evening, he saw Su Luoluo diligently carving something while cradling a small wooden plaque in front of an oil lamp. The game's visuals, akin to 4K quality in his eyes, were undeniably clear, yet there was one major drawback. He could not manually adjust the angle or zoom in. Consequently, Su Chen could not discern what Su Luoluo was inscribing, which left him quite anxious. Never mind, he would find out once the package arrived. As he observed the in-game Su Luoluo asleep with the wooden plaque in her arms, Su Chen could only suppress his impatience and prepare for rest. Good night, Luoluo, see you tomorrow. He gently kissed the little cherub on the screen, placed his phone on the bedside, and succumbed to drowsiness. Yet, before drifting into a deep slumber, a tiny question lingered in Su Chen's mind. This game had never prompted him to register with an ID card or phone number. If the creators were to send him gifts in Su Luoluo's name, how would they contact him? Nevertheless, this question seemed trivial. Su Chen increasingly felt that the game was tailor-made for him. Since it was customized, the other party must have intimate knowledge of his information. Perhaps, when he awoke the next morning, the package would be waiting at his doorstep. With such hopeful anticipation, Su Chen gradually fell asleep. Moments after he dozed off, the phone resting beside his pillow suddenly emitted a soft glow. In the next instant, a small wooden plaque appeared beside his phone. The plaque still radiated Su Luoluo's warmth, and her beaming smile illuminated the wood like sunshine. Su Chen's early rising was a habit forged over time. He needed no alarm. Yet he instinctively reached for his beloved phone upon waking. But today, as he extended his hand to the familiar spot, he unexpectedly grasped a wooden plaque. The different texture startled Su Chen, prompting him to lift his gaze in astonishment. Although he had not clearly seen what Su Luoluo had carved on the plaque yesterday, he recognized its general shape. This was not. Springing up from his bed, Su Chen examined the plaque closely. At a glance, he was taken aback by the 3 figures depicted, 2 adults and a child. Gazing intently at the modern man on the plaque, an unsettling chill coursed through Su Chen. Though the engraving could not compare to a photograph, he instantly recognized it as himself. The hoodie he wore in the image was one he frequently donned during Luo's childhood. Moreover, the 2 characters inscribed beneath, reunion, moved him to tears, leaving him no time to ponder how the plaque had materialized on his bed. With one hand clutching the plaque to his heart, Su Chen deftly unlocked his phone and opened the game. Coincidentally, he found the equally just awoken Su Luoluo searching for something on her bed. The little girl was engrossed in her search, softly murmuring, "Strange. I clearly held it when I went to sleep yesterday. Where could it have gone? Could it be that the senior took it?" The little girl glanced out the window, her gaze meeting Su Chen's. Oblivious to the connection, Su Chen felt a surge of tension. He took several deep breaths, striving to calm himself. Something was amiss, very amiss. He increasingly sensed that the world within the game was not merely composed of code, but was a genuine reality. That so-called electronic little cotton-padded jacket was indeed his Luoluo. But how could this be possible? His mind was flooded with questions, and Su Chen felt his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Just then, he witnessed the in-game Su Luoluo kneeling by the window, her expression one of reverence and sincerity as she prayed. "Senior, you have helped Luoluo so much, yet I cannot offer you a suitable gift. That wooden plaque is made of peach wood. My father says it wards off evil. I hope the senior can remain safe forever." "Father?" She mentioned her father? Su Chen's throat tightened, and his breath became tentative. Surely, this time he could not be imagining things. After casting a glance at the still sleeping Fan Tuan Tuan, Su Luoluo continued, "Also, the person to my left on the plaque is Su Chun. He is Luo's father. If the senior sees him, please tell him that Luoluo misses him and will return to his side." Boom. Hearing this, Su Chen's mind erupted in a cacophony, nearly causing him to faint. It was real. The Su Luoluo in the game was truly the daughter he had searched for over the past decade. Wishing everyone a happy new year. I implore you for 5-star reviews to urge updates and free little gifts. Love you all. Chapter 43, Surviving Calamity. Does this thing truly work? Wait. Su Chun gripped the wooden plaque tightly, taking a swig from the cup of lukewarm water on his bedside. A chilling sensation coursed down his throat, momentarily tempering his fervent heart. This was unscientific. Though he had heard numerous ghostly tales since childhood, maintaining a respectful attitude, he had never encountered any spirits. Yet now, he was expected to deduce that his daughter had traversed into a digital nurturing game based solely on a wooden plaque. He found it rather implausible. Was it a prank? Was someone orchestrating this entire scenario to exploit his feelings for Luoluo and extract money from him? Su Chen acknowledged that if the price were 3 to 5 million, he would not hesitate to invest, even knowing it was merely a game, to gain emotional value that could only be derived from his daughter. However, he suspected that the other party's intentions were far more significant. They were evidently guiding him to believe that the Su Luoluo in the game was the genuine article. Consequently, he would regard the electronic little cotton-padded jacket as his biological daughter, and he would invest 3 to 5 million or even 10 million without remorse. However, for his biological daughter, he would spare no expense. This train of thought was not merely paranoia. Anyone would be skeptical if someone suddenly claimed that their daughter had crossed into a game world and required money for sustenance. Even if his daughter had been missing for 10 years, such a statement was undeniably difficult to accept. Yet, Su Chen's capabilities left him bereft of any leads regarding the game developers. This alone was already quite unscientific. Additionally, while others viewed the game in pixelated graphics, he experienced it in stunning high definition. With so many inexplicable events unfolding, the notion of his daughter entering the game did not seem so far-fetched after all. If we were to assume that the Su Luoluo in the game was real, did it not imply that the fantastical cultivation world within was also genuine? A sharp pain surged through his head, and Su Chun felt the world spinning around him. Enough of this. Regardless of the circumstances, he must continue playing this game. He was now certain that this game was inextricably linked to his daughter. Once more, he gazed at the little cherub in the game, and the tenderness of a fatherly love blossomed within him. Luoluo, your gift has been received by your father. Rest assured, with me around, no matter which ancient clan's ancestor or evil cultivator dares to threaten you, I shall unleash divine retribution upon them. Just now, amidst a whirlwind of surprise and fright, Su Chen indeed found himself quite hungry. After a brief wash-up, he tenderly placed the small wooden plaque alongside his phone in the same pocket and strode out of the room to settle his bill. While checking out at the front desk, Su Chen casually inquired of the receptionist, "Has there been any delivery or takeaway personnel visiting the guest rooms this morning? I thought I heard someone knocking at the door, as if searching for someone." The receptionist paused, glancing at Su Chen's striking yet weathered visage, and replied, "No. My colleague is on leave due to a family matter. I've been on duty since yesterday, and there's been no one, not even a single guest, visiting the rooms." Indeed, the business of this inn appeared rather lackluster. Su Chen had spent 2 nights here without encountering another guest. Yet, he felt a tinge of reluctance. Was it truly the case that no one had ventured to the guest rooms? If he could ascertain who had left this wooden plaque by his pillow, it would be an invaluable lead, far superior to mere speculation. His curiosity did not seem to irk the receptionist, who with a smile, turned the monitor toward him. "Don't believe me? Feel free to check the surveillance yourself. I have no pressing matters, and we could engage in further conversation." Without hesitation, Su Chen accepted the invitation. He quickly and meticulously reviewed the footage from the previous night. Not a soul, not even a bird, had entered the premises. "See, I speak the truth." The receptionist teased playfully. After finishing his examination, Su Chen stepped out from the front desk, casting an appreciative glance at the cheerful receptionist. Deciding not to leave her empty-handed, he retrieved a gilded business card from his pocket and handed it to her. "You possess a delightful personality. If you're interested, take this card to Xingjing. While I can't guarantee much, earning over 20,000 a month should be quite feasible." He placed the card on the counter and turned to leave. Once Su Chen's figure vanished from sight, the receptionist returned her gaze to the card, which read by Shang Industries, Chairman. She had seen the company featured in advertisements frequently, renowned as a benchmark for conscientious manufacturing in contemporary times. Their products ranged from thermal cups and rice cookers to air conditioners and solid wood beds, catering to the everyday needs of the populace. The realization that the man she just encountered was the CEO of Shang Industries sent her heart racing, as she perceived an opportunity to alter her destiny. With minimal education, her monthly earnings as a receptionist and part-time cleaner barely reached 5,000. The prospect of earning over 20,000 at Shang felt like a miraculous transformation, potentially elevating her family's quality of life. She would not let this opportunity slip away, though she planned to verify the offer to avoid being deceived. As for Su Chen, having given out the business card, he surrendered the matter to fate. Whether the receptionist chose to pursue the opportunity was entirely her decision. Meanwhile, as he pedaled through the streets, he remained oblivious to the van that trailed him slowly. Inside the vehicle, the driver, with a scruffy beard and bloodshot eyes, looked pallid. He repeatedly examined a photograph before steeling himself with a swig from a bottle of strong liquor. With a grunt, he slammed the accelerator down. The dilapidated van roared to life, belching smoke as it barreled towards Su Chen like a rampaging bull. Su Chen heard the cacophony and turned, catching a glimpse of the out-of-control van. A jolt of shock coursed through him, momentarily paralyzing his thoughts. He wanted to evade, but it was evidently too late. Die! The driver snarled, directing all his strength toward the accelerator. Just as the van was about to collide with the rear of Su Chen's bicycle, the intoxicated driver caught a fleeting glimpse of a red light flashing past him. His gaze shifted involuntarily, but the next moment, terror replaced his earlier ferocity. A runaway dump truck, moving with greater speed, was barreling toward his side. A scream pierced the air, followed by a thunderous crash. Dust and debris enveloped the scene as the van crumpled against the wall, fragments of metal flying perilously close to Su Chen's head, even tearing through the fabric of his clothing. The sudden chaos startled Su Chen, but as he quickly reached a safe distance, he instinctively pulled out the wooden plaque from his pocket. In his ears, he could almost hear Luo's soft voice. Father said Peachwood wards off evil. I hope the elder can remain safe forever. Could this talisman truly possess such power? Chapter 44. Su Chen, how I wish I could cultivate immortality. The recent ordeal had been so exhilarating that Su Chen sat on the curb for quite some time, struggling to regain his composure. Around him, the elderly witnesses of the accident expressed their amazement. This young man is truly fortunate. He was mere moments away from disaster. Indeed, had it not been for the sudden appearance of that runaway truck, his fate would have been sealed. Fate sealed? Not at all, had the truck not intervened. This young man would certainly have met his end from that van's impact. Given the speed and angle, survival would have been improbable. Ha ha ha. This young man must have performed countless good deeds. Surely someone is watching over him. Su Chen absorbed their conversations, gripping the wooden plaque with newfound reverence. Yet, as he glanced at the mangled van, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Although the incident had unfolded in a flash, he distinctly recalled the driver's menacing expression. Normally, a driver losing control would exhibit panic. However, the driver's face had been filled solely with malice. Was this truly an accident, or was there an intent on his life? This thought naturally arose in Su Chen's mind, but it was swiftly followed by a cascade of questions. He bore no enemies and treated his workers with utmost kindness. Everyone in the company held genuine respect for him, save for Zhang Hao, who harbored grievances due to power struggles. Yet now, Zhang Hao was in police custody. His freedom and communication with the outside world severely restricted. Even if he wished to harm Su Chen, he lacked the means. Who, then, could be behind this? As Su Chen mentally sifted through potential suspects, police and ambulances arrived at the scene. A cordon was established, and the crashed vehicles were gradually separated. The van's driver was pronounced dead on the spot, while the dump truck's driver suffered minor injuries. The police investigation revealed signs of drunk driving on the part of the van's driver, while the dump truck was severely overloaded. Su Chen had initially intended to take pictures of the van driver for a private investigator, but found the situation rendered that impossible. As the driver had been crushed beyond recognition, he would need to devise another plan to trace the source of this danger. How I wish I could cultivate immortality. As his wealth reached a certain pinnacle alongside the whispers of his terminal illness, Su Chen felt akin to a venerable lion king in his twilight years. The younger members of his pride, once sheltered under his protection, now coveted his throne and territory. Beyond his pride, other factions lurked with predatory intent, eager to strip him of his very essence. Yet, if only he could transcend like characters in a game, he would fear neither the specters of illness nor those who schemed against his life and fortune. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Chen found himself amused by the absurdity of it all. In a world where even martial arts were mere figments of imagination, the notion of cultivation appeared utterly ludicrous. Perhaps it was better to observe his daughter on her path of cultivation instead. He made a mental note of the van's license plate number and informed his driver to investigate the identity of its occupant. An inquiry was imperative, for despite his terminal diagnosis, the prospect of extending his life for another 2 or 3 years was not beyond possibility with sufficient resources. He had no desire to experience the grim fates of being struck by a vehicle, falling to his demise, or drowning. After departing the accident scene, Chen found himself at a breakfast establishment, eager to see what his daughter was engaged in. Su Luo had rummaged through her entire bed, turning everything upside down in her search, even prying open Fan Tuan's mouth to inspect within. When she confirmed her inability to find what she sought, she resigned herself to the belief that it had been taken by her senior. A sense of delight washed over her. It seemed her senior did not disdain the wooden plaque. Perhaps her senior was indeed a formidable figure who had already ascended and might even encounter her father in another realm. In high spirits, Su Luo tucked Fan Tuan in and closed the door behind her. By now, the sun had fully risen, casting a warm glow over the small courtyard, where the delicate tendrils of smoke curled into the air. In the yard, Lu Ruoli, clad in white, was diligently watering the flowers with a small watering can. These blossoms were a special variety nurtured by Li Changji's spiritual energy the previous night. Under the morning sun, the flowers bloomed in a myriad of enchanting forms, captivating the eye. Seeing Su Luo emerge, Lu Ruoli offered a gentle smile. "Good morning, master." Su Luo obediently returned the greeting. Yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Lu Ruoli's beauty. She found it impossible to articulate her master's allure. For none of the celebrities from her previous world or the women she had encountered in this realm could hold a candle to her master's magnificence. Lu Ruoli, aware of the girl's admiration, continued her task while softly speaking. Luo, yesterday during our explosion, we stumbled upon a rare secret realm." Startled, Su Luo rushed to Lu Ruoli's side, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Master, what is a rare secret realm? Is it like the one in the misty jade bottle?" The girl's eagerness for knowledge about cultivation was palpable, and the longing in her small eyes tugged at Lu Ruoli's heart. With a soft laugh, she affectionately ruffled Su Luo's hair. "Oh, how could they be the same? They are vastly different." She proceeded to elaborate. "In this world, secret realms are categorized into 5 types. The first is known as a blessed land. The cloud mist continent is vast, adorned with majestic mountains and rivers, where some splendid caves, nourished over time by the essence of heaven and earth, may evolve into unique ecosystems. Blessed lands are conducive to the growth of extraordinary creatures and possess a density and purity of spiritual energy that starkly contrasts with the outside world, making them ideal for seclusion and cultivation. The second type is termed a dreadful abyss. As the name suggests, these realms often arise due to perilous terrain and the convergence of various dangers, housing extremely hazardous treasures and opportunities. The third type is known as the ruins of the mighty. These are remnants left by powerful beings who, at the time of their demise, used secret techniques to seal their lifetime of cultivation, skills, treasures, and divine weapons, awaiting a worthy successor. The fourth type consists of ancient battlefields, particularly large-scale ancient battlefields. Once transformed into secret realms, are rife with countless opportunities. Ancient techniques, armors, divine weapons, talismans, and elixirs. Acquiring even one is a monumental fortune. The final type of secret realm is akin to the artificial one found in the misty jade bottle. Unlike the natural realms mentioned, artificial secret realms are crafted by individuals to assist in cultivation, allowing for greater control and are not particularly rare. After imparting this knowledge to the little one, Lu Ruoli set down the watering can and lifted Su Luo into her arms. "The secret realm we uncovered yesterday is a ruins of the mighty. I visited this morning, and the Secret Realm Management Association has already surrounded it. It will be auctioned in 3 days." Curiously wrapping her arms around Lu Ruoli's elegant neck, Su Luo inquired, "Master, what is a secret realm auction?" Lu Ruoli's eyelashes fluttered as she smiled and explained, "It simply involves collecting payments. Those who offer the highest bid gain entry to the secret realm to engage in trials and seize treasures. The so-called Secret Realm Management Association is merely a band of thieves, exploiting the gifts of nature for cultivators, shamelessly claiming it as communal property of the Cloud Mist continent and indulging in their plunder." It was evident that Lu Ruoli harbored no fondness for the so-called Secret Realm Management Association, prompting Su Luo to refrain from further questioning. However, as Lu Ruoli carried Su Luo into the house, she tossed a golden storage pouch onto the table. "I believe this secret realm holds great promise. The likelihood of recovering our investment is quite high. I intend to have Wu Xian accompany you three on this venture. Master, I adore you." Upon hearing Lu Ruoli's words, Su Luo's large eyes sparkled with shock and confusion. "Is the secret realm accessible to everyone? Will Master and Mistress not accompany us?" The girl had witnessed the harsh realities of this world. Without a formidable background or unmatched prowess, one could easily be trampled upon by others, treated as mere ants to be toyed with before being crushed underfoot, all the while masquerading it as a merciful end. Lu Ruoli seated Su Luo on a chair and gracefully took her own seat, leaning gently against the backrest. "Silly child. Not everyone can enter a secret realm at will. Aside from the special case of artificial secret realms, the others have specific mechanisms that govern entry based on cultivation levels. Some require a certain level of attainment to gain access, while others necessitate being below a particular threshold. The secret realm in question falls into the latter category. Those from the Secret Realm Management Association have tested it, and only those with cultivation below the peak of foundation establishment can enter. Neither I nor your mistress, Li Changgu, can partake, but Wu Xian is eligible, as he is at the peak of foundation establishment." Lu Ruoli patiently elucidated, fully aware of Su Luo's concerns. "Thus, it means that the highest cultivation level within the secret realm will also be limited to foundation establishment. With your senior brother Wu Xian protecting you, there should be no significant risks." She paused, glancing at Su Luo with a hint of playful pride. "Moreover, the secret realm will not open for another 3 days, during which you three will have ample time to elevate your cultivation, ensuring you possess at least some capacity for self-defense." Ultimately, Lu Ruoli's greatest confidence lay in the mysterious figure that stood behind Su Luo. Though they had yet to meet the previous day, they had momentarily obscured two powerful auras surrounding Su Luo, halting the very fabric of reality. The existence of such an entity could only lead Lu Ruoli to think of her own master within the entire Cloud Mist continent. As for why such a formidable figure solely protects Su Luo without personally imparting the ways of cultivation to her, Lu Ruoli has yet to grasp the reasoning behind this. However, she is aware that a powerful entity stands guard over Su Luo. As her mentor, it is her duty to allow the young girl ample space for rapid growth. After 3 days of cultivation, given Su Luo's innate talent, she could effortlessly ascend from a mere mortal to the mid-stage of qi condensation. What transpires in the secret realm will depend on her fortune. Meanwhile, Fan Tuanshuan and Luo Mang will need to be reminded to look after Wu Xian closely. Su Luo comprehended her mentor's intentions, etching her words into her memory while resolving to diligently enhance her strength over the next 3 days. At that moment, a muffled voice resonated from outside the northern room. "Shifu, what is for breakfast today?" As the words fell, Wu Xian stumbled in with Luo Mang. Upon seeing Lu Ruoli seated above, Wu Xian instantly broke into a goofy grin. "Hee, good morning, Shifu." Glancing at Su Luo at the lower seat, Wu Xian, in a moment of confusion, bowed to her as well. "Good morning, little sister." After the bow, he froze, realizing that there seems to be no customary practice of senior brothers bowing to junior sisters. The others burst into laughter at his antics. At that moment, Li Changgu pushed the kitchen door open, his expression dark as he shot Wu Xian a glare. However, his gaze softened when it landed on Lu Ruoli. "My dear, this morning I prepared your favorite golden crispy dough sticks and tofu pudding. Be sure to eat plenty." Lu Ruoli turned to Li Changgu, smiling and nodding, giving him a thumbs up in praise. "Darling, you are truly amazing. I was just craving golden crispy dough sticks and tofu pudding today. Love you." A wise woman never hesitates to shower praise on her considerate husband. The moment Lu Ruoli spoke, Li Changgu's heart felt as sweet as honey. Wiping his hands on his apron, he declared in a hearty voice, "Then let us eat." The table was soon set, and a large bowl of golden crispy dough sticks was placed before them. Whereas Fan Tuanshuan, the sun is already up, And she is still not awake? Wu Xian rubbed his hands, glancing around and noticing Fan Tuanshuan's absence. I'll go call her. Su Luoluo jumped from her chair, grabbing a golden crispy dough stick before leaving. What was meant as a call turned into bait. Before long, the drowsy Fan Tuanshuan, chasing after the golden crispy dough stick in Su Luo's hand, arrived at the northern room. Her adorable antics brought forth another round of hearty laughter from Lu Ruoli, making the meal even more delightful. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to good work. After a lively and sumptuous breakfast, Lu Ruoli took Wu Xian and the three little ones to the vast open space outside their small courtyard. Wu Xian had his own tasks, while Lu Ruoli focused her energy on the three children, directly imparting essential techniques for absorbing and circulating spiritual energy within their bodies. The criterion for determining entry into the qi condensation stage is whether one has successfully opened their dantian. With a dantian, one can store and refine the absorbed spiritual energy, which can then serve as the driving force for magical techniques. Soon, the three little ones would no longer be merely talented, but would gain true combat prowess. All right, you three practice diligently. I will find some suitable elixirs for you outside so we can tackle this from both ends. Seeing the three little ones skillfully absorbing spiritual energy to refine their dantian, Lu Ruoli decided not to linger and summoned a seven-colored rainbow sword, soaring into the sky. Unlike the world of Su Qian, the Yunlan continent was basking in the crisp autumn air. As time passed, the sunlight became increasingly fierce. Sitting under the sun, the little ones' faces quickly flushed red. As the sun grew hotter, Su Luoluo was the first to open her eyes. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she patted Fan Tuanshuan on the shoulder. Tuanshuan, let us move to the shade over there to continue our meditation. It's too sunny here, and it affects our mindset. Fan Tuanshuan opened her eyes, shook the sweat from her brow, and nodded vigorously. However, at that moment, Luo Meng timidly asked, Shifu said to cultivate well here. Is it okay for us to change our meditation spot? Will Shifu think we are afraid of hardship? Luo Meng was quite earnest. But Su Luoluo shook her head and chuckled. Shifu isn't the type to be rigid and harsh. Even if you lay in bed to cultivate, as long as you make progress, Shifu wouldn't hold it against you. Besides, being exposed to the scorching sun will truly affect our mood and slow our progress. This isn't about obedience, it's about being sensible. After saying this, Su Luoluo no longer insisted, and she and Fan Tuanshuan headed straight for the shade to resume their meditation and cultivation. Luo Meng, however, observed Wu Xian still practicing under the sun and opted to remain there. This scene caught Li Chang's eye as he was hanging out laundry in the courtyard. As he glanced at Wu Xian and Luo Meng, a hint of disdain crept into his otherwise stern expression. What a stubborn fool. His gaze then shifted to Fan Tuanshuan in the shade, and his look of disdain remained unchanged. A fine girl, but if only she would eat a little less. Finally, he turned to Su Luoluo, and a hint of the tender affection a mentor should possess appeared on his face. This one is promising, smart, lively, and cute. Reminiscent of my Ruoli. She is destined for greatness. Chapter 46. Fan Tuanshuan and Luo Meng successfully opened their dantian. Sparking Su Luoluo's envy, is there really no other elixir aside from the 9 transformations pill that can be sold in this game? 2 days passed, and Su Qian observed Lu Ruoli's daily comings and goings, only returning with a few inferior body refining pills, which left him feeling quite vexed. Yet, the system's shop refused to refresh. He was left holding onto his money, unable to spend it, his gaze fixed in exasperation. How could he enhance his daughter's affection if he couldn't spend on her? Without increasing her affection, what meaning was there in playing this game? Another day swiftly passed, and as night fell, Su Qian, with time on his hands, began frantically refreshing the system's shop again. The day after tomorrow, his daughter would embark on her training in the secret realm. Once she entered, he wondered what peculiarities the game might present. If she found herself in a situation where even spending money couldn't guarantee her safety, it would surely be the end for Su Qian. Thus, he urgently required elixirs to aid Su Luoluo in her cultivation, for with greater strength comes enhanced self-preservation. Of course, above all, Su Qian yearned to create a game character to accompany Su Luoluo. Even if the game employed every monetization tactic known in the market, as long as it allowed him to enhance his strength to safeguard Su Luoluo, he would accept it. Regrettably, he had yet to receive any information regarding the creation of a game character. However, after 2 days of relentless refreshing, new items in the shop, The system finally responded to Su Chen's persistence. The instant the new item pop-up appeared, his spirits soared. Tip: aside from healing elixirs, all other elixirs have specific requirements corresponding to the user's realm. Please refrain from using elixirs beyond your level to avoid severe consequences. Alongside the new item pop-up, the system kindly provided a helpful reminder. No problem. Su Chen eagerly clicked the acknowledgement button, and the screen burst into a dazzling array of colorful patterns. Various elixirs, each with different effects and grades, materialized before him, overwhelming him with choices. Thankfully, the shop had a filtering feature. He selected the highest price and those suitable for Su Luoluo's current situation that were below the Foundation establishment realm, and all suitable elixirs appeared before him. The Celestial Body Refinement Pill, 6666 Affinity. The body is the foundation of cultivation. I used to have poor health, feeling pain in my legs after climbing stairs. Ever since I took the Celestial Body Refinement Pill, now I can ascend 5 flights of stairs in one breath. It's truly miraculous. The Celestial Qi Condensation Pill, 5555 Affinity. Qi is the source of life. Taking the Celestial Qi Condensation Pill allows you to be filled with energy at all times. The Celestial Foundation Cultivation Pill, 9999 Affinity. A towering building rises from the ground. Without a foundation, all efforts are in vain. The Celestial Foundation Cultivation Pill understands your needs best. As Su Chen gazed at the advertisements for these pills, he felt an urge to purchase a few and try them himself. Without hesitation, he bought all the pills suitable for Su Luoluo. Suddenly, a delightful pop-up appeared. Congratulations! Your recent purchase has triggered a hidden reward. The number of slots in your system backpack has doubled, and you currently have 20 slots available. Su Chen had just contemplated selling the useless talismans to make room for the pills, and now the system generously added 10 slots for free. Truly a stroke of good fortune. He expressed that this shopping experience was exceedingly pleasant, and after purchasing the pills, he eagerly intended to feed them to Su Luoluo. Meanwhile, on the Yunlong continent, Su Luoluo was utterly exhausted after a day of cultivation. The primary task in the early stages of qi condensation was to expand one's meridians and refine the dantian. This was a process of forced transformation, often painful enough to challenge even the most mature adults. While Su Luoluo and her companions were undeniably gifted, there were no shortcuts in this arduous journey. Their only support came from the few low-grade body refinement pills that Lu Ruoli managed to procure daily, which not only aided in body refinement, but also alleviated the pain from the influx of spiritual energy. However, Lu Ruoli could only acquire a limited number each day, rendering the assistance minimal. Now, after dinner, despite enduring a day of grueling training, Su Luoluo showed no sign of relaxation. Sitting on her bed, the little girl persisted in her practice, battling both mental fatigue and physical pain. Luo Meng and Fan Tuanchuan also dared not slacken their efforts. For the next day marked the opening of the secret realm. Their shared goal was to cultivate their dantians to a competent level and learn a spell for self-defense before entering the secret realm. The atmosphere in the small courtyard was tense yet quiet, with flickering candlelight illuminating the 2 adjoining rooms. Suddenly, a sharp scream erupted from the eastern room, followed by Luo Meng bursting out in excitement. Master, I've refined my dantian. Master, I've reached the qi condensation midstage. His exuberant cries drew everyone to the living room in moments. Let me see. Lu Ruoli's face lit up with joy as she placed a hand on Luo Meng's wrist, her consciousness scanning his entire being. Indeed, with your celestial water spirit root, your dantian has already expanded significantly upon its opening. Excellent. Unreserved in her praises, Lu Ruoli promptly assisted Luo Meng in stabilizing his dantian's current form. Fan Tuanchuan and Su Luoluo watched with envy, their urgency to succeed intensifying. Once they returned to their room, the 2 girls fell silent, each immersing themselves in their cultivation once more. Moments later, Fan Tuanchuan suddenly opened her eyes, and a surge of energy enveloped her, a flash of red light flickering at her brow. Sister Luoluo, I think I've reached unity. In disbelief, Fan Tuanchuan felt the changes within her and could not help but share her joy with Su Luoluo. Following suit, she rushed to the north room to seek Lu Ruoli's help in stabilizing her dantian, and a flurry of activity ensued. While Su Luoluo genuinely rejoiced for Luo Meng and Fan Tuanchuan, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Master had clearly stated that she absorbed spiritual energy faster than the others and had the greatest potential. Yet, despite 2 days of diligent practice, she had not succeeded in refining her dantian while her companions had. Just as Su Luoluo felt envious and resolved to work harder, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared, diving into her mouth before she could react. Sweet and fragrant medicinal essence burst forth in her mouth. Before anyone could react, streams of golden light followed, all slipping smoothly into Su Luoluo's mouth until she was enveloped in a cocoon of golden light, floating in the air. The surrounding spiritual energy began to stir wildly. Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli exchanged concerned glances. No, not another explosion. Su Chen, want a dantian. Consider it done. Chapter 47. Treating differently without being too obvious. As Su Chen unceremoniously fed all the pills suitable for Su Luoluo, her entire aura surged with intensity. The simultaneous consumption of so many celestial pills transformed her into a radiant little sun, shining so brilliantly that it was hard to behold. Fortunately, although the spiritual energy fluctuations were considerable, they were far less tumultuous than when the 3 children awakened their spiritual roots. With Li Chang'e's prowess, concealing this level of energy disturbance was not overly challenging. After about 15 minutes, the golden light enveloping Su Luoluo began to fade away. Luoluo. The moment the golden light completely dissipated, Su Luoluo descended from her suspended state. As she fell, Lu Ruoli swiftly caught her in her arms. The others gathered around, curious about the girl lying in Lu Ruoli's embrace. What has happened? Why did she suddenly start glowing? Wu Xian scratched his head, his eyes reflecting a depth of intelligence. I wonder if she refined an extraordinary dantian. Luo Meng looked up, his words decidedly more prudent. Fan Tuanchuan, however, was more concerned about Su Luoluo's well-being and tugged at Lu Ruoli's sleeve, asking, Master, is Sister Luoluo all right? She seems a bit unwell. Lu Ruoli smiled, first glancing down at Su Luoluo, who had her eyes gently closed as if in slumber, before reassuring them. Don't worry, she is fine. She simply ingested an excess of celestial pills and needs time to absorb their potency. This explanation eased the tension among the group and allowed Su Chen, who had been anxiously staring at his phone, to breathe a sigh of relief. My dear, how is Luoluo's dantian now? Li Chang'e observed Su Luoluo, noting the significant enhancement in her aura compared to before, and couldn't he help but ask with curiosity. Dantian? What dantian? Upon hearing Li Chang'e's inquiry, Lu Ruoli feigned ignorance, but did not tease him further. With a gentle smile, she turned her affectionate gaze back to Su Luoluo. My dear, broaden your perspective. After consuming so many celestial pills, do you really think she can merely refine a common dantian? Li Chang'e was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of astonishment and delight. Could it be? Has Luoluo refined a dantian C? A single word could make all the difference. The functions of a dantian are twofold: to contain spiritual energy and to refine it, providing the source for spells. The disparity between a dantian and a dantian C lies in their respective capacities. One is a field, the other an ocean. The difference in volume is evident. To put it simply, with the same spell, the largest dantian can release enough energy for 100 casts, while the dantian C can support 10,000 casts. In battles of the same realm, this disparity is akin to comparing a single magazine to an infinite supply of bullets. The disparity in the quantity of ammunition might be bearable, but when it comes to the differences in techniques, it becomes a different matter altogether. One can unleash rockets, while another is merely left to contend with bullets. The capacity of one's dantian may only allow for the release of techniques akin to hand grenades, while another's dantian can harness the power of intercontinental missiles. When it comes to quality, who would foolishly compare quantity? If one can defeat their opponent with a single blow, why would they risk engaging in a direct confrontation? Otherwise, the advantage would lose its significance. Of course, this gap is not immediately apparent. Although the disparity in dantian capacity is substantial, the speed of refining spiritual energy shows little difference. The rate of refining spiritual energy primarily hinges on the practitioner's own realm. For someone like Su Luoluo, whose cultivation level is low, even possessing a dantian capable of releasing powerful techniques entails a lengthy build-up. However, this seemingly trivial shortcoming becomes less noticeable as one's realm gradually ascends. Once a certain level of cultivation is attained, the speed of refining spiritual energy accelerates to a formidable degree, revealing its terrifying potential. Li Chang'e has fought against opponents with dantians before and can never forget the crushing defeat he felt, unable to even draw his sword. Had there not been a mutual respect and absence of deep-seated enmity, He might have succumbed to despair long ago. He is now nearly a century old, haunted by this inner demon, yearning for seclusion. Once he prided himself as a genius of the sword, only to realize that his so-called genius was merely a ticket to meet those true prodigies. What is the point of cultivating if one is destined to be mercilessly crushed? It would be wiser to cherish loved ones and live each day fully, leaving the rest to fate. However, Li Chang'e did not anticipate that the second encounter with someone possessing a dantian would be with his own wife's disciple. He could scarcely imagine the strength and mystery of such a spiritual root combined with a vast dantian. If Su Luoluo were to elevate her cultivation, her power would be unimaginable. With an unparalleled speed of absorbing spiritual energy and a staggering capacity, if her refining speed were to match, she would indeed be invincible. Such a promising talent made him consider teaching her the path of cultivation. Yet, despite Li Chang'e's astonishment, Lu Ruoli merely chuckled and shook her head. "No," she said, leaving Li Chang'e momentarily stunned. "I told you to expand your horizons and make a guess. What else was there to guess?" Li Chang'e, abandoning all semblance of composure, gaped in astonishment, his eyes alight with realization. Could it be a dantian ruins? The sea is vast, but the ruins are vaster. They say the ocean is boundless, yet the ruins can form their own realm, complete with unique spatial rules. To call it infinite would not be an exaggeration. As he voiced this speculation, his fists clenched in anticipation. He swore that if Su Luoluo truly awakened a dantian ruins, he would have to consult her daily about her meals and sing her lullabies at night. Lu Ruoli felt it was time to reveal the truth. In response to Li Chang'e's astonished gaze, she smiled and nodded gently. "Is it really a dantian ruins? That is wonderful." With that affirmation, Li Chang'e rushed forward, lifting Lu Ruoli in a jubilant embrace, spinning her around without a care for the three bewildered disciples nearby. Lu Ruoli, blushing, playfully pounded his chest, softly chastising him. "My dear, the children are watching." After a moment of gentle resistance, Li Chang'e finally set her down. However, when he turned to Wu Xian, Luo Meng, and Fan Tuanchuan, his smile noticeably cooled. "Tonight, Su Luoluo will sleep with us. You three should return to rest." The other three disciples were left in stunned silence. Chapter 48, Rising Affection. New surprises. Su Luoluo slept soundly through the night, while Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli kept vigil by her side. Naturally, in their idle moments, the couple could not help but speculate about the mysterious protector behind Su Luoluo. The golden hairpin atop her head, the black bead adorning her wrist, and the myriad of celestial talismans surrounding her. Each of these treasures was invaluable. Clearly, Su Luoluo's identity was anything but ordinary. She must be the favored one of some powerful individual, drifting here for reasons unknown, growing through her trials. However, since she was now his disciple, the absence of any obstruction from her mysterious protector indicated trust, at least an acceptance of Su Luoluo's apprenticeship. After much discussion, the couple decided to take things one step at a time. The following morning, Li Chang'e rose early to prepare breakfast. Su Luoluo's aura had stabilized, and the dantian ruins within the little girl was secure, awaiting the influx of spiritual energy. Surprisingly, the gluttonous Fan Tuanchuan woke exceptionally early. Instead of heading to the kitchen to see what her teacher was cooking, she squatted at Lu Ruoli's door, eagerly waiting. As soon as Lu Ruoli opened the door, Fan Tuanchuan looked up and asked, "Teacher, where's my sister Luoluo?" Concern was evident in her eyes, warming Lu Ruoli's heart. "Rest assured, she's fine. She'll wake up when it's time for breakfast." Lu Ruoli stepped aside, allowing Fan Tuanchuan to peek at the still sleeping Su Luoluo. Wu Xian and Luo Meng also rose early, but compared to Fan Tuanchuan's concern, the two boys were less attentive, with their teachers guarding her. What could possibly go wrong? Thus, Wu Xian's first question upon entering the room remained his classic line. "Teacher, what's for breakfast today?" Smack. In a twist. Today's response did not come from Li Chang'e's exasperated glare, but rather from the rolling pin in his hand, which struck Wu Xian's mouth. Grimacing, Wu Xian winced as Li Chang'e scolded, "Why are you making such a racket? Am I deaf? Can't you see your sister Luoluo is sleeping?" His fierce demeanor enveloped Wu Xian, who quickly understood the gravity of the situation and covered his mouth. However, when Li Chang'e's intensity began to wane, he whispered, "Teacher, what are we having for breakfast?" Li Chang'e replied, "You're clearly looking for trouble." Without warning, he seized Wu Xian by the collar and threw him out of the room. A distant, fading scream echoed through the courtyard. "I will be back." Luo Meng stood dumbfounded. And when Li Chang'e returned, the little black boy quickly huddled in the corner, standing straight with his hands at his sides. Upon meeting Lu Ruoli's gaze, Li Chang'e's earlier ferocity vanished. "Darling, we'll have wonton noodles for breakfast. You go water the flowers, and I'll start boiling the noodles." Lu Ruoli nodded with a smile, reminding him gently, "Dear, remember to keep the fragrant dishes separate on a small plate for everyone to serve themselves." Li Chang'e acknowledged her and promptly hurried into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoli began her morning routine of tending to her flowers. Luo Meng glanced at Fan Tuanshuan, who was still peeking into Lu Ruoli's room, then looked back at the kitchen. He pursed his lips and made his decision. "Teacher, I'll help you start the fire." He understood clearly that there were 3 ways to exist in this household. The first was to be like Sister Luo and their teacher, adored by all. The second was to be thick-skinned like Wu Xian and Fan Tuanshuan, shamelessly taking advantage of every opportunity. The third was his own approach, to be diligent and speak less, aiming to be unobtrusive while striving for a smooth existence. Li Chang'e was not so formidable as to be utterly unapproachable. When Luo Meng entered to stoke the fire, he did not turn him away. It was just that such a gifted cultivator, if placed in another sect, would have undoubtedly been elevated to great heights by now. Observing Luo Meng's earnestness in tending to the flames stirred a sense of resonance within Li Chang'e. Luck is indeed a curious thing. After enduring 300 years of hardship, he had acquired Wu Xian, a rather foolish fellow. Who could have imagined that the one now kindling the fire was a spirit root of celestial quality? As the smoke curled upwards, the first pot of wonton noodles was ready in a mere moment. Su Luo had awakened, her eyes fluttering open to behold a large face. Drooling beside her, Fan Tuanshuan was perched at the bedside of Lu Ruoli, chin resting on her hands, battling the enticing aroma of the noodles while keeping a watchful eye on Su Luo. Just as she was about to succumb to her drool, Su Luo suddenly opened her eyes. "Luo Jia, it's time to eat." With Su Luo now awake, the foremost priority was, of course, to partake in the meal. Fan Tuanshuan shouted excitedly and dashed out without a backward glance, leaving Su Luo alone, bewildered and amused upon her bed. Senior. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Su Luo realized that it must have been her senior who had intervened once again. A wave of gratitude surged within her heart, and she resolved to devote herself to her cultivation. Although young, her father had taught her that one should not accept rewards without merit and that gratitude should be repaid. With her senior aiding her so generously, regardless of whether she ever found her father again, she must remember to express her gratitude. From now on, whether it be to lead horses or brave fire, she, Su Luo, would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Congratulations. Su Luo's affection level towards you has increased by 30. Current affection level, 50. Notice, unlocking a mysterious reward upon reaching an affection level of 80, which includes character creation and communication talisman items. Early that morning, Su Chen merely glanced at the notifications on his phone screen before spitting out the water he had just sipped. He could finally create a game character and use a communication talisman. After playing for so long, he could finally converse directly with Su Luo in the game. In disbelief, he read the notification again, his hand trembling with excitement. However, amidst his exhilaration, a sense of anticipation and fear mingled within him. He hoped that the Su Luo in the game was indeed his daughter. Regardless, they would be reunited as father and daughter. Yet, he feared, setting aside the question of how his daughter had entered the game world. If this were true, how could he bring her back to the real world? Or perhaps, he could abandon the real world, but how could he enter the game and live alongside her? Regardless, as long as things continued to improve, that was what mattered. With an affection level of 80, it did not seem too far-fetched a goal. Chapter 49. Imparting the way of the sword to Su Luo, Wu Xian finally returned, panting heavily, just before Li Chang'e finished scrubbing the pot. At Lu Ruoli's pleading, Li Chang'e reluctantly prepared 2 more pots of wonton noodles for him, while Wu Xian indulged. The 3 young ones were taken to the courtyard. Lu Ruoli retrieved 3 somewhat yellowed little books and pointed at them. Given your current realms, the methods available for your cultivation are limited, and since we will enter the secret realm tomorrow, time is of the essence. Therefore, each of you may learn only one technique today. With that, Lu Ruoli presented a blue-covered book before Luo Meng. Luo Meng. This is the high-grade technique Spirit Water Nourishing Method, a healing art. Take it and have a look. I will personally guide you in practicing it shortly. Luo Meng eagerly accepted the book, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Lu Ruoli then turned her gaze to Fan T'Anchuan, offering her the red-covered technique. Thank you, Master. T'Anchuan, this is the three transformations golden body technique, also a high-grade method, combining both offense and defense. Practice it well. Fan T'Anchuan, buzzing with excitement, mimicked Luo Meng's gesture and bowed to Lu Ruoli. Thank you, Master. Lu Ruoli chuckled lightly. Her hands now held only a black and red-covered technique. Turning to Su Luoluo, she spoke softly. Luoluo, this is the Swift Wind Sword Classic, a supreme sword technique. Both my husband and I are sword practitioners, and we wish to teach a disciple in the art of the sword. Are you willing to learn? Wu Xian wielded 2 stone locks, while Fan T'Anchuan used a large iron hammer. Luo Meng was not suited for offensive techniques. Among the 4 disciples, only Su Luoluo was suitable to learn the swordsmanship that her husband and she excelled in. Yes, whatever master teaches, Luoluo will learn. Su Luoluo accepted the technique eagerly. Her spirit visibly lifted. Good. Familiarize yourselves with your respective techniques. I will return in half an hour to begin your training. Lu Ruoli was filled with enthusiasm. Once she had trained these 4 disciples well, she would see who dared to obstruct her from establishing a sect in the Yunnan continent. After Li Chang'e tidied up the table and finished cleaning the pot, he joined his wife in the courtyard to observe her teaching. Sitting at a table with a pot of tea, he and Lu Ruoli conversed quietly. Meanwhile, the 3 young ones were thoroughly engrossed in their respective techniques, as Lu Ruoli had provided them with the most suitable methods. Because they were well matched, their eagerness to learn sword. When the time was ripe, Lu Ruoli approached Su Luoluo first. With a gentle flick of her hand, a short sword appeared from her storage bag. Unlike the typical 3-foot blade, this sword measured merely 2 feet in length and appeared exquisitely crafted. However, for the 5-year-old Su Luoluo, it transformed into a long sword in her hands. As Lu Ruoli unsheathed the sword, a resonant clang echoed throughout the courtyard. The sword may have been small, but its chilling gleam warned against underestimating it. Luoluo, this short sword is named Frost Blossom. It was gifted to me by my parents when I first began learning the sword. For many years, I have kept it by my side. Though it is not a precious spirit sword, its resilience and sharpness are commendable. You are now ready to wield it. Here, take it. Upon seeing the shimmering light of the Frost Blossom sword, Lu Ruoli sheathed it and handed it to Su Luoluo. The mention of it being a gift from her parents underscored its importance in Lu Ruoli's heart. Su Luoluo promptly knelt down, raising the sword high above her head. Thank you, Master. There were no unnecessary refusals or idle chatter. Grasping the sword, Su Luoluo felt a newfound sense of hope resting upon her shoulders. Of course, Fan T'Anchuan and Luo Meng were envious, but their envy was merely admiration. After all, who was Su Luoluo? If she desired a sword, she could have the finest weapons without question. Having bestowed the Frost Blossom sword upon Su Luoluo, Lu Ruoli naturally began imparting the Swift Wind Sword Classic. Luoluo, the Swift Wind Sword Classic is a technique that combines both offensive and controlling capabilities. By refining spiritual energy through your dantian and releasing it via unique sword moves and techniques, you can achieve both offensive and controlling effects. Now, let me demonstrate the technique for you. With a gentle introduction to the characteristics of the Swift Wind Sword Classic, Lu Ruoli leaped into the expansive courtyard. The 3 young ones, along with Wu Xian, rushed outside to witness, while Li Chang'e floated to the entrance, his gaze lovingly fixated on Lu Ruoli. Lu Ruoli came to a halt, and with a slight flick of her wrist, the sword sheathed at her waist flew out. As Li Chang'e deftly caught the scabbard, Lu Ruoli gracefully executed a thrust. The instant the sword tip sang, a massive wave of sword energy surged forth, accompanied by a violent wind, heading straight for a distant boulder. Wow! The 3 young ones exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with amazement. The sword energy collided effortlessly against the colossal stone, shattering it into countless fragments. Lu Ruoli did not pause, unleashing a series of strikes, each one more forceful and domineering than the last. Gradually, a tempest arose upon the nameless mountain. Lu Ruoli's sword energy either swept through all obstacles with unyielding might or spiraled into a whirling tornado, demolishing everything in its path. The sheer force and power left the 3 young ones deeply awed and yearning for more. Lu Ruoli only demonstrated a fraction of the Gale sword techniques before she sheathed her sword. Dressed in white under the sunlight, her attire billowed with the sword energy, exuding an ethereal grace while simultaneously radiating an unmistakable aura of dominance. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? with a flourish of her long sword. Lu Ruoli smiled at Su Luoluo. Absolutely, Su Luoluo exclaimed, nodding vigorously. Incredible. Hee. Once you master it, you'll be as impressive as I am. Come, let me teach you. Lu Ruoli took Su Luo's hand and began her instruction. The young girl, with her remarkable aptitude and formidable capabilities, made rapid progress. Of course, Lu Ruoli was not overly preferential. After teaching Su Luoluo for a while, she proceeded to explain the techniques to Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Meng as well. The morning passed swiftly, and by afternoon, the three young ones had commenced their own training, resolutely vowing to gain significant rewards from the upcoming expedition into the secret realm. At this very moment, over 300 miles away in the Tsangyun Mountain Hollow, a multitude of cultivators had gathered, forming various formations as they encamped in the open space outside the hollow. A particularly striking flag soared high into the sky. Emblazoned with the words Secret Realm Management Association of Yulon Continent, its golden lettering on a black background fluttering in the wind. Beneath the flag stood a grand and imposing tent, adjacent to the tent of the Secret Realm Management Association. A slightly shorter, yet equally magnificent flag bore the inscription De Chi Sword Pavilion, adorned with 3 fearsome flying swords intricately embroidered upon it. Under the sun's illumination, it exuded an unspoken sense of pressure. Unlike other sects' encampments, the members of De Chi Sword Pavilion were gathered beneath their flag, engaged in a meeting. A tall, commanding middle-aged man was reprimanding his disciples. Just days ago, the 9th-generation chief disciple of De Chi Sword Pavilion, Liaoya, was slain at Wudong Port. This is an affront to our pavilion. I believe our recent low profile has led some to think we've fallen. Therefore, during this expedition into the secret realm, aside from seeking treasures, we have another mission. That is to exact vengeance. I hope that those who emerge from the secret realm will only be our disciples. As the man finished speaking, all the disciples of the Sword Pavilion shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The battle cries reverberated like thunder, causing the leaders of smaller sects to break into a cold sweat. How can we pursue treasures and kill simultaneously? It seems we may have come in vain. Wait, someone actually killed the 9th-generation chief disciple of the Sword Pavilion? Is there truly such a courageous individual in Yulon Continent? Have you not heard? Just a few days ago, at the annual horse racing competition in Wudong Port, that chief disciple was reportedly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. The methods employed were incredibly cruel. How thrilling! The De Chi Sword Pavilion is known for its protective nature. Losing a chief disciple is nothing to them, but the humiliation is a grave matter. No wonder they are this furious. Well, tomorrow we smaller sects will just watch the spectacle. Entering is tantamount to death. Treasures are of little importance compared to one's life. Whispers of trepidation regarding the De Chi Sword Pavilion filled the air. The power of sword cultivators was formidable, especially when it came to a cadre of exceptional sword practitioners. The De Chi Sword Pavilion had only existed for a few hundred years, and if it lacked genuine strength and ruthless methods, how could it have evolved from a mere minor sect to a force that few dared to provoke? The principle of an eye for an eye was one of the hallmarks of their sect's ethos. However, even with such a fierce reputation, the De Chi Sword Pavilion would not dare to openly slaughter other cultivators. After all, they understood the principle of not inciting public wrath. Yet, within the secret realm, there existed a rule allowing unrestricted combat, facilitating the survival of the fittest. Unfortunately, such rules could also be exploited. Members of larger sects had their backing. Even if a useless individual entered, who would dare to kill? If you slay a disciple of my sect within the secret realm, I can annihilate your entire sect outside of it. This created an environment where smaller sects struggled to rise. Without the support of larger sects, even if they could afford to enter the secret realm, their fate was often sealed. The scarcity of talent within smaller sects meant that once targeted, it took only a few encounters for a talent gap to emerge, leaving the entire sect languishing in stagnation. The strong grew ever stronger, while the weak were deprived of opportunities to retaliate, forced into a grueling struggle for survival. Resistance? They would not even know how they perished. Thus, the proclamations of the De Chi Sword Pavilion were not mere words. They were genuine threats. Time is a curious thing. When one is intensely focused on a single task, it seems to flow with remarkable swiftness. The three young ones immersed themselves in their respective techniques, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Luoluo, wielding the Frostflower sword, executed a technique named Plucking the Moon from the Sea, instantly unleashing a sharp sword energy. Though the energy was slight, it resonated as it struck a colossal stone, leaving a shallow yet distinct groove on its surface. "Wow!" exclaimed Fan Tuanshuan and Luo Mang, who were diligently practicing their own techniques, unable to suppress their astonishment. Su Luoluo herself was taken aback by her own feat. Did I really just unleash sword energy? Lu Ruoli swiftly joined Su Luo's side, placing a hand on her shoulder, her tone filled with excitement. "Luoluo, remember that feeling? Do it again." "All right." Su Luoluo nodded earnestly, taking a deep breath before refocusing on the stone. As she activated her technique, the spiritual energy within her dantian rapidly transformed. After refining the energy through specific meridians, she suddenly raised her hand, executing another technique. The familiar sound of iron resonated as a cold gleam shot forth from the tip of the Frostflower sword. This time, the sword energy struck with a force akin to an invisible giant nail embedding itself into the stone, creating a small cylindrical pit approximately 3 fingers deep. "Impressive." Li Chang'e, having approached unnoticed, couldn't help but praise Su Luoluo's progress. "More food tonight." After leaving that tantalizing remark that quickened the heartbeats of Wu Xian and Fan Tuanshuan, Li Chang'e headed into the kitchen. "Luoluo, try to unleash a series of consecutive strikes. I want to see you attack continuously." Lu Ruoli was even more delighted than Li Chang'e. She was eager to witness the true power of Su Luo's dantian. The sword energy she had just unleashed would typically allow a practitioner at the mid-stage of qi condensation to strike only twice before exhausting their spiritual energy reserves. For most cultivators, the process of absorbing spiritual energy was also quite slow, leading to a period of near-zero combat capability once their dantian was depleted. It was at that moment that Su Luoluo's strengths would become apparent. "Excellent." As the master spoke, Su Luoluo immediately resumed her combat stance. The target remained the towering boulder, standing 3 to 4 meters high in the distance. Holding her breath and concentrating for a moment, she once again began to wield the Frostflower sword. This time, she executed the technique known as Phoenix spreading its wings. With a single arm, she swung the sword, rotating it repeatedly to either side. The blade unfurled like a phoenix taking flight, with larger and swifter movements. The spiritual energy within her dantian surged forth, refined at an astonishing pace, commensurate with her current cultivation level. Clang, clang, clang. With her full force unleashed, waves of sword energy erupted as Su Luoluo swung the Frostflower sword. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy danced through the air, striking the boulder with a series of muffled thuds. Due to the relentless speed and frequency, the splintered stone fragments began to fill the air. Initially, Wu Xian attempted to count the number of sword energies released, eager to gauge his junior sister's potential. However, after losing track of a dozen or so, he found it increasingly difficult to keep count. His vision blurred, his mouth stumbled, and he nearly bit his tongue. Gulping, Luo Mang was so astonished that he swallowed twice, becoming wary even in his breathing. Goodness, if that sword energy struck a person, they would surely be bruised and battered. No, surely it would be a patchwork of injuries. It was simply terrifying. "Excellent. Keep going. You can do it." Lu Ruoli cheered Su Luoluo on, her excitement palpable. She could hardly imagine the scene if Su Luo's cultivation were to rise further, mastering a powerful and expansive spell. It would be a sight to behold. A formidable mage, a truly extraordinary mage, capable of casting grand spells without restraint. Chapter 51. The official establishment of the Peach Blossom Immortal Sect. Boom. No one could remember the exact number of sword energies Su Luoluo had unleashed. The boulder, unable to withstand the onslaught, crumbled under the pressure. Just as water can pierce stone, so too could her sword energies. The once mighty boulder shattered into countless pieces, leaving only a cloud of dust swirling in its wake. Su Luoluo's mental and physical stamina had reached their limits. Aside from the soreness in her arms, her complexion had turned pale. Although the spiritual energy stored within her dantian had not been fully depleted, she could no longer bear the strain. As the boulder collapsed with a thunderous crash, Su Luoluo fell weakly to the ground. Quick as a flash, Lu Ruoli caught the Frostflower sword from her grasp and cradled Su Luoluo in her arms with a graceful motion. "Luo Mang, quickly use your water spirit nourishing technique," she instructed, assessing Su Luoluo's condition. Luo Mang, still in awe of Su Luoluo's terrifying prowess, was startled when called upon by the master, his heart racing with trepidation. "Yes, master," he replied, nodding vigorously. As he settled into a meditative position, Luo Mang began to channel the water spirit nourishing technique, a faint blue light manifesting at his brow. In the next moment, a gentle stream of blue water energy surged from his fingertips, rushing into Su Luo's body. Mere breaths later, the pallor of Su Luo's face began to regain color, her strength renewed, and her heavy eyelids lightened. Master, Su Luo murmured as she opened her eyes to find Lu Ruoli gazing at her with concern. Let me get up. I can continue. Lu Ruoli smiled, firmly holding the little one in her embrace, unwilling to let her rise. You've done wonderfully, but remember, this is merely the first day of your journey in cultivation. Do not be too greedy. Gently reassuring her, Lu Ruoli then turned her attention to Luo Mang and Fan Tuanshuan, a smile creeping onto her lips. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such promising disciples. Dinner that evening was a jubilant affair. Li Chang'e, in excellent spirits, prepared 3 tables laden with delicious dishes. Wu Xian occupied 1 table alone, while Fan Tuanshuan did the same. Li Chang'e, Su Luo, and Luo Mang shared another table. Perhaps due to the exhausting training or the buoyant mood, even Su Luo's appetite significantly increased. After the meal, as Li Chang'e washed the dishes, Lu Ruoli solemnly gathered her 4 disciples. Her smile waned, replaced by a rare seriousness. Tomorrow, we will venture into the secret realm for our trials. We need a name for our sect. Do you have any suggestions? In this moment, Lu Ruoli felt a weight of anticipation that had lingered for 300 years. A name? Wu Xian scratched his head, an idea sparking. How about Iron Head Gang? Iron Heads don't worry about rain. They hit hard and don't feel pain. His words tumbled out in a clumsy manner. Lu Ruoli rolled her eyes, interrupting him. Wu Xian, you are not the most imaginative. Naming the sect is not a task for you. While Lu Ruoli had no strict demands for the name, Iron Head Gang was simply too down to earth. What about the name Extinguishing Heaven Sect? As the saying goes, life and death are trivial matters. If heaven oppresses us, we shall extinguish it. Fan Tuanshuan proposed, though the sheer aggression of his suggestion caused Lu Ruoli to frown and shake her head. Perhaps Spirit Master Sect. It sounds refined and sophisticated, Luo Mang suggested, finally offering a more suitable name. Yet, Lu Ruoli's gaze fell upon Su Luo, eager to hear her thoughts. Su Luo looked at her master, then at the diligent Lu Ruoli in the kitchen. We are bound by the Peach Blossom Town, and since Master loves peach blossoms, why not call ourselves the Peach Blossom Immortal Sect? It signifies both a sect and a home. That phrase, both a sect and a home, made Lu Ruoli's eyes crinkle into a smile. Haha, splendid. Let us name it the Peach Blossom Immortal Sect. Bold yet warm. As fellow disciples, we are family. Everyone agreed, and Lu Ruoli announced the official establishment of the Peach Blossom Immortal Sect. She also mentioned that they would head to the secret realm for the auction early the next morning, before sending her disciples off to rest. However, after the children had fallen asleep, Lu Ruoli sat in the living room, staring at a storage bag on the table, deep in thought. With their resources depleted, only a small number of high-grade spirit stones remained, and she wondered if it would be enough for the auction the following day. Initially, Lu Ruoli had not worried about the spirit stone balance. However, that morning, while procuring low-grade body refining pills, she had heard that members of the Daichi Sword Pavilion and several major sects were also heading to the secret realm at Songyun Mountain Hollow. Their presence would undoubtedly raise the starting bid for entry qualifications. If she lacked sufficient spirit stones, this opportunity might slip away. The secret realm was elusive, especially one containing the remains of powerful beings. It was a chance not to be missed. If all else failed, perhaps she could sell some artifacts for funds? Contemplating this, Lu Ruoli retrieved the storage bag containing her artifacts. Yet, each of these treasures had been hard-earned, and parting with them filled her with reluctance. Caught in a dilemma, she stared blankly at the 2 storage bags on the table. What troubles you? Li Chang'e, having tidied the kitchen and the entire living area, returned to find Lu Ruoli lost in thought, prompting him to inquire with concern. My dear, I fear that I may not have enough funds for tomorrow's auction, Lu Ruoli admitted, gently pulling Li Chang'e onto her lap. He naturally wrapped an arm around her neck, playfully twirling a strand of her hair. With a charming smirk, he cradled her chin with his other hand. Such trivial matters need not trouble you, my dear. Leave it to me. Bestowing a kiss between her brows, Li Chang'e gracefully rose and vanished into thin air with a single step. Lu Ruoli rushed out of the house, her gaze filled with concern as she beheld the man standing in the air, sword in hand. But where will you acquire the money? Li Chang'e replied with a smile. Have you forgotten? I, Li Chang'e, am not lacking in friends. A round of borrowing will suffice. I shall repay them slowly when I have the means. His words were laced with a sense of ease as he soared away on his sword, vanishing into the vastness above the nameless mountain. In the tranquil night sky, a deep, magnetic voice resonated. My dear, warm the bed in our chamber. Your husband shall return shortly. This remark warmed Lu Ruoli's heart, causing her cheeks to flush with a blend of warmth and shyness. With a smile gracing her lovely face, she turned and returned to the bedroom. Outside the nameless mountain, Li Chang'e had exchanged his white robes for a black outfit suited for nighttime escapades. Which friend should I approach for a loan? He pondered. The fervent husband Li Chang'e and his delicate wife Lu Ruoli embarked towards a secret realm to begin their bidding. Dawn arrived in the blink of an eye. Lu Ruoli had no idea when Li Chang'e returned. The first thing she saw upon waking was 3 storage bags resting beside her pillow, containing at least 70 million low-grade spirit stones. Coupled with her own savings, Lu Ruoli now possessed nearly 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Surely, that would be sufficient to purchase 4 qualifications for secret realm exploration. A smile graced her lips as she gracefully rose and made her way to the kitchen, where Li Chang'e was already preparing breakfast. Watching her husband's diligent and earnest figure filled Lu Ruoli's heart with warmth. She embraced him from behind and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my dear husband. You are truly wonderful. Li Chang'e paused in his chopping, responding gently. There's no need for formality between us. The kitchen is filled with smoke. Go sit outside, and when we finish our meal, we shall head to Tsungyun Mountain. His voice was tender as he ushered Lu Ruoli out of the kitchen, just as she intended to check on her 4 precious disciples. Wu Xian and the other disciples of Taoyuan Xinzong appeared at the door, eager and wide-eyed. Master, when shall we depart? With a broad grin, Wu Xian eagerly inquired, his enthusiasm palpable. The 3 younger disciples gazed up at Lu Ruoli, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Ruoli sighed softly, noting the dim light outside, and gestured for the children to enter. No need to rush. It's still early. We'll have breakfast before we set off. The time for the secret realm auction was fixed. Arriving too early would only lead to idle waiting outside the realm, so it was better to depart when the time was right. However, despite this rationale, who could truly maintain an untroubled heart? The meal progressed rapidly, with everyone eating at an accelerated pace. After finishing, Li Chang'e didn't even wash the dishes before grabbing a flying sword and heading outside. Lomong, you are the only one without a weapon. Take this short sword as a gift. He casually tossed a beautifully crafted short sword to Lomong, who caught it and beamed with joy. Thank you, mistress. With a playful slap atop Lomong's head, Li Chang'e chuckled. Here's your second chance. Lomong grinned and promptly knelt to the ground, knocking his head. Thank you, Master Chang'e. With the correct response, Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli exchanged smiles. All right, children, let us set forth. Lu Ruoli elegantly waved her white sleeves, and a magnificent flying sword materialized in the courtyard. Wow! The children gasped in astonishment at the sight. Wu Xian, finding a sense of superiority, confidently boarded the flying sword first. Lu Ruoli smiled gently at the 3 children, saying, I have plenty of these flying swords. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, I shall gift each of you one, and you too shall soar through the skies. This promise ignited even greater excitement among the children as they eagerly climbed aboard, unable to resist caressing the sword. Meanwhile, at the secret realm in Tsungyun Mountain, the Secret Realm Management Association had set up a grand long table with representatives seated behind it. Due to special circumstances, this auction will commence half an hour early. After evaluation, the value of this secret realm is remarkably high. The announcement echoed as the crowd stirred with murmurs. 5 million for a single entry? How outrageous. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the bidding commenced, and the crowd expressed their discontent. If the price keeps climbing, it could reach 20 million for a single spot. Yet amidst the grumbling, there were those undeterred by the costs. A price reflects the quality. If you're not willing to pay, perhaps you should reconsider your pursuit of cultivation. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the more affluent bidders began to make their offers. I bid 10 million. The first voice came from the formidable De Qi Sword Pavilion. This was followed by the Qingyun sect and Xianyun sect, both renowned forces in the region. As they entered the fray, just as the bidding escalated, a clear and ringing female voice pierced through the air. I bid 17 million. The crowd turned to the source of the voice, where a massive flying sword approached, carrying a man and woman alongside 4 children. One boy, slightly older and bare-chested, bore a large flag that fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the words Taoyuan Xianzong. The stage was set for a dramatic showdown. Upon seeing the large banner that Wu Xian was carrying, the members of the major sects couldn't help but chuckle. I thought a prominent sect had arrived, but it turns out to be an inconsequential minor sect. Let us ignore them and focus on bidding, said an elder from the Dachi Sword Pavilion, gesturing for his subordinates to continue calling out prices. Meanwhile, Li Chang'e and Lu Roli stood in a discreet corner with their 4 treasured disciples, refraining from further elevating the bids. Although this was termed a secret realm auction, the rules significantly differed from those of mundane auctions. In the secular world, the highest bidder wins. However, the Secret Realm Management Association would not sell all 100 entry qualifications to a single sect. Each sect could send a maximum of 40 participants into the secret realm. The primary purpose of the bidding was to establish rankings. The highest bidder could secure all 40 spots if they had sufficient funds, while the second highest could acquire 30 and the third 20. Lu Ruoli had a clear goal. She aimed to maintain the 4th highest bid, ensuring her qualification to purchase 4 entry slots. Of course, if a 5th bidder emerged, she would be forced to surpass the current highest bid to retain her position. Otherwise, she would only be able to secure 1 slot. This system was designed to stimulate competition, driving prices ever higher. Major sects vied for the top position to gain more slots, while minor sects fought to maintain their ranks, all contributing to the profits of the Secret Realm Management Association. However, this time only 3 major sects had shown up, and the Sword Pavilion had previously issued stern warnings that deterred some minor sects from entering the treasure hunt. Consequently, after several rounds of bidding, the Dachi Sword Pavilion secured the top bid at 25 million, which meant they would need to pay 1 billion low-grade spirit stones to acquire 40 slots. The second place, Xianyun sect, would need to pay 750 million for 30 slots. Lu Ruoli felt fortunate that Li Chang'e had borrowed a substantial amount of money the previous night. Otherwise, her own meager savings would not suffice to purchase the 4 slots. After paying, she handed the entry tokens to her 4 disciples. Wu Xian, as the eldest brother, you must always remember to protect your younger siblings once inside, she said, patting his shoulder. Rest assured, master, I will protect them with my life. Wu Xian replied, nodding vigorously, embodying the demeanor of a responsible elder brother. Lu Ruoli smiled as she dusted off Wu Xian's face, satisfied with his resolve. Turning her attention to Fan Tuanshuan, she cautioned, Tuanshuan, you have a fiery temperament and can be impulsive. Once in the secret realm, make sure to heed your sister Su Luoluo's instructions, understand? Fan Tuanshuan nodded earnestly, her massive hammer resting on her shoulder. Master, you can count on me. If Sister Luoluo tells me to go east, I want to venture west. If she says to chase a dog, I want to strike a chicken. I'll be obedient, while she might resist listening to others. She had no objections when it came to Su Luoluo. Lu Ruoli affectionately ruffled Fan Tuanshuan's blue hair and turned to look at Luo Mang. Before she could speak, Luo Mang interjected, Master, don't worry. I will stay alert and follow eldest brother to take care of the 2 sisters. Despite being the youngest, he displayed remarkable intelligence and emotional awareness, prompting even Li Chang'e to chuckle and nod in approval of the boy's cleverness. Finally, Lu Ruoli's gaze settled on Su Luoluo. Luoluo, human intentions can be elusive. If you encounter adversaries, remember not to reveal all your cards at once, understood? Also, given your formidable abilities, I believe a single sword may not suffice. Here, take this broken sword as well. As she spoke, Lu Ruoli presented Su Luoluo with a damaged sword. Although it was merely a broken blade, its aura was remarkably potent. It was a remnant of a divine weapon, originally intended to be crafted into a powerful artifact by its creator, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it had become a mere celestial-grade relic. Nevertheless, it was far from an ordinary weapon, and she wanted Su Luoluo to have it as an additional safeguard. With a smile, Lu Ruoli placed the broken sword into Su Luo's hands and stood up, her demeanor lightening. That is all I have to say. Above all, I need you 4 to return safely. As she uttered the last words, her eyes grew misty. If it weren't for the elusive nature of the secret realm and the rarity of stronghold relics, she would never have allowed her beloved disciples to venture out on such a perilous adventure so soon. All right, off you go. Remember, if trouble finds you, fight if you can, and flee if you cannot. Opportunities are important, but so are your lives. Li Chang'e added, waving to the 4 children to hurry toward the entrance of the secret realm. Yes, master. The 4 children replied in unison, walking confidently toward the entrance. drawing curious and inquisitive gazes from other sections. However, their loud call to master inevitably attracted attention to Li Chang'e. Unfazed by the opinions of those irrelevant to them, Li Chang'e wrapped his arm around Lu Ruoli's shoulders and led her to a nearby table. Unbeknownst to them, while Lu Ruoli was advising Su Luoluo and the others, the members of the De Chi Sword Pavilion were watching them intently. By ill fortune, among those sent by the Sword Pavilion to train in the secret realm was a 9th-generation disciple who had recently been stationed at Wudongport during the horse racing event. This individual had approached the leader to report that several 9th-generation disciples, including Master Liaoya, had pursued Su Luoluo and her companions, resulting in their untimely demise. Naturally, the leader of the Sword Pavilion could not overlook this grievance. Establishing authority was one of the main objectives of this secret realm expedition. And now that they had identified their foes, it was imperative to execute them publicly to instill fear in others. Kill them. Tear those 4 little nuisances to shreds and show the world the consequences of offending the Sword Pavilion. Chapter 54. Targeting the Sword Pavilion, sponsored by the ever-dull Chen Yiming. Indeed, the arrogant Sword Pavilion saw no need for subtlety in eliminating individuals from a minor sect. Not only did they intend to kill Su Luoluo and the others, but the leader also scrutinized Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli, expanding his consciousness. He noted that both were merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, which solidified his resolve to eliminate them after the secret realm concluded. But for now, he would observe how his disciples dealt with those 4 insignificant nuisances. With that, as each individual holding an entry token entered the secret realm, the personnel from the Secret Realm Management Association invoked spells to summon several enormous mirroring jade stones. These stones displayed the events occurring within the secret realm, allowing those outside to witness everything in real time, akin to a crowd gathered around massive surveillance screens, albeit with differing motivations and emotions. Naturally, Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e were fixated on the mirroring stones, their eyes darting back and forth in search of their disciples' figures. "Look, over there!" Suddenly, Lu Ruoli exclaimed, tugging at Li Chang'e's sleeve and pointing to the leftmost mirroring stone. Indeed, on that stone, the image revealed. 4 figures stood side by side, with Wu Xian wielding a massive stone lock in each hand. Despite the somewhat comical appearance of his straight brows, he exuded an aura of commanding presence and formidable authority. In stark contrast, the other 3, innocent and cherubic, seemed entirely devoid of any aggressive disposition. Su Luoluo, with her delicate pink attire and golden hair adorned with pins, appeared charmingly regal. Yet the sight of her wielding the frost blade seemed almost laughable, as if a mere punch could bring her to tears. Comparatively, Fan Tuanshuan, with her blue hair and golden eyes, was far more intimidating as she held a hefty hammer. Meanwhile, the youngest, Luo Mang, had clutched onto Fan Tuanshuan's clothing since entering the secret realm, his timid demeanor evoking both amusement and exasperation. One couldn't help but wonder if such a young child would be frightened to the point of losing control. Fortunately, they had not been separated. Li Chang'e, observing the 4 children together, smiled as he gently patted Lu Ruoli's small hand. He hoped for a smooth journey ahead. Lu Ruoli nodded, her gaze fixated on Su Luoluo and her companions. However, her heart soon raced with anxiety. A cold voice echoed from another mirror-like jade stone, announcing that upon entering the secret realm, the leader of a group of Sword Pavilion disciples had commanded, "All disciples of the Sword Pavilion, heed my orders. Form groups of 5, and execute any disciples of the Peach Source Immortal Sect on sight." The intent was clear, and the lack of hesitation was palpable. This was the Sword Pavilion. Upon hearing these words, both Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli's expressions darkened, their hearts sinking. Why would the Sword Pavilion seek to harm their disciples? Lu Ruoli furrowed her brows, casting her eyes toward the Sword Pavilion's stronghold. Li Chang'e, equally concerned, remarked coldly, "I do not know. I will inquire. You stay here and wait for me." The Sword Pavilion was powerful, and with 40 of its disciples present in the secret realm. Even though Wu Xian possessed the strength to take on 5 opponents, the 3 young ones had their unique skills. Yet, if they were to be besieged, their chances of survival were nearly non-existent. As a mentor, how could he not worry? "I will accompany you." Lu Ruoli could no longer remain seated and stood up to follow Li Chang'e toward the direction of the Sword Pavilion's encampment. The command for ruthless execution had not gone unnoticed by others, and soon, whispers erupted among the crowd. What has the Peach Source Immortal Sect done to offend the Sword Pavilion? I do not know, but did the Sword Pavilion not already declare? They intend not just to seize treasures, but also to kill. It seems the Peach Source Immortal sect has drawn the short straw, becoming their first target. Those two must be the masters of those 4 children. Are they going to reason with the Sword Pavilion? Reason? Have you lost your mind? I believe they are here to plead for mercy instead. The Sword Pavilion is utterly despicable. If one of their disciples is killed, they take it out on others. How shameless. Shoo, are you trying to get us killed? This is none of our business. Let's just watch. Alas, it is a pity for those 4 children, especially the 3 little ones who appear to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. They are so adorable. Enough, enough. Those 2 have reached the Sword Pavilion's main camp. I wonder if a fight will break out. Amidst the clamor, Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e had arrived at the front of the Sword Pavilion's formation. I, Lu Ruoli, sect master of the Peach Source Immortal sect, seek an audience with the leader of the Great Qi Sword Pavilion. Despite her pride and anger, Lu Ruoli bowed and announced herself loudly. The leader of the Great Qi Sword Pavilion had already noticed Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e. However, upon hearing her request for an audience, he merely smirked, continuing to gaze at the mirror-like jade stone, exuding an air of superiority. Seeing this, Li Chang'e drew his sword in indignation. How dare he show such disdain for my wife? But just as he was about to act, Lu Ruoli shot him a glance, clearly indicating that their disciples' lives were at stake, and impulsiveness was not an option. Suppressing his anger, Lu Ruoli once again cupped her hands in greeting and raised her voice. I, Lu Ruoli, sect master of the Peach Source Immortal sect, seek an audience with the leader of the Great Qi Sword Pavilion. This time, Lu Ruoli's voice rang clearly, not only reaching the ears of the Great Qi Sword Pavilion disciples, but also capturing the attention of all present. The leader, Elder Qin Zhaixing, turned slightly. What business do you have with me? He uttered these 4 words without even glancing at Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e. May I inquire if the Peach Source Immortal sect has offended the Sword Pavilion in any way? Why, upon our entrance into the secret realm, have your disciples launched a pursuit against mine? Though polite, Lu Ruoli's tone was far from submissive. The children were indeed in danger. But Wu Xian's wrath could easily deter 3 or 5 opponents of equal rank. The 3 young ones could coordinate their skills to greatly enhance their combat prowess. As long as they were not simultaneously surrounded by over a dozen Sword Pavilion disciples, they could still fight back. Lu Ruoli's greatest assurance lay in the mysterious figure who had been secretly protecting Su Luoluo. A master capable of concealing celestial phenomena would undoubtedly have the means to breach the secret realm's boundaries and intervene in the battle. Life is a matter of spirit. If the Sword Pavilion truly intended to bully the weak, then let there be war. Life and death are but a matter of fate. What is there to fear? Chapter 55. My dog is pregnant, and it's your doing. Ha. Why target you? You ask me why you are being targeted? The leader of the Sword Pavilion, Qin Zhaixing, erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. His laughter was infectious, prompting all the Sword Pavilion disciples to join in, as well as those who sought to curry favor with them. The raucous laughter pierced through the air, sharp and mocking, akin to exposing a deeply embarrassing secret in public. With so many laughing at her, Lu Ruoli's cheeks flushed crimson, not from embarrassment, but from indignation. Li Chang'e's patience had reached its limit. Stepping forward, he shielded Lu Ruoli behind him and pointed at Qin Zhaixing. Are you asking me, or are you asking your dog? The moment his words left his lips, a hush fell over the crowd, the onlookers astonished. What audacity! To insult a Sword Pavilion elder in front of so many. Surely, the Peach Source Immortal sect would vanish from Yulan continent today. Impudent! Who do you think you are to disrespect my master? As expected, no sooner had Li Chang'e's words faded than an enraged figure leaped from beside Qin Zhaixing. Tang Lei, the 5th-generation chief disciple of the Sword Pavilion and Qin Zhaixing's favorite apprentice, charged toward Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli, drawing his sword in a flash. Tang Lei sensed that both Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli were at the perfected nascent soul stage, yet he was a sword cultivator, an invincible existence among his peers. He was confident that within 3 moves, he could sever their heads from their bodies. Qin Zhaixing made no move to stop him, stroking his beard and chuckling as he observed his disciples' display of power. Those gathered were taken aback by the sudden ferocity of the Sword Pavilion disciples. After merely exchanging a few words, they were already prepared to draw blood. Some recognized Tang Lei, and as he struck, concern arose for the 2 from the Peach Source Immortal sect. It was over. A perfected nascent soul sword cultivator was attacking. They would likely meet their end before their disciples did. However, as Tang Lei's sword energy surged toward them, Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli remained unperturbed. They showed no inclination to evade, with Li Chang'e even standing casually, hands behind his back, stepping forward without so much as a blink. Seeking death. Tang Lei was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment, his expression twisted into a sinister snarl. The spiritual energy within surged violently, and the long sword in Tang Lei's hand emitted a series of sharp clangs. Alas, is it truly over? Can I not even evade this? That person is doomed. Initially, I felt a twinge of sympathy, but now it seems these two are simply fools, standing there without a defense as if they were paralyzed with fear. No. Why do I sense that Tang Lei's speed diminishes as he approaches that individual? Am I hallucinating? The onlookers murmured among themselves, but in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before them. The sword that Tang Lei thrust forward suddenly halted, mere yards from Li Chang'e. It remained suspended in midair, as if ensnared by an unseen, powerful spell. Even Qin Zhaixing's expression shifted, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a grave demeanor. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Amidst their astonishment, some began to retreat cautiously. Since time immemorial, when celestial beings clash, mortals suffer the consequences. The strong fight for their lives, while the weak must wisely withdraw. Yet, the most astonished of all was Tang Lei. When Li Chang'e did not dodge or evade, he had believed his sword would surely strike true. However, just as the blade was about to reach Li Chang'e, an immense pressure abruptly enveloped him from all directions. His previously unstoppable momentum was instantaneously suppressed, as if a mountain had been placed upon him, rendering him unable to advance or retreat. Bang! Li Chang'e stepped forward once more, and the pressure on Tang Lei doubled. With no means to defend himself, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Any vestige of offensive intent vanished, and Tang Lei hastily summoned all his spiritual energy for protection. Overwhelmed, the so-called invincible sword cultivator of the same realm was utterly crushed by another of equal standing. The crowd was profoundly shocked by the unfolding scene. Li Chang'e, however, bore no intention of killing Tang Lei. He lifted his gaze to Qin Zhaixing, who was revered like a star, and inquired once more, "Why do your sword pavilion disciples target our disciples from the Taoyuan immortal sect?" With Li Chang'e's question, all eyes turned once more to Qin Zhaixing. At this moment, he found himself trapped, unable to respond. If he remained silent, his beloved disciple might perish. Losing a disciple was of little consequence, as he had no shortage of favored students. Yet, Tang Lei was the legitimate son of a prince from the Deqi dynasty. Although not a crown prince, he was still of royal blood. If he were to die, how could he explain it to the prince? Yet, should he answer, it would appear as though he were fearful of those two nameless individuals. Caught in a dilemma, Qin Zhaixing felt the weight of his predicament. Nevertheless, Li Chang'e lacked the patience for Qin Zhaixing to deliberate. Observing his silence, Li Chang'e advanced once more. PFF crack. With this step, Tang Lei's protective spiritual energy shattered instantaneously. As he coughed up another mouthful of blood, the treasured long sword in his hand developed cracks. At that moment, panic gripped him entirely. He felt the chilling breath of death looming close. Qin Zhaixing, too, was alarmed. Rising abruptly, the old man's sharp gaze fixated on Li Chang'e. "What misdeeds have you committed? Have you no awareness of your own actions? The lives of my sword pavilion disciples are not yours to reap at will." Though he sought to respond, his tone was laced with indignation, allowing him to salvage some semblance of dignity. Yet, to Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli, his words were perplexing. "Who has slain your sword pavilion disciples? Clarify your accusations." Li Chang'e frowned, insisting on a clear explanation. Qin Zhaixing sneered, "Humph. You dare act without accountability, cowardly rodents. Let me remind you, during the horse training competition at Wudong Port, did your 3 disciples not each ride away on a sacred steed?" Sacred steeds. The mention of these magnificent creatures jogged Li Chang'e's memory. Indeed, when the 3 youngsters first arrived in Taoyuan town, he had witnessed 3 heavenly steeds soaring overhead. It appeared this was no mere misunderstanding, likely linked to Su Luo's guardian. However, at present, do you possess any evidence? You cannot simply assert that we are the culprits without proof, can you? I could just as easily claim that my dog is pregnant, and you are to blame. Chapter 56. Who among us is not a sword cultivator? What is there to be proud of? PFF ha! Li Chang'e's retort elicited laughter from the onlookers. Some could hardly contain their amusement, bursting into hearty laughter. Now it was Qin Zhaixing's turn to be the subject of ridicule, his face reddening like a monkey's behind. Yet Tang Lei remained at their mercy, and he dared not act recklessly, his frustration mounting. "Though I seldom venture out, I am aware that the Sword Pavilion has never been one to reason. However, I advise you to keep your disciples away from our 4 children. Otherwise, I will unleash my thousands of brothers to pursue your disciples relentlessly, until death do us part. As Qin Zhaixing struggled to find words amidst his anger, Li Chang'e issued a warning. He then waved his hand, causing Tang Lei to plummet to the ground. At that moment, Tang Lei's complexion had turned ashen, his eyes bulging, clearly having come perilously close to the realm of the dead. Upon hitting the ground, the long sword in his grasp shattered with a thunderous crash. The once coveted sacred sword, sought after by ordinary cultivators, lay in ruins, reduced to mere scrap. Having delivered his ultimatum, Li Chang'e turned to depart, wrapping his arm around Lu Ruoli and striding forward with confidence. The aura he exuded was unmistakable. None could rival him. Wait, wait. Suddenly, Tang Lei called out from the ground. As Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli halted, Tang Lei, struggling, managed to ask, "You are also at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Why can you effortlessly overpower me? I am a sword cultivator." His pride as a sword cultivator lay shattered, and Tang Lei now sought a single truth, his inquiry echoing the thoughts of all present. Once again, the spotlight fell upon Li Chang'e, yet he did not turn back. Facing away from Tang Lei, his voice drifted back. "Indeed, we are both at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. However, your mastery is merely a product of medicinal enhancement, and you have stagnated at a bottleneck, finding it exceedingly difficult to advance further. My own attainment is simply due to my disinterest in further elevation. I await my wife to break through to the transformation stage alongside me. What do you await?" His words left Qin Zhaixing and the others profoundly shaken. Suppressing one's realm? Is it truly possible for someone to deliberately restrain their cultivation? Despite this revelation, Tang Lei remained unconvinced. But I am a sword cultivator, invincible among peers, capable of defeating those of higher realms. His voice brimmed with defiance, yet the response came from Li Chang'e, who simply pointed a finger, unleashing 13 streaks of radiant light. As the couple walked ahead, the 13 swords hovered behind them, emanating a chilling aura that lowered the temperature in the vicinity. Though devoid of celestial swords, the simultaneous mastery of 13 sacred swords instigated a reconsideration of Li Chang'e's identity and background among many spectators. Tang Lei stood there, dumbfounded, as his resolve crumbled, and he spewed forth another mouthful of blood. Li Chang'e continued onward, his pace unbroken. Who among us is not a sword cultivator? What is there to be proud of? This nonchalant remark sent shockwaves through the crowd. Some began to speculate, realizing why he dared to challenge the Sword Pavilion. It was evident he possessed genuine strength, wielding 13 sacred swords. Perhaps he was the cherished gem of a prestigious cultivation family. Indeed, did you not hear? He boasts thousands of brothers. Perhaps he is the favored disciple of a formidable sect. It is quite intriguing. The Sword Pavilion now finds itself in a predicament, and it was high time someone held them accountable. Amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli returned to their respective tables to take their seats once more. However, as they settled down, Lu Ruoli discreetly communicated with Li Chang'e through her spiritual sense, asking, "My dear, when did you acquire thousands of disciples?" Li Chang'e chuckled, "When one is out and about, one's identity is self-assigned. I merely aim to intimidate that old fellow. Whether it works or not remains to be seen." Lu Ruoli was at a loss for words. Aside from muddling the waters, they truly had no better course of action. The Sword Pavilion was notorious for its protectiveness. The question of whether they could withstand their wrath was moot. No one wished to provoke a vengeful dog. Yet, the reality of Su Chen was altogether different. He had been keenly observing the Sword Pavilion's actions. Long before Qin Zhaixing commanded the Sword Pavilion to besiege Su Luoluo and her companions in the secret realm, Su Chen had already taken out a small notebook. "Sword Pavilion, duly noted," he scribbled. Once he could establish a character and traverse the game freely, he vowed to be the first to obliterate this detestable Sword Pavilion. On another note, one could not overlook the camaraderie displayed by Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli towards their disciples. Just the two of them dared to confront the Sword Pavilion's members head-on. Their courage transcended mere bravery. Alas, it was a pity that the game lacked a gifting system. Otherwise, he would have surely bestowed upon them something precious. Reflecting on this, Su Chen's spirits lifted. No, just because it is absent now does not imply it will always be so. Much like character creation and communication talismans. If Luoluo's affinity for me reaches 80, I could choose between options, couldn't I? This game was unlike any other. No one could predict the peculiar features and settings that might emerge in the future, which added a sense of anticipation for him as a player. Redirecting his gaze towards Su Luoluo, he noted that the scenery within the secret realm was distinct from that outside. The realm was adorned with maple trees and fallen leaves, illuminated by sunlight, casting a golden-red hue over the entire landscape. While he often marveled at the game's graphics, the sight before him compelled another wave of admiration. If only I could create a character and don a virtual helmet to immerse myself in this world, it would be utterly sublime. Holding his daughter's hand, the thought of wandering through such a splendid scene was nothing short of enchanting. Suddenly, a sharp command shattered Su Chen's reverie. On the screen, 3 men clad in azure robes obstructed the path of Su Luoluo and her companions. Looking for a fight? Instinctively, Su Chen's hand fell to the backpack at the side of the screen, ever ready to support his daughter. What do you want? In the secret realm, Wu Xian brandished 2 enormous stone locks, positioning himself protectively in front of the 3 children. What do we want? Why? To eliminate you and reduce the competition. The 3 disciples of Qin Yun's sect cast a disdainful glance at Wu Xian, disregarding him entirely. Without uttering a word, Wu Xian forcefully clashed the 2 stone locks together, bellowing, "Want to kill? You'd better have the capability." His master had specifically instructed him to protect his junior siblings, so when trouble arose, he naturally charged forward. "Sister Luoluo, stay back. I wouldn't want you to get hurt." After Wu Xian charged ahead, Fan Tuanchuan stepped forward to shield Su Luoluo. Not far off, Wu Xian had already felled a disciple of Qin Yun's sect with a single strike of his stone lock. The individual, underestimating Wu Xian due to his unassuming appearance, nearly found himself flattened. "You big fool. How dare you harm my junior brother? Take this." The 2 remaining Qin Yun sect disciples erupted in fury at the sight of their comrade's misfortune. One summoned a spear while the other wielded 2 large hammers, swiftly encircling Wu Xian. As if that were not enough, from the side, 2 more individuals leapt forth, wielding curved blades aimed directly at the defenseless Su Luoluo. "Be careful." Fan Tuanchuan reacted swiftly, hurling her hammer to strike one of the assailants. After knocking one away, she summoned the hammer back to her grasp. "How dare you? Attacking these little children, I suggest you reconsider." With a fierce yell, Fan Tuanchuan pointed her hammer at the 2 attackers. "Enough chatter. Prepare to pay with your lives." The disciples of Qin Yun's sect had initially believed it would be a simple task to dispatch a few children, perhaps even acquiring some treasures from them in the process. However, they were utterly unprepared for the formidable abilities displayed by the young ones. It was hardly surprising, if they lacked any skills, who would venture into the secret realm to meet their demise. Yet, even with their skills, they were mere children aged 4 or 5. How long could they have cultivated their abilities? In the end, whether they resisted or not, it was still a dead end. As the 2 Qin Yun sect disciples charged towards the trio, they unleashed their most potent techniques. Fireball technique. Winter's End. The opposing attacks, one hot and one cold, were unleashed simultaneously. Fan Tuanchuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She could not afford to be careless. While evading, she surged toward the 2 attackers. "You think I'm a sickly cat? You'll taste my hammer." Her speed was indeed impressive, but not sufficient to evade the relentless assaults from 2 mid-foundation cultivators. The disparity in their cultivation levels proved insurmountable, and despite her unique bloodline, she struggled to withstand the onslaught. Boom! A massive fireball struck Fan Tuanchuan, engulfing her in flames. Tuan Tuan. The event transpired in a heartbeat, leaving Su Luoluo, Wu Xian, and Luo Meng in shock, their voices trembling. Even Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e, who were observing from outside the secret realm, were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. "How dare you harm my sister? I will fight you to the end." Wu Xian's roar resounded like thunder. Suddenly, he erupted with a visible surge of power. Every muscle in his body seemed to swell. With this newfound strength and speed, he surpassed his previous capabilities. Techniques available to foundation cultivators were limited, and physical prowess often prevailed. In this heightened state, Wu Xian found himself gaining the upper hand against the 3 Qin Yun sect disciples. However, the situation for Fan Tuanchuan was dire. Despite her extraordinary bloodline granting her superior physical strength, the flames had scorched her eyes, leaving her disoriented. With a clang, her hammer fell to the ground as she cried out, rolling on the ground, hands clutched over her eyes. Luo Meng quickly helped Tuan Tuan heal. As the 2 attackers prepared to strike down Fan Tuanchuan, Su Luoluo slapped the trembling Luo Meng, urging him to act. gathering her strength. Su Luoluo unleashed the Wind Blade Sword technique once more. The Frost Flower Sword danced through the air, unleashing a barrage of sword energy directed at the two Qingyun sect disciples. Sword energy? The two assailants faltered, glancing at the delicate, rosy Su Luoluo, then at the oncoming sword energy. Good heavens! This child can unleash sword energy at such a young age. No, it was more than that. She was producing an astonishing number of sword energies. They retreated hastily, abandoning their plan to finish off Fan Tuanshuan in favor of evading the assault. Meanwhile, those observing from outside the secret realm gasped in astonishment. They had anticipated the children possessed some skill, but they were utterly unprepared for the magnitude of their prowess. Most notably, the little girl in the colorful dress adorned with a golden hairpin, at merely 5 years of age, had unleashed a dozen sword energies, forcing back 2 adult mid-foundation cultivators. Her audacity and strength were truly remarkable. My daughter Su Chun is truly exceptional. Su Chun felt an immense pride swell within him. Alas, the marketplace did not offer any elixirs to enhance cultivation. Otherwise, he would have spent money to transform his daughter into the mightiest empress of Yunlan continent. After several attempts, as the talismans and divine punishments in his hands failed to be unleashed, Su Chun could only watch his daughter perform with a hint of disappointment. Although Luo Mang was timid, he witnessed Master Wu Xian single-handedly confronting 3 adversaries, while Su Luoluo managed to fend off 2. Even if he was afraid, he could never retreat in the face of battle. He sat down, forcing himself to calm. The water spirit nurturing technique operated at full capacity, and a faint blue light gradually emerged from his brow. A soft blue mist extinguished the flames engulfing Fan Tuanshuan and began healing her wounds. The 5 disciples of Qingyun's sect, along with everyone outside the secret realm, were once again taken aback. Water spirit root. The boy actually possessed such a rare spiritual root. These children were truly hidden talents. They must be eliminated. Elder Qin Jiaxing of the Sword Pavilion had hesitated initially, fearing that Li Changge might have a formidable background, not wanting to draw unnecessary trouble to the Sword Pavilion. However, the deaths of Liao Ye and several 9th-generation Sword Pavilion disciples were indeed related to those 3 children. With such remarkable cultivation talent, if they were not eliminated now, it would be even more challenging later. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo, in an effort to conceal her strength, feigned exhaustion after unleashing a flurry of sword qi, holding the Frosthua sword and glaring fiercely at the 2 Qingyun sect disciples. Little girl, have you exhausted your spiritual energy? Prepare to meet your end. The 2, seeing Su Luo's feeble appearance, regained their spirits and charged forward without casting any more fireballs. They needed to conserve their energy for the secret realm and contend with other sections. Killing a defenseless child would suffice. Everything seemed to unfold as expected, and everyone assumed Su Luoluo had exhausted her energy. With Wu Xian entangled by 3 opponents, and another caring for an injured person, there was no one to protect her. Faced with 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators, the little girl was surely doomed. Some even felt a sense of pity for her, a promising cultivator, yet unfortunate enough to encounter unreliable masters. Released to hone her skills too soon. Alas, she would meet her end now. At that moment, Su Luoluo's heart raced with fear. Although she had spent 10 years in this world and faced several life and death trials, the instinctual terror of seeing 2 grown men brandishing knives and grinning menacingly as they charged towards her was overwhelming. Her former calmness and bravery vanished in an instant. Without warning, the little girl burst into tears and turned to flee. "Wu, please don't kill me, Wu. I'm so scared indeed." This was the normal reaction of a child. The 2 Qingyun sect disciples, now fully reassured, pursued her with renewed vigor. However, they failed to notice that while Su Luoluo wept and fled, she occasionally glanced back, secretly calculating. Get closer. Closer still. They needed to approach without time to dodge her sword qi. Gripping the Frosthua sword tightly, Su Luoluo was poised to launch a sudden counterattack. Finally, 10 steps, 7 steps, 5 steps. Now, the distance was close enough. Su Luoluo abruptly turned, executing the phoenix spreading wings technique. Tears still glistened in her eyes, yet her swordplay was remarkably swift and precise. With a series of swift strikes, the 2 pursuing disciples of Qingyun sect were left dumbfounded. "Bad guys, I'll take care of you." Chapter 58, Turning the Tide. Crushing the opposition despite the significant disparity in cultivation levels, the disciples of Qingyun sect had been overly complacent. and their proximity rendered them unable to evade the incoming sword chi. Though the sword chi appeared less formidable upon striking a boulder, its impact on human flesh was devastating. Puff on my arm. My arm. The first sword chi struck, and the foremost Qingyun sect disciple emitted a harrowing scream as his left arm was severed. As his severed limb fell to the ground, blood gushed forth. Another disciple was even less fortunate. A horizontal blade of qi cleanly severed his neck. His body continued forward, but his head rolled away silently, his corpse collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The sight left the disarmed disciple in sheer terror. In his panic, he became a mere target. A flurry of sword qi transformed him from a man into a puddle of blood. Outside the secret realm, the onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief. A 5-year-old child had managed to slay 2 adult cultivators from a higher realm. Moreover, hadn't her spiritual energy been depleted? How could she unleash such a barrage of sword qi? This defied logic. Could it be that this little girl possessed not an ordinary dantian, but a sea of energy? Elders like Qin Zhaxing, along with the leaders of Qingyun sect and Xianyun sect, could not help but speculate. Of course, with the abundance of magical artifacts in Yunlan continent, it was possible that the girl possessed some extraordinary treasures. Regardless, the fact remained that a child in the mid-gathering stage had retaliated against 2 adult cultivators in the mid-foundation establishment stage. This was a genuine triumph amidst adversity. To everyone's surprise, the elder leading Qingyun sect even cheered for Su Luoluo. Upon noticing the curious gazes directed at him, the elder scoffed and declared, "What are you looking at? In the secret realm, free combat is permitted. If my Qingyun sect's disciples are allowed to kill, then others can retaliate against my disciples as well. If you wish to blame someone, blame those 2 fools for underestimating their opponents." His words prompted a shift in perception. The crowd regarded Qingyun sect with newfound respect. Look at that. This is the mark of a genuine major sect, unlike certain other factions with petty and sinister tactics. While the outside world buzzed with shock and speculation, Su Luoluo's unexpected victory alleviated numerous crises. At that moment, Fan Tianquan's injuries were fully healed by Luomeng. In truth, she had only suffered minor burns to her eyes. Her clothing and eyebrows bore the brunt of the fireball. Now fully recovered, she leaped high in the air, exclaiming, "Those little bastards dared to set me on fire. Just wait until I crush their heads." With a massive hammer in hand, the little girl charged at Wu Xian. "Big brother, let me have a piece. I want to join in." Without waiting for a response, Fan Tianquan intercepted one of the 3 assailants attacking Wu Xian. Spotting the dual hammers in the adversary's hands, she grinned. "Come on, let us see whose hammer is stronger." Ignoring the fact that her opponent was at a higher cultivation level, Fan Tianquan swung her hammer and charged forward. "I'm coming too. Let's finish this quickly." Su Luoluo surveyed her surroundings, realizing that Qingyun sect had secured the 3rd highest bid in the recent auction, having witnessed them acquire 20 entry spots. If they were already facing 5 troublesome opponents, she shuddered to think of the fate awaiting them if reinforcements arrived. The immediate priority was to conclude the battle swiftly and then conceal themselves to develop in secret. Thus, after Fan Tianquan rushed in, Su Luoluo followed suit, joining the fray. Though small in stature, their combined presence drastically altered the tide of battle. Initially, Wu Xian had held the upper hand against 3 opponents. Now, with the addition of Fan Tianquan and Su Luoluo, the 3 disciples of Qingyun sect found themselves overwhelmed. Charge! Clang! As a spear lunged toward him, Wu Xian swung his arm in a sweeping motion, executing a technique reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky. 2 hefty stone locks gracefully traced arcs in the air before crashing onto the long spear. Each stone lock was as large as a small grinding wheel. And despite not being magical artifacts, their sheer weight was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. When the stone locks collided with the spear, a resounding clang echoed, sending sparks flying. The Qingyun sect cultivator felt a jolt of numbness and pain surge through his hands as the spear was knocked away with a whoosh. Looking down, he was horrified to see his hands mangled and bloodied. What immense strength! He gasped, realizing he was now weaponless and had to face the tiger like Wu Xian, forcing him to retreat in a flurry of evasive maneuvers. However, Wu Xian was not only powerful, he also possessed undeniable speed, having previously been held back only due to the 3-on-1 disadvantage. Now in a 1-on-1 confrontation, the disparity was glaring. Ultimately, the cultivator did not even have the chance to unleash his ultimate technique before being struck on the back by a stone lock. The force so great that it shattered his bones and organs, leading to his demise. Meanwhile, the Qingyun sect disciple, who had been facing Fan Tuanshuan with a hammer, had lost all desire to fight. He was clever enough to recognize that even though his opponents were merely children, he was at a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle. Determined to flee, he gathered his strength and swung his hammers upward as Fan Tuanshuan leaped to deliver a devastating blow. With a fierce expression, he roared at the descending girl, "Come on! I've never lost in a contest of strength." His voice boomed, yet his eyes darted around, searching for an escape route. He plotted to strike down this unsuspecting child and then bolt. However, he was gravely mistaken. He could not fathom that a 5-year-old girl could possess greater strength than him. "Give it to me, Break," Fan Tuanshuan cried, her excitement palpable as she prepared to clash hammers. She shouted back, gripping the hammer tightly with all her might. The moment they collided, a thunderous noise erupted, ringing in the ears of all present. The impact left Fan Tuanshuan's arms aching and her bones cracking, nearly causing her to drop the hammer. In stark contrast, the Qingyun sect disciple who had met her blow was now kneeling on the ground. Though he was indeed strong enough to hold on to his hammers despite the force of the collision, he was overwhelmed by the sheer power of Fan Tuanshuan's strike. His once arrogant expression turned to one of shock, his eyes vacant, while his hammers became deformed, his arms dislocated, and his kneecaps shattered. By the time Fan Tuanshuan landed safely, the kneeling disciple was bleeding from all orifices and lifeless. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, a fully grown man as strong as an ox, had been slain by a mere 5-year-old child. Chapter 59. Under observation, danger lingers. Silence. An astonishing stillness enveloped the area outside the secret realm, where onlookers had been chattering just moments before. The disciples of the Taoyuan immortal sect were rather formidable. One could enter a berserk state, dramatically enhancing their abilities. Another possessed rare water spirit roots. One was robust and surprisingly strong, and the last, a seemingly delicate girl, could unleash substantial sword energy despite her gentle appearance. If they were to fully mature, who could stand against them? Outsiders were left in awe, and even Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e were taken aback. In their first real battle, the surprises these disciples delivered were overwhelming. Meanwhile, the children within the secret realm had no time to ponder. Among the 5 Qingyun sect disciples that had besieged them, only one remained. Su Luoluo had intended to finish him off with the wind sword technique, but upon witnessing his fallen comrades, the disciple, even when faced with a tearful 5-year-old, fled in terror. Although he lacked the ability to fly, he managed to escape by leaping a considerable distance and dodging attacks, narrowly saving his own life. "Don't run. Stand still," Fan Tuanshuan shouted, eager to give chase, but Su Luoluo stopped her. "Don't pursue. It could be a trap. Let us clean up the battlefield and retreat quickly." Su Luoluo understood their true purpose, to seek treasures. Their master had mentioned that this secret realm was a stronghold of ancient powers, possibly holding relics, weapons, or even techniques left behind by formidable beings. Fighting was merely a waste of time. Unless absolutely necessary, she had no intention of seeking trouble. "All right," Fan Tuanshuan complied, returning to her team with the heavy hammer, and began to scavenge the battlefield alongside Su Luoluo and Luo Mang. They were not picky, hastily collecting anything of value from the bodies of the fallen Qingyun sect disciples. However, time was of the essence. Su Luoluo abandoned the idea of disposing of the corpses and instructed Wu Xian and Fan Tuanshuan to dig a large hole to bury them instead. Soon after, the 4 of them scanned their surroundings cautiously before stealthily entering the nearby maple grove. A gust of wind rustled the leaves, creating a picturesque scene. Wu Xian scratched his head and turned to Su Luoluo. "Sister Luoluo, where shall we search for treasures? We can't just wander aimlessly." At this point, Wu Xian had returned to normal, his exaggerated muscles now back to their original state, save for one detail: his shoes were missing. "I'm not sure where to look either. But this is a stronghold of the ancients. Our master has mentioned that this realm was created for the purpose of passing down legacies to worthy successors. Therefore, I believe the ancients must have left some clues for us." With a calm analysis, Su Luoluo's words provided the team with a clear direction. Just then, Luo Mang pulled out a new pair of shoes from his storage bag and handed them to Wu Xian. "Senior brother, it must be uncomfortable walking barefoot. Here is a pair of shoes that master prepared for you." Before they set out that morning, Lu Ruoli had given Luo Mang specific instructions. As his role was supportive, she entrusted him with various tools and items. Wu Xian's shoes often tore after his berserk episodes, and as a caring master, she naturally took notice. "Oh, master is so kind." Wu Xian said with a grin as he accepted the shoes and slipped them on, satisfied with the fit. However, at that moment, Fan Tuanchuan stealthily crept behind him. With one hand gripping her hammer, she slyly tugged at the waistband of Wu Xian's oversized trousers. With a sharp pull, his already baggy pants became even looser, leaving Wu Xian stunned. He spun around, swatting her hand away in surprise. Sister Tuanchuan, how shameless. Why are you pulling on a boy's trousers? Don't you know the propriety of male-female interactions? It was surprising that he could articulate such a reprimand. Fan Tuanchuan grinned, tilting her head mischievously as she reached to touch Wu Xian's bare torso. Hee. I knew senior brother didn't wear a shirt because he was afraid of bursting it when he went berserk. But how can your pants be so big? Why not use the same material to make a shirt? Walking around shirtless makes you look like a gorilla. The case was cracked. No wonder Wu Xian has consistently refrained from donning a shirt. It appears the circumstances do not permit it. However, Fan Tuanchuan's inquiry is not without merit. If they are capable of procuring a special fabric for large shorts, why not create a shirt as well? Is that particular material exceedingly precious? Just then, Fan Tuanchuan's tiny hand was once again rebuffed. Wu Xian's cheeks puffed up, his demeanor adorably irate. Humph, what is wrong with being bare-chested? Clothing merely hinders my speed. Wearing an extra layer is but a burden. What do you understand? The proud muscular man turned away, hoisting 2 hefty stone locks as he strode ahead. The trio could not help but stifle their laughter and promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, in another direction within the secret realm, 10 disciples from the De Qi sword sect had congregated. The space within the secret realm exists in its own dimension. Although they are able to communicate via communication jade slips, all contact with the outside world has been severed. Listen up. Our primary mission is treasure hunting. And only secondarily should we seek those 4 insignificant disciples from the Taoyuan immortal sect. Move out. Among the disciples on this expedition, 2 are leading the charge. The one issuing orders at this moment is Tang Feng, the 10th generation chief disciple. Like Tang Lei, he is a little prince of the De Qi dynasty. However, Tang Feng is of genuine noble birth, as his mother is the rightful consort of the 9th prince of De Qi. Though younger and of lesser standing within the sword sect than Tang Lei, when they meet, it is Tang Lei who must ingratiate himself to Tang Feng. Tang Feng possesses a modicum of intelligence. While the prestige of the sword sect is paramount, it is not imperative to commit murder within the secret realm. Treasure hunting takes precedence. If we fail to locate those few weaklings or run out of time, we can always take care of them once we are out. However, this is not the perspective of the other leading disciple, Ding Jin, the 9th generation disciple of the sword sect. Ding Jin's foremost objective in entering the secret realm is to eliminate Su Luoluo and her companions. He understands that, coming from a humble background, he has no reliable allies. Even if he were to stumble upon a grand opportunity or treasure upon returning, he would be compelled to relinquish it to those in power or to nurture the talented individuals for the sect. What divine opportunities or treasures are there for someone of his limited talent and influence? All he can do is serve the sect unconditionally, currying favor with those in authority and seizing every opportunity to ascend. At this moment, the 30 individuals swiftly divided into 10 groups, rushing in all directions. And the atmosphere grew tense once more. Meanwhile, the sword sect's leader, Qin Zhaixing, had discreetly dispatched disciples from the intelligence hall to investigate the origins of the Taoyuan immortal sect and the individuals named Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli. It is not that they wish to decide whether to kill the 4 children based on the strength of their backgrounds, but rather to familiarize themselves with the situation for future actions. Those 4 children are exceedingly exceptional. Regardless of the circumstances, they must perish. If their opponents are indeed formidable, they could simply turn over a few of Ding Jin's group once the secret realm concludes. After all, there are plenty of promising recruits wishing to join the sword sect, and losing a few scapegoats would not cause him the slightest pang of regret. In an instant, the secret realm brimmed with murderous intent while currents of intrigue swirled outside. Onlookers reveled in the unfolding drama, while those caught in the midst were consumed by their own thoughts. Look there. Is there a village within this secret realm? While searching for clues, Su Luoluo and her companions were walking when Wu Xian suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, everyone turned to follow the direction of his finger. Sure enough, amidst the picturesque scenery of the secret realm, a village was nestled within, and faint shadows of people could be seen moving about. Are there people in the secret realm? Are they real or mere illusions? Fan Tuanchuan, clutching her hammer and on tiptoe, curiously posed the question. I don't know. but we shall find out by taking a look. If there are warmth and shadows, they must be real, replied Luo Mang innocently. Su Luoluo chuckled. Her teammates were indeed adorably clever. Regardless of the truth, they had to investigate. The four of them remained vigilant as they approached the village. However, just as they drew near, chaos erupted within, with numerous villagers rushing out. Excitement etched on their faces, as if they were hurrying to queue for free eggs. Old man! Old man! The four sidestepped the throngs, and Wu Xian, the tallest, seized the opportunity to stop a rather unsteady elderly man. What are you doing? If you're late, it'll be too late. If you delay me from obtaining the longevity pill, you'll be in trouble. Longevity pill. Upon hearing this term, Su Luoluo and the others exchanged glances. Although they had never heard of it, they could surmise that the longevity pill must be a treasure of great value. As the name suggests, it may be a potion that grants immortality. My goodness, what is the essence of cultivating immortality? Isn't it the pursuit of boundless power and eternal life? If one could attain infinite longevity, wouldn't that alleviate all time-related dilemmas? Smack! The old man, not only irritable but also surprisingly strong, swatted Wu Xian's hand away and limped back into the crowd. Shall we go? Wu Xian scratched his head, glancing at Su Luoluo. It seems that, before long, Su Luoluo had assumed the role of leader in this team. Of course, we must go? Su Luoluo was the first to join the throng of villagers, yet she held skepticism regarding the existence of the longevity pill. This is the legacy of a powerful being. If that individual truly possessed a longevity pill, why would they have perished? If it were to be hidden as a reward, why not consume it themselves? Most likely, the longevity pill is merely a ruse, designed to entice people. Nevertheless, whether real or not, they were determined to investigate further. Let us go, let us go. Fan Tuanshuan eagerly followed, her golden eyes sparkling with excitement. Wait for me. Luo Mang, with the shortest legs, hesitated to plunge into the crowd and scuttled along the roadside like a little penguin. Wu Xian strode forward and shielded Su Luoluo and Fan Tuanshuan from the approaching villagers, wary that the nearly frenzied crowd might trample his younger companions. They sprinted roughly 3 miles, and fearing that Su Luoluo might tire, Wu Xian hoisted her onto his shoulder. Fan Tuanshuan's short legs moved with such swiftness that they appeared as mere afterimages, and she seemed even more at ease than Wu Xian. Her breathing barely altered. Only Luo Mang struggled, having lost a shoe, sweat trickling down his forehead, sticking his hair to his scalp. If it weren't for the water spirit moistening technique, his lungs might have burst from exertion. However, their 3-mile dash proved fruitful. Under the guidance of the villagers, they arrived at a peculiarly shaped mountain peak. Charge! The longevity pill is mine. Ha ha! Without a moment's pause, the leading villager bellowed and charged toward the mountain peak. Afterwards, the villagers, who were already in a state of frenzied excitement, all rushed forward, their demeanor perfectly describable as delirious. Shall we go? Wu Xian asked Su Luoluo, who he carried on his shoulder. After receiving a nod from her, he swiftly dashed ahead. However, after a few steps, he halted, turning back to see Luo Mang. Standing there gasping for breath, his face etched with despair, Wu Xian quickly retraced his steps, crouching down to shout, Luo Mang, hop onto my shoulder. With a surge of energy coursing through him, Wu Xian entered a state of heightened vigor, his physique seemingly expanding. Luo Mang saw a glimmer of hope and leapt onto Wu Xian's shoulder, gripping his thick hair, which was as sturdy as rebar. Truly, he was a man whose eyebrows were fused together, and his hair was undeniably robust. Despite the forceful grip, not a single hair fell. With a mischievous grin, Fan Tuanshuan leapt up and playfully slapped Wu Xian on the backside. In an instant, Wu Xian sprang up like a rampaging gorilla, propelling himself forward with tremendous force. With just a few bounds, he surpassed all the villagers alongside Su Luoluo and Luo Mang. At the mountain's peak, something glimmered faintly, an elixir of immortality. We are coming, Wu Xian exclaimed. This is slander. I am not a gorilla. As they advanced at full speed, Su Luoluo, perched on his shoulder, suddenly screamed, Wait. Wu Xian paused, his pace diminishing. Master brother, retreat quickly. But merely slowing down was insufficient. Su Luoluo insisted he back away. Wu Xian hesitated, yet as he followed her pointed finger, his scalp prickled with alarm. At the mountain's summit, numerous boulders had inexplicably appeared, thundering downwards at an alarming speed, stirring up a cacophony of sound and a cloud of dust that struck Wu Xian's senses. He pivoted sharply, carrying Su Luoluo and Luo Mang. and raced down the mountain with even greater urgency. Upon encountering Fan Tuanchuan, he unceremoniously seized her arm, hoisting both her and Luo Mang as he descended. To their bewilderment, the villagers, despite witnessing the rolling boulders, continued their reckless ascent towards the peak, not a single soul glancing back. By the time they reached a safe distance and turned around, a gruesome scene unfolded before them. The boulders had reduced many villagers to mere pulp, leaving a landscape of blood and dismembered limbs. The stench of carnage wafted in the breeze, making it difficult to breathe. Do they not fear death? Witnessing some individuals left half-bodies, crawling up the mountain with intestines trailing behind, even Luo Mang's voice trembled. Do they not feel pain? Wu Xian felt a pang of sorrow at the sight, bewildered by the villagers' reckless determination. Despite the majority either dead or severely injured, a few miraculously escaped the boulder's wrath. It's mine. Ha! The elixir of immortality is mine. No one dare compete with me. The foremost individual, disheveled and eyes gleaming with madness, roared with unrestrained fervor, devoid of any reverence for life or death. Something is amiss, very amiss. Let us hide and observe first. We shouldn't rush up like them. There might be other traps on the mountain besides the rolling stones. As the frenzied individuals continued their assault, Su Luo steadied her nerves. Just as she finished speaking, a thunderous roar of a tiger resonated throughout the mountain. In the next moment, a chorus of tiger roars followed, as majestic tigers leapt down from higher ground. Each tiger was over 10 feet long and 5 feet high, their massive jaws capable of severing a person in half. With a swipe of their formidable paws, they could easily crush a skull. Unlike the boulders, the tigers were unpredictable. They charged forward, toppling groups of villagers. In mere moments, those who had narrowly avoided the boulders were mercilessly slaughtered. With a triumphant roar, the tigers seemed to celebrate their victory. Their gazes fixed on Su Luo and her companions at the mountain's base, as if challenging them. Wu Xian could not help but gasp in awe. The sight was terrifying. Had they rushed up, even without being crushed by the stones, they would surely have been torn apart by the tigers. What should we do next? Should we seek opportunities elsewhere? It was clear that attempting to ascend the mountain would be akin to pursuing a fool's errand. Luo Mang, resolute in his stance, proposed they abandon the endeavor. However, after a moment's contemplation, Su Luo gently shook her head. We cannot retreat. The so-called relics of the strong are crafted by them to ensure that only those with strength, talent, and intellect can inherit their legacy. The greater the challenge, the more it signifies that treasures await at the summit. Her reasoning was not without merit. Yet, they were still unable to ascend. It seemed only Wu Xian had a chance of overcoming the tigers, but who could guarantee that passage would be clear thereafter? Luo Mang's concerns were equally valid. The four of them exchanged glances until Su Luo pointed toward a nearby grove. I believe the commotion here will soon attract other sects. Let us take refuge for now. Wu Xian's speed was remarkable. He could quietly follow others when they attempted to navigate the mountain. Then, at the last moment, they could seize the chance to benefit from the chaos. Upon hearing Su Luo's plan, smiles spread across their faces. It was indeed a prudent strategy. They tiptoed and crouched as they stealthily slipped into the grove at the mountain's base. True to Su Luo's intuition, just as they concealed themselves, 5 cultivators clad in Qingyun sect attire hurriedly approached. Each stood upon an enormous brush, flying low yet swiftly. A foundational cultivator could achieve such agility, indicating at least one of them had reached the pinnacle of the foundational stage. As Su Luo and her companions observed discreetly, the 5 Qingyun cultivators landed at the mountain's foot. Master brother, the scent of blood and the tiger roars emanate from this mountain. Look, there are numerous corpses up there. Clearly, the gruesome scene had shocked them as well. The leader glanced up at the mountain, his expression grave and contemplative. Do not rush up the mountain. Gather all our people immediately. As he commanded, his gaze inadvertently swept toward the grove where Su Luo and the others hid. In an instant, the group froze, their breaths becoming shallow, fearful of being discovered. Fortunately, a wild rabbit suddenly dashed away from the underbrush, causing a fleeting moment of distraction in the leader's eyes, and he no longer scrutinized their direction. However, after waiting for a while, it became evident that the Qingyun disciples had yet to assemble, when suddenly, raucous footsteps and shouts echoed from nearby. The elixir of immortality. The elixir of immortality is mine. Ha! Su Luo and her companions exchanged glances, all sensing a wave of disbelief. Were these not the very villagers they had just witnessed? and among them, the limping old man was unmistakably present. They are not already dead, are they? What is going on? By heavens. Chapter 62. Observing in secret once again. Su Luoluo and her companions found themselves questioning their own eyes as they beheld the villagers. However, before they could dwell on their astonishment, those villagers had already rushed to the foot of the mountain. At that moment, 11 disciples from Qingyun's sect had gathered. As they watched a frenzied group of mortals charging towards them, Shi Xian, the 13th generation chief disciple of the inner sect, promptly ordered them to clear the path and observe their intentions. With a swish, the 11 disciples made way, yet the villagers paid them no heed and continued their ascent. Brother, I heard them shouting about the longevity pill. Could it be that there are treasures atop this mountain? We should hurry and join them. There is always one who is overly eager, fearing the spoils might be snatched away. Shi Xian turned and shot a disapproving glance at the individual, his tone sharp. Do you think those corpses on the mountain just appeared out of thin air? Do you believe treasures in this secret realm are so easily obtained? Have you forgotten your wits at home, fool? A barrage of questions left the excitement on that person's face replaced by embarrassment. He scratched his head, refraining from uttering another word. The 11 stood by, watching the villagers rush up the mountain, until the sound of massive boulders crashing down echoed ominously. Each colossal stone fell like chains of doom, scattering flesh and blood in its wake. Were these people truly unafraid of death? The scene unfolded as it had before. As the boulders tumbled, instead of retreating in fear, some individuals charged forward without a hint of caution. Shi Xian observed this with growing perplexity, while Su Luoluo and her companions, hidden in the woods, noticed something extraordinary. The boulders, after rolling to the foot of the mountain, vanished as if they had never existed, leaving behind only a landscape strewn with corpses. Before the four could ponder further, more villagers surged past the area where the boulders had fallen. With a roar that shook the mountain, a pack of majestic tigers reappeared. The same brutal onslaught ensued, and within mere breaths, the mountain fell eerily silent. The tigers, as if challenging the disciples of Qingyun's sect, let out a series of furious roars before vanishing back into the forest, leaving an unsettling tranquility in their wake. More disciples from Qingyun's sect arrived, including one who had previously escaped after attacking Su Luoluo and her friends. 37 tigers. We can fight, Shi Xian concluded, convinced that treasures awaited them atop the mountain, and that the villagers were merely a warning left by a powerful figure who had transformed the area into a secret realm. The boulders and tigers were mere tests. Reaching the summit would yield the coveted treasures. Having counted the tigers, he realized that there were 37 of them. While Qingyun's sect had 20 disciples participating in the trial, Foundation establishment practitioners could easily evade the boulders. With calculations in mind, each person could handle about 2.5 tigers, making the challenge surmountable. However, when the escaped disciple revealed that 4 of their companions had perished at the hands of the Taoyuan immortal sect, Shi Xian's face paled. Fool! Who told you to kill upon arrival? He slapped the man, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. They were just 4 children. We thought we could manage. Who knew? With a swift motion, he struck the man again. Just 4 children? For lives lost. As cultivators, we must never underestimate our foes. Why didn't you perish alongside them? His frustration was palpable. With no choice, Shi Xian recalibrated their strategy. There were 37 tigers against their 16 disciples, meaning each would need to handle approximately 2.25 tigers. Their chances had diminished, but hope remained. All right, prepare for battle. Up the mountain. Fearing that other sects might catch wind of their expedition, Shi Xian decided to take immediate action. The 16 disciples of Qingyun's sect formed a triangular formation, brandishing an array of weapons as they leapt into action, their speed far surpassing that of the villagers. In an instant, they reached the mountainside. As expected, the boulders appeared, but the disciples effortlessly soared above them. Continuing their ascent, the familiar roar of tigers echoed in the air. Attack! Shi Xian led the charge, wielding his dual wheels of sun and moon, their shadows dancing with his movements. True to his peak Foundation establishment realm, he swiftly dispatched a tiger. The other disciples also poured their energies into the battle, utilizing talismans and their most proficient techniques. To their surprise, the outcome surpassed Shi Xian's expectations. They had vanquished more than half of the seemingly ferocious tigers in a single clash. Their morale soared, leaving the remaining tigers in a position of passive defense. Luoluo, should I charge now to avoid being late? Wu Xian, observing the tigers fall one by one, grew restless. He He felt Su Luoluo was being overly cautious. The tigers were proving to be weak. Had they not hesitated, they might have already reached the summit. Wait, something feels amiss. This is too smooth. Although young, Su Luoluo possessed remarkable composure. She sensed an ominous premonition. The mountain was not so easily conquered. Just then, the last tiger fell beneath Sher Xion's blade, cleaved in two. Onward, he commanded, racing toward the summit. Yet, in that moment, a sudden anomaly occurred. A roar, louder than any before, erupted from the depths of the mountain. The fallen tiger corpses transformed into wisps of green smoke that converged, culminating in the emergence of a colossal white tiger, the size of a small house. The thunderous roar left the 16 disciples of Qin Yun's sect reeling, their hearts pounding as some nearly lost control of their bladders. In the thicket, Luo Mang swallowed hard. Perhaps we should retreat and seek our fortunes elsewhere? Wu Xian and Fan Tianshuan's faces blanched, especially Wu Xian, who felt grateful for not having acted impulsively and found himself even more in awe of Su Luo's foresight. However, Sher Xian and the others had no time to ponder. They drew their weapons, and Sher Xian surged forward once more. Yet this time, his dual wheels could not even graze the massive white tiger. The creature grew increasingly emboldened. After a few exchanges, it swung its tail, sending 3 Qin Yun sect disciples flying. The 3, airborne, had yet to touch the ground before they spat blood. Retreat. Everyone. Fall back. Recognizing the formidable nature of the giant white tiger, Sher Xian shouted for his comrades to disperse. Meanwhile, he summoned his spiritual energy, launching himself into the air. He released his dual wheels, which split into numerous replicas, swirling around him. Die! He roared, unleashing his most potent strike. Yet, even faced with the onslaught of hundreds of weapons, the giant white tiger remained unfazed. With a gaping maw, it inhaled all the weapons conjured by Sher Xion's technique, devouring them as if they were mere morsels. Seeing this, Wu Xian sheathed his stone locks, Fan Tianshuan concealed her hammer, and Su Luoluo tucked away her swords. Meow delicious. Chapter 63. Have you not heard? The yellow bird seeks to peck the mantis, unaware that the bullet lies beneath. The sudden appearance of the giant white tiger caught the disciples of the Qin Yun sect completely off guard. Sher Xion's weapon was devoured, leaving him in a state of panic. However, having been part of the Qin Yun sect for over a decade, and being at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, he had participated in numerous life and death battles and trials. Although startled, he was not so flustered as to lose his composure. Clearly, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, Sher Xion swiftly drew a beautifully crafted glass lantern from his waist. He poured his spiritual energy into the lantern with fervor, and in an instant, it emitted a radiant violet glow. To his astonishment, when the glow illuminated the giant white tiger, the creature let out a suppressed roar. It worked. Sher Xion exclaimed in delight, turning to the other disciples of the Qin Yun sect and urging, quickly, unleash your strongest techniques. Let us settle this before the other sects arrive. At his command, the remaining disciples sprang into action. Over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators revealed their hidden powers, launching an array of magical treasures and spells at the giant white tiger without restraint. The mountainside erupted into a cacophony of colors and sounds, with streaks of light flashing, the air ripping with howls, and the ground trembling with explosions, creating utter chaos. Suddenly, Sher Xion's glass lantern emitted a sharp crack. Looking down, he saw cracks spreading across its surface. Not good. The lantern could not withstand this. Everyone, put in more effort. His lantern was a treasured heirloom, a high-grade magical artifact. Those struck by its beam, whether cultivators or beasts, would be momentarily suppressed in power, speed, and cultivation. However, the giant white tiger was no ordinary beast. Given Sher Xion's own cultivation level, the lantern's power could not be fully unleashed, and under the tremendous backlash from the tiger, it was on the verge of shattering. Don't worry, senior brother. I will take it down. Suddenly, a disciple of the Qin Yun sect soared into the air, extending his arm skyward, completely draining his dantian of spiritual energy. Sky-splitting slash. His high-grade technique transformed his energy into a blazing 9-eared circular blade. The attack was imbued with fire attributes, making it capable of singularly powerful strikes. Yet, such power came at a significant cost in energy. This disciple, recognizing Sher Xion's struggle, chose to make this desperate gamble for the sect's sake. With his rate of spiritual energy absorption, he knew this strike would leave him unable to recover to peak condition for a full day. But sometimes, urgent situations leave no room for contemplation. Fortunately, the strike was both spectacular and effective, as the fiery energy blade struck the giant white tiger's neck with precision. In an instant, the tiger's aura weakened significantly, pure spiritual energy gushing from its wound, indicating it was nearing its end. I will join you. Another disciple of the Qingyun sect leapt into the air, mimicking the action of drawing a bow, his energy swelling as he formed a large bow from his spiritual energy. He too drained his dantian, placing a pale yellow feathered arrow upon the bowstring. With a forceful pull, he released the arrow. Whoosh! A thunderous sound echoed as the arrow, now larger, pierced through the tiger's throat. With a mournful howl, the giant tiger finally collapsed to the ground. Only then did Sir Xian dare to stow away the lantern, his heart aching at the sight of the cracks. You vile creature! You harm my sect's disciples and destroy my treasured artifact. You deserve death. With a furious roar, Sir Xian retrieved a gleaming silver halberd from his storage bag. Without giving the tiger a moment to react, he soared into the air, swinging the halberd towards the tiger's neck. Although this strike lacked significant spiritual power, the severely injured tiger's defenses had been shattered. Unable to evade, it met its inevitable fate. With a swift flash of silver, the tiger's head was severed from its body. The disciples of the Qingyun sect erupted in joyous celebration. Even Su Luoluo and her companions, hidden in the thicket, could not contain their excitement. Outside the secret realm, the leading elder of the Qingyun sect laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha! Truly, my disciples are brave, clever, and united." His laughter echoed, as if the treasures atop the mountain were already theirs. However, just as smiles blossomed on their faces, a peculiar situation arose once more on the mountain within the secret realm. Tang Feng of the De Chi Sword Pavilion arrived with his subordinates. Without hesitation, 10 men charged up the mountain. Halt! A disciple of the Qingyun sect spotted them. Sir Xian furrowed his brow and quickly obstructed Tang Feng and his group. Tang Feng, this area has been claimed by the Qingyun sect. If you seek opportunities, look elsewhere. Sir Xian recognized Tang Feng as the young lord of De Chi and infused a hint of politeness into his words. Yet, Tang Feng merely smirked. Humph. The treasures in this secret realm are unclaimed. Whether you have them or not, as long as you remain inside, I have the right to seize them. How presumptuous of you to chase me away. Do you think I will simply leave at your command? Tang Feng's men drew their swords in unison. Stop the nonsense. You've already exhausted much of your spiritual energy and magical artifacts battling that giant tiger. If you wish to live, I suggest you make haste and depart. It was clear that Tang Feng and his men had been lurking in the shadows, ready to take advantage of the situation. Sir Xian was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. Fearful of confronting them, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "I will count to 3. If you do not leave, I will not hesitate to strike. 1, 2. As Tang Feng began his countdown, Sir Xian clenched his teeth and finally shouted, "Retreat." He was unwilling, wishing to devour Tang Feng whole, but he was always rational. Counting the remaining combat-capable members, only 13 or 14 remained, all of whom were far from their peak condition. Engaging in battle with a similarly numbered group of sword cultivators would be tantamount to seeking death. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Preserving oneself ensures future opportunities. This account would be settled another time. The disciples of the Qingyun sect vacated hastily, having labored in vain, only to serve as a wedding dress for the De Chi Sword Pavilion. Ha! It is indeed my De Chi Sword Pavilion's disciples who are clever, seizing the benefits from the struggles of others. Outside the secret realm, Qin Zhaixing, the elder leading the Qingyun sect, laughed uproariously, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect toward the Qingyun sect's direction. Indeed, I commend those clever, brave, and united children of the Qingyun sect. This was a blatant mockery and provocation. The elder leading the Qingyun sect's face flushed with anger. Where had that group from the De Chi Sword Pavilion been hiding? Why had they not been detected on the mirror jade stones? However, the elder remained composed, pointing to one of the mirror jade stones and declaring, "Elder Qin, do not rejoice too soon. Have you not heard? The yellow bird seeks to peck the mantis, unaware that the bullet lies beneath? The children of the Taoyuan immortal sect have long been lying in wait within the thicket." Chapter 64. I know how to obtain that treasure. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhaixing's laughter abruptly ceased. The elder of the Qingyun sect was indeed correct. In the reflection of a mirror-like jade stone, it became apparent that the 4 mischievous youths from the Taoyuan immortal sect were indeed hiding behind a massive rock, surreptitiously observing the movements on the mountain. The sensation of being watched from behind was naturally unpleasant. However, Qin Zhaixing, attempting to maintain his composure, scoffed dismissively, "Humph. Your Qingyun sect's dozen or so members were driven away by our people. How much trouble can those cause? Besides, the giant tiger is dead, and my disciples only need to reach the summit to claim the treasure. Even if those 4 children rush up now, it will be too late." Before he could finish, his expression suddenly shifted. On that formidable mountain within the secret realm, a figure even larger than the giant tiger emerged. A colossal ape that stood taller than a 5-story building leaped into view. It first pounded its fists against its iron-like chest. Then, on all fours, it unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Tang Feng and his companions. Roar! The reverberation of its voice had dire consequences. A disciple from the Sword Pavilion standing beside Tang Feng, whether due to a heart condition or insufficient cultivation, suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This was a mid-stage Foundation establishment sword cultivator who had met such a pathetic end. Ha ha ha. No wonder they engage in such opportunistic acts. It seems their courage is far too feeble. This scene did not escape the notice of the elders from the Qingyun sect, who could not help but mock loudly. At that moment, the color drained from Qin Zhaixing's face. Yet, he had no time for banter. All his focus was on Tang Feng and the others facing the colossal ape. Form the formation. Tang Feng recognized that this giant ape was not a foe they could confront individually. Since they had already driven away the Qingyun sect members, retreat was not an option. Following his command, the remaining 9 disciples quickly arranged themselves into the 9-palace sword formation. Sword cultivators were not only formidable in individual combat, but also exceptionally powerful in teamwork. The 9 positioned themselves according to the 9-palace grid, with Tang Feng at the center, brandishing a 3-foot green blade, executing a sword maneuver. In a flash of light, a sword chi surged forth, aimed directly at the ape's eyes. The sword chi was fierce and dominant, exuding an invincible aura. However, regrettably, the seemingly overpowering strike was of no concern to the giant ape. With a mere flick of its massive hand, it shattered the sword chi into fragments. Witnessing this, Tang Feng felt a chill run down his spine, and he inwardly regretted not waiting a bit longer for the Qingyun sect members to engage with the giant ape. But there was no time for regrets now. After obliterating the sword chi, the giant ape leaped toward their 9-palace formation. With a straightforward left hook, it sent 3 Sword Pavilion disciples flying. Following that, another unremarkable right hook dispatched another 3 disciples. In an instant, only 3 remained in the 9-palace formation, and cold sweat broke out on Tang Feng's forehead. Though it had only been a brief confrontation, he understood that this giant ape was significantly stronger than the giant tiger. They were simply no match for it. Retreat. To minimize losses, Tang Feng issued a command to withdraw. In just a few breaths, the 10 disciples of the Sword Pavilion had suffered 1 death and 6 injuries, fleeing in disarray without even the chance to retrieve their fallen comrade's body. Fortunately, the giant ape merely thumped its chest and roared, not pursuing them. As the few survivors reached the foot of the mountain and looked back, the giant ape had vanished without a trace. At this point, Chen felt a sense of balance restored. Thank you, Senior Brother Tang Feng, for stopping us from continuing up the mountain. Otherwise, our Qingyun sect disciples would have perished. This mountain is truly sinister. We of the Qingyun sect acknowledge that we lack the strength to ascend and seize the treasure. We bid you farewell. Having barely entered the secret realm, the Qingyun sect's strength had already been significantly depleted. Chen, recognizing the futility of their endeavor, decisively abandoned the quest for treasure. This was a hard nut to crack. Whoever wished to tackle it could do so. The Qingyun sect had no fortune to gain from it. After delivering a cryptic remark, Chen led the Qingyun sect away. Their immediate priority was to recuperate and restore their spiritual energy reserves. As for opportunities, they could seek them elsewhere. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we summon Ding Jin and the others to brainstorm how to ascend the mountain? One of Tang Feng's sycophants suggested with a glimmer in his eye, clearly implying that they should use Ding Jin and his group as cannon fodder. Yes, this giant ape is too powerful. We are indeed no match for it. Contact Ding Jin and have them come quickly, Tang Feng agreed. Although not a complete villain, he was certainly no saint. As a minor prince of the Deqi, he had always been among the elite. He held ordinary people like Ding Jin in deep disdain, even though they were all fellow disciples. And Ding Jin's cultivation was generally superior to Tang Feng. Commoners were as worthless as weeds. Their deaths were of no consequence. Sitting at the mountain's base and gazing at the scattered corpses, Tang Feng's sycophant took out a communication jade slip to summon Ding Jin and his group. However, he underestimated Ding Jin's intelligence. Those of differing paths do not conspire together. Although Ding Jin and his companions had always aimed to please the sect to secure resources and advancement, they were not inclined to curry favor with the privileged like Tang Feng. In fact, they would deliberately distance themselves, as ingratiating the sect could at least foster a mutually beneficial relationship. While unequal, it was not overly demeaning. Conversely, Ding Jin understood that in the eyes of Tang Feng and his group, their lives were no more valuable than those of ants. Therefore, upon receiving Tang Feng's summons, Ding Jin claimed he would arrive shortly, but instead instructed his subordinates to continue searching for Su Luoluo and the others. Let those who wish to be cannon fodder do so. Who would be foolish enough to fall for that? Thus, an hour passed, and Tang Feng's side had yet to receive any reinforcements. No more waiting. Tang Feng's expression darkened considerably. He vowed to settle the score with Ding Jin and his companions upon returning to the sect. However, for now, obtaining the treasure on the mountain took precedence. But we cannot assault it. One of the sycophants frowned, unwilling to face the giant ape again. Who said we had to fight it? I could just fly up and try. Tang Feng's suggestion sparked a glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes. Exactly. No one said we must defeat the giant ape. We can simply fly to the summit and seize the treasure. Amidst a chorus of flattery, Tang Feng soared into the air on his sword, a streak of light racing toward the mountain's peak. Just as everyone believed he was about to succeed, the terrifying figure reappeared. The giant ape had plucked a nearby tree to use as a javelin, hurling it at Tang Feng with immense force. To the giant ape, the trees appeared small. But to Tang Feng, they were formidable. He dodged left and right, yet was caught off guard by a tree that struck him directly. As Tang Feng plummeted from the sky, the giant ape threw back its head, pounding its chest in laughter. This won't do. As the Sword Pavilion disciples rushed to aid the severely injured Tang Feng, Su Luoluo and her companions, who had been hiding in the thicket, sank into despair. Yet, at that moment, a commotion echoed in the distance. The villagers, undeterred by death, surged back up the mountain. Seeing the villagers, Su Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. I know how to obtain that treasure. Su Luoluo, it's all about wisdom. Chapter 65. Occasionally, take a step back, what do you mean? With her words, Wu Xian and the others quickly gathered around her. Even Fan Tuanchuan, who had been lying on the ground, drooling and asleep, awoke with a start. Grasping Su Luoluo's wrist, Su Luoluo turned and pointed at the villagers rushing up the mountain. Clearly, the path up the mountain is not feasible. One of the prerequisites for entering the secret realm is that one's cultivation level must not exceed the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The immense tigers and giant apes on the mountain, evidently, are foes far beyond what any foundation establishment cultivator could contend with. Even if one were to surpass the beasts, I can assure you that even more formidable mountain guardians would emerge thereafter. This is not merely a test of combat prowess. Relying solely on brute force will not allow one to ascend the mountain. The young girl analyzed the situation with earnestness, each word imbued with wisdom. At this moment, not only were Wu Xian and the others rendered speechless, but even those outside the secret realm were captivated by her insights. It seemed she spoke with undeniable logic. A crowd of onlookers began to murmur among themselves, while the elders leading the teams from Qingyun sect and to Qi Sword Pavilion found themselves in an awkward position. They had sacrificed lives in the pursuit of treasures, only to hear her assert that the mountain was insurmountable and that it was not a test of strength at all. Without exception, all eyes turned toward Su Luo's face within the mirrored jade stone. Lu Ruoli and Li Changge shared similar expressions, their shock mingled with pride. They knew Su Luoluo was intelligent, yet they had not anticipated her to be this astute. In the thicket, Luo Meng raised his hand to voice his thoughts. If the mountain is indeed inaccessible, then why do the villagers so fearlessly charge upward time and again? Is it not an indication that treasures lie atop the mountain? Although Luo Meng had long opposed the reckless pursuit of treasures, he still believed that the riches must be on the mountain. Indeed, if there were no valuable items at the summit, there would be no need for such fierce and formidable beasts to guard it. Wu Xian chimed in, his gaze towards Su Luoluo filled with eager anticipation for knowledge. Fan Tuanchuan spread her hands in agreement, clearly still convinced that treasures awaited them above. However, Su Luoluo calmly pointed to the villagers. It was true that they all rushed toward the mountain, and they indeed spoke of seeking the longevity pill. Yet, we have overlooked a critical fact, their outcomes. Including this time, they have ventured forth 3 times, and the results have been remarkably consistent. They all perished. What does this signify? Su Luo's intense gaze fell upon the slightly more perceptive Luo Mang. As his mind raced, his mouth widened in astonishment, his pupils reflecting shock. Are you suggesting that these villagers are not directional clues, but rather a warning? A warning against ascending the mountain for treasures, where only a dead end awaits. Finally, hearing the answer he sought, Su Luo smiled sweetly. You are correct. Those individuals serve as a cautionary tale. The formidable being that transformed into this secret realm seeks to convey that whether mortal or cultivator, should one be blinded by immediate gains and succumb to obsession, only annihilation awaits. Naturally, those easily blinded by profit are unworthy of inheriting the legacies or treasures left behind. This is not a test of martial prowess, but rather a trial of character and intellect. With this revelation, everything fell into place. So, have we not already passed the test? Where are the treasures? Where is the inheritance? Wu Xian remained somewhat perplexed, yet he understood that Su Luo had grasped the key to the matter and smiled confidently. Su Luo gestured toward the direction from which the villagers had come. My father once said, life does not necessitate a relentless charge forward. Sometimes, stepping back can provide a clearer perspective on the path ahead. Since we cannot go where those villagers are headed, why not explore where they originated from? What a reversal of thought. As Su Luo finished speaking, Wu Xian and the others turned in unison toward the village they had previously encountered. Indeed, upon meeting those villagers, they had been lured by the mention of the longevity pill, leading them here, fixated on how to ascend the mountain. How had they forgotten to investigate that village? It is true, once blinded by profit, one's vision narrows. Let us not linger. Without further ado, the 4 of them set off toward the village quietly. By now, it was around 11 in the morning. At this moment, Su Chen sat at a window table in a restaurant, enjoying lunch while glancing at his phone. He had heard every word of Su Luo's discourse, and his heart stirred with excitement once more. Life does not require a ceaseless forward charge. Sometimes, stepping back allows for a clearer view of the path ahead. Had he not shared this very sentiment with his daughter after watching an inspirational video? Furthermore, did she not seem poised to say father, but abruptly change to daddy? Cursed game. Why won't you allow me to spend more on her? What with pills to enhance cultivation, divine artifacts to slay gods and Buddhas, and world-destroying treasures? Just provide a price, and I would immediately input my payment password. Hurry and raise my favor to 80. Then I can create a character or use a communication talisman. At that point, I could converse directly with her. How infuriating. In a fit of rage, Su Chen could only vent his frustration upon the meal before him. Meanwhile, in the Yunnan continent, Su Luo and her companions had arrived at the edge of the village. I will scout ahead. Wu Xian boldly entered the village. Yet, as he stepped inside, he was once again met by the villagers rushing out. Longevity pill. My longevity pill. Ha! No one can snatch it from me. The villagers remained fervent. Though Su Luo and her companions had resolved to explore the village for opportunities, witnessing the villagers' frenzied obsession stirred an impulse within them to join the search for the longevity pill. I understand now. Once someone approaches this village, the villagers emerge, shouting about the longevity pill, drawing people away and luring them to climb the mountain, correct? Once the villagers had dispersed, Wu Xian finally experienced an epiphany. The senior brother is truly astute. Su Luo supported him, and the praise caused Wu Xian's face to flush. At that moment, all the villagers vacated the settlement, leaving the village eerily quiet, almost unsettling. Let us proceed. Taoyuan Xianzong, mobilize. With a wave of her hand, Su Luo commanded, and the 4 of them entered the village in unison. Chapter 66. Silently claiming rewards. What is that? A guide? Shortly after entering the village, a faint blue light appeared in the center of the road. The blue glow seemed to flow toward a particular direction, resembling a neon signpost. There was no need to seek further clues. The 4 followed the moving light down the path. After walking approximately a kilometer, the blue light led them to a modest little courtyard at the village's center. The yard was adorned with several maple trees, covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves. Suddenly, a gentle, rhythmic sound emanated from the courtyard. Su Luo and the others turned toward the noise and saw an elderly man in simple blue attire, sweeping the leaves from the courtyard. As their gazes met, the old man broke into a warm and somewhat shy smile. He then casually placed the broom beneath a maple tree and greeted Su Luoluo and her companions with a smile. The secret realm, recently uncovered, has already attracted the attention of a few remarkably young individuals. Their youth is indeed impressive. As the elder chuckled, Su Luoluo and her companions entered the courtyard. Concerned that Wu Xian and Fan Tuanshuan might speak too bluntly and offend the elder, Su Luoluo took the initiative to respond. Thank you, Grandpa, for your kind words. While we are indeed clever, it is the clear warnings you have left that have afforded us the privilege of being here to meet you. Her response was neither overly humble nor insincere, which only deepened the elder's smile. Ah, splendid. Since you have arrived, you have passed my test. However, do not expect elixirs of immortality here. Rather, I have a box of soul-soothing pills. How fortuitous that this box contains precisely 4. He continued, in addition to the pills. There are also clues leading to the next trial site. Time is of the essence. Take your prizes and hasten to the next location. As he spoke, the elder waved his hand gently, and the vibrant maple leaves in the courtyard were swept up by a soft, ethereal force, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. The sight enveloped Su Luoluo and her companions, and when the leaves finally settled, the elder had vanished, leaving behind a table adorned with an antique box and a small scroll. A faint medicinal aroma wafted from the box, instantly refreshing the spirits of the 4. Wary of potential treachery, they quickly approached. Su Luoluo grasped the box and the scroll, instructing Luo Mang, place these in your storage bag. We must leave this place swiftly. They were not in haste to divide the spoils, as Su Luoluo speculated that once the rewards were claimed, the trial would officially conclude. If any changes occurred on the other side of the mountain, those aware of the rewards being taken would undoubtedly rush here to contest them. Despite the apparent difficulty the others had faced in vanquishing the giant tiger and ape, should they unite against the 4, their victory would be assured. Fortunately, Wu Xian had not yet donned new shoes. Channeling his spiritual energy, he swiftly entered a frenzied state. With Su Luoluo on one shoulder and the small Luo Mang on the other, he carried Fan Tuanshuan on his back. With a powerful leap, the 4 quickly departed the village, seeking refuge in a secluded grove, where they transformed once again into stealthy shadows. Indeed, as Su Luoluo had surmised, once they claimed their rewards, a disturbance arose on the mountain. Tang Feng, having restored his vitality with the elixirs, was frantically attempting to breach the mountain from the rear with several subordinates, searching for any potential weaknesses. They soared skyward on their swords, determined to reach the peak, believing that even if the giant ape appeared, they could evade it. Yet, as they ascended, the anticipated boulders and tigers failed to materialize. The back mountain truly is a vulnerability. We are on the verge of success. Tang Feng marveled at his cunning, urging his companions onward. However, just as they reveled in their triumph, an uncanny scene unfolded. The mountain had vanished. A light breeze playfully swirled 3 maple leaves before Tang Feng, while a crow flitted overhead, leaving behind a series of caws. Where has the mountain gone? One of Tang Feng's lackeys exclaimed in disbelief. As he searched frantically, his gaze landed upon Tang Feng, only to be met with a stinging slap. Fool, the rewards of this trial have certainly been claimed by someone else. The mountain has lost its purpose. Though furious, Tang Feng quickly grasped the truth. The rewards taken? Impossible. We have been here the entire time. No one could have reached the summit before us. The lackey, rubbing his face, was filled with confusion. Fool, can't you see? This mountain was merely a lure. It harbored nothing but traps. The true rewards lie elsewhere. After toiling for so long only to find the rewards snatched away, Tang Feng felt a sense of humiliation akin to being usurped on his wedding night. Most distressing was that he had no idea who had outmaneuvered him. Frustrated and humiliated, he turned to his lackey, who, despite receiving 2 slaps, dared not retaliate. The rewards aren't on the mountain? Could it be that they are in the village where the villagers reside? Another slap to the forehead silenced him, but Tang Feng grinned ominously. Indeed, you are quite astute. Let us pursue the direction from whence the villagers came. Undoubtedly, the villagers were the key to unraveling this mystery. Where they had come from, the rewards must surely await. The group hastened back, soaring toward the villagers' path, only to behold the village dissolving into a beautiful array of maple leaves. Who has stolen my fortune? Tang Feng seethed in rage. Meanwhile, in a nearby grove, the 4 companions grinned at the box and scroll before them. Su Luoluo lifted the scroll, shaking it slightly. Let us uncover the clues for the next trial. The scroll unfurled, revealing a riddle. In the Yinshan resides a swallow. Neither head nor tail is seen. It brings hunters to their hearts. Its wings are ever spreading. What does this mean? Wu Xian pondered aloud, scratching his head, overwhelmed by the complexity of the text. Indeed, why not convey this with a drawing instead of words? Luo Mang, though only 4 years old, had been raised in an environment that valued education. Yet he had only recently begun learning to read. Fan Tuanchuan, more direct, seized the scroll from Su Luoluo's hands, declaring, "Do not look to me for understanding. I might recognize them, but I cannot decipher their meanings. We must rely on Sister Luoluo." All eyes turned towards Su Luoluo, who was already deep in thought. Though only 5 years old and having barely attended kindergarten, she possessed a remarkable inquisitive nature. Lacking educational toys and tools at home, she had absorbed knowledge through subtitled cartoons and videos, nurturing a desire for growth. She read the scroll's contents aloud, her brow furrowing in concentration. As she contemplated, her friends fell silent, wary of interrupting her thoughts. Outside the secret realm, those observing through the mirror-like jade stones also quieted, reflecting on the words, "In the Yinshan resides a swallow. Neither head nor tail is seen." Many silently repeated the riddle, while others began to discuss it in small groups. Meanwhile, beyond the confines of Yunlan continent, Su Chen directly opened an AI software called Meet Bun. Holding down the voice function, he inquired, Meet Bun, there is a swallow in Yinshan, with neither head nor tail visible. It sends its heart and mouth to the hunter, and its wings are stretching. Please help me analyze the meaning of these words." The mobile screen flickered as the artificial intelligence swiftly provided its analysis. "Hello, these words are likely a riddle. The word loses its head and tail, and the mouth in the middle is given to a person, leaving only the 2 sides resembling wings, which corresponds to north." The AI was remarkably insightful. Su Chen pondered for a moment and deemed the AI's response to be quite accurate. Unfortunately, the transmission talisman had yet to appear, and the character creation feature was still not activated. Even if he knew the answer, he could not convey it to Su Luoluo, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. "It's a word riddle, Luoluo. Grab a twig and write it down, then analyze it bit by bit." He silently urged the little figure on the screen, while in reality, Su Chen could only bide his time and watch the unfolding events. Just then, whether by some telepathic connection or coincidence, Su Luoluo on Yunlan continent actually picked up a small twig. She wrote the character on the ground in an uneven manner, softly repeating the 4 lines. Then, the little girl wiped away the grass radical above the 4 dots below and repeated the words once more. Placing her small hand on the center of the character, she made a swift motion, and a large character appeared instantly. It was, "The old man was directing us to the north. The second opportunity must surely lie to the north." Dropping the twig, Su Luoluo sprang up, excitedly pointing at the character on the ground. "Wow, Luoluo, you are incredible." Wu Xian was astonished. At that moment, Su Luoluo shone in his eyes like a divine being. What a revelation. It truly is. How did I not realize this was a word riddle? Luoluo, you are amazing. Luo Mang also gave a thumbs up in praise. However, Fan Tuan bluntly commented, "So what if you figured out the riddle? You can't even recognize the characters completely. How did you guess it?" In critical moments, we still rely on our Luoluo, right? With a brilliant smile, Fan Tuan picked up a small box placed in front of them. The first challenge was passed thanks to Sister Luoluo finding the key point, and the second challenge was also due to her discovering the clue. I propose we give both rewards to Luoluo. What do you say? Upon hearing this, both Wu Xian and Luo Mang nodded vigorously. Fan Tuan's assertion was indeed reasonable. The rewards should all go to Su Luoluo. That is only fair. No, we are a team. Without you all, I would have been killed by those Qingyun sect disciples as soon as I entered the secret realm. Regardless of the rewards we encounter, we should share them equally. Su Luoluo was not foolish. In this secret realm, aside from the 6 scattered disciples who were alone, their numbers were the fewest among the Tao Yuan immortal sect. If they allowed minor rewards to sow discord and disrupt their unity, they would ultimately suffer the consequences. We must share. It is imperative. Taking the box from Fan Tuan, Su Luoluo opened it and distributed the ammunition inside, giving each person 1 piece. No, since we don't have storage bags, let us put everything in Luo Mang's storage bag for now. Suddenly recalling something, Su Luoluo placed her own elixir into the box and handed it to Luo Mang. However, Fan Tuan, holding the elixir, was overwhelmed by its fragrant aroma, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. This is simple. Just eat it. Without hesitation, she tossed the elixir into her mouth. Ah, what a brilliant idea. Wu Xian mimicked her, opening his mouth wide and consuming the elixir in a similar fashion. Instantly, both felt a wave of refreshing coolness wash over them. On both physical and mental levels, they experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility and serenity, as if the clamor of the world had no bearing on them. In their eyes, only beauty remained. Luo Meng had plenty of good items, yet he was reluctant to consume such a precious elixir so casually. He placed his own elixir into the box, storing it all within his storage bag. When it came to speed, they still relied on Wu Xian's sprinting state, maintaining their advantage. Wu Xian concealed his presence, continuously maneuvering forward in a northern direction. While the group from Tang Feng was still fuming, they had already commenced their journey toward the second challenge. After moving nearly 30 kilometers to the north, Wu Xian and Fan Tuan suddenly exchanged glances at an empty space. Is that the second challenge? What's wrong? That's just an open area. Luo Meng rubbed his eyes and looked at Su Luoluo. Sister Luoluo, did you see something? Su Luoluo shook her head, following Luo Meng's lead in confusion as they looked toward Wu Xian and Fan Tuan. You two can't see that towering structure? Wu Xian questioned, returning the confusion back to Su Luoluo and Luo Meng. However, Su Luoluo quickly identified the key point again. Could it be that they can see the tower because they ate the elixir? Since we haven't eaten, we can't see it? This explanation seemed plausible. Luo Meng, upon hearing this, was about to pull out an elixir to consume. Yet, Su Luoluo stopped him. Not so fast. Perhaps the tower will become visible to everyone once someone enters it. Let us wait for senior brother and Tuan to check it out first. As she spoke, Su Luoluo jumped down from Wu Xian's shoulder. The four of them walked side by side toward the so-called tower. Upon reaching the tower's entrance, Wu Xian gently pushed the door open. Indeed, just as Su Luoluo had surmised, the moment the tower door was opened, its invisibility was lifted. To the eyes of Su Luoluo, Luo Meng, and those outside the secret realm watching through the mirror jade stone, Wu Xian reached out and pushed against the air, causing a 7-story tower to suddenly materialize in the previously empty space. The tower had a hexagonal structure, and at each corner of its exterior hung a delicately crafted copper bell. As the wind blew, the bell swayed, creating a series of clear and melodious sounds. How delightful! Due to the elixir, even Fan Tuan, who previously only cared about eating, began to appreciate this small beauty. However, Su Luoluo frowned, urging, we must hurry. Once this tower becomes visible, it's likely that people will come looking for it soon. Our advantage lies in the time before others discover this tower. Her words snapped the others, who were admiring the magnificent tower and the enchanting sound of the bells, back to reality. Without further ado, they entered the tower. It was merely a doorway, yet inside the tower felt like an entirely different world. Upon entering, the four suddenly felt their breath hitch. An invisible pressure descended upon them from above, even causing the strongest, Wu Xian, to frown involuntarily. Almost instinctively, they began to channel their spiritual energy to combat the pressure. Upward, the tower was empty, yet the walls bore 2 large characters. The hint was unmistakably clear. The four pressed against the pressure and made their way directly to the staircase leading to the second floor. What awaits on the second floor? Could there be monsters like giant tigers or giant apes? As they ascended to the second floor, Luo Meng's heart began to race with trepidation. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. Ah, Luo Meng, don't pull on my pants. Wu Xian exclaimed, feeling his clothes slipping down, and turned to smack Luo Meng's hand. The little hand stung from the slap, and Luo Meng immediately felt aggrieved. I see you all moving so effortlessly, yet I feel as though I've fallen into a quagmire, unable to move my legs. Luo Meng speaks the truth. It is not mere affectation on his part. Indeed, he is truly experiencing considerable difficulty. If we attribute the enhanced resilience of Wu Xian and Fan Tuan to the calming and soul-reinforcing elixir they consumed, what then can be said of Su Luoluo? After all, both she and Su Luoluo share the same level of cultivation. Even if there exists a slight disparity in their spiritual roots, it should not account for such a vast difference. Perhaps you should consume the elixir first? In truth, Su Luoluo harbored some doubts herself. Upon entering this tower, she did feel a modicum of pressure. Yet, it was merely a trivial amount. She was confident that, should she wish it, she could easily take flight. This was due to the celestial grade talisman shielding her. Outside the secret realm, Lu Ruoli whispered softly to Li Chang'e. From what she understood, although the celestial-grade golden light talisman could withstand the mightiest blow from a transcendent being, it might falter against certain less aggressive attacks, such as poison or oppressive forces. This is why, after Su Luoluo awakened her spiritual roots and entered the Mijiao Emerald Bottle, she encountered toxic gas, resulting in her status bar indicating a slight poisoning. Yet, despite its shortcomings, the talisman was capable of shielding her from the majority of the pressure. Thus, the burden she felt was significantly lighter than that of Wu Xian and Fan Tuanshuan, who had consumed the elixir. Luo Meng heeded the advice, leaning against the wall of the tower, and promptly consumed the elixir. In an instant, he felt as though the world had transformed into a more splendid place. The pressure upon his shoulders diminished by more than half, and even the redness of his face visibly returned to normal. This scene instantly incited anxiety among the disciples of Qingyun's sect, Xianyun's sect, and Daqi's Sword Pavilion. The elixir was evidently a crucial item for passing the second trial, and with only 4 available, all had been consumed by these 4 young scions of Taoyuan Immortal Sect. When their disciples entered the tower, they would inevitably face the full brunt of the pressure. It appeared the trials within this secret realm were structured in layers. The smoother the passage through earlier trials, the greater the chances of succeeding in subsequent ones. Useless. A group of adults, having consumed years of resources, unable to match a few children. They are aware of the need to explore the village, yet you only know how to fixate on the towering beasts in the mountains. Elder Qin Jiaxing, the leader of the Sword Pavilion's team, wore a grim expression, unable to suppress his internal cursing of Tang Feng and Ding Jin for their foolishness. However, upon glancing at Ding Jin and his companions, a glimmer of hope crossed his face. The 30 members of Ding Jin's faction had divided into 10 small teams of 3. Coincidentally, 2 of these teams were loitering near the second trials tower. Since they were unable to compete with the elixirs, at least they could reduce the time gap. Qin Jiaxing silently prayed that those 2 teams would not be too oblivious and would discover the tower, allowing them to summon the other Qingyun sect disciples to tackle the trial together. Nevertheless, the external struggles bore no relevance to Su Luoluo and her companions within the tower. After Luo Meng ingested the elixir, the 4 swiftly ascended to the second level. The moment they set foot on the second level, they all felt a significant increase in pressure. Could it be? Wu Xian's intellect sparkled as he finally grasped the situation. Is the pressure in this 7-story tower greater the higher one ascends? Is it measuring the challenger's resilience and tenacity? He voiced his uncertainty. But Su Luoluo pointed to the upward indication on the wall of the second level, asserting, "Your guess is likely correct. In that case, let us hasten our pace and swiftly ascend to claim our rewards." Su Luoluo speculated that the reward for the first trial was an elixir for calming the mind and a clue for the second trial. Both were essential for the next challenge, and in a sense, they could hardly be deemed rewards at all. The true rewards would likely only be attained through a series of trials, thus they must continue to prevail. The Linglong Tower, a marvel of 7 stories. Chapter 69. Persevere even when overwhelmed. The saying goes that good things often require perseverance. While Su Luoluo and her companions sought to navigate the trial without hindrance, there always seemed to be some irksome individual intent on causing annoyance. As they ascended to the 4th level of the tower, a group of disciples from the Daqi Sword Pavilion discovered the tower's presence. 3 disciples from Ding Jin's faction were searching for the whereabouts of Su Luoluo and her companions. However, instead of locating them, they stumbled upon the tower first. When we passed by here moments ago, was it not an open space? The leader of the trio halted, gazing at the towering structure before him, filled with suspicion. Observing the wide-open entrance, the 3 gradually approached. Upon entering the 1st level of the tower, the sudden pressure and the upward indications quickly alerted them to the nature of the challenge. This was indeed a trial. The 3 felt a jolt of realization, and their immediate reaction was to inform Ding Jin and the others, urging everyone to come. "Senior brother, look." Suddenly, one of them shouted, pointing at a wall on the 1st level of the tower. The other 2 followed his gaze and saw 4 figures laboriously climbing towards the 4th level. It was the 4 individuals from Taoyuan Immortal Sect. The small leader's heart surged with excitement. How fortuitous. The very targets they sought were right here. Now they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He promptly utilized a communication jade slip to inform Ding Jin and the others of the situation. The 30 disciples quickly arrived one after another. Observing the tower before them, Ding Jin smirked coldly. With all their might, they charged towards the tower. Without exchanging excessive words, all 30 entered the tower and began their ascent. However, upon experiencing the pressure within the tower, Ding Jin's first instinct was to attempt to unleash spells. He had perused numerous texts regarding various secret realms and recalled that such pressure trials were often documented. These places typically constituted their own realms, modified by powerful beings or celestial laws through unique spatial rules. Those within could only mobilize their own spiritual energy to resist the pressure, unable to cast spells or engage in combat as they would in the outside world. However, since everyone faced the same circumstances, it mattered little. Even if they were to engage in combat like common mortals, they held advantages in terms of age, physique, and numbers. Glancing at the stairway of the tower, Ding Jin silently prayed for the rewards to consist of consumable items. For only by obtaining consumables could he swiftly utilize them, avoiding the risk of having them taken by the sect members after exiting the secret realm, especially by those privileged young masters. 1 level, 2 levels. As Ding Jin and his companions filed in line, upon reaching the 3rd level, their expressions all changed dramatically. I feel as if I can hardly breathe. How about you all? One person managed to utter with great difficulty. Though he had been with the Daki Sword Pavilion for a considerable time and possessed decent spiritual roots, he had struggled to advance due to the psychological trauma inflicted upon him during his childhood. This had left him trapped at the initial stage of foundation building, unable to progress further. Prior to entering the secret realm, their master had warned him that if he remained stuck at this stage after the trial, he would be relegated to the outer sect, and the resources allotted to disciples would no longer be available to him. Thus, within the tower, his condition was evidently more precarious than that of others. We are not faring much better. We can barely endure at this 3rd level. Who knows if we can withstand the pressure above? Another responded, while someone kindly moved closer to support him silently. Yet, the resolute Ding Jin at the forefront suddenly spoke with determination. Even when overwhelmed, we must persevere. What of our humble origins? What of our perceived lack of talent? As long as we strive diligently and toil tirelessly, we can defy fate. We, too, can ascend to heights of greatness. Do you see the stairs beneath our feet? Though they are arduous and fraught with pressure, with each step we take, we rise higher. We shall ascend step by step, step after step, until we reach the pinnacle. The words of Ding Jin resonated deeply within the hearts of those present, unleashing an invisible force that surged forth from their very cores. Gritting their teeth, the 30 disciples of the Qingyun sect fell silent as they ascended to the 4th level. With the pressure mounting, many felt their knees weaken, as if they might collapse at any moment. At this juncture, each step became a torment. Alongside Ding Jin, all 30 individuals were drenched in sweat, their garments thoroughly soaked. The perspiration splattered against the ground, failing to even produce the usual scattering of droplets. Yet, on each level of the tower, there existed a wall that revealed the silhouettes of 4 figures. Astonishingly, the 4 disciples of the Taoyuan immortal sect were perilously close to reaching the 6th level. With a total of 7 levels in the tower, this meant that, should they exert a little more effort, the prospects of those behind would be utterly bleak. A cry of frustration erupted from Ding Jin, followed by his body collapsing to the ground, hands pressed against the surface. He began to crawl, using his limbs in a desperate bid to advance. This was undeniably an unseemly sight, and in a certain sense, a shameful display. But what of it? If he were to rise to great heights in the future, that which once seemed disgraceful would transform into an inspiring tale of perseverance. Following Ding Jin's lead, the other disciples of the Sword Pavilion soon followed suit, lowering themselves and crawling on all 4s. The scene was inexplicably heart-wrenching, particularly for those once powerless, who had now cultivated a measure of strength. In their hearts, they were filled with profound reflections. This world has never been fair. The struggle to transcend social strata and alter one's fate is exceedingly arduous. Ding Jin, possessing both humility and determination, harbored a clear objective and was willing to employ any means necessary. In time, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats. However, despite the poignant nature of Ding Jin and his companions' actions, the majority of gazes were still fixed upon Su Luluo and her group. They could see Ding Jin, just as he could see them. At the moment the disciples of the Sword Pavilion entered the tower, a wall within Su Luo's level transformed into a live feed. It appeared that the powerful beings who had fashioned this secret realm had intentionally created this feature, allowing those behind to witness the considerable lead of those ahead. and enabling the frontrunners to observe the progress of those trailing behind. This dynamic fostered a competitive spirit, with the leaders fearing pursuit and the followers anxious about rewards being snatched away. Thus, everyone exerted their utmost effort, unwilling to indulge in any complacency. Yet even so, the escalating pressure was palpably real. At the midpoint of the 5th level, Su Luoluo felt a slight tightness in her chest, while Luo Meng, Fan Tuanchuan, and Wu Xian were on the verge of suffocation. Especially for Luo Meng and Fan Tuanchuan, despite one possessing a celestial-grade water spirit root and the other a unique bloodline. Their cultivation levels dictated that, without the elixirs from the first challenge, they would have faltered on the 4th level. However, even with the miraculous effects of the elixirs, it was a fanciful dream for them to reach the 6th level. I can't go on any longer. I feel like my head is about to explode. My bones are close to shattering. Luo Meng was the first to succumb, collapsing onto the steps, his face devoid of color from the relentless strain. Oh dear, I can't endure this any longer either. If I go up any further, I might as well explode. As Luo Meng halted, Fan Tuanchuan plopped down beside him. Observing this, Wu Xian turned to Su Luoluo. Luoluo, you should go on ahead. I suspect that by the time we reach the 6th level, I won't be able to hold out either. You seem less affected by the pressure. You should have no trouble reaching the 7th level. Wu Xian's condition was somewhat better than Luo Meng's and Fan Tuanchuan's, yet his scarlet eyes appeared alarmingly close to bursting. Among the 4, 3 were ready to give up. This left Su Luoluo in a quandary. Deep down, she wished for all 4 of them to succeed together. Though their acquaintance was brief, Su Luoluo was sentimental. Abandoning them to claim the rewards felt morally wrong. Yet, if they lingered, the disciples of the Qingyun sect would soon catch up. She yearned for rapid growth, aspiring to cultivate to the level of ascension and return to her father. Take care, you 3. Though reluctant, Su Luoluo understood that this was not the time for hesitation. The immediate priority was to secure the rewards and find a safe haven. Resolute in her decision to proceed, she unleashed her speed, while others struggled to move. She leaped 2 steps at a time. However, as she reached the 6th level and turned the corner, she suddenly paused, calling out to Wu Xian, Luo Meng, and Fan Tuanchuan, who were still at the midway point of the 5th level. Don't worry, once I obtain the rewards, anything that can be shared will absolutely be divided equally. I won't keep anything for myself. With that, she turned and continued onward. Yet, upon entering the 6th level, the sense of ease she had felt dissipated significantly. Although her progress was not as laborious as that of Fan Tuanchuan and the others, her legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, and her shoulders bore the burden of 2 heavy sacks, a manifestation of the tower's governing power. Outside the secret realm, Lu Ruoli, intently observing the scene within the tower, could not help but murmur, a hint of worry crossing her features. The celestial-grade golden light talisman on Su Luoluo could entirely block the attacks of ascendant beings and mitigate the effects of most chronic assaults. However, the spatial rules did not qualify as an attack. Not only could they not be shielded by Su Luo's talisman, but they also diminished the efficacy of the talisman significantly, subjecting her to the true weight of the pressure. There's no need to fret. Don't forget, that little girl still has a calming spirit elixir left. When they had just reached the 5th level, Luo Meng had entrusted Su Luoluo with the elixir meant for her possession. The pocket of her colorful skirt was small, yet it could easily accommodate a single elixir. Hopefully, the governing power of the spatial rules within the tower is limited. Otherwise, I genuinely fear that Luoluo may not endure on the 7th level. Lu Ruoli expressed her concerns aloud while her gaze drifted skyward. Surely, Su Luo's protector had noticed her current predicament, and one wondered if he would intervene should she truly falter. Curiosity is inherent to human nature, and Lu Ruoli was eager to discern the identity of the formidable figure capable of veiling celestial phenomena with ease. Nonetheless, her wish was for Su Luoluo to pass this challenge smoothly without incident. Within the secret realm, as Su Luoluo entered the 6th level and vanished from Wu Xian and the others' view, the agonized expressions on Luo Meng and Fan Tuanchuan lightened considerably. They exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously inquired, "You were pretending to? You're pretending as well?" After confirming their mutual ruse, they turned their attention to their senior brother, Wu Xian. With a casual gesture, Wu Xian grinned broadly. "I knew you two were feigning it. It's not that you couldn't hold out. You were simply hindering our junior sister Luoluo." He proclaimed this with an air of pride, radiating an aura of insightfulness and strategic acumen. Before Luo Meng and Fan Tuanshuan could respond, Wu Xian raised a finger. Firstly, the pressure from those behind us is mounting too swiftly. Although only 2 levels remain, one can never predict what unexpected events may arise. If you wish to remain here, it would be to help junior sister Luo fend off those disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Am I right? Whoever claimed Wu Xian lacked intellect was sorely mistaken. It took considerable cleverness to unravel such a complex scenario with such clarity. He is simply a genius. Luo Meng and Fan Tuanshuan were equally supportive. Their thoughts were echoed by Wu Xian, and both of them simultaneously gave Wu Xian a thumbs up. The eldest senior brother truly deserves his title. Impressive. Such praise made Wu Xian feel euphoric. However, before the 3 of them could catch their breath, sounds soon emerged from the staircase leading to the 5th floor. Wu Xian and his companions immediately became alert, their 6 eyes fixed on the staircase entrance. Then, bang, a hand suddenly thrust in, pressing firmly against the ground. Following that, Ding Jin was the first to crawl into the corridor connecting the 5th and 6th floors. This scene was somewhat bizarre yet amusing, but to Wu Xian and his companions, it signified an imminent battle. Step aside. Ding Jin found it incredibly strenuous even to lift his head. His voice was somewhat distorted, yet his words were serious and resolute. Fan Tuanshuan's response was equally determined. What nonsense are you thinking? Buzz as her words fell. Fan Tuanshuan swung her large hammer directly at Ding Jin's head. She held no fondness for the Deqi Sword Pavilion. Previously, at Wudong Port, those from the pavilion had even attempted to reclaim the horses they had trained. Ding Jin was taken aback by the immediate aggression. As he swiftly retreated to dodge Fan Tuanshuan's hammer, he drew the long sword on his back. Seeking death. All of you, charge at once. Morality? Ding Jin had always only cared about results. With a single command, the sound of swords being drawn resonated from outside the corridor. The corridor was not narrow, and the disciples of the Deqi Sword Pavilion charged inside without hesitation. 30 people wielding 30 swords certainly appeared intimidating. Wu Xian and Luo Meng hurriedly joined Fan Tuanshuan's side. 3 against 30, they remained undaunted, especially Wu Xian. In his rampaging state, he towered over Ding Jin and his companions. The massive stone lock, which appeared colossal in his normal form, was now perfectly suited to him. He alone could block the corridor, exuding an aura of invincibility. In this tower, Wu Xian and Fan Tuanshuan possessed their own advantages. They excelled in brute strength rather than relying on magical prowess for combat. Despite being somewhat restrained in strength and speed by the oppressive force of the tower, their abilities remained largely intact. Conversely, Ding Jin and his group could not afford such luxury. All of them practiced swordsmanship, which required a combination of their spiritual energy and the spirit sword to unleash their full power. At present, they could only engage in close combat like ordinary warriors. Kill them. Fan Tuanshuan declared, I am not a delicate princess. I possess ample strength and means. Chapter 71. The clash of blades and bloodshed. Everyone in the tower was under immense pressure. Now, as they faced close-quarters combat, their internal spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. However, they could not afford to refrain from fighting. Wu Xian and his companions needed to fend off these attackers, while the assailants had no choice but to force their way through. In an instant, the sounds of weapons clashing echoed through the air. It must be said that Ding Jin's faction of Sword Pavilion disciples was indeed ruthless and unscrupulous. Those with slightly higher cultivation levels attacked while standing, while the lower-ranked ones lay on the ground, wielding their swords to strike. Yet, at this moment, Wu Xian's stone lock proved far more effective than their spirit swords. A horizontal sweep sent 3 or 4 individuals shrieking in agony as their bones shattered. A vertical smash resulted in some being struck down, their heads severed and brains splattered. Although the battle lacked grandeur, its brutality far surpassed the magical duels outside, leaving a visceral impression. Nevertheless, Ding Jin's side had 30 individuals. While Wu Xian managed to injure or kill several from the outset, the continuous influx of reinforcements was overwhelming. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Jin thrust his sword into Wu Xian's arm. Initially aimed at Wu Xian's heart, the strike faltered just in time as Wu Xian swung the stone lock, effectively blocking the fatal blow. Ding Jin's sword pierced through the muscle of Wu Xian's arm. Just as Wu Xian let out a muffled groan, Ding Jin slashed horizontally with his sword. This time, the muscles in Wu Xian's left arm tore apart, his once mighty limb now bloodied and mangled. The stone lock he wielded fell heavily to the ground. Eldest brother, Fan Tuanshuan, engaged in combat with others, saw Wu Xian injured, and her golden pupils quickly tinged with crimson. Ah! With a loud cry, Fan Tuanchuan, using herself as the center, swung her large hammer with fervor. She resembled a whirlwind, the hammer's tremendous force causing the Sword Pavilion disciples to scatter in fear. Do not grant them a moment's respite. Intensify the assault. Ding Jin cared not for the age of his opponents. As long as they obstructed his path, he would not hesitate to strike down even those he cherished. With a commanding shout, the remaining mobile disciples of the Sword Pavilion charged forward once more. Wu Xian, with one arm gravely injured, could hardly fend off the frenzied advance of the opposing force using only the stone lock. In a matter of moments, the Dachi Sword Pavilion's disciples surged into the corridor, transforming the once spacious area into a crowded battleground. Wu Xian endured several more sword strikes, faced with overwhelming odds. Even his fierce spirit compelled him to retreat while attempting to leverage the height advantage. As for Fan Tuanchuan, despite her great strength, the peculiar pressure within the tower proved burdensome. The more she resisted and sought to break free, the heavier the weight upon her became. After several close encounters, the young girl bore several gruesome wounds. Ha! The audacity of this little brat. My sword pavilion does not instigate trouble, yet they dare to obstruct my disciples' quest for treasure. Truly deserving of death. Outside the secret realm, Elder Qin Zhaixing of the Sword Pavilion laughed heartily. Although several of his disciples had suffered injuries or fatalities, this hardly constituted an act of aggression from the Dachi Sword Pavilion against those four young ones. Now, it is the Taoyuan immortal sect that provokes us, and we merely retaliate in self-defense. Should we slay them all, they would have no grounds for complaint. In this way, whether Li Chang'e possesses thousands of brothers or not becomes irrelevant. We act with just cause. Onlookers were equally stunned by the fierce close-quarters combat. The ferocity of the Dachi Sword Pavilion disciples and the bravery of the Taoyuan immortal sect's young ones were commendable in their own right. However, it seemed inevitable that the Taoyuan immortal sect's youngsters would be unable to withstand this onslaught. In an environment where they could not utilize magic, numerical superiority was an invincible advantage. Indeed, the one named Su Luluo had begun to slow down after reaching the 6th floor and now approaching the 7th. She seemed on the verge of collapse, which was truly distressing. Alas, this is the path of cultivation. Each step of growth demands a heavy toll. Look over there. Why is the boy named Luo Mang suddenly emanating blue light? Indeed, wasn't it said that magic cannot be wielded within this tower? What is he? Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Luo Mang sat cross-legged on a step, his body enveloped in swirling blue light. When he first entered the tower, Wu Xian and Su Luoluo had conducted an experiment, asserting that magic could not be utilized within. He had not given it much thought and had not attempted further. Now, witnessing Wu Xian and Fan Tuanchuan turning into bloodied figures, Luo Mang instinctively began unleashing the spirit water nourishing technique. To his surprise, it seemed his technique was completely unfettered by the tower's rules. Not only could he perform it, but its effects were identical to those outside, without any diminishment. With no time to be astonished or rejoice, Luo Mang immersed himself fully into the technique, unleashing its full potential. Two pale blue streams of water swiftly enveloped Wu Xian and Fan Tuanchuan under his control. In an instant, they felt a continuous surge of vitality flowing into their bodies. Regrettably, Luo Mang's cultivation is too meager to fully unleash the power of the spirit water nourishing technique. Otherwise, the physical injuries sustained by Wu Xian and Fan Tuanchuan could be healed in an instant. Nevertheless, Luo Mang's assistance significantly alleviated the pain and fatigue afflicting the two. Although the wounds showed no signs of self-healing, the bleeding had been staunched. How could this be possible? Ding Jin, who was attacking at the entrance, was taken aback to see Luo Mang beginning to cast a healing spell. At that moment, his foot had just been struck by Fan Tuanchuan's heavy hammer, leaving his shoe soaked in blood and causing him immense pain, almost leading him to lose consciousness. He had thought that their numerical advantage would allow for a swift victory, but now it seemed that was highly unlikely. Retreat? With several of his men dead and many injured, and having even incapacitated his own foot, he could not bear the thought. Charge forward and eliminate that little black boy. Disrupt his spell lasting. In a fit of desperation, Ding Jin pressed on with even greater ferocity. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo had successfully ascended to the 7th floor of the tower. The bad news was that the rules of power used to reinforce the tower's space were abundant on this level. The moment Su Luoluo set foot on the 7th floor, she felt as if she had plunged into an endless swamp. Although she was protected by a celestial-grade golden light talisman, the pressure was still palpable, making her progress arduous. However, there was good news. Upon entering the 7th floor, Su Luoluo spotted the tables and chairs positioned at the center of the level, along with the elderly man she had encountered in the first trial. "Ah, little girl, you have returned," the old man greeted her with a benevolent smile. He stood up with great interest and approached her, scrutinizing her closely. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "I said that the pressure in this tower would not affect you much. But it seems that you—" He initially intended to remark on the more than 100 celestial-grade golden light talismans adorning Su Luoluo. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that such talismans were not easily perceivable to all cultivators. For some, they were entirely invisible. Since they were hidden, they could serve as a trump card, and he thought it unwise to disclose such information so casually. Although he refrained from speaking, his curiosity was nonetheless piqued. Those talismans were celestial grade, and the sheer number indicated the formidable power or protective forces backing her. In the realm of cultivation, talent and resources were paramount. Though he could not discern the nature of her spiritual root, he sensed the overwhelming energy within her, surpassing all younger cultivators he had previously encountered. Comparatively, in terms of spiritual energy, she was on par with his own self, an old man in the tribulation stage. If she were to mature, a mage who could wield others' powerful spells as mere attacks. The old man, filled with contemplation, began to ponder whether he should ease the path for this young girl, perhaps even passing on his legacy to her. She could become his cherished disciple, carrying forward his legacy and accomplishments into the world. Ultimately, however, he steadied his thoughts and decided to let everything unfold according to the design he had established in life, cherishing the opportunity to spend a little more time with this young girl. Turning back to the table, he gestured to Su Luoluo. "You have 7 more steps to reach me. Once you do, you shall pass this trial. Keep going, I have faith in you." He even made a gesture of encouragement. Finally, he pushed the brocade box on the table towards her and ceased to speak. Su Luoluo remained silent, concentrating all her strength on advancing. Gritting her teeth with a furrowed brow, her gaze fixed on the brocade box. Step by step, her movements resembled those slowed by an unseen force, laborious and heavy. "Stuck? Allow me to show you something." Observing her faltering, the old man waved his hand, conjuring an image before her. The reflection depicted the fierce struggle between Wu Xian and his companions against Ding Jin and his men. In an instant, Su Luoluo felt a surge of urgency. Her senior brother and Tuanshuan were covered in countless wounds, their clothes soaked in blood, yet they continued to fight desperately. They had feigned weakness to buy her time. A wave of gratitude washed over her as she gritted her teeth, reigniting her drive to move forward. "Senior brother, Tuanshuan, little Luo Mang, you must wait for me." She pressed on, taking one step after another. Su Luoluo consumed a calming soul-stabilizing pill, feeling an immediate sense of relief. She pressed onward, taking 5, 6, 7 steps. "Congratulations, young lady, you have also passed the 2nd trial." The brocade box was presented to her, and the old man hung a small jade pendant from her colorful skirt, explaining, "This pendant is imbued with a spell of avoidance, shielding you from the tower's spatial forces and pressure, allowing you to move freely as if you were outside. I am a talisman cultivator in the tribulation stage, who perished due to a failed tribulation, suffering grievous injuries. Fortunately, before my demise, I was able to transform into this secret realm, leaving behind a fragment of my soul to guard it. Within this brocade box lies 3 tomes of talismanic secrets, the culmination of my life's work. Today, they are all yours." As the old man's words resonated, Su Luoluo felt a wave of ease wash over her. She accepted the brocade box, raising it high above her head, and knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous gift. I, Luoluo, will diligently cultivate and honor your legacy." Bowing deeply, she clutched the brocade box and turned to sprint away. She needed to assist Wu Xian and the others. If she delayed, it could mean their doom. The old man was pleased by her bow, but just as he smiled while stroking his beard, he looked up to see the girl hastily running off. He hurriedly called out, "The 3rd trial is located at the black water pool to the south. Do not forget to go." "I know. Thank you, Grandpa." Su Luoluo did not look back. As she ran, she stowed the brocade box away and unsheathed the frostflower sword with a swift motion. She was now entirely unaffected by the rules of the tower. The windsword manual could be wielded without restraint. She descended 2 levels in a single breath, finding herself in the corridor between the 5th and 6th floors. Her sudden appearance left the ongoing battle frozen in shock. Ding Jin noticed Su Luoluo and immediately recognized her relaxed demeanor. Without a doubt, she had reached the 7th floor and claimed its rewards. Retreat! Retreat! He shouted. The pressure within the tower severely hampered their combat effectiveness. Despite Su Luoluo being merely in the mid-stage of chi condensation, any spell she cast could spell disaster for them. Accepting their defeat, he felt powerless, yet the pressure of the towers still lingered, hindering their escape. On the other hand, Su Luoluo, with tears glistening in her eyes, swung the Frostflower sword with determination. The miscreants had brutally harmed her senior brother and Tuanchuan. The sound of slicing sword energy echoed as she advanced, transforming her into a vengeful force in the eyes of Ding Jin and his men. Those caught off guard were cleaved in two by the sword energy, while others, fortunate enough to avoid critical strikes, still suffered grievous injuries, collapsing amidst cries of despair. This scene incensed Qin Jixing, the elder of the Sword Pavilion outside the secret realm. Just moments ago, they had boasted a numerical advantage, and even with a healer among them, it had seemed they were favored. Yet, in a mere span of time, his 9th-generation disciples had been slaughtered like chickens. This cannot stand. Once these children emerge from the secret realm, they must be dealt with, lest the Sword Pavilion lose all face. Master, just as Qin Jixing was feeling exasperated, a disciple he had dispatched to investigate the backgrounds of Li Chang'e and Lu Ruli returned. Well? Qin Jixing inquired eagerly. The disciple, with a sinister smile, replied, I spent a considerable sum to acquire intelligence from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. It turns out that Li Chang'e and that Lu Ruli are nothing more than solitary clouds drifting aimlessly, lacking any significant background. Their claims of having thousands of senior brothers are mere bluster. Chapter 73. We must gather 3 types of cultivation methods. Very well. In that case, once they exit the secret realm, we shall follow closely behind. And then, Qin Jixing said, a cold smile gracing his lips as he made a gesture akin to a beheading. Yes, I will relay the order that all Sword Pavilion disciples accompanying us are forbidden from leaving this place indiscriminately. The disciple bowed, mimicking Qin Jixing's dark grin, before slowly retreating. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo, initially consumed by anger, felt her blood pressure surge. However, upon discovering the blood-soaked ground littered with severed limbs and the gruesome remains of the deceased, the young girl abruptly halted, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. At just 5 years old, a girl who would avoid stepping on ants. She never anticipated she could so swiftly take so many lives, even though those individuals sought to harm her and her friends. The sheer brutality of the slaughter was almost too much for her to bear. Clang! The Frostflower sword slipped from her grasp, and Su Luoluo stared blankly at the bloody hellscape beneath her. She touched her face, now splattered with blood, feeling as if her very soul had been hollowed out. During this moment of daze, Ding Jin and the remaining disciples of the Sword Pavilion scrambled down from the floor where Su Luoluo was located. However, her moment of distraction was fleeting. Despite her tender age, she understood that every world operates under its own unique set of rules. The Yunlan continent, a realm of cultivation, functioned similarly to the animal kingdom of Blue Star, where reason often held little sway. The laws of the strong ruled supreme. She clearly recognized that had Ding Jin possessed her current abilities, he would have unhesitatingly slaughtered not just 4, but 400 individuals without remorse. Thus, after a brief moment, clarity returned to Su Luoluo's gaze. She bent down to retrieve the Frostflower sword, her eyes now glinting with a newfound coldness. Perhaps the journey of growth involves relinquishing certain things, only to embrace new ones in a cyclical manner. Let us take all the storage bags from them and make our swift exit. At that moment, Wu Xian and the others approached. They bore the remnants of pressure and fatigue from the recent bloodbath, their conditions far from optimal. Allow me, Su Luoluo offered. You all exit the tower first, and be cautious of ambushes on the way out. Despite the undeniable remorse for the lives taken, Su Luoluo refused to dwell on it excessively. If given another chance, she would undoubtedly act with even greater decisiveness. Valuable resources should not be squandered. Thus, she set about collecting the storage bags and fallen spiritual swords, while Wu Xian safeguarded Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Meng as they descended the tower. Fortunately, Ding Jin and his companions were gravely injured. Once outside the tower, they fled in a frenzy, no longer daring to pursue Su Luoluo and her companions. Outside, no other sect members approached them either. Once all 4 had exited the tower, They hastened in the direction Su Luoluo indicated. The third trial awaited them at the southern Blackwater Pond, a location etched firmly in her memory. Before heading to the Blackwater Pond, she deemed it essential to find a safe haven for Wu Xian and Fan Tuanshuan to recuperate. At this juncture, the advantage of having a support-oriented member in the team became evident, especially since Luo Mang possessed a celestial-grade water spirit root. Although his dantian was small and cultivation level low, he excelled at absorbing spiritual energy. The Ling Shui Run's Ju flowed tirelessly from him, enabling Luo Mang to assist both teammates without difficulty. Taking advantage of this time, Su Luoluo retrieved the brocade box obtained from the second trial. Inside lay 3 volumes bound in blue covers. She gently opened one, instantly captivated by its contents. The pages were densely inscribed with characters, symbols, and illustrations. While she could not comprehend every character, the moment her gaze fell upon a word or phrase, the gentle voice of the elder echoed in her mind, imparting knowledge. Symbolic cultivation, like pill cultivation, is rarer than sword cultivation in the Yunnan continent. Both require immense patience as a foundation, gradually accumulating skill through daily practice. Although the pace of cultivation may be slow, once matured, both symbolic and pill cultivators exhibit explosive combat power. Particularly, a skilled symbolist could be likened to 1,000,000 soldiers. However, even the mightiest symbolist fears tribulations. I am a prime example. Therefore, I advise against adopting an overly singular approach to cultivation. Aim for 3 methods. Too many will lead to mediocrity, while too few may leave you vulnerable in dire situations. Thus, I recommend a balanced mix of body cultivation, pill cultivation, sword cultivation, and symbolic cultivation, perhaps even a touch of dark cultivation, ensuring you possess at least 3 cultivation methods. I digress. Now let us discuss talismans. Without further ado, a talisman diagram materialized before her, vividly dancing in her sight. Within her vision, the patterns on the talisman continuously transformed, as if a mentor were guiding her stroke by stroke in the art of talisman crafting. However, those outside the secret realm could not witness this extraordinary scene. They could only observe Su Luo's every movement through mirrored jade stones, yet the book appeared to them as an inscrutable tome devoid of words. No matter the angle, they could not decipher a single character upon its pages. My lady, the sword pavilion is quietly gathering its forces. I foresee a great battle once the children emerge from the secret realm. Not all eyes were fixed on the book Su Luoluo was studying. Li Chang'e, while keeping a close watch on Su Luoluo and her companions, was also acutely aware of the movements of the sword pavilion's disciples. Observing their formation tightening and noting the absence of any members leaving the camp, he realized that Qin Zhaixing was certainly up to no good. In a one-on-one duel, Li Chang'e was confident he could eliminate Qin Zhaixing within a quarter of an hour. Yet, faced with overwhelming numbers, a direct assault would leave him vulnerable. Thus, Li Chang'e concluded that it would be prudent to seek reinforcements. Should I summon some allies? Lu Ruoli asked quietly, glancing towards the sword pavilion's direction. Li Chang'e smiled, producing a glossy, red strawberry from seemingly nowhere and offering it to Lu Ruoli. Such trivial matters need not trouble you, my dear. My friends are more than sufficient. As he spoke, Li Chang'e retrieved a jade tablet interwoven with golden threads. Crack! With a firm grip, he shattered the tablet, causing the golden threads to transform into a flurry of tiny fish that darted away in an instant. Chapter 74, Upgraded Binding Talismans, 3 seconds for anyone on Qingshao Mountain. Qingshao Daoist was cursing vehemently. This is intolerable. Just days ago, they blew up my temple, and yesterday, they had the audacity to steal my storage bag while I was inebriated. Woe is me. All those precious spirit stones and elixirs I have painstakingly saved for decades have been pilfered by that scoundrel. Damn that turtle-faced thief. Should I discover their identity, I shall eradicate their entire clan. Damn it. I am utterly infuriated. While cursing, tears streamed down my face. Here I am, a venerable Taoist, on the verge of losing my sanity. Just then, a golden fish, darting through the air like a shooting star, sped towards me. What? Without a moment's thought to wipe away my tears or the snot dangling beneath my nose, I flicked my whisk and ensnared the little golden fish in my grasp. To my astonishment, upon landing in my palm, it opened its mouth and spoke human words. In the valley of Tsangyun Mountain, Master Li Chang'e is in trouble. Dear grandson, come to his aid. With a swift motion, I thrust my whisk into the back of my collar. Clapping my hands together, I crushed the little fish into 1,000 pieces. That scoundrel Li Chang'e, even in his misfortune, dares to call himself grandfather. Truly the most shameless of beings. Humph. Well, as luck would have it, these past few days have been rather turbulent. I could use a good fight to stretch my limbs. Thus, I resolved to discover what trouble that scoundrel had stirred up. Wiping my nose on the ground and cleaning my hands on the soles of my shoes, I finally put my fingers to my mouth and whistled. The sound echoed loudly, and a magnificent white crane, its wingspan measuring 20 feet, came soaring from the distance. As the crane approached, I timed my leap perfectly, landing gracefully upon its back. Relaxing, I propped my head on one arm, setting my whisk aside to retrieve my wine gourd. Meanwhile, centered around Sunyun Mountain, over 100 scattered cultivators had received the golden fish's call for help from Li Chang'e. Much like me, although they chuckled and scolded the man for his audacity in calling for aid, none hesitated to rush to his side. Some soared on swords. Others rode spirit beasts, while still others floated on clouds. In any case, everyone was hastening toward Sunyun Mountain. On the other side, within the secret realm, Su Luoluo observed that her senior brother and the little round one had yet to fully recover from their injuries. She casually snapped off a branch and began to draw in the dirt, combining the incantation from her book with the sequence of strokes. The young girl recited the spell in her mind while tracing the branch across the ground. Her spirit energy flowed into the branch, infusing it with power, and soon an array of peculiar symbols began to materialize beneath her hand. With the final stroke, a faint glow flickered and vanished. Had it worked? Su Luoluo felt a bit dazed. However, since she couldn't stick the talisman onto a person for experimentation, she cleverly decided to place herself upon the talisman instead. The book indicated that this was a rudimentary spell, not even qualifying as a low-grade talisman. Given the minuscule amount of spirit energy she had infused, it might be a challenge to immobilize even a frog. Without hesitation, she laid down atop the symbol. In that instant, Su Luoluo felt an indescribable sensation sweep over her. Her body experienced a brief numbness, akin to an electric shock, causing her to lose control for just a second or two. However, the sensation was fleeting, and she quickly regained her freedom. Nevertheless, she was filled with joy. This was merely the beginning. The old man had left behind 3 tomes of talisman crafting secrets, and who knows how many spells and methods lay within. She resolved to practice her talisman skills in her spare time, following the guidance of her esteemed master Yueli. How delightful! Filled with elation, Su Luoluo tucked away the 3 tomes. Now, it was crucial to navigate the challenges ahead. Once she emerged from the secret realm, she would surely share this marvelous knowledge with everyone, especially with Lamong, who lacked self-defense abilities and could greatly benefit from talismans. Notification: your daughter has successfully embarked on the path of talisman crafting, triggering an opportunity to upgrade a talisman. For just 999 affinity points, your daughter can possess a unique talisman. Charge ahead. After waiting impatiently with my phone, I could finally invest more money into this game. My fingers flew as I entered the payment password. Soon, another notification popped up. Congratulations! Your daughter's rudimentary immobilization talisman has been successfully upgraded to a conceptual grade immobilization talisman. What is a conceptual grade immobilization talisman? System, give me a clear explanation. Understood. System, you truly are my dear father. Goodness, this system is utterly ridiculous. Reveling in its own amusement. However, after days of playing, aside from the various cultivation levels of the practitioners, I knew that many items were classified into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and immortal. Now that the immobilization talisman had been upgraded to a conceptual grade talisman, I was eager to discover its level. Clicking the first option, I awaited the system's explanation. Yet, it appeared the system was being cheeky again. Conceptual grade immobilization talisman extends the original immobilization time from 1.5 seconds to 3 seconds. I was taken aback. I spent 10,000 for merely an extra 1.5 seconds of immobilization time. Is this truly what conceptual grade entails? How do I interact with the system? Where is the input key for the dialog box? I wanted to unleash my frustration. Even though I was left with little but money, the risk of dying without spending it loomed large. Yet, I was seething with anger. Just then, another notification appeared. Apologies, the previous description was slightly inaccurate. To clarify, it immobilizes anyone for 3 seconds. Gasp! My mood lifted instantly. 3 seconds of immobilization, and it applies to anyone. Now, that truly warrants the title of conceptual grade. Worth every penny spent. With my spirits soaring, I turned to check on Wu Xian and Fan De Anchuan's recovery progress when I caught sight of a piece of black paper. One stroke teaches you to draw a unique immobilization talisman. A flicker of shock and curiosity crossed my eyes as Su Luoluo picked up the black paper. Suddenly recalling something, she smiled sweetly. Senior, Qingxiao Taoist. I, the Taoist, revel in battle. Chapter 75. Just 10 more points of favorability, and I can interact with my daughter. The black paper appeared out of nowhere, and Su Luoluo immediately thought of that mysterious senior. While gratitude welled up in her heart, she earnestly studied the black paper. However, her serious demeanor appeared to others as merely resting her hands in midair. After a while, a spark of brilliance ignited in her eyes as the contents of the black paper seemed to fly into her mind. The immobilization talisman she had just learned now had a new drawing method. Eager to try it out, she gathered some ink, paper, and brushes from her spoils. Though not specifically intended for talisman drawing, it seemed the talisman had no strict requirements. Besides, she merely wished to practice her skills. With her small hands, she deftly began to sketch. In no time, she had crafted a conceptual-grade immobilization talisman that flowed seamlessly. Holding a stack of what appeared to be mere doodles, Su Luoluo chose to experiment on herself. With a resounding slap, she pressed a talisman onto her forehead. Instantly, she felt that familiar electric sensation again. 3 seconds, just as the black paper had indicated. The little round one couldn't help but beam with joy, lifting her gaze to the clouds above. The sudden notification on the phone indicating that Su Chen's favorability towards Su Luoluo had increased by 10, bringing the current favorability to 70. Incited him to clench his fist in frustration. He had previously remarked on the absurdity of this game. If it was a pay-to-win game, then let him invest as he wished. After all, weren't there numerous individuals eager to trouble Su Luoluo? He wished for the attack permissions to be lifted so he could purchase a pair of charms and unleash chaos himself. The game developers would profit, and he, as a player, could enhance his favorability while gaining emotional value. It was a win-win situation, yet they insisted on complicating matters, which was infuriating. Fortunately, he was just a step away from reaching the coveted favorability of 80. By tomorrow at the latest, he was certain he could invest a bit more to elevate his favorability to the desired level. Casting a glance at the time on his phone, Su Chen calculated that he had been seated in the restaurant for nearly 3 hours. Stretching, he rose from his seat and sauntered to the front desk to settle the bill. Upon exiting the hotel, the frigid winter wind enveloped him, momentarily disorienting him. Perhaps it was the immersion in the game, where he had a daughter, that caused him to lose himself in the experience. For a fleeting moment, he forgot that the real world was engulfed in the depths of winter. Beyond being absorbed in the virtual realm, Su Chen noticed another unsettling change within himself. He no longer felt the same relentless energy he once possessed. After a decade of searching, perhaps he had truly grown weary and contemplated giving up. Now that a daughter had appeared in the game, his motivation to find one in reality had diminished significantly. Might it be? He murmured to himself. Standing amidst the biting winter wind, Su Chen extended his left hand, forming a slight fist. As true numbness coursed through him, he realized that the angle of his fingers was becoming increasingly restricted and clumsy. Moreover, a dull ache spread throughout his left arm, accompanied by discomfort. It might also be a consequence of his illness. Tasks that were once effortless had become increasingly burdensome. Exhaling heavily, a cloud of mist dissipated before him. Forget it. I'll return to the hotel for now. Tomorrow, when I can create a character or utilize the charm, I will inquire about the situation with Su Luoluo in the game. Nonetheless, Su Chen pondered deeply, still feeling a glimmer of hope that the Su Luoluo in the game might indeed be his biological daughter. He could not explain how someone from reality could traverse into the game, nor could he decipher whether that world was merely a collection of codes or something more profound. Yet, intuition was often a mysterious phenomenon. Rubbing his hands together, Su Chen mounted his bicycle and made his way back to the hotel. Unbeknownst to him, as he pedaled away, a car parked at the hotel entrance began to follow him stealthily. Inside the vehicle sat a man and a woman. The woman was heavily made up, smoking a cigarette, while the man, though balding, was not unattractive. If anyone acquainted with Su Chen had seen this man, they would have remarked on the striking resemblance he bore to Su Chen. Indeed, this man was Su Chen's heartless biological father, and the woman was his stepmother. When Su Chen was merely 6 years old, these two had callously abandoned him on the streets, ignoring his cries and pleas for them to stop. Now, by a twist of fate, Su Chen's stepmother had inadvertently learned of his current wealth and his battle with a debilitating illness. The most significant revelation, however, was that Su Chen's only daughter had been missing for a decade. What did this imply? It meant that upon Su Chen's demise, his biological father would be the most plausible heir to his fortune. Yet these two were not entirely unaware of their precarious situation. They discreetly sought out Su Chen, deliberating for quite some time, convinced that if they approached him now, he would coldly reject them. Instead, they concocted a plan to hire someone to feign a drunk driving accident to eliminate him and then seize his assets. However, despite their malice, their courage was lacking. After a failed attempt to harm Su Chen, they spent a sleepless night in fear. After much contemplation, they decided against extreme measures. Should their plan unravel, they would not only lose the money but potentially face imprisonment. Thus, they resolved to appeal to Su Chen's familial ties. If all else failed, they could always enlist the press to mediate, arguing that a son has an obligation to support his father, thereby leveraging societal pressure to compel Su Chen into submission. For now, their aim was to track Su Chen down. As the car accelerated, it halted directly in front of Su Chen as he approached his lodging. Su Peiguang exited the vehicle, casting a cold glare at Su Chen, while Hu Hongxia hastily grasped the handlebars of his bicycle, preventing his escape. "Don't go, Su Chen. Look who we are," the woman exclaimed excitedly, adjusting her voluminous red waves. Su Chen frowned, struggling to recall any memory of these two. "I'm sorry. I don't know you. Please don't block my way." For reasons unknown, Su Chen's initial impression of them was decidedly unfavorable. He attempted to push past, but Hu Hongxia thwarted him. "Oh, Chen, it's only been 30 years, and you've forgotten your biological father?" "Biological father?" Su Chen's pupils dilated in shock as his gaze fixated on Su Peiguang. 30 years had passed, and the once vibrant man now bore the marks of time. Moreover, Su Peiguang had significantly gained weight, which was the primary reason Su Chen had failed to recognize him. However, time had elapsed too long. Su Chen had long forgotten what his so-called father looked like. Now, he could not be bothered to reminisce. "What father? My father has been dead for many years. Get lost. Don't block my way. Get lost." Su Peiguang's countenance darkened further upon hearing Su Chen's retort. He stepped forward, blocking Su Chen's bicycle. The two seemed determined to confront him today. "Huh?" Su Chen scoffed, unexpectedly lifting his bicycle's handlebars and crashing the wheel down onto Su Peiguang's foot. On such a cold day, even with thick winter shoes, the impact caused Su Peiguang to flinch in agony. "Ah," he gasped, bending over to clutch his foot in pain. "Are you all right, dear? Quickly, take off your shoe and see if there's any injury." Hu Hongxia anxiously examined Su Peiguang's foot, for she was counting on this fool to help her secure Su Chen's vast fortune. While they were both preoccupied with their injuries, Su Chen seized the opportunity. He raised his bicycle again and crashed it sideways into Su Peiguang and Hu Hongxia. Years of cycling had honed his strength. And despite his illness and the growing numbness in his left hand, he unleashed his fury and knocked them both to the ground. Seizing the moment, Su Chen hastily pedaled away, veering into an alley. This inn was no longer suitable. He would find another place to stay. "Hey, Su Chen, don't go. You've injured your father's foot. Can you really be so heartless?" Hu Hongxia yelled after him. However, Su Chen had no intention of looking back, pedaling faster and faster until he turned a corner and vanished from sight. Once Su Chen's figure had completely disappeared, Su Peiguang stood up abruptly, his earlier pain now forgotten. "Did you record that?" he asked Hu Hongxia, adjusting his thinning hair. The woman grinned, her bright red lips resembling those of a predator. "It's recorded. The illustrious CEO of Baixing Industrial not only denies the existence of his biological father, but also resorts to physical violence against him. If this were to garner some online attention, the vitriol from keyboard warriors would surely be overwhelming." At that moment, Hu Hongxia maliciously proclaimed her intentions, removing a small camera from her collar and fondling it like a treasured possession. Yet, before her cunning smile could fully blossom, a figure on a bicycle suddenly loomed larger in her vision. "Hand it over." Su Chen snatched the camera from Hu Hongxia's grasp without dismounting his bicycle and swiftly darted back into the alley from whence he came. By the time Hu Hongxia and Su Peiguang realized what had happened, Su Chen had already vanished from sight. Having experienced the incident with the intoxicated driver, Su Chen developed a habit of being vigilant about the vehicles around him. He had previously noticed the two lurking in a car, casting furtive glances in his direction. At that moment, he merely suspected they were up to no good, unaware that they were the very same individuals who had abandoned him in the past. After successfully evading their clutches, Su Chen engaged in a mental whirlwind of thoughts. Something felt amiss. The timing of their appearance was far too convenient. He needed to be cautious. Thus, he took a detour through another alley and retraced his steps. As luck would have it, he returned just in time to witness Hu Hongxia grinning broadly while brandishing the small camera. Without needing to ponder, Su Chen realized they were conspiring against him. He quietly accelerated and deftly seized the camera from her. The next course of action was to evade them and find a tranquil spot to indulge in his phone. Meanwhile, as Su Chen navigated this turmoil, Su Luoluo and her companions were also preoccupied. Given Wu Xian's current cultivation level, healing Wu Xian and Fan Tianxuan's injuries in such a short time would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, both Wu Xian and Fan Tianxuan possessed formidable self-healing abilities, and with Luo Meng's assistance, they remarkably regained their previous condition in a short span. After Fan Tianxuan suggested a brief meal, the four consumed some sustenance and healing elixirs from their spoils before heading towards the third challenge. Unlike the second challenge, which was a hidden level, the third challenge was conspicuously present. Although it appeared unremarkable, upon their arrival, they discovered other sect members already present. By the expansive black water pool, 6 disciples from Qingyun sect were inspecting the area. The rest the one that got away, Su Luoluo, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized a familiar face among them. Upon entering the secret realm, they had been ambushed by Qingyun sect, resulting in 4 of their members being slain while 1 had escaped. Now, that very escapee was mingling among the others. Let us confront them. Fan Tianxuan fumed. Brandishing her hammer, Wu Xian swiftly restrained the irate little girl, whispering a cautionary warning. Shu, we just had a fierce clash with the Qi Sword Pavilion, and we killed many of their members. We must remain low-key. Avoid attracting too many enemies. Occasionally, his intellect proved quite useful. Turning to Su Luoluo, he suggested. If they're here, you want to be able to inspect the mechanisms in the water. Allow me to distract them while you take action. With my speed, evading them will be as easy as walking a dog. Don't worry, I'll be back in no time. Indeed, this was a viable plan. Su Luoluo nodded gently, softly advising, be careful, senior brother. With a firm nod, Wu Xian tossed the stone lock in his hand and leaped into action. As he revealed himself, he swung the chain of a stone lock, launching it towards the previously mentioned escapee. The stone lock, resembling a small millstone, whizzed through the air, creating a gust as it hurtled towards its target. However, the individual was quick-witted. While engaged in conversation with his companions, he caught sight of the incoming stone lock from his peripheral vision. He ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding the projectile. Unfortunately, the person beside him was not so fortunate. A piercing scream erupted as the stone lock struck him mercilessly. Wu Xian, not one to be greedy, refrained from lingering and swiftly fled the scene. Dare to kill a disciple of Qingyun sect? Chase after him. The sect members, enraged by the sudden loss of one of their own, immediately pursued Wu Xian. Within moments, the black water pool fell silent. Once Su Luoluo and the others saw that the coast was clear, they approached the edge of the pool. This water looks incredibly dark and deep. How do we proceed? Do we swim across? Luo Meng asked, his heart racing. Just then, a deep dragon's roar resonated from beneath the surface of the black water pool. What was that sound? Luo Meng, startled, took a step back, and even Su Luoluo felt a wave of inexplicable fear wash over her. Only Fan Tianxuan, unfazed, ambled to the water's edge. What could it be? We won't know until we dive in. With that, without affording Su Luoluo and Luo Meng a moment to react, Fan Tianxuan leaped into the black water pool, hammer in hand, creating a splash that quickly faded. By the time Su Luoluo and Luo Meng turned to look, the dark surface of the water was merely rippling with the aftermath of her plunge. Tianxuan. Su Luoluo panicked. While she knew Fan Tianxuan was brave, she had not anticipated such audacity. Ignorant of the dangers lurking below, Tianxuan had boldly jumped in. Su Luoluo couldn't help but wonder how someone so fearless had grown up without parental guidance. Was it simply the protection of naivety? Luo Meng was equally astonished. He resolved that upon Tianxuan's resurfacing, he would need to show her respect. He found himself at a loss, unable to determine whether Tianxuan was courageous or foolish. Regardless, she was undeniably extraordinary. As Su Luoluo and Luo Meng fretted on the shore, a series of bubbles suddenly erupted from the water's edge, followed by Fan Tianxuan's head surfacing. Oh my, this water is incredibly dark. I can't see a thing below. Wiping the water from her face, Fan Tianxuan floated on the surface, seemingly unfazed by the depths below. Without pausing to marvel at her swimming skills, Su Luoluo frantically gestured for her to return. Tuanchuan, come back. We can figure this out later. Just as she called out, the previously tranquil black water pool erupted into chaos. A colossal figure began to swirl beneath the surface, creating a massive whirlpool that threatened to engulf everything. Though Tuanchuan was a proficient swimmer, she was swept away by the current, caught in the vortex. Another dragon's roar echoed from the depths, and all three of them heard it clearly. What do we do? I can barely dog paddle. I can't save Tuanchuan. In a moment of desperation, Su Luoluo nearly burst into tears. Luo Mang, equally anxious, stomped his feet in frustration. I can't even dog paddle. If I jump in, I'll just drown. With panic gripping them, they stood helplessly on the shore. Meanwhile, in the water, Fan Tuanchuan remained remarkably calm. Her boldness wasn't born of recklessness. She was simply unafraid of death. So what if I die? The next life will be even more thrilling. With this mindset, she maintained her posture while focusing intently on the center of the whirlpool. The hammer was firmly grasped in Fan Tuanchuan's hand, ready to engage in battle at any moment. No matter who you are, upon meeting, a hammer shall be delivered first. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared above the black water pool, hovering in the air and gazing down at the scene below. Their expressions were grave. Su Luoluo and Luo Mang also caught sight of these individuals, causing a wave of tension to rise within them. This place was unlike the tower. Although their cultivation was low, they had certain advantages. If they were to be cornered here by the members of the Dechi Sword Sect or the Qingyan Sect, their chances of survival would be dire indeed. However, upon closer inspection of the attire of those hovering above, Su Luoluo assessed that they were likely not affiliated with either the Dechi Sword Sect or the Qingyan Sect. The young girl observed clearly that on the left side of their thin silk robes, there were embroidered patterns depicting various animals. Su Luoluo's guess was indeed accurate. These individuals had no ties to the Dechi Sword Sect or the Qingyan Sect. They were all members of the Qingyan Sect, fortuitously passing by and drawn here by the two dragon roars. Although Su Luoluo and her companions did not recognize them, the Qingyan Sect members recognized Su Luoluo and her friends. Senior brother, those are the children from the Taoyuan Xian Sect. Should we lend them a hand? The Xianyun Sect valued righteousness and never took advantage of others in peril, even in secret realms and various challenges. They approached these experiences with a mindset of participation rather than competition. Their lack of greed was a result of their ample wealth, as they believed that opportunities, be it techniques, spiritual artifacts, or elixirs, could be acquired through monetary means rather than through risking one's life in a secret realm. Over time, the Xianyun Sect acquired the nickname Wealthy Sect or Secret Realm Strollers. Entering a secret realm was merely for leisure and broadening one's horizons. They engaged in no violent competition for opportunities. Of course we should help. We brought water-repelling garments, right? Let us give them a few. The leader spoke, exuding an air of generosity. Yes, a junior disciple complied, reaching into his storage bag, producing several sets of water-repelling garments. This was one of the Xianyun Sect's specialties, crafted from the skins of artificially raised aquatic spirit beasts. Due to their unique refining method, these garments could adjust in size within a certain range. As long as the wearer was of normal human stature, the garment would automatically resize, ensuring the utmost comfort. Dear junior brothers and sisters of the Taoyuan Xian Sect, here are a few sets of water-repelling garments for you. Holding the garments, the members of the Xianyun Sect descended gracefully, landing before Su Luoluo and Luo Mang, their faces beaming with smiles as they presented their gifts. Naturally, Su Luoluo and Luo Mang could not appear impolite, but given the urgency of the situation, Su Luoluo merely expressed her gratitude and accepted the garments, donning one immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, the young girl leaped into the black water pool. At this moment, all eyes from the Xianyun Sect fell upon Luo Mang. The young boy trembled, but given the atmosphere, if he did not jump, it would seem lacking in camaraderie. Gritting his teeth, Luo Mang donned a set of water-repelling garments and jumped in as well. Remarkably, the craftsmanship of these garments was impressive. Upon wearing them, not only could one breathe and move freely underwater, but they also allowed for unobstructed vision. Nevertheless, three young children amidst the vastness of the black water pool appeared exceedingly fragile and insignificant. The members of the Xianyun Sect stood at the pool's edge, unable to suppress their feelings of regret. Even if there was merely a flood dragon beneath the surface, the likelihood of the three emerging alive was slim. as the underwater realm and the land were entirely different worlds. Some sighed in lament, yet their senior brother remained silent, and they dared not intervene. Meanwhile, Tang Feng from the Daiqi sword sect had also arrived at this location. With a single glance, he spotted Su Luoluo and her companions in the water, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. Tang Feng silently vowed, truly a stroke of luck, finding them without any effort. Chapter 78. Encountering the dragon. Just after Su Luoluo and her companions had traversed the second trial, Tang Feng encountered Ding Jin and others, who were fleeing in disarray from the tower. Upon learning the details, Tang Feng deduced that the first trial had been compromised by Su Luoluo and her group, leading to their early advantage in the second trial. After exchanging a few sarcastic remarks with Ding Jin and his companions, Tang Feng set off to search for Su Luoluo and her friends, also drawn by the earlier dragon roars. Coincidentally, they stumbled upon the group once more, igniting Tang Feng's delight and ambition. However, upon landing, Tang Feng and his companions noticed the Xianyun sect disciples standing by the Blackwater pool. There was little interaction between the two sects. They had neither formed a friendship nor enmity. Yet, Tang Feng, proud of his noble lineage and royal status, chose to ignore the Xianyun sect members entirely. Unbeknownst to him, this act of disregard infuriated Lei Tianhua, the leader of the Xianyun sect. Although it was their first encounter, there was no personal grudge. However, Lei Tianhua, being a descendant of the Xianyun sect's founder, held a secret that bred his innate disdain for the Daiqi sword sect. It was said that the initial development of the Daiqi sword sect had not been particularly smooth. Despite being backed by the Daiqi dynasty, they were not exceedingly wealthy, for a nation could not expend its entire might to aid a newly established sect in gaining power. The true ascendancy of the sword sect began only after they mastered the secret of taming heavenly steeds, a technique that had been stealthily acquired from the Xianyun sect by the founder of the Daiqi sword sect. Renowned for their expertise in breeding and taming various demon beasts and spiritual creatures, the Xianyun sect's founder had befriended Lei Tianhua's ancestor under the pretense of camaraderie. After a night of revelry, the founder had cunningly persuaded Lei Tianhua's ancestor to reveal the secrets of taming rare beasts, taking full advantage of the trust built during their drunken encounter. Consequently, the entire process of taming the divine steed was learned by that individual. As a result, Lei Tianhua's ancestor faced severe punishment, cursing the sword sect until his final breath. This historical grievance fostered an enduring animosity within Lei Tianhua toward the Daiqi sword sect. Now, witnessing Tang Feng's arrogant demeanor only intensified his ire. Deal with him. Dive in immediately. You may be of royal blood, but I shall bring you down a peg. As soon as the members of the Daiqi sword sect touched down, Lei Tianhua issued his command. Yes, the Xianyun sect disciples swiftly donned their water-repelling garments and jumped into the black water pool like dumplings. Tang Feng frowned and cast a sidelong glance at Lei Tianhua, who produced a communication jade slip and proclaimed loudly, "All Xianyun sect disciples, gather swiftly at my location." During this announcement, Lei Tianhua's gaze remained fixed on Tang Feng, unflinching, as if deliberately addressing him. The previously subtle atmosphere was now charged with tension. Tang Feng sneered. Initiating the exchange, what do you mean by that? Lei Tianhua feigned innocence. What do I mean? This is a secret realm, a treasure hunt, seeking opportunities. He spread his arms wide, expressing a "do I really need to explain this to you?" attitude. Afterward, with a decisive leap, Lei Tianhua plunged into the black water pool. Although the three children would surely perish if they encountered a flood dragon, Lei Tianhua and his group, should they meet the same fate, would ensure the dragon's demise. Regardless of whether the Daiqi sword sect sought treasure or bloodshed today, Lei Tianhua was determined to intervene and thwart their plans. On the shore, a senior brother inquired, "The Xianyun sect members have all entered the water. Should we follow?" Tang Feng's lackey approached with a question. His eyes filled with trepidation as he gazed towards the ominous black pool. Tang Feng took a deep breath and, with a swift motion, donned his water-repellent suit. Without hesitation, he declared, "Down we go. No matter the sect, those who obstruct shall meet their demise." He leaped into the water, prompting the others to exchange glances. Reluctant, yet compelled to follow suit, the water soon erupted into chaos. After a brief acclimatization to the aquatic environment, Su Luoluo quickly swam to Fan Tuanshuan's side and helped her into a water-repellent suit as well. Upon descending to a certain depth, the trio was astonished to discover that beneath the murky surface lay a hidden realm. Contrary to the dark, turbid waters above, the depths were remarkably clear, teeming with fish, shrimp, and aquatic plants. A glimmer of light illuminated this underwater world, breathing life into the marine creatures. For a fleeting moment, Su Luoluo and her companions were entranced, mistaking the illuminated area for the surface world above. But where had that colossal shadow gone? The source of the swirling vortex? In the depths of the pool, the water was surprisingly calm. Just as Su Luoluo voiced her uncertainty, a massive figure surged from the dark waters above into the realm of clarity. Was it a dragon? After a decade in this world, Su Luoluo had encountered many wonders, yet seeing the legendary dragon before her made her heart race with excitement. The creature stretched over 10 meters in length, its broad head adorned with antler-like horns, and its eyes, like golden headlights, evoked an involuntary fear with their vertical pupils. Its gaping maw revealed sharp white teeth and a long crimson tongue, flanked by 2 nostrils and long whiskers. Its body was covered in tightly arranged scales that gleamed like metal. For powerful limbs propelled it through the water, its claws long and curved, capable of easily claiming the lives of its adversaries. With a deafening roar, the dragon surged toward the trio, moving through the water with the speed of lightning. Despite its enormous size, it exhibited remarkable agility, and none of them could evade its advance. It was a pure display of overwhelming force. Had the dragon wished, they would have been consumed in an instant. But who could remain calm enough to assess its intentions? Except for Fan Tuanchuan. Su Luoluo and Luo Meng chose to swim upward after being struck, recognizing the test of intellect, resilience, and the final challenge that felt like a death sentence. Luo Meng dreamt of marrying 100 wives and living a carefree life, unwilling to become mere sustenance for the dragon. Su Luoluo, though daring and ambitious, had no desire to be devoured and reincarnated. She yearned to ascend back to her original world, to be reunited with her father. Yet Fan Tuanchuan had already taken up her hammer in the realm of clarity, ready to confront the dragon. Come on, great dragon, take a hit from this sister. In comparison to the dragon, Fan Tuanchuan seemed almost diminutive. The dragon showed no intention of dodging her hammer strikes. With a resounding thud, the hammer nearly slipped from her grasp, as the dragon's forehead proved far sturdier than ordinary steel. Strangely, the dragon did not retaliate against Fan Tuanchuan's assault. This bizarre scene left Su Luoluo, who was about to urge Fan Tuanchuan to retreat, frozen in place. Even the timid Luo Meng paused in his flight. The dragon roared again, raising its head to regard Su Luoluo, swiftly closing the distance. Its imposing presence instilled a profound sense of pressure, yet within its gaze, Su Luoluo discerned a hint of sorrow and longing. Gradually, her racing heart began to steady. Indeed, with the dragon's formidable power, had it wished to slay them, it would not have waited this long. If it desired to fight, countless versions of Su Luoluo would have perished during their descent from the black waters to the clear ones. Do you wish to speak with me? She inquired, suspended in the water a few meters from the dragon. Hearing her words, the dragon emitted a low rumble and drew closer, gently nudging her back with its tail, as if urging her to venture deeper into the abyss. What did this mean? Did it want her to follow? Did it possess something to show her? Confused, Su Luoluo signaled to Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Meng to remain calm. However, at that moment, the boundary between the black and clear waters suddenly rippled, and several disciples of the Xianyun sect arrived. Lei Tianhua initially believed there was merely a single serpent in the black pool, perhaps just a dragon. Yet upon entering the realm of clarity and witnessing Su Luoluo and the colossal dragon, he was left dumbfounded. With antler-like horns, for claws with 5 fingers, and a fintail covered in scales, this was a genuine dragon. Everyone, stay still. The difference between a dragon and a serpent was not merely superficial. Their strengths were worlds apart. A true dragon was born with inherent dragon power, and even a serpent that had spent centuries transforming into a dragon could not compete with a dragon hatchling. Despite his confidence in slaying a serpent with the help of his fellow disciples, facing a true dragon was a different matter altogether. As they entered the realm of clarity, they froze in place at Lei Tianhua's command, paralyzed by fear. Yet even amidst their stillness, the dragon's aura turned icy. Fortunately, Lei Tianhua had ordered everyone to halt, preventing the dragon from launching a direct attack. With a gentle flick of its tail, the dragon beckoned Su Luoluo to follow, descending deeper into the water. However, as they moved, the surface of the clear water erupted once more. Ding Jin and his companions burst into the realm, their swords glinting with lethal intent. In that instant, as Tang Feng's group descended, Lei Tianhua urgently commanded, "Flee." With that, the disciples of the Xianyun sect propelled themselves upward, rushing towards the shore. How foolish. Had he known there was a true dragon in the waters, he would never have attempted to provoke the Dechi sword pavilion. He would let others remain if they wished. He would not partake any longer. Meanwhile, Tang Feng's group, having just arrived, witnessed Lei Tianhua's hasty retreat. Their expressions filled with confusion. "Senior brother." The lackey's keen eyes spotted the dragon the moment he entered the realm of clarity. Though few in Yunlan continent had encountered a true dragon, tales and illustrations abounded, from the elderly to the youngest children who did not know of the dragon's existence. Thus, upon seeing the dragon, the lackey was so frightened that he stammered and trembled uncontrollably. Following his exclamation, Tang Feng's gaze shifted from the retreating Lei Tianhua to the direction indicated by the lackey. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Feng turned and fled. Meanwhile, the furious dragon pursued relentlessly. However, its murderous intent was not particularly strong. After devouring 4 disciples from the great Qi sword sect, it ceased its chase and hurriedly retreated. Nonetheless, upon reaching the shore, Tang Feng was left trembling in fear, his legs quaking, breath uneven. The terror of surviving a brush with death engulfed him like a tidal wave. He felt as though his Dao heart had developed a slight crack. It was horrifying, truly horrifying. Who was the master of this secret realm, capable of commanding a true dragon at will? Such heights. Would he ever have the hope of reaching them in his lifetime? Yet amidst this fear, anger also surged within him. He clearly saw that the 3 children from the Taoyuan immortal sect were submerged underwater, clad in water-repelling garments crafted by the Xianyun sect. Why did the dragon not attack those children? Why were the Xianyun sect members unharmed as they emerged from the water? Why had 4 of his subordinates perished? Did they already know what lay beneath? Had they deliberately jumped in to lure him down? In a fit of anger and humiliation, Tang Feng, his intellect clouded, charged directly at Lei Tianhua with his sword drawn. However, Lei Tianhua was no easy target. He swiftly brandished a long serpent bone whip, cracking it through the air with a resounding snap. "Hey, do I know you? Why are you barking at me for no reason? If you dare to be insolent again, don't blame me for being rude." With caution, Lei Tianhua refrained from striking first. The dozen or so disciples from the Xianyun sect behind him brandished their weapons, glaring at Tang Feng with cold expressions. The atmosphere became tense, as if a battle was poised to erupt at any moment. If Tang Feng dared to make the first move, Lei Tianhua would undoubtedly show no mercy, regardless of the sword sect's reputation. Yet, Tang Feng harbored no fear. Throughout his life, whether in the royal palace or at the sword sect, everyone had bowed before him. He could not tolerate Lei Tianhua's provocation. "How dare you insult me? I will take your life." He momentarily disregarded the 3 children underwater. Today, if he did not eliminate these ignorant rascals from the Xianyun sect, his Dao heart would surely shatter. With a fierce shout, Tang Feng raised his sword without hesitation. A glimmer of cold light aimed directly at Lei Tianhua's neck. Chapter 80. The dragon maiden bound at the bottom of the black water pool. Tang Feng initiated the attack without delay. Lei Tianhua could barely contain his laughter. Though still young, he had encountered numerous secret realms. Such a realm, only allowing cultivators at the peak of foundation establishment to enter, undoubtedly had many mirrored jade stones outside that could observe the events within. Tang Feng's impulsive strike would have been witnessed by many. If he retaliated, it would be deemed self-defense. Should matters escalate, the blame could only fall on Tang Feng. With a cold snort, Lei Tianhua swung his serpent bone whip, unleashing arcs of purple lightning along its length. "You are overstepping your bounds." With a similar roar, the two clashed fiercely. Ironically, neither had even inquired about the other's name. From their initial encounter to this moment, mere moments had passed, yet they were already engaged in a life-and-death struggle. However, Lei Tianhua, a man of principle, refrained from allowing his companions to intervene, choosing to duel Tang Feng one-on-one. The remaining disciples of the Xianyun sect quickly surrounded Tang Feng's few remaining subordinates. Both combatants were of similar cultivation levels. Although Tang Feng's prowess was largely acquired through pills and precious materials, they were still evenly matched. Despite Lei Tianhua having a slight advantage from the outset, finishing the battle quickly would not be as simple as it appeared. Meanwhile, beneath the black water pool, in the realm of clear waters, free from interruption, the dragon returned to Su Luoluo's side. The enormous, fearsome creature now gently cradled her. allowing the young girl to ride upon its back as they glided through the water. In contrast, Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Mang were left behind, struggling to keep up with their short limbs. The water-repelling garments allowed them to move freely underwater, but they provided no propulsion. They had to rely on their own strength to navigate. As such, Su Luoluo had vanished into the depths, borne away by the dragon. "Hey, where are you taking my sister Luoluo?" Fan Tuanchuan shouted, but the dragon ignored her, quickly disappearing from sight. Once both Fan Tuanchuan and Luo Mang lost track of the dragon and Su Luoluo, the mirrored jade stones displaying Su Luo's situation suddenly flickered, akin to a television losing its signal, plunging into darkness. What is happening? In this critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Was the mirrored jade broken? Oh dear. This is infuriating. What was the dragon planning to do with that little girl? Where are the Secret Realm Management Association members? Quickly restore the signal. In an instant, a cacophony of complaints erupted. However, the Management Association members clarified that the mirrored jade was intact. The signal had merely been severed by some powerful energy. Consequently, everyone was left anxiously guessing while observing other mirrored jade stones for updates. Meanwhile, the Taoyuan immortal sect had gradually become a hub of activity. Taoists, monks, nuns, and various others, including the elderly in wheelchairs and a little girl carrying a large gourd, had gathered. Say, Oldly, are you telling me that the little girl being carried off by the dragon is your disciple? And those two, one with a hammer and the little black boy, are your new apprentices as well? Qingxiao Daoist, holding a wine jug and draping an arm around Li Chang'a's shoulders, was filled with questions. He distinctly recalled visiting Taoyuan town recently. Aside from Li Chang'a and Lu Ruoli, there was only a half-witted Wu Xian. How had 3 new disciples appeared in just a few days? Qingxiao Daoist's gaze fixed intently on Li Chang'a, who, despite the recent cosmic phenomena and explosion of spiritual energy, might somehow be related to these new disciples. But Li Chang'a merely chuckled, wrapping an arm around Qingxiao Daoist's shoulders. Haha, you're mistaken. They are all my wife's disciples. I merely handle the cooking, laundry, and making the bed. There was no shame in cherishing his wife. Li Chang'a had grown accustomed to his friends jesting about this. Today, before anyone else could mention it, he brought it up himself. Amidst laughter, the conversation naturally shifted to other topics. An elderly man, who had lost his legs and sat in a wheelchair, leaned closer, his murky eyes scanning the crowd. Hey, Li, before we discuss who your disciples are, why are you suddenly sending out distress signals? Is there a formidable enemy? Despite his cloudy eyes and missing legs, the old man's tone was spirited, as if he feared that the person Li Chang'a had provoked was not strong enough. Brotherly, I only engage in high-level battles. If you've summoned some weaklings, I will have to stay at your place for a year to punish you. The little girl with the large gourd chimed in, her words laced with a playful tone. Li Chang'a laughed heartily, not hiding anything. In front of everyone, he pointed in the direction of the great Qi sword sect. They are not formidable foes, just those bunch of pretentious rascals. Without holding back, Li Chang'a showed no respect for the sword sect members. Naturally, Qin Zhaixing also noticed the peculiar assortment of cultivators that had gathered around Li Chang'a. At first, he intended to utilize his spiritual sense to discern the cultivation levels of those present. However, as soon as his spiritual awareness unfurled, it was met with a piercing glare from a strikingly leggy beauty riding a donkey beside Li Chang'a. Damn it, he was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. His spiritual sense was immensely powerful, yet a mere glance from her sent a tremor through his very heart and mind. Turning, Qin Zhaixing glared at the disciple he had sent to gather intelligence. Didn't you claim that Li Chang'a is a carefree wanderer without any peers? The disciple from the sword pavilion, upon hearing this, cast a furtive glance towards Li Chang'a, and cold sweat began to pour down his face. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with a hint of tears. Master, I assure you, I spent a considerable fortune at the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to gather this information. Even with 100 lives, I would never dare to deceive you. Qin Zhaixing's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the disciple, while the secret realm trial is still ongoing, go back to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and investigate further. If the information is incorrect, notify me immediately. Yes, I am grateful for your mercy. The disciple wasted no time, disregarding the cost of his expenses at the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and rose to soar into the sky on his spirit sword, heading towards the distance. Meanwhile, as the disciple ventured back to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, at the bottom of the Blackwater Pool, Su Luoluo had already been led by the giant dragon to a wondrous underwater palace. The palace was not overly large, yet it felt quite spacious. In the center of the main hall stood 4 robust stone pillars, from which numerous chains dangled. Bound in the center of these pillars was a stunning woman clad in a dark red gown. Her skin was pale as ice, adorned with 2 delicate horns on her forehead, and her lips were as red as blood. Sensing an approaching presence, she abruptly opened her tightly shut eyes. And in an instant, a chilling aura enveloped Su Luoluo entirely. Startled by the woman's gaze, Su Luoluo instinctively took a step back, her entire being on high alert. Simultaneously, the colossal dragon that had carried her here transformed into human form. Unlike the woman's exquisite beauty, the dragon's human guise was somewhat rough and unrefined. However, the man's gaze towards the woman was filled with a melancholy and tenderness that was strikingly delicate. "Alfing, you still remember the bond of marriage. Willing to bring me some delicacies?" The woman spoke with a sultry, bubbly voice. Before Alfing could respond, her gaze shifted to Su Luoluo. "This girl is rather rosy. I imagine her flesh must be quite delectable. Hurry, bring her to my lips." With her alluring red lips parted, the woman licked them, seemingly eager to devour Su Luoluo whole. In response, Su Luoluo could not help but draw both her swords. Frostflower sword in her left hand and Remaining Sun sword in her right. The young girl wore a grave expression, her spiritual energy surging wildly as she prepared to unleash the Gale sword technique with both hands. Although she knew she likely stood no chance, she was resolute in refusing to succumb to death without a struggle. However, at that moment, Alfing suddenly knelt deeply before Su Luoluo, leaving her utterly bewildered. With her swords raised, the young girl maintained her utmost vigilance. "What are you doing? Is this dragon so polite as to bow before devouring someone?" Yet, she recalled that he had not bowed when he had slain those disciples of the great Chi Sword Pavilion. "Little girl, do not misunderstand. I brought you here for a request, harboring no ill intentions." After bowing, Alfing did not immediately address the chained woman, but instead spoke earnestly to Su Luoluo. "I seek your assistance. If you could take care of my son, I would be eternally grateful. If you could merely keep him as a mount, it would suffice. Should he meet an untimely end, it would simply be fate." Despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, Su Luoluo could see the glimmer of tears welling up in Alfing's eyes. "Why do you want me to take your son away?" she asked, glancing between Alfing and the pregnant woman. "I cannot fathom the events that transpired between you, but it is evident that both of you love your child dearly. I believe he would prefer to remain with his parents." Reflecting on the notion of parents, Su Luoluo felt a pang of longing for her father, realizing that she could not tear the young dragon from his family. "This cannot be done. If it were not for necessity, I would not act in such a manner." Alfing shook his head, sighing as he gazed into the distance and began recounting his tale. "I have lingered in this secret realm for over 2 centuries. Each day, I hope for someone to enter the trial, yet I also dread their arrival. I yearn for visitors, knowing this realm will one day be discovered. And when the legacy of the powerful who transformed into this realm is taken, it will cease to exist, along with us within it. I long for someone to rescue my child, to grant him a chance at life. Conversely, I dread early discovery, fearing I may not witness my child's birth. Unable to alter our fate, and anxious about an abrupt end to our current existence. Now, you have arrived at just the right moment. My child is about to be born, allowing me to see him, without the worry of prolonged attachment leading to sorrowful separation." "Little girl," suddenly, Alfing knelt before Su Luoluo, pleading, "I implore you, the child is innocent. I do not wish for him to bear too much weight. I do not even hope for great achievements from him. If he could only be your mount and grow up happily, I would be content." Filled with paternal love, Su Luoluo's heart softened. When her gaze returned to the woman bound to the stone pillar, Alfing seemed to read her thoughts. He knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with a tumultuous blend of love and hatred as he looked upon his wife. 400 years ago, my wife and I fell in love, unburdened by worldly matters or the pursuit of cultivation, roaming freely without a care. As time flew by, a century passed, and my wife became pregnant with our child, strengthening our bond. However, just as joy entered our home, we encountered a woman who called herself the Nine Nether Demon Sovereign. Her garb was peculiar, unlike anything I had seen in this world, and she carried a jade-like object that could play strange music at her whim. We wished to avoid trouble. Yet the 9 Nether Demon Sovereigns suddenly obstructed our path, claiming she had a tremendous opportunity to bestow upon us. Without regard for our wishes, She raised her hand and infused a demonic energy into my wife's womb. We found ourselves powerless to resist, lacking the strength to confront the sovereign of the Nine Nether, forced to merely stand by and watch as our idyllic life shattered. Since that fateful day, my wife underwent a profound transformation, her mind tainted by demonic energy, becoming frenzied and bloodthirsty. Despite my stern demeanor, she stealthily ventured into a mortal realm, extinguishing an entire city. Men, women, children, and even the dogs within, none survived. This sin, this consequence, we could scarcely bear. Retribution arrived swiftly. Unbeknownst to us, while that eminent figure faced tribulations, my wife and I were inadvertently ensnared within the calamity he summoned. It is worth noting that while the tribulation seemed merely a tempest of thunder and lightning to mortals, for cultivators, it represented a deadly snare, a blade that cleaved the soul. In that moment, I understood that our lives were irrevocably over. Chapter 82. The Consequence of Dragon Father and Mother. After a brief pause, Ao Feng continued his narrative. However, the formidable being's tribulation ended in failure, transforming him into a relic of his strength. And we found ourselves ensnared in this enigmatic realm for 3 centuries. Occasionally, a fragment of his divine soul would commune with us. He feared for my wife's mind, influenced by the demonic energy, and thus established a magical binding array with chains to restrain her. Seeing our plight, this powerful entity promised that if anyone were to come to this realm for trials, he would allow them to visit us, hopeful they might bring a glimmer of hope for our child. In exchange, we vowed that should anyone succeed in liberating our son, we would willingly offer our lives and the dragon pearl within us. Each word from Ao Feng resonated with conviction, as if he had rehearsed them countless times in his heart. As he recounted this tale, Su Luoluo felt her heart soften, pitying the dragon baby and his parents, who could have lived joyfully together, now ruined by that woman known as the sovereign of the Nine Nether. Can you not leave this realm with me? The young girl, discontented with the thought of separation, inquired. Ao Feng shook his head, sighing once more. Though the relic was shaped by that powerful figure, his word alone could not dictate the outcome. Throughout history, many strong beings perished during their tribulations, with only a handful transforming into relics to extend their legacies. This phenomenon was partly due to luck, but more so, it was a gift from the heavenly way. The moment we became trapped, our fates were intertwined with this realm, bound together in life and death. Yet, my son was different. He remained merely an unhatched dragon egg, his consciousness still in a state of chaos, unbound by these rules, thus capable of leaving. Kneeling, fists clenched, Ao Feng implored, "Little girl, we share no entanglement, and you owe me nothing. I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but I beseech you, I implore you to save my son's life. Please." With a resounding thud, Ao Feng's forehead struck the ground, the force creating a significant dent in the massive jade tiles. "Very well, since you cannot leave, I shall take your dragon baby with me," Su Luoluo replied, feeling an inexplicable kinship with the dragon baby. She decided to lend a helping hand, believing it to be a small act of kindness. She sheathed her twin swords and approached Ao Feng, offering her support. "Rest assured, I shall not treat him as a mount. I will regard him as a friend, a brother." This declaration brought tears to Ao Feng's eyes. He turned away, hastily wiping them, his voice thick with emotion as he softly expressed his gratitude. However, when he turned to gaze at his wife, his determination intensified. "My dear, I know that being confined in this realm for 3 centuries has altered your perspective. As a mother, you can feel our child within you every day. But please believe that my feelings for our child are no less profound than yours. I too wish to witness his growth, to accompany him as he explores the world, to provide him with security, joy, and a warm home." Suddenly, his voice faltered. Ao Feng produced a chilling blue-eye stagger, and both of us understood, dreams are but dreams. As he approached his wife, his tone grew colder, yet tears streamed down his cheeks. "No, don't come closer. Ao Feng, I hate you. You promised to protect me forever, to ensure our child would grow up happily." The enchanting yet cold woman became frantic, her words tumbling over one another in desperation. She struggled against the chains binding her, but despite her efforts, the iron links merely clanked ominously, radiating an eerie glow, showing no sign of yielding. Finally, Ao Feng stood before his wife, inhaling deeply. He reached out to caress her cheek, whispering softly, "My love, I am sorry for the suffering I have caused you over the years." In a hushed murmur, The blade flashed, a crimson arc erupting as blood mingled with the water, revealing a silver dragon egg cradled in Ao Feng's hand. Strangely, upon the egg's extraction, the once frenzied woman fell into a sudden tranquility, her body sagging in exhaustion, held only by the chains that restrained her. Ao Feng swiftly wrapped his wife's bleeding abdomen with his robe, his heart aching, one hand cradling the dragon egg as he turned towards Su Luoluo. "Little girl, I must trouble you further." Fearful that he might hesitate to part with the egg, he offered it to her without a second glance. This was Su Luoluo's first encounter with a dragon egg, yet the heart-wrenching scene before her rendered her unable to appreciate it. As she accepted the egg, preparing to speak, Ao Feng's somber smile met her gaze before he turned back to his wife. Su Luoluo sensed his intentions, but felt powerless to intervene in the fate of this couple. Taking their child away was her only means of assistance. As Ao Feng approached his wife, he abruptly released the dagger, embracing her tightly. Memories of their past flooded his mind. "My love, do not fear. I shall accompany you on this journey." Without warning, as they embraced, the ice dagger soared, tracing a graceful arc through the water before piercing through both their bodies. Su Luoluo, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, instinctively patted the storage bag containing the dragon egg. Meanwhile, Ao Feng and his wife faced the end of their lives. Leaning close to his wife's ear, Ao Feng's voice was laden with regret. "My love, in our next life, will you allow me to marry you once more?" Chapter 83. The Shoreline Battle, sponsored by the Demon Princess. Ao Feng's whisper reached his wife's ears, and 2 lines of blood tears suddenly glistened in her eyes. Though her hands were restrained by chains, she exerted every ounce of strength to embrace Ao Feng tightly. "I deeply apologize, my lord. I truly regret everything. I am aware that it is entirely my fault that I have jeopardized our family's future. If I had not insisted on tasting the candied hawthorn from the mortal realm that day, we would not have encountered that wretched 9 nether demon lord. Had we not crossed paths with her, then none of this would have transpired. I am so sorry." The wildness and fury that once consumed her had completely dissipated. The woman trembled as she wept, her voice laden with self-recrimination. Alfing remained silent, merely holding his wife tighter. Blood and tears flowed simultaneously. This time, the passage of their lives hastened far beyond the mere ticking of time. In mere moments, the couple hovered on the brink of death. The woman could no longer feel her husband's warmth. Her gaze drifted into the distance, as if she had heard someone calling her mother. "Alfing, do you see? Our child has grown. He resembles you, and he is calling me mother. Alfing." I longed to embrace him. With the last flicker of life extinguished, the couple transformed into glimmers of light that gradually faded away. Once the radiance subsided, 2 lustrous dragon orbs lay quietly on the ground. The entire palace at the bottom of the black water pool fell into a haunting silence. Su Luoluo gazed at the 2 dragon orbs, then touched the storage bag containing the dragon egg. Ultimately, she walked over and gathered the 2 dragon orbs, placing them alongside the dragon egg. This way, it could be said that your family of 3 remains united. Though her heart ached with sorrow, Su Luoluo understood that this was not the moment for lamentation. Calculating the time, she realized she had been down for nearly 10 minutes. Uncertain of how Fan Toanchuan and Luo Mang were faring, as she swam upward, she contemplated leaving this place. However, after swimming for a short distance, she suddenly halted and turned back. Su Luoluo retrieved the blue ice blade belonging to Dragon Father and stored it in her bag. She was unaware that the scenes within the secret realm were being relayed in real time to those outside through the mirror jade stone. Nor did she know that her movements with the dragon family at the bottom of the water were obscured from others' sight. She assumed there was no one else present, believing her act of taking the dragon egg would go unnoticed. She deemed it necessary to conceal this matter for the safety of the dragon baby and to retain an additional trump card. This blue ice blade would serve as her explanation for her disappearance. The dragon had said it was a gift due to their fateful encounter, and if others desired it, they could have it. All she wished for was that the dragon family would remain together. Although it seemed that the dragon's descent with her had not taken much time, and the bottom of the pool was not particularly deep, as Su Luoluo desperately swam upward, she realized just how profound the water truly was. Meanwhile, on the bank of the black water pool, Tang Feng and Lei Tianhua were locked in a fierce battle, now at a boiling point. The combat prowess of the sword cultivator was indeed well deserved of its reputation. Although Lei Tianhua had maintained the upper hand from the outset, and Tang Feng's foundation was unstable compared to Lei Tianhua's solid grounding. After such an extended fight, Lei Tianhua discovered he truly could not defeat his opponent. In fact, as the battle wore on, he began to feel overwhelmed. His temper flared. Seeing Tang Feng's smug demeanor, he felt that if he could not best him, his heart would surely shatter. Frustrated, Lei Tianhua intensified his attacks, unleashing his full power without restraint. The snake-bone whip he wielded struck with relentless precision, producing a thunderous sound that echoed above the black water pool. Yet, no matter how fervently he fought, it was futile. Tang Feng, the young prince of Deqi, was renowned as an invincible sword cultivator among his peers. His sword, a rare holy spirit sword, was a formidable weapon. Though he was indeed a scoundrel, when it came to fighting for his life, Lei Tianhua could not best him. As Lei Tianhua found himself at the end of his strength, Tang Feng's attacks grew increasingly ruthless. At this juncture, he had already concluded that as long as Lei Tianhua did not call for help, he would surely slay him in no time. However, just as Tang Feng believed victory was within his grasp, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A man, clad in oversized shorts and wielding two stone locks, with brows resembling steel rods, suddenly leaped into the fray. Wu Xian had earlier led the disciples of Qingyun's sect away, creating an opportunity for Su Luoluo and her companions to enter the black water pool. Initially intending to lead them astray and return, he soon found himself lost, unable to discern the direction of the pool, and he floundered about like a headless fly. Relying on his boundless strength, he maintained his berserk state without significant fatigue. Finally, just as he was about to cry out in frustration, the sounds of thunder drew him in. The snake-bone whip wielded by Lei Tianhua carried a thunder attribute, which fortuitously aided Wu Xian. Like a hyperactive Mario, he bounded over, and upon seeing the dark waters, he grinned mischievously. After a prolonged period of laughter, Wu Xian focused his gaze and pinpointed the source of the thunder. Noticing the clothing of Tang Feng and the others, he realized they were dressed similarly to the group from the tower that sought to kill them. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xian chose to assist Lei Tianhua in the battle. The hulking figure, without uttering a word, swung the stone locks at Tang Feng. In an instant, Tang Feng lost his advantage, and his situation took a drastic turn. Dodging Wu Xian's assault, Tang Feng glared at Lei Tianhua, exclaiming, "Have you no shame? You called for reinforcements." Lei Tianhua retorted, shaking his snake-bone whip, suppressing his overly anxious breath. With a serious expression, he replied, "Nonsense. I did not call for anyone. He came on his own." Wu Xian was surprisingly understanding. He glanced at Lei Tianhua, then at Tang Feng, declaring, "Indeed, I voluntarily came to thrash you. There are no good people among the disciples of the Great Skin Sword Pavilion." With that, Wu Xian charged forward again, full of boundless energy, like a frenzied gorilla on a stimulant. As for Lei Tianhua, he remained a paragon of virtue. Although his ancestors may have acted shamelessly in stealing the secret to cultivating heavenly steeds from the Xianyun sect, he would never take advantage of another's plight. It was a promised duel, and he would adhere to it, refusing to join forces with Wu Xian against Tang Feng. Instead, he intended to use this moment to recover his spiritual energy and stamina, planning to resume the duel once he was adequately rested. This was not a tag team battle. It was merely a series of one-on-one duels, quite reasonable and honorable. Chapter 84. A thoughtful understanding of being subservient. Luoluo. Where have you been? Don't scare me. Fan Tuanshuan's voice was nearly hoarse from calling out, but the sound carried only a limited distance underwater. After calling for a while without any response, just as the little girl was on the verge of tears, a small figure emerged from the depths of the pool. It was Luoluo. Fan Tuanshuan's heart soared with joy, and she paddled furiously, striving to grasp Su Luoluo's hand. Luo Meng, too, breathed a sigh of relief, following closely behind Fan Tuanshuan as they rushed towards Su Luoluo. The three little ones reunited, their hands tightly clasped together. This was not a place for conversation. Let us ascend and talk above. Su Luoluo took the lead, and the trio resumed their swim, finally breaking the surface of the black water pool. However, just as they emerged, they found Wu Xian and Tang Feng engaged in fierce combat. "You dare to bully our senior brother? You must be tired of living." In terms of temper, Fan Tuanshuan was undoubtedly the most fiery among the disciples of Taoyuan Immortal Sect. The moment her feet found solid ground, she leaped into the fray without even removing her water-resistant clothing. Upon seeing this, Lei Tianhua's smile grew even brighter, relishing the thought that the disciples of the Great Qi Sword Pavilion were in for a tough time. Lei Tianhua discovered that the three children from the Taoyuan immortal sect who had previously submerged were completely unharmed. Could it be that the true dragon had not inflicted any damage upon them? Did they manage to slay the true dragon? No, that did not seem plausible. There must be some extraordinary circumstances at play. Otherwise, these children would not have resurfaced at all. What transpired beneath the water? His mind was filled with questions and astonishment, prompting him to glance at Su Luluo and Luo Mang a few more times. Before he could ponder further, a sudden scream pierced the air. Tang Feng was engaged in a 2-on-1 battle when he was caught off guard and struck on the left leg by Fan Tuanshuan's massive hammer. The blow sent Tang Feng plummeting from the sky, his left leg bending at a bizarre angle, rendering him unable to walk for the foreseeable future. "I'll crush you, you bastard." Wu Xian, fueled by rage, aimed to finish Tang Feng off with a stone lock. Yet, at that critical moment, a sharp sound of a sword echoed. Amidst the clash of metal, a spiritual sword shot forth, aiming directly at Wu Xian's heart. Wu Xian had every intention of killing Tang Feng, but he did not wish to perish alongside him. Faced with such a lethal strike, Wu Xian was compelled to retract the stone lock aimed at Tang Feng and deflect the incoming sword. Upon landing, he noticed a group of over a dozen disciples from the Dachi Sword Pavilion rushing toward them. These were the very individuals who had besieged them from the high tower. Luo Mang, with keen eyesight, immediately recognized Ding Jin among them. Indeed, it was perfect. They could deal with them all at once. Wu Xian also recognized Ding Jin, recalling vividly how ruthless he had been in the tower. While others merely targeted their arms, legs, and hearts, this young man had recklessly swung his sword toward his own groin. Had it not been for his tightly wielded stone lock, he might not have achieved the status of the Taoyuan immortal sect senior brother, but rather that of a senior sister. Wu Xian and his companions were furious, but Ding Jin was not in a better position. During the battle in the tower, out of 30 individuals on his side, 13 had perished and 12 were injured. Now, only 5 remained unscathed. From the beginning of his cultivation journey until now, regardless of the resource competitions between sects or battles against beasts, he had fought hundreds of skirmishes. Yet, this was the first time he had been so utterly defeated, overwhelmed by a big fool leading 3 children. It was humiliating. If he did not avenge this grievance, his heart would surely harbor malevolence. After exiting the tower, he began to heal himself with utmost effort. With a perfected foundation in cultivation, his physical body was already robust. The injuries he sustained were merely superficial, and with the aid of spiritual energy and medicinal pills, he soon returned to his peak state. The outside world was far different from the tower's realm. Without the pressure binding him, he was eager to see which of the children from the Taoyuan immortal sect could challenge him. "Ding Jin, you wish to kill me? Let us see if you possess the capability." Veins bulged on Ding Jin's forehead as he summoned the sword's spiritual energy, causing his garments to flutter without wind. A chilling aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of danger even in Lei Tianhua. "Ding Jin, eliminate them, and those scoundrels from the Xianyan sect as well. Annihilate them all. If you succeed, this holy-grade spiritual sword shall be yours." Tang Feng, lying on the ground and enduring the agony from his shattered leg, suddenly spoke. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he hurled the holy-grade spiritual sword toward Ding Jin. Ding Jin's eyes gleamed, though he held no fondness for Tang Feng. He could not refuse such a precious weapon. For someone of his humble origins, even a superior-grade spiritual sword was a distant dream. Even now, at the perfected foundation stage, he wielded only a low-grade spiritual sword provided by his sect. For years, he had yearned for a weapon worthy of his prowess. Without hesitation, Ding Jin grasped the sword and examined it closely. It felt icy to the touch, with 8 facets. As he infused it with spiritual energy, it seemed the blade itself began to breathe. With a gentle swing, he felt a surge of chilling aura. What a magnificent sword! Casting a glance at Tang Feng, Ding Jin's mindset subtly shifted. Once, he had harbored deep resentment against individuals like Tang Feng, believing they were merely fortunate to have been born into wealth and privilege. Had he shared the same background, he was certain he would have been far superior. Over time, he had convinced himself of his own integrity. Yet now, he realized he had never truly confronted his inner thoughts. His animosity towards those like Tang Feng was born not of integrity, but of jealousy. It was his unfulfilled desires that had bred such envy. In that moment of clarity, Ding Jin resolved, "Very well, I shall kill in your stead." What was wrong with being a dog that fetches a bone? His singular goal was to grow stronger at any cost. With a resounding clang, he swung the holy grade sword. shattering his former low-grade sword into fragments. A crimson hue quickly overtook his gaze as he pointed the sword at Wu Xian and the others. You shall all perish today. Chapter 85. The terrifying sword cultivator. What audacity from the disciple of the sword pavilion. Surely, you do not believe you can slay us all single-handedly? A cacophony of sounds erupted as over a dozen individuals clad in Xianyun sect attire arrived on the scene. The moment Lei Tianhua and Tang Feng had engaged, he had summoned his comrades, and their arrival was perfectly timed. At this moment, the Xianyun sect, led by Lei Tianhua, boasted 30 members, while the Tiyuan Immortal sect had 4, Wu Stin, Su Luoluo, Fan Deanchuan, and Luomang, with a common enemy in the Deqi Sword Pavilion. The two sects had undoubtedly aligned themselves. Together, they numbered 34. Meanwhile, the Deqi Sword Pavilion, after losing 4 members to Alfing and 13 to Su Luo's tempestuous sword Qi, was left with only 23 individuals remaining. If a life-and-death struggle ensued, it was evident that the sword pavilion held the disadvantage. Yet, sword cultivators possessed an inherent arrogance. Ding Jin's fighting spirit surged, his eyes nearly wild with fervor. Whether they could kill was a matter to be tested. He roared, launching the first strike. In that moment, he deemed the act of killing far more significant than any treasure hunt in the secret realm. His power was unleashed without reservation. With a single stroke, he astonished the disciples of Xianyun sect and Su Luoluo alike. Initial bloom. The sword moved with him as he raised it, generating a sword Qi that towered over 3 meters high, resembling a crescent moon in its nascent phase. The sword Qi, sharp and unstoppable, surged forth, enveloping all who stood before Ding Jin in a thick shroud of murderous intent. There was no way to withstand it. Lei Tianhua understood clearly. No disciple of the Xianyun sect could hope to block this strike alone. Sword cultivators were indeed formidable, despite sharing the same cultivation level and wielding similar weapons. This individual's combat prowess was evidently far superior. Astonished, Lei Tianhua braced himself to evade. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Wu Xian, wielding 2 stone locks, charged forth with unrestrained vigor. With arms outstretched, he attempted to shatter the sword Qi known as Initial Bloom. Break for me! With a boisterous shout, the 2 stone locks crashed into the sword Qi. A resounding hum echoed, reverberating painfully in the ears of those nearby. The moment the stone locks made contact with the sword Qi, they were obliterated. Yet, the Initial Bloom sword Qi did not dissipate entirely. The residual force surged forward, striking Wu Xian directly. With a sickening sound, a cloud of blood erupted as the sword Qi's remnants tore open a gruesome wound on Wu Xian's chest, exposing mangled flesh and bone beneath. With a tremendous force, Wu Xian was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against a tree before finally coming to a halt on the ground, transforming instantaneously into a bloodied figure. Master Brother, Su Luoluo, Fan Deanchuan, and Luomang, witnessing this scene, rushed frantically to Wu Xian's side. Ding Jin, observing the situation, remarked on the formidable power of the Holy Grade Spirit Sword, noting how even his seemingly mundane strike had gained remarkable potency. Wu Xian, being a tough and resilient individual, absorbed much of the energy from the sword Qi with the stone lock. Nevertheless, the residual waves of energy inflicted significant damage, leaving Ding Jin pleasantly surprised. Fueled by renewed battle fervor, Ding Jin wasted no time in launching another attack. With a swift flourish, he transformed his slicing strike into a thrust, unleashing a piercing blow. The sound of the sword resonated like a bell, swift as a meteor and fierce as lightning, aimed directly at Su Luo's unsuspecting back. Not good. As Su Luoluo remained oblivious to the imminent danger, Lei Tianhua suddenly drew his whip, channeling immense lightning energy to intercept the oncoming strike. With a thunderous boom, the snake-bone whip shattered upon contact with the sword Qi. The residual energy from the sword Qi sliced through Lei Tianhua's right arm, causing blood to spatter as his severed limb fell to the ground. The remnants of the sword Qi continued to pierce through several large trees behind him before dissipating. With a muffled groan, Lei Tianhua nearly collapsed. His injury incited chaos among the disciples of the Xianyun sect, as some rushed to surround him while others charged directly at Ding Jin. Huh, a bunch of worthless scum, Ding Jin sneered, his left hand forming a sword gesture over the right-hand spirit sword. With a sharp command, Moon Slash, the spirit sword soared into the air, spinning rapidly until it resembled a silver wheel, exuding an unstoppable aura. The sword's trajectory seemed to tear through the very fabric of space. This strike was far more domineering than his previous ones. Even though the Xianyun sect disciples were enraged, they were utterly powerless to thwart it. Fortunately, a disciple specializing in defensive techniques managed to react in time, summoning a mound of earth before him to absorb the blow. With a resounding shout, the earth rose before him, yet Ding Jin's moon slash cleaved through the formidable mound, reducing it to mere dust. Despite the mound's resistance, the speed of the attack remained unabated, and in a flash of brilliance mingled with blood, two bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. The Frey sword cultivators are invincible at their level and can battle beyond their ranks would be etched in memory once more, as the seemingly outnumbered side suffered devastating losses at the hands of a single opponent. As the Holy Great Spirit sword returned, firmly gripped in his hand, Ding Jin's resolve to serve Tang Feng as a loyal dog solidified. Ha! Well done, Ding Jin. Kill faster. I have plenty of treasures at home. As long as you obey, I shall reward you handsomely. With Wu Xian and Lei Tianhua severely wounded and two of Xianyun's sect's minions slain, Tang Feng felt a surge of relief, the pain in his severed leg momentarily forgotten. What a thrill. Thank you, young prince. From now on, should you command me eastward, I shall never venture westward. If you would have me, I wish to call you foster father. I would willingly plunge into the depths of hell for you. Ding Jin was thus resolute. Once he chose a path, he would pursue it to the utmost. Having decided to serve, he endeavored to please his master and provide ample emotional value. A content master would surely reward him. His subservient demeanor starkly contrasted with his previously defiant attitude, greatly satisfying Tang Feng's arrogance. Yes, this is how a lowly commoner should behave before a great prince like me. Haha, good son. Go kill that blue-haired girl with the hammer. Once you do, I shall grant you my surname, Tang. Chapter 86. Fan Tanganchuan is severely wounded. Thank you, father, for the name. Ding Jin, upon hearing those words, knelt in awe before Tang Feng, unable to contain his joy. Rising to his feet, he eagerly boasted to his former impoverished companions, "Mark my words. From this day forth, I shall be known as Tang Jin. This honor is bestowed upon me by my esteemed foster father." Oblivious to the peculiar gazes directed at him, Ding Jin brandished his sword, standing defiantly in midair. "You, blue-haired girl, come and meet your demise." His voice brimmed with excitement, akin to a madman. "Come if you dare. Do you think I fear you? For the injury you inflicted on my master brother, I shall demand your life in return." Fan Tanganchuan, unfazed by the threat, charged forward with her hammer, undeterred by the peril. As she activated her 3 transformations of the golden body technique, a faint golden glow enveloped her arms and neck. The glow coursed through her meridians, intensifying her aura. As she sprinted several steps, her presence transformed, radiating a fierce golden light and her eyes gleaming a fierce crimson. Despite her diminutive stature, her steps grew heavy with newfound power. Ding Jin felt an inexplicable sense of danger and pressure emanating from the child before him. He had never anticipated such formidable energy from someone so small. However, armed with the Holy Great Spirit Sword, he deemed himself invincible within this secret realm. Unfathomably arrogant, he unleashed a strike of the breaking illusion technique, sending forth a wave of sword chi that whipped up fierce winds, causing Fan Tanganchuan's blue hair to flutter wildly. Yet, undeterred by the incoming attack, she swung her hammer with determination, resolved to face the consequences. "Tanganchuan, you can't withstand this. Move aside." On the other side, Luo Meng had begun tending to Wu Xian's wounds. Su Luo, witnessing Fan Tanganchuan's reckless charge, felt a surge of dread. If even their master brother could not withstand the sword chi, was she not courting death? Yet, her urgency left her no time to intervene. Outside the secret realm, Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e were equally distressed. "The Sword Pavilion is bullying us too much. They have attacked us repeatedly. Do they truly think our Taoyuan immortal sect is easy prey?" Lu Ruoli's eyes widened in fury as she smashed the table before her. Li Chang'e gently grasped her hand, attempting to soothe her rising anger. "Do not fret, my dear. Once the children emerge from the secret realm, even if the Sword Pavilion refrains from pursuing us, I shall not let them go unpunished. They shall pay. At the very least, a life of a god transformation master shall be demanded." Li Chang'e's words were not mere bluster. He and Lu Ruoli were both in the tribulation stage. Previously, he had misled Tang Lei into believing he was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, merely to toy with that fool. With 2 tribulation stage cultivators and a host of allies, even if the Sword Pavilion dispatched more members, they would possess the strength to confront them, provided the core figures of the sword pavilion remained absent. Today, he was determined to carve a significant piece from the sword pavilion. Meanwhile, the leading elder of the sword pavilion, Chen Zhaixing, wore a smug expression, often glancing around with a sense of superiority. Did you see that? This is what it means to be a sword cultivator. Seize opportunities? Better keep your lives safe. Kill. Eliminate them all. Let the might of our sword pavilion resound. Chen Zhaixing's disciples echoed his sentiments, heads held high, brimming with pride. And among them, the one most delighted was Tang Feng, who had suffered a broken leg at the hands of Fan Tuanchuan, as that reckless little girl brandished a rusty iron hammer. Seemingly intent on clashing with Ding Jin's sword technique, Tang Feng could hardly contain his laughter. This was not the audacity of youth, it was sheer folly. In the blink of an eye, Fan Tuanchuan's massive hammer struck the sacred spirit sword. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air, accompanied by a shower of sparks that made everyone's hearts skip a beat. But as the sparks faded, a blue figure fell to the ground. In midair, Ding Jin's sinister grin vanished in an instant. How could this be possible? The imagined scene of Fan Tuanchuan being cleaved in two did not unfold. That little girl had indeed withstood his formidable strike with her hammer. Ding Jin, now holding the spirit sword, scrutinized it closely. To his astonishment, he detected a slight crack at the tip of the blade. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. How could this be? This was a sacred spirit sword. With a look of terror, he turned his gaze to Fan Tuanchuan, who wielded the hammer with no visible damage. The hammer glimmered with silver light, showing no signs of wear. Ding Jin was dumbfounded, and so were the others. Lei Tianhua, holding healing pills, forgot to consume them. He thought he might be hallucinating. He, with comparable cultivation to Ding Jin, had sacrificed a high-grade spirit weapon and an arm to block a strike. Yet this little girl, only at the mid-stage of chi condensation, had withstood a blow from someone of a significantly higher realm, who had claimed that sword cultivators were invincible among their peers. What kind of cultivation did this girl possess? Was she not far superior to any sword cultivator? Ha ha! Sister Tuanchuan, strike him on the head. Even Wu Xian, who was recuperating, couldn't suppress his excitement and shouted. He thought that upon returning, he would have to persuade his master to forge him 2 iron locks, as stone locks were too fragile. Meanwhile, Fan Tuanchuan felt a bit dazed herself. She was indeed reckless, but not foolish. This hammer was certainly not made by a mere blacksmith from a neighboring village, as her grandfather had claimed. While she had managed to block Ding Jin's strike, she was not entirely unscathed. The 3 transformations golden body technique had significantly enhanced her physical resilience and strength. Yet, despite absorbing most of the sword's power, she felt an internal injury after holding the hammer. It was as if a thunderous explosion had erupted near her ear, leaving her unable to hear the outside world. Only a persistent buzzing in her ears. Her heart raced, her eyes reddened, and her right arm, which held the hammer, had lost all sensation. Most alarmingly, as she landed, she felt a surge of blood rising within her. She was about to vomit blood. With her mouth tightly shut, Fan Tuanchuan struggled to suppress the rising tide of blood. But soon, a more violent wave surged back. Unable to contain herself, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The hammer clattered to the ground as her body collapsed. Tuanchuan. Su Luoluo rushed over, catching Fan Tuanchuan just before she hit the ground. Both girls were splattered with blood. Fan Tuanchuan opened her eyes slightly, and, seeing Su Luoluo, managed a feeble smile. Sister Luoluo, I think I see my great-grandmother waving at me. Don't engage that monster directly. This is a secret realm, and your guards cannot protect you here. Hurry and leave. I can still hold them off for a moment. With that, Fan Tuanchuan struggled to rise again, but she lacked the strength. She barely got halfway up before darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Ding Jin, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and kill. Meanwhile, Tang Feng was filled with shock and anger. He had anticipated witnessing the little girl suffer a brutal end, yet all she did was spit blood. Ding Jin, still lamenting over his sacred spirit sword, snapped back to reality upon hearing Tang Feng's shout. How could he not be furious? His full-powered strike had been thwarted by a mere child in the mid-stage of chi condensation. If this news got out, what would become of his reputation and that of the sword pavilion? Glaring at the 2 girls huddled together on the ground, Ding Jin launched another attack. With a single strike, he unleashed a soul-stirring blow. This time, he gathered all his energy. The spirit sword in his hand shimmered brilliantly as he infused it with spiritual power. He soared into the sky, reaching a significant height, and then plunged downward, thrusting the sword toward the ground. The tip of the sword emitted a resonant hum. As he completed his charge, a giant sword apparition materialized, enveloping him and his spirit sword. This strike carried more power than any he had executed before. A tremendous pressure descended from above, causing even the grass and trees below to bow down in submission. Die. All of you die. Ding Jin was exhausted, finding it surprisingly challenging to kill a few children. Just as he completed his charge and the giant sword apparition manifested, the onlookers believed Su Luoluo and Fan Tuanshuan were doomed. Yet, at that very moment, Su Luoluo, holding Fan Tuanshuan, abruptly raised her hand and unleashed a talisman. Freeze. The talisman appeared unremarkable, crafted from ordinary paper rather than the specialized yellow paper used for talismans. Yet, with a flick of her wrist, a massive character for freeze materialized and struck the descending sword apparition. Instantly, the giant sword faltered, and a bizarre scene unfolded. Ding Jin and the sword apparition were truly immobilized, as if a film had been paused in the midst of a fierce battle. They hovered in midair for a full 3 seconds. For Ding Jin, the sensation was surreal. All his senses remained intact, yet he was powerless to act. He couldn't tell if he had abandoned this world or if it had forsaken him. During those 3 seconds, he felt as if he had been cast into the void. After 3 seconds, a flicker of relief appeared in Ding Jin's gaze. The giant sword continued its descent, and his sinister expression remained unchanged. Although the 3 seconds seemed inconsequential to the battle, they were a monumental opportunity for Su Luoluo. Before entering the black water pool, she had prepared over 100 of those immobilizing talismans, each capable of freezing him for 3 seconds, totaling over 300 seconds. If she could eliminate him during this window, all danger would swiftly dissipate. With that thought, she pulled out a handful of immobilizing talismans and hurled them at Ding Jin in rapid succession. In an instant, Ding Jin transitioned from being paused to being abruptly disconnected, with the giant sword apparition still descending. However, its previously unstoppable momentum turned jerky and ineffectual. The observers from the Great Chi Sword Pavilion were left dumbfounded. What was this? How could she possess so many immobilizing talismans? Tang Feng was so enraged that he nearly foamed at the mouth. This was utterly absurd. These children were proving exceedingly difficult to kill. Yet, as he glared at Su Luoluo, she directed her attention toward Lei Tianhua and the others. Brothers, you have already made enemies with the Sword Pavilion. While I hold this formidable foe at bay, you should swiftly deal with the others. By the way, someone should kill this immobilized one first. It's urgent. With clarity of thought, Su Luoluo's words jolted everyone into action. Lei Tianhua glanced at his severed arm and gritted his teeth. Go. Surround and annihilate those disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Leave not a single survivor. Tang Feng had just declared his intent to eradicate all members of the Xianyan sect. Now presented with the opportunity to retaliate, Lei Tianhua showed no hesitation in seizing the moment. His subordinates, numbering over 20 disciples from the Xianyan sect, swiftly drew their weapons and charged toward Tang Feng and his companions. Lei Tianhua's gaze, filled with malice, fell upon Ding Jin. The grudge over his severed arm was one he could not ignore. With a flick of his left hand over his storage pouch, a dagger imbued with a sinister black aura materialized in his grasp. This dagger, crafted from the fangs of the soul-eating tiger, exuded a malevolent energy capable of devouring souls. Brandishing the dagger, Lei Tianhua cast a glance at Su Luoluo before leaping into action. In the face of the phantom of Ding Jin's grand sword, his small dagger appeared almost trivial. Yet, as he swung it, a haunting whistle echoed, suggesting an overwhelming force intent on devouring all adversaries in its path. Observing this, Su Luoluo intensified her efforts to deploy immobilization talismans, ensuring Ding Jin had no chance to counterattack. Cunningly, Lei Tianhua remained vigilant. Though Ding Jin and his sword techniques were restrained, it did not imply that their power had diminished. Just as the dagger was about to collide with the sword's phantom, Lei Tianhua abruptly altered his trajectory, evading the sword's sharp edge and targeting the blade itself with a swift strike. In an instant, the phantom shattered, and Ding Jin's technique was nullified. Without a moment's pause, Lei Tianhua surged toward Ding Jin, the dagger aimed directly at his heart. You shall perish. Chapter 88. Triggering the rebound, just as the dagger was mere feet from Ding Jin's heart, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A radiant golden-feathered arrow hurtled toward him with breathtaking speed. Startled, Lei Tianhua barely managed to sidestep the arrow, yet it still pierced through his robe, creating a gaping hole. Before he could discern the arrow's origin, A flurry of shimmering golden arrows appeared in his line of sight, their sheer volume rendering him momentarily dazed. No longer fixated on exterminating Ding Jin, Lei Tianhua became a frightened prey, desperately evading the barrage. To his dismay, it was not just he who had become a target. Su Luoluo on the ground was also in the crosshairs. A volley of golden arrows was unleashed toward her, filled with a murderous intent that forced her to abandon her efforts to immobilize Ding Jin and seek refuge instead. The precarious balance of power had been shattered anew, with all eyes drawn to the approaching figures in the distance. The Qingyun sect. Upon recognizing the garb of the newcomers, Su Luo's brows furrowed and her fists clenched tightly. When she had first entered the secret realm, the disciples of the Qingyun sect had pursued her relentlessly, despite her having no prior acquaintance with them. Their motives appeared devoid of reason, and now they had returned to sow chaos once more. It seemed inevitable that a bloody battle was on the horizon. With Ding Jin already posing a formidable challenge, the arrival of so many from the Qingyun sect left her with little hope for victory. Senior brother, it is them. They have slain 5 of our comrades. The Qingyun sect had dispatched 20 disciples into the secret realm, after failing to kill Su Luoluo and her companions. They had lost 4 members to counterattacks. At the summit of the first trial, they had faced off against fearsome tigers over the so-called longevity pills, resulting in the loss of another 4. When they reached the Heishui Pond, Wu Xian had sacrificed another comrade to divert the attention of the Qingyun sect disciples who had discovered their location. Thus, only 11 Qingyun disciples remained. Their leader, Shi Xian, had summoned all remaining members, spurred on by news from those who had been lured away and the commotion at the pond. Indeed, Shi Xian harbored no goodwill towards the Sword Pavilion, but his motives for intervening in Ding Jin's defense were calculated. He had witnessed the Sword Pavilion's overwhelming advantage in the conflict. However, the extraordinary girl in the colorful dress wielded numerous immobilization talismans, which had shifted the tides of battle in their favor. Now, it was clear that the Qingyun sect could dictate the outcome at will. Oh, is this not the esteemed prince of Deqi, brother Tang Feng of the Sword Pavilion? Did you not plan to seize the longevity pill atop the mountain? Have you succeeded? With a mocking tone, Shi Xian circled Tang Feng, his curiosity palpable. Tang Feng's expression shifted from arrogance to discomfort. He had previously boasted before Shi Xian, yet now found himself in a precarious position. What do you want? Despite the dire circumstances, Tang Feng maintained an air of haughtiness. I merely wish to negotiate a business deal with the young prince. Are you interested? Shi Xian spread his hands, feigning sincerity. Tang Feng quickly grasped his intent and, with a cold voice, inquired, what is your price? Just help me eliminate those rascals from the Taoyuan Immortal sect and those scoundrels from the Xianyan sect, and you can name your fee. At this, Shi Xian chuckled heartily. Ah, the Prince of Deqi is indeed bold. However, I am not one to be insatiably greedy. I prefer to go with the flow. Thus, I will not demand much. Simply hand over all your storage pouches, and I will assist you in vanquishing your foes. Ultimately, should Shi Xian have to choose a side, he would lean towards the Sword Pavilion, as even the promise of greater compensation from the opposition would not warrant risking a confrontation with Tang Feng, given the weight of his backing. Deal. To Shi Xian's surprise, Tang Feng agreed without hesitation. A collection of storage pouches was tossed before Shi Xian, who was further taken aback when Tang Feng added, these are yours. In addition, once we exit the secret realm, I shall reward you with 50 million low-grade spirit stones. With this, Shi Xian's objectives had been fully realized. Ah, the young prince is indeed generous. As he gathered the storage pouches, he turned to face Su Luoluo and her companions, fixing his gaze upon her. Little girl, your immobilization talismans are impressive, but you cannot possibly restrain us all. I advise you to stand still and accept your fate. His smile twisted into a malevolent grin as he conjured a brush, its tip glowing with spiritual energy. With a swift motion, he inscribed the character for kill, and a powerful pulse surged as he thrust it towards Su Luoluo. The speed was so swift that the young girl had no time to evade. The character struck her squarely in the heart, yet there was no indication of harm. Shi Xian's smile slowly faded, replaced by disbelief and profound shock. Had he failed to inscribe the character correctly? Or perhaps it lacked elegance. Why was she still alive? At first, Su Luoluo felt a moment of panic. But then she recalled how the attacks from the sect leader Luo Qingyang had also failed to inflict damage upon her. Moreover, she was merely facing a low-level cultivator now. Surely, a senior was protecting her. A surge of reassurance flooded her heart as she lifted her gaze to meet Sher Xian's. Meanwhile, Sher Xian, undeterred, continued his assault, inscribing over 20 characters for kill, his hand cramping from the effort. Finally, he flung his sleeve, sending a barrage of these deadly inscriptions hurtling toward her, each one moving with astonishing speed. Su Luoluo found herself entirely alone, yet she felt nothing at all. Meanwhile, on Su Chen's mobile phone in the real world, a notification suddenly appeared. Alert! Your daughter's celestial talisman has been attacked, triggering a rebound mechanism. Su Chen smiled wryly. In Chapter 89, the scheme against Su Chen, a fledgling cultivator danced around Su Luoluo, but Su Chen remained unperturbed. Instead, he felt a lingering discomfort from encountering his father, Su Peiguang, and Hu Hongxia after lunch. Su Chen harbored no fondness for his biological father, who had been absent for most of his life. He had lived with his mother, who suffered at the hands of Su Peiguang's violent outbursts whenever he returned home. All the family's money was squandered on gambling, ultimately leading to his mother's untimely death due to a lack of funds for treatment. Su Peiguang's abandonment of Su Chen was but a minor transgression in his long list of misdeeds. After years apart, Su Chen had assumed that Su Peiguang and Hu Hongxia had met their demise due to their reckless gambling. To his surprise, they had returned, seeking to lay claim to his fortune. As darkness encroached outside, Su Chen resolved firmly within himself. Su Peiguang and Hu Hongxia, recognizing his resolute stance, understood that leveraging familial ties to persuade him into compliance was futile. Their only recourse was to manipulate public opinion. They planned to contact multiple media outlets to publicize Su Chen's neglect of his father, banking on the sensationalism of the moment to garner attention. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo, unaware of the external turmoil, sensed the protective aura surrounding her, but remained oblivious to its true capabilities. When the disciple from Qingyun's sect inscribed a series of deadly characters directed at her, her calm demeanor belied the imminent danger. The characters, glowing ominously, merged into her being. Yet she felt no impact. In a stunning turn of events, one of the deadly characters rebounded. Even the seasoned fighters, including Sher Xian, Ding Jin, and Tang Feng, were taken aback by this unforeseen occurrence. Sher Xian, shaken, narrowly evaded the lethal character, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he grappled with the reality of the situation. His thoughts raced. Was it a malfunction of his spiritual artifact or a flaw in his technique? Or did Su Luoluo possess some divine protective artifact? As he pondered, the chilling realization struck him. His younger brother, Shi Chong, lay gravely wounded, his life slipping away. Brother! Sher Xian cried, rushing to his sibling's side, cradling him in desperation. But it was too late. Shi Chong's life extinguished, leaving Sher Xian heartbroken. The bond they shared since childhood was now shattered, with his grief overwhelming him. Sher Xian was momentarily paralyzed, but Ding Jin's voice broke through the haze of despair. Now is not the time for tears. We must avenge your brother. Let us strike together. Revitalized by Ding Jin's words, Sher Xian set aside his sorrow, his gaze steely as he focused on Su Luoluo once more. The situation remained dire, but they could not falter. As Sher Xian wielded his spiritual artifact once more, and Ding Jin prepared to unleash his sword technique, the battle resumed with renewed ferocity. Su Luoluo protected the unconscious Fan Tuanshuan, while the disciples of Xianyun's sect, led by Lei Tianhua, fought fiercely, seeking an opportunity to retreat. The urgency of survival took precedence as they engaged in the chaotic skirmish. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from above. Let me see what other tricks you possess. Ding Jin infused his essence into his sword, unleashing a torrential storm of blades, apocalypse sword rain. As the blinding light descended, the disciples of Xianyun's sect, sensing the overwhelming odds, chose survival over valor. Apologies, young lady. We must take our leave, Lei Tianhua declared, hastily gathering his comrades and fleeing, leaving Su Luoluo to face the impending storm alone. With resolve, Su Luoluo braced herself against the onslaught, shielding Fan Tuanshuan with her own body, praying fervently that her protective talisman would see her through this trial. Pierce them all, she cried, rallying her spirit amidst the chaos. The twists and turns of this ordeal were exceedingly exhilarating, leaving him both thrilled and furious. However, it seemed that the tumult was far from over. As the rain of swords descended from the heavens, poised to strike down upon Su Luoluo and her companions, Wu Xian felt the wounds inflicted by Ding Jin's blade on his chest had nearly healed thanks to Luo Mang's treatment. At that critical moment, With life hanging in the balance, Wu Xian broke free from Luo Meng's water spirit nurturing technique. He leaped into the air, his form soaring above Su Luo's head. In an instant, their eyes met, and Wu Xian displayed a goofy smile. Then, with a thunderous roar that echoed across the black water pond for miles, even Lei Tianhua and his companions, who had just fled a short distance, couldn't help but stop and glance back. As the roar reverberated, Su Luoluo looked up and saw Wu Xian's already large physique swell even further. In the blink of an eye, he had grown tenfold. And not only did his size increase, but his entire body was now covered in dense, jet-black fur. His anatomical structure had also diverged from that of a human, as his facial features underwent a dramatic transformation. With a resounding thud, the massive form descended from the sky. Wu Xian landed on all fours, his back toward the sky, shielding Su Luoluo, Fan Tuan Tuan, and Luo Meng beneath him. The master had once said, as the elder brother, one must embody the role. Even if they were all to perish today, Wu Xian was determined to face death head-on for the sake of everyone else. Lowering his head, the depths of his giant eyes shimmered. His breath gusted upon Su Luoluo and the others, stirring the dust beneath them. He had transformed into a colossal gorilla. Wu Xian had become an enormous creature standing 8 to 9 zhang tall. Everyone harbors a primal fear of giants. If one does not feel fear in the presence of such a creature, it merely indicates that the giant is not sufficiently large. Upon witnessing the towering figure of the super gorilla, Su Luoluo felt a fleeting panic. But it was quickly replaced by a wave of emotion that nearly brought her to tears. Elder brother. He is using his body to shield us from the rain of swords. The giant ape. He is of the demon race. Meanwhile, on Ding Jin's side, others gasped in astonishment, but there was no time for prolonged shock, as the rain of swords was already descending like falling stars. Ding Jin's annihilating sword rain lacked precision. It indiscriminately rained down upon the area where Su Luoluo and the others stood. Ancient trees and massive stones at the pond's edge were cleaved in two, and even the surface of the black water pond erupted into towering waves. Puff, puff, puff. Wu Xian, now in his giant gorilla form, was struck by 2 or 3 dozen swords. His broad back split open, revealing gaping wounds as the sword light dissipated, leaving behind gruesome blood holes. Roaring in agony, Wu Xian let out another furious bellow. Fortunately, in his transformed state, his defensive capabilities and self-healing abilities had reached a grotesquely enhanced level. Even though he was invincible among opponents of the same rank, the recent area-wide assault posed no real threat to his life. However, his true form elicited a greater shock among others than Su Luoluo's earlier reflection of Shi Xian's attack. Within the secret realm, Ding Jin, Tang Feng, and Shi Xian all looked at Wu Xian with intensified murderous intent. Even outside the secret realm, the leader of the De Qi sword sect, Qin Zhaixing, rose abruptly, his eyes blazing as he glared toward Lu Ruoli. How dare the Taoyuan immortal sect admit the wicked demon race into their ranks? Is this how dire the situation has become for the righteous sects of Yunlan continent? Not only the De Qi sword sect, but also various other sects, and even some rogue cultivators cast hostile glances toward Lu Ruoli and her companions. In an instant, it seemed that those with Lu Ruoli had become the targets of collective ire. A deep, resonant cough suddenly echoed from the high platform. The elder of the Secret Realm Management Association, the most powerful and prestigious force in Yunlan continent, stood up and directed his gaze toward Lu Ruoli. According to Article 120 of the Secret Realm Management Association, the demon race, demon creatures, and evil cultivators are prohibited from entering the secret realm in any form. The Taoyuan Immortal Sect has violated the regulations of the Secret Realm Management Association and, as such, must face punishment. I hereby declare, once the members of the Taoyuan Immortal Sect exit the secret realm, they are to be apprehended on the spot and taken back to the headquarters of the Hanhai Dynasty's Secret Realm Management Association. This is to revoke any opportunities they may have gained within the secret realm and to confine them at the Cliff of Reflection for 9 years of ideological education, guiding them back to the righteous path. Such a swift sentencing from the Secret Realm Management Association was utterly audacious. Yet, Lu Ruoli was no pushover. Standing tall with her hands clasped behind her back, she faced the lofty demeanor of the Secret Realm Management Association and the angry glares from the De Qi sword sect and other cultivators with indifference. Humph. With a cold grunt, Lu Ruoli flicked her sleeve, declaring, I care not for your notions of righteousness or wickedness. My disciples are inherently pure-hearted. and should anyone dare to harm them, I shall fight to the death. Not even mentioning Wu Xian specifically, she referred to them simply as my disciples. An act that could easily be construed as a provocation against the so-called righteous sections. Damn it. We need not wait for the secret realm trial to conclude. We should apprehend them all now. Qin Zhaixing's eyes darted, rallying the members of the Secret Realm Management Association. He also glanced toward a certain direction behind him, pondering how long it had been since his disciple had gone to the Tiangong Pavilion for information. Why had they not returned yet? Did that Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli truly possess formidable backing? Anxiously, Qin Zhaixing decided to incite others to take action against Lu Ruoli and her companions. However, he needn't have worried. The members of the Secret Realm Management Association were always inclined to act unilaterally. Having been publicly challenged by Lu Ruoli, they could hardly save face. The elder dispatched to maintain order in the secret realm set his teacup down with a thud after Lu Ruoli finished speaking. Instantly, a wave of spiritual pressure erupted, compelling numerous cultivators to lower their heads. Yet, when his pressure reached Lu Ruoli, it felt no more than a gentle breeze against her face. Even Li Chang'e refrained from intervening. The young girl standing beside him, who bore an oversized gourd on her back, yawned and casually tossed the large gourd away. With a crisp sound, she placed her hands on her hips, asserting, "Do you think you can intimidate us? You'll find that you've kicked a steel plate." As she spoke, two large snakes of blue and white emerged from the gourd, instantly transforming into enormous pythons stretching over 10 zhang in length. With a roar, the two giant pythons coiled around the young girl, their hissing tongues shattering the elder's oppressive aura. The girl giggled playfully, saying, "Honestly, I'm quite tired of you so-called righteous folk. You claim that demon races are inherently malevolent and must be eradicated, that even if they pose no threat now, they will in the future, and that roots must be severed early. Yet, what is the reality? Each of you possesses demon mounts and battle pets. By your own logic, does that not mean you all collude with the demon race?" Her words reddened the faces of those self-proclaimed righteous cultivators. Yet, some still clung to their beliefs, insisting that their reasoning was unassailable, dismissing others' arguments as mere sophistry. Qin Zhaixing, his voice booming, retorted, "How dare you speak here? What is wrong with having mounts or battle pets? They are spiritual beasts, sentient beings, and cannot be compared to the wild and unruly demon race." His words rekindled the pride of the so-called righteous cultivators, who straightened their backs, their airs restored. TSK, what a blatant display of double standards. It seems that those who yield to you are considered spirit beasts, while those who refuse to bow are labeled as demon tribes. I must inquire, who grants you the authority to dictate such distinctions of right and wrong? Despite her tender age, the young girl possesses a sharp tongue and eloquence. As her words resonated, a wave of cheers erupted from behind Li Chang'e. Well said. There are good and bad among humans, and distinctions of virtue and vice exist among beasts. Not all demon tribes are wicked and bloodthirsty fiends. Indeed, why must we abide by your rules? They declared, "We shall act according to our own inclinations. If you dare to lay a finger on the children of Taoyuan Xinzong, I would rather self-destruct than let you righteous scoundrels escape unscathed." In an instant, the crowd was inflamed with indignation. The supporters of Li Chang'e began to take a stance, ready to strike at any moment. At this point, the members of Qin Zhaixing's faction felt utterly deflated. Having cultivated for a lifetime, especially in the esteemed position of an elder, they were far more fearful of death than the average person. The more one possesses, the greater the fear of loss, a truth akin to the fear of the barefooted by the shod. However, the situation reached a critical juncture. To refrain from combat would tarnish the dignity of the righteous. Thus, an elder from the Secret Realm Management Association soared into the air, shattering a jade tablet before the assembled crowd. "I am Qinghai Yao, the 13th elder of the Secret Realm Management Association. Today, we confront the rioters who defy the regulations of the Secret Realm. We request the assistance of the association's ancient relics." With his flowing robes billowing, Qinghai Yao clasped his fists and bowed deeply towards the Hanhai dynasty. In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful pressure descended upon the crowd, enveloping them without a sound. This mere aura instilled a profound sense of despair and fear in all present. The two enormous pythons summoned by the young girl were forced to the ground, unable to rise. The entire Tsungyun mountain hollow was shrouded in this immense pressure. Is that a perfected tribulation transcending expert? Some from the righteous sects gasped. internally lamenting the formidable strength of the Secret Realm Management Association. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one ascends. Once a certain level is reached, even a minor gap in realms can result in a chasm in combat prowess. Though both Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli were also tribulation-transcending cultivators, their early-stage tribulation was clearly insufficient in the face of such mastery. The members of Taoyuan Xianzong found themselves utterly subdued beneath that oppressive force. Despite their inner resentment, they were powerless to resist. Humph! Qin Zhaixing couldn't help but sneer, feeling a surge of triumph. These individuals, having colluded with the demon tribes, would inevitably become a bane. It would be better to eliminate them now while they were under the weight of that pressure. He continued to speak, though his body remained still, eyes scanning for any fool willing to take the lead. Indeed, they have already been seduced by the demon tribes and are no different from them. To slay them is to act in accordance with justice. Surprisingly, there was indeed a fool among them. The leader of a second-rate sect bellowed, suddenly unleashing a torrent of flames towards Li Chang'e and his companions without any prior warning. Though his Yuan-ing cultivation was considerable, indeed, quite powerful, it was a matter of comparison. He understood that his techniques would not harm Li Chang'e and the others. He merely expected that his act would incite others to join in. However, he was gravely mistaken. This was undeniably the territory of the Secret Realm Management Association, which held absolute authority. Who were they, mere trivial figures, to boldly step forward? It was akin to a servant intervening amidst a dispute between two great factions in a restaurant before either party had even begun to act. As anticipated, the flames he conjured had scarcely approached Li Chang'e before they were reduced to ash by Qinghai Yao's strike. With a frown, Qinghai Yao retaliated with a swift motion, sending the aggressor flying. Without uttering a word, he shot a glare that silenced the man, instilling fear that rendered him mute. Seizing the opportunity, Qinghai Yao spoke coolly. I have just announced the violations of Taoyuan Xianzong regarding the Secret Realm Management regulations and their consequent punishment. Let matters be handled as they ought. Should anyone harbor ulterior motives and wish to use our hands to commit murder, do not blame the Secret Realm Management Association for being merciless. This warning was a resounding slap in the face to Qin Zhaixing. Nevertheless, the members of the Secret Realm Management Association were, after all, somewhat reasonable. Their aim was merely to uphold their regulations, not to escalate the situation. One by one, the crowd returned to their positions. While the pressure emanating from the Hanhai dynasty continued to weigh heavily upon Li Chang'e and his companions. What to do? If this pressure persists, our combat effectiveness will surely be severely diminished. At that point, even risking our lives may not suffice to rescue those children. The alcohol-laden aura around Daoist Qin Xiao had considerably lessened, and he asked gravely. Yet, Lu Ruoli lifted her gaze to the heavens, displaying little concern. What is a blessing may not be a curse. What is a curse cannot be avoided. In any case, should anyone harm my disciple, I shall confront them with all my might. If I must perish, I shall ensure they are stained with my blood. Furthermore, we are not necessarily destined to fail. The thought of Su Luo's protector suddenly instilled in Lu Ruoli a sense of reassurance. Chapter 92. The current generation is overly aggressive outside the secret realm. There was a commotion, while peril also lurked within. Wu Xian transformed into a colossal ape, blocking Ding Jin's barrage of sword rain. This shift brought about a monumental change in the battle's dynamics, especially upon witnessing the visible regeneration of the gaping wounds on Wu Xian's body. Even the injured fur restored to its original state. Ding Jin, Tang Feng, and Shi Xen were thrown into a state of panic. When one's attacks cannot outpace another's healing speed, it renders each strike ineffective, granting the latter countless chances for error. They could afford to fail 1,000 times. But Ding Jin and his companions had no such luxury. Do not panic. No matter how formidable he is, he stands alone, and his cultivation is not superior to ours. If we unite our strengths, we shall surely vanquish him. Ding Jin proclaimed loudly, his mind now devoid of any thoughts of bravado. Meanwhile, Wu Xian turned towards Su Luoluo. Speaking in a low voice, I will hold them off here. You all must hurry and leave the secret realm. Remember, do not look back. Depart as swiftly as possible. At this point, continuing the trial would be tantamount to courting death. As a member of the demon tribe, Wu Xian was acutely aware of the consequences of revealing his true form. His intention was to safeguard Su Luoluo and her companions as they escaped this perilous locale, thereafter severing ties with Taoyuan Xianzong to shield his masters from danger. However, Su Luoluo shook her head repeatedly. Senior brother, we will not flee. If we are to leave, we shall do so together. We are family, and as family, we must remain united. Her voice was soft, but the word family deeply touched Wu Xian's heart. All right, then we shall annihilate them all and depart together. With a resounding crash, Wu Xian struck the ground, sending dust swirling as he turned to face Ding Jin and his faction. His enormous fists pounded against his chest, exuding a fierce battle spirit. With a clang, Su Luoluo unsheathed her dual swords, no longer concealing her true capabilities. She resolved to swing her blades with all her might. Remarkably, even the timid and somewhat cowardly Luo Meng did not shy away this time. He took Su Luo's place, cradling Fan Tuanshuan in his arms, channeling spiritual energy as he began to heal her without a word. An intense battle was on the brink of erupting, but at that moment, the winds shifted dramatically. The heavens and earth transformed, and the entire realm within the secret realm seemed to become a chaotic tapestry. Mountains and rivers shifted, the very fabric of reality spun. Su Luoluo felt as though the ground beneath her had come alive, galloping like a steed beneath her feet. As her gaze shifted, Su Luoluo observed that Ding Jin and his companions were similarly swept away by the revived land, carried off into the distance. This sudden transformation lasted only a few fleeting seconds. However, when the world regained its tranquility, Su Luoluo found herself in an extraordinary environment. Not only had Ding Jin and his group vanished, but even Wu Xian, Fan Tuanshuan, and Luo Meng were nowhere to be seen. She was about to call out to her senior brother, questioning their whereabouts, when she was met with a familiar face. Oh, little girl, we meet again, chuckled the elderly man, who had previously appeared in both the first and second trials. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding scenery shifted. One moment, Su Luoluo stood in a bamboo grove, and the next, she found herself seated in a tastefully decorated room. Do not be surprised. The elder continued with a smile. This secret realm is of my own making. Although I am but a wisp of spirit, I am the master of my domain. Here, I embody the Tao of heaven. Come, let us enjoy some tea, he said jovially, gesturing towards a teacup. Su Luoluo had no inclination to sip tea. She took a symbolic sip and hastily inquired, Grandfather, what has happened to my other companions? Are they safe? Her urgency was met with the elder's calm demeanor. They are fine. I have used my powers to send your companions and others to different places. Alas, the world today is rife with malice. It seems that violence is the only solution to conflicts. I had not intended to intervene, as I had set many challenges ahead for you to face. However, you children became so engrossed in fighting that you neglected to explore the secret realm. I grew weary of waiting. After 300 years, it was a rare delight to have someone enter, someone I felt a connection with. I could not sit idly by as you continued your skirmishes. Since you choose not to explore, I shall present my legacy to you. Once you receive my teachings, I will send you away, allowing this secret realm to vanish and grant myself some peace. The elder's words carried a hint of resignation, yet Su Luo's eyes sparkled with interest. You mean to give me something? Am I the one you feel a connection with? Unable to remain seated, she stood up, gazing earnestly at the elder. He smiled warmly, his eyes softening as he regarded her. Indeed, it is you. Though you have yet to attempt the trials ahead, I trust in your intelligence and capability. The more I observe you, the more I am fond of you. Without waiting for her response, the elder pointed a finger, and a beam of light shot into Su Luoluo's mind. With another wave, 2 storage bags and an exquisite little box fell into her hands. What I imparted to you are experiences and methods for crafting special charms that are too delicate to be inscribed in books. The treasures in these bags and the box are the fruits of my lifetime's wanderings. I bestow them upon you. Though he spoke lightly, Su Luoluo comprehended the elder's sentiment. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times in reverence. Grandfather, I wish to know your name, so that even if the secret realm fades, you shall live on in my heart. Her earnest request elicited a hearty laugh from the elder, who chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Ah, little girl, your words are truly delightful. There is no need for a name. I have always preferred solitude, wishing neither to be bound in life nor remembered in death. In the vast river of time, I am but a grain of sand, destined to return whence I came. With a playful smile, he turned away, gesturing with his hand. Child, we shall not meet again. I wish you peace. As he gradually receded from view, Su Luoluo sensed the world around her beginning to dissolve into illusion. She understood that the secret realm was on the brink of vanishing. Though others had not encountered the elder, their circumstances were akin to hers. As the landscape around them grew unstable, they surmised that the legacy within the secret realm had likely been claimed. Meanwhile, outside the realm, the mirror jade had failed to capture Sululuo receiving the elder's inheritance. She had vanished from view for several seconds, only to reappear, sharing the same curiosity and intrigue as the others, gazing at the slowly fading environment. The secret realm is about to disappear. Prepare for action, commanded Qinghai Yao, eyeing the mirror jade with a cold demeanor. Yes. Instantly, the disciples of the Secret Realm Management Association stood ready at the exit. We shall also prepare for action, whispered Lu Ruoli, prompting those behind her to spring into motion. The pressure emanating from the depths of the Hanxi dynasty was indeed formidable, yet it merely restricted their full potential. It did not render them immobile. Qin Zhaixing observed everything with keen eyes, yet still saw no sign of the disciples sent to gather information. Gritting his teeth, this seemingly honorable elder resolved to take decisive action. Previously, he had hesitated due to the conflict between the Sword Pavilion and the Taoyuan Immortal Sect, fearing their backing. However, now that the Taoyuan Immortal Sect had allied with the Demon Clan, they stood opposed to all righteous forces. With justification on his side and ample allies, he could no longer afford to ignore the Taoyuan Immortal Sect. Prepare for battle. Should the Taoyuan Immortal Sect attempt to hinder the Secret Realm Management Association, we shall intervene. In contrast to the earlier impetuous young lord, Qin Zhaixing, the cunning old fox, concealed his true intentions with this single statement. He could openly strike against the Taoyuan Immortal Sect, while simultaneously offering a favor to the Secret Realm Management Association. Yes, echoed the disciples of the Sword Pavilion, their response resounding. Outside the secret realm, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Meanwhile, Su Chun, who was savoring a takeout meal, set his phone on a stand and plugged in the charger. At this crucial moment, he could not afford any mishaps. Whether he could elevate his favorability to 80 hinged on this battle. With everything prepared, Su Chun continued to eat while watching the unfolding game plot. Suddenly, the screen flickered, shifting to the exit of the secret realm. As the space at the exit began to ripple, figures were expelled from the realm as if they were being flung out. Whoosh, whoosh. Living, injured, dead, and fragmented bodies. The individuals who had entered the secret realm were all cast out without exception, save for the 4 who had been devoured by the true dragon Alfing. The moment Tang Feng exited the secret realm, he let out a piercing scream. Master, my leg has been crushed. You must seek justice for me, master. His master stood beside Qin Zhaixing, and upon hearing Tang Feng's shameless cries, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, there was little to be done. Tang Feng was the young prince of the Deqi dynasty, the nephew of the current Deqi emperor. Unable to provoke him, his master rushed forward, disregarding the others, and swiftly carried Tang Feng back to his team. As the people from the secret realm were successively expelled, nearly all eyes were fixed on the exit, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the children from the Taoyuan Immortal Sect. The members of the Secret Realm Management Association stood vigilant at the exit. Lu Ruoli and Li Changa, accompanied by a group of individuals, stealthily approached. At last, a thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal figure was hurled into the air. Wu Xian maintained his form as a giant ape, and the immense weight of his body crashing onto the ground sent tremors reverberating beneath many feet. Subsequently, Fan Tuanshuan, who had been in a deep slumber, was also cast out. Wu Xian, witnessing this, rushed forward without hesitation, cradling the small girl who was about to hit the ground in his hands. Following closely, Luo Meng and Wu Xian emerged as well. We are out. Attack. A commanding voice rang out, as Qinghai Yao issued orders to apprehend. I dare anyone to try? Li Changa and his companions charged forward once more, instantly shielding Su Luoluo and the others behind them. Observing this, Qinghai Yao could not help but sigh and shake his head. Why must you take such risks? You are under immense pressure. Your strength can only be exerted at 60 or 70%. Fighting is merely courting disaster. Is it worth sacrificing lives for the sake of a single demon? Simply accept the punishment for a minor mistake. In truth, Qinghai Yao's intentions were not malevolent. He merely adhered to the regulations of the Secret Realm Management Association. He harbored no desire to annihilate Lu Ruoli and the children. However, his insistence was something Lu Ruoli and the others could not accept. Nonsense. He is not a demon. He is my family. He is my child. They all are. Despite her ethereal beauty, Lu Ruoli was enraged, and she cursed vehemently. With that, She unsheathed her sword. And at the same moment, Li Chang'e and his companions brandished their weapons. Under the looming pressure of formidable foes, these individuals displayed not an ounce of retreat. Rather, they grew even more exhilarated. Stubborn and unyielding, Qinghai Yao glanced around and, realizing their resolve to fight, allowed the battle to commence. With a subtle wave of his hand, the members of the association, poised for action, sprang into motion. The battlefield erupted with cries of violence as both sides plunged into chaos. Disciples of the Sword Pavilion, heed my command. Meanwhile, Qin Zhaixing had finally seized his opportunity. With a thunderous shout, he began to issue orders. Those of Taoyuan immortal sect, seduced by demons, though in human form, shall inevitably bring harm to the world. For the sake of righteousness and the cycle of justice, we must encircle and eliminate them. Engage. He spoke at length, evidently fearful that his rationale might not suffice. As the Sword Pavilion took action, scattered cultivators, minor sects, and even individuals from Qingyun sect and Xianyun sect mobilized. After all, Qin Zhaixing's rallying cry resounded loudly, calling for the extermination of both demons and those bewitched by them. As members of the righteous path, they could not stand idly by. It seemed that failing to join the main force would render them unworthy of the righteous title. The tumultuous melee was more than mere noise. Weapons clashed, magical artifacts exploded, various items were hurled haphazardly, and steeds and battle pets added to the mesmerizing chaos. At that moment, Su Chun, who was dining, suddenly noticed a notification on his phone. Warning, the system has detected that your daughter is in a state of severe anxiety. Would you like to provide comfort? Yes. What a question. I've been waiting so long. However, how could he provide comfort? The battle interface has been activated. Chapter 94. Congratulations. Su Luolua's affection for you has reached 80. Ah, so this is how comfort works. Su Chen smiled, immediately setting down his utensils and grasping his phone with both hands. It made sense. By activating the battle interface, he could eliminate those causing anxiety and distress, thereby uplifting his daughter's spirits. Habitually opening the marketplace, he quickly noticed 4 new entries. True Dragon Breath, the breath of an ancient dragon, infused with supreme lightning magic, comparable to heavenly tribulation. 8888 Origin X1. Buddha's Palm. Young one, have you ever witnessed a palm technique descending from the heavens? 9999 Origin X1. Celestial Melody, a song that rends the heart, where to seek a kindred spirit. 6666 Origin X1. 10,000 swords return to Origin. Your sword is my sword. 19999 Origin X1. The updates in the marketplace were abundant. Regrettably, Su Chen only had 10 backpack slots. After purchasing a few offensive techniques, he turned his attention to the chaotic battlefield. Lu Ruoli and her companions had effectively encircled Su Luoluo and the others in the center. Su Chan observed clearly. The little girl's eyes were clouded with confusion, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and fear. Indeed, Su Luoluo was deeply anxious. She had hoped that upon exiting the secret realm, she could swiftly leave this place of turmoil and return to the small cottage on Wuming Mountain to continue her cultivation. To her dismay, emerging from the realm meant confronting such widespread hostility, as if they had committed some heinous crime, with everyone clamoring for their demise. Watching her master and mistress fight valiantly to protect her and her senior brother, witnessing the powerful cultivators engaging in battle, and the apocalyptic chaos unfolding in the distance, Su Luoluo was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Father, this world is too perilous. I wish to cultivate to the ascension phase and then return to your side, but it seems it will not be so easy. Father, are you well? Luoluo misses you. In moments of despair, one often instinctively thinks of their closest loved ones. Su Luoluo murmured inwardly, unconsciously glancing up at the clouds in the sky. Through her misty tears, a massive dragon's head suddenly appeared in the heavens. The instant she beheld that dragon's head, the chaotic battlefield fell eerily silent. Many people looked up, and without exception, all who saw the dragon's head were momentarily stunned. What is that? Qin Zhaixing gazed upward, his murky old eyes filled with confusion. Qinghai Yao was equally taken aback, pondering whether the ancient elders of the Secret Realm Management Association had come to assist after learning of the battle here, or whether it was a rescue summoned by the Taoyuan immortal sect. The perplexity was not limited to them. Li Chang'e, Lu Ruoli, and others were equally drawn in by the celestial phenomenon. Exchanging glances, uncertain whether the dragon's head was friend or foe. Meanwhile, Su Chen's face broke into a satisfied smile. Ah, splendid. It even possesses the ability to automatically identify enemies. Moreover, the modeling of this dragon head is exceptionally lifelike, far more imposing than any dragon seen in films. In the blink of an eye, as Su Luoluo and the others raised their heads to glance upward, the massive dragon had opened its mouth wide and unleashed a breath of dragon fire. The pale purple dragon breath surged forth, fierce and unyielding, akin to an enormous pillar reaching skyward. With a single sweep, hundreds of so-called righteous cultivators were instantly reduced to ashes. Exhilarated, watching the multitude of red dots on the screen diminish so drastically filled Su Chen with delight. With a tap of his finger, he summoned the Buddha's palm above the crowd. Instantly, the entire Tsangyun mountain valley resonated with a solemn, deep chanting. The dragon's head appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Yet Qinghai Yao and Qin Zhaixing had already realized that the newcomer was an enemy, not a friend. Hearing the authoritative chant from above, Qinghai Yao's face turned pale. Looking up, he attempted to reason with the entity. Fellow Taoist, please hold your actions. I am Qinghai Yao, an elder of the Secret Realm Management Association. This is our battlefield for apprehending cultivators who violate the association's rules. I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening. Otherwise, the Secret Realm Management Association will not relent. Qinghai Yao believed his words struck a balance between softness and strength, confident that the reputation and might of the Secret Realm Management Association would compel respect. Yet, he failed to consider that if the association's prestige and strength were truly so impactful, Lu Ruoli and her companions would not dare defy their punishments. Observing this, Qin Zhaixing also lifted his gaze and shouted to the heavens. Attempts to intimidate using the Great Qizhong Pavilion are futile. Indeed, I, Qin, sincerely hope you will not disrespect the hospitality offered. The Great Qizhong Pavilion stands in alliance with the Mystic Realm Management Association. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the pavilion shall not extend kindness to you. Mentioning the Great Qizhong Pavilion ignites a fire within Su Chen. Previously, in Wudong Port, that individual known as Liaoya from the Sword Pavilion sought to harm his beloved Luoluo. Within the mystic realm, figures such as Tang Feng and Ding Jin have also been relentlessly pursuing Luoluo. The Sword Pavilion has long been inscribed in his little black book. He even contemplated dismantling the Sword Pavilion's headquarters, dismissing Qin Zhaixing's idle chatter. With a flick of his finger, the Rulai palm was unleashed. Boom! In an instant, the skies above Tsangyun Mountain Valley shifted dramatically. A colossal golden hand materialized from thin air, descending rapidly from the heavens. Following the earlier dragon's breath, Li Chang'e, Lu Ruoli, and their companions had already distanced themselves from the Mystic Realm Management Association and the Sword Pavilion. Thus, Su Chen directed his Rulai palm toward the densest cluster of Qinghai Yao and Qin Zhaixing's subordinates. Some attempted to evade, but the oppressive force of the golden hand rendered them immobile. Even breathing became a luxury. With a thunderous clap, the palm struck down upon them, sending dust swirling and the mountains trembling. A palm print, spanning over 100 square meters, emerged prominently on the ground, its depth exceeding a yard. Within that imprint, the righteous cultivators who had just been shouting threats at Lu Ruoli were now laid to rest beneath the palm. Ah, splendid! This descending palm technique possesses a certain flair. Another swath of red dots vanished, and Su Chen could not suppress a laugh. Although the game is rife with villainous NPCs, the abundance of harvesting tools is commendable. Moreover, the effects of each item are remarkably well-crafted, showcasing the developer's dedication. A surge of playful spirit engulfed Su Chen, rendering him oblivious to Qinghai Yao and Qin Zhaixing's reactions. He effortlessly unleashed another heavenly melody upon the heads of the nefarious foes. However, at that moment, a notification window appeared. Congratulations! Su Luoluo's favorability towards you has reached 80. Please select one of the following options. Option 1. Create a virtual character and immerse yourself in the Yunlong continent. The advantage of Option 1 is the acquisition of a high-tech virtual reality setup, significantly enhancing your gaming experience. The downside is that if the game character is killed, it will be deemed a failure, resulting in the complete erasure of all data, including but not limited to everything related to Su Luoluo. Option 2. Activate the Communication Talisman feature, allowing unlimited communication anytime and anywhere, even without an internet connection. The benefit of Option 2 is its high security. Without a physical form, the risk of death is eliminated, and communication can occur privately or publicly, ensuring seamless interaction at all times. The drawback is that you will forfeit the benefits of option 1. Su Chen pondered deeply before ultimately selecting the communication talisman. At last, the moment had arrived. After a long wait, his dream was finally within reach. Upon seeing the notification, he quietly celebrated within. Nonetheless, choosing between the two options proved to be quite challenging. At first glance, Su Chen leaned towards option 1. The communication talisman merely allows dialogue with Su Luoluo and other game characters, a feature that would naturally accompany the creation of a character. It would be absurd to toil tirelessly to create a character only for it to be mute. Furthermore, though he had only heard of the virtual reality equipment, the game's exquisite graphics and details were undeniable. The thought of traversing the Yunlan continent, hand in hand with Luoluo, frolicking on the grass, dining in a noodle shop, and spinning her joyfully filled him with delight. Yet, the system's warning was not to be taken lightly. Despite his brief time in the game, Su Chen had become deeply enmeshed in it. It could be said that the game's Su Luoluo had bestowed upon him the courage to face life with a smile, infusing a touch of color into his otherwise bleak existence. He could not allow that color to fade, not even with a minuscule chance of loss. His future, burdened by the unyielding progression of his affliction, would only grow more complex. Should the virtual character require intricate operations, he would undoubtedly become increasingly clumsy and awkward within the game. Ultimately, he feared he might not only be unable to accompany his in-game daughter on the Yunlan continent, but also become a source of instability in Luo's life and the world around her. He could not risk it. What if he remained alive while the game vanished? The agony would be unbearable. His gaze settled on the second option. With a resolute heart, he pressed the button. Congratulations. The communication talisman feature has been unlocked. The system has granted you 100 talismans free of charge and expanded your inventory by 1 slot. As a notification appeared, Su Chen marveled inwardly at the generosity of the system. A new inventory slot and 100 free communication talismans? How delightful. A smile crept onto his lips as he immediately tapped on the communication talisman. In an instant, a small pop-up appeared. Please select your communication target. Note: for a single recipient, click on the desired game character. For multiple recipients, double-click the screen to use the selection feature. Reasonable enough. Without hesitation, Su Chen clicked on the talisman and then selected Su Luoluo from the game interface. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Naturally, his first question to Luoluo would be whether she recognized someone named Su Chen to confirm his suspicions. But amidst his anticipation lurked a tinge of fear. He found himself torn. On one hand, he yearned for the game's Su Luoluo to be his biological daughter, while on the other, he wished for it all to be mere coincidence. If the in-game Luoluo truly was his daughter, how could he bring her back into his life? Conversely, if it were a coincidence, was his daughter still alive? Fate is indeed a cruel mistress. As Su Chen grappled with his choices, the heavenly melody he had just released echoed above Sanyun Mountain Valley. Amidst the astonished gazes, 2 slender figures clad in azure robes, adorned with white round hats and black sunglasses, materialized from the heavens. The 2 men, each carrying an ancient zither, gracefully settled into a seated position, placing the exquisite instrument upon their crossed legs. A song that rends the heart. Where can one find a kindred spirit in this world? One murmured softly, his voice imbued with profound regret. This spectacle stirred the suspicions of Qinghai Yao and Qin Zhaixing. Could these be the reclusive masters aiding the Tao Yuan Xian sect from the shadows? What peculiar attire! Their clothing appeared incongruous. And what were those odd contraptions on their eyes? Obsidian? No, they bore no semblance to physical beings. Rather, they resembled projections or reflections. With countless questions swirling in their minds, the 2 men had no avenue for inquiry. With a devastating dragon's breath and the earlier Rulai palm having claimed numerous lives, the appearance of these 2 zither-playing figures filled even the likes of Qinghai Yao and Qin Zhaixing with dread. Most astonishingly, following the impact of that colossal palm, Qinghai Yao discovered that the oppressive force emanating from the headquarters of the Mystic Realm Management Association had also been shattered. That was the power of a perfected tribulation-transcending expert. Within the vast expanse of Cloud Ridge continent, there existed formidable characters whose mere presence exuded an overwhelming pressure. The very notion that such power could be shattered with a mere tremor instilled an undeniable fear in all. Yet, fear proved futile. Certain events do not hasten their arrival simply because one desires it. nor do they delay due to apprehension. That which must be confronted cannot be evaded. As the whispers in the air subsided, the two figures simultaneously lifted their hands, placing them upon the strings of the zither. With a resonant twang, the two began to strum the strings with vigorous, rhythmic motions. A cascade of profound melodies soared from the heavens, each note stirring the air with the fervor of an army galloping forth. It was a sound that enchanted all who heard it, yet for Qinghai Yao and Qin Zhaixing, there was no time to relish its beauty. For descending from above was not merely music, it was a barrage of soundwave blades, severing clouds and slicing through the wind. As the two in the sky played with increasing fervor, those on the ground displayed a myriad of desperate reactions. Unlike the earlier blow of dragon breath, this musical interlude, though brief, was intensely exhilarating. The countless soundwave blades relentlessly ravaged the terrain, leaving devastation in their wake. The ranks of the Mystic Realm Management Association, the Great Qi Sword Pavilion, and the Celestial Cloud Sect were swiftly decimated, their numbers reduced to less than half, staining the ground with the stark imagery of flowing blood. Besides Su Luoluo, both Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated the prowess of Su Luo's protector, yet they could not fathom the depth of this mysterious figure's strength. In Chapter 96, she confirmed it. That was indeed her father's voice. Lu Ruoli and Li Chang'e exchanged bewildered glances with Su Luoluo, while the reinforcements summoned by Li Chang'e focused intently on the couple. Qingxiao Daoist wiped the cold sweat from his brow and subtly tugged at Li Chang'e's sleeve, lowering his voice to a whisper, "Brother, I concede you possess a handsome visage akin to mine, yet surely you cannot leverage this to charm an ancient being of millennia. Pray tell, who is it that aids us, and what price did you pay for such assistance?" Qingxiao Daoist maintained a furtive gaze towards Li Chang'e. "I." Slap. Without hesitation, Li Chang'e delivered a sharp blow to Qingxiao Daoist's head. "For shame. Even as a Daoist, what nonsense occupies your mind?" Dumbfounded, Qingxiao Daoist rubbed his head and retreated, while an elderly man in a wheelchair approached. "Tell me, young brother Chang'e, was this esteemed figure not summoned by you?" The old man regarded Li Chang'e with a serious expression. "Not I," Li Chang'e replied candidly. At this revelation, the old man grew increasingly agitated. Stealing a glance at Lu Ruoli, he remarked, "If it is not you, then it must surely be your wife who has summoned such a powerful ally. Be wary, for some women are drawn to strength. My sister-in-law, despite being 98, still chases after a tribulation stage cultivator." Sigh. These are lessons steeped in blood and tears, to be remembered. Bang. The old man was not struck, for Li Chang'e had kicked his wheelchair, sending him flying several hundred meters away. Meanwhile, Su Chen opted to utilize a communication talisman to speak privately with Su Luoluo. Clearing his throat to enhance his clarity, he carefully chose his words. "Luobao, can you hear me?" It had been a decade since their last meeting, and Su Chen felt an overwhelming urge to convey a multitude of thoughts to his daughter. Although the Su Luoluo within the game was likely just a collection of data, he could not suppress his nervousness. His heart raced. Releasing the speaking button, the talisman emitted a soft sound as it soared into the sky, vanishing from Su Chen's screen. In the valley of Tsunyan Mountain, Su Luoluo gazed upwards, observing the beleaguered antagonists when suddenly, her eyes sparkled. A familiar yet foreign voice echoed, calling her by her childhood name. "Luobao, can you hear me?" The tone was imbued with tenderness and caution, reminiscent of her father's call. "Senior, is it you?" Su Luo's eyes widened as she searched the sky. Ignoring those around her, she responded immediately. In that instant, Su Chen's heart raced anew. She could hear him. Clearing his throat, he clicked the talisman again, addressing Su Luoluo. "Luobao, I am Su Chen. Do you recall someone by that name?" The urgency of the question weighed heavily on him. With a soft whoosh, he released the speaking button once more, sending the talisman into the ether. However, upon hearing his question, the in-game Su Luoluo suddenly froze, her expression vacant. "Has it glitched?" Su Chen wondered. "No, others are still moving." He shook his phone and quickly checked his connection. Just then, Su Luoluo burst into tears, as if overwhelmed by profound sorrow. 10 years had passed. She had longed to be by her father's side, to hear his voice, to seek comfort in his embrace. And now, she was certain, it was indeed her father's voice, the one who had saved her from the back mountain of the Jinxia sect and had been her guiding light all along. The years of anguish and yearning surged forth, and upon hearing her father's voice, she could no longer contain her emotions. What is happening? Why is she crying? The elderly woman sewing mandarin ducks whispered soothingly, believing the child was merely frightened by the chaos. Lu Ruoli was equally perplexed. It was illogical for Su Luoluo to weep in the presence of such a powerful protector. If fear was not the reason, then what could be the cause of her tears? The mysteries surrounding this child were manifold. Without delving deeper, Lu Ruoli gently patted Su Luo's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Yet, among those present, there were those who remained unperturbed, witnessing the slaughter of their disciples. Whether it was Qinghai Yao or Qin Zhaixing, all were engulfed by the flames of Su Chen's wrath. They had initially sought to guide their talented disciples through secret trials, yet now found themselves facing devastation. Should they return to their sects in disgrace, they would be forever marked with shame. The only recourse lay in either capturing the children of the Taoyuan immortal sect or confronting the enigmatic figure orchestrating these events from the shadows. At this juncture, someone must bear the blame for the calamity that had unfolded. Why do you persist in hiding? Is this the conduct of a righteous individual? Let us face each other openly. Do you dare? Indeed. Or perhaps your visage is so unseemly that you fear to reveal yourself. The provocations were effective. As Su Chen's inquiries pierced the air, Su Luoluo remained silent, her tears flowing, intensifying his agitation. Meanwhile, the oblivious Qin Zhaixing and his companions, unaware of the gravity of their situation, continued to provoke. Su Chen's fury ignited. A sword cultivator, arrogant? The path of the sword is invincible? I shall now demonstrate what true swordsmanship entails. With a click, Su Chen activated the 10,000 swords returned to one from his inventory and cast it directly above the heads of that assembly of righteous practitioners. Instantly, the sky over Tsangyun Mountain Hollow, which had just settled for a mere 2 seconds, erupted into chaos once again. Primarily led by the members of the Dachi Sword Pavilion, all sword-wielding cultivators encountered an utterly bewildering incident. Every sword in their possession soared into the air. Moreover, within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles centered around Tsangyun Mountain Hollow, all spiritual swords were irresistibly drawn upwards by an overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, a celestial river of swords, formed entirely of spiritual blades, coalesced from the heavens above, its imposing momentum both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Chapter 97. A clean kill. Wait, why is my sword flying away? Mine too. Hey, come back. Su Chen's deployment of 10,000 swords returned to one above Tsangyun Mountain Hollow left countless hearts trembling in astonishment. The ethereal clouds were not merely the domain of sword cultivators wielding spiritual swords. His maneuver caused an unfathomable number of swords to abandon their wielders. A marvel both exquisite and absurd. Of course, those stationed too far away remained oblivious to where their swords had flown off to, but the sword cultivators present, including Qin Zhaixing, witnessed this phenomenon with crystal clarity. Even Qin Zhaixing, a figure of considerable cultivation, could not prevent his sword from abandoning him. Helplessly, they observed as their swords merged into the torrent of blades cascading from the heavens. What sort of binding technique is this? Amidst their panic, all were deeply astonished by the celestial river of swords above. Despite being sword cultivators of considerable skill, Qin Zhaixing stared at the gathering of swords with profound amazement and envy. Yet, their admiration faded swiftly, replaced by sheer terror, for the sword river had fully converged and, illuminated by the evening glow and faint starlight, erupted suddenly. The sound of countless swords ringing out resonated like a sinister whisper, imbued with a solemn and ruthless murderous intent, rushing forth towards the so-called righteous practitioners. In the span of a breath, the multitude of spiritual swords descended like a torrential river, submerging those individuals in a sea of blades. Cries of anguish, splashes of blood, the clash of magical artifacts and spiritual swords. The explosions of talismans and sword energy filled the air. Tsangyun Mountain Hollow resembled a boiling cauldron, the stench of blood wafting far and wide. In that moment, 10,000 swords returned to one served as a purifying deluge, sweeping through the realm and mercilessly claiming the lives of Qin Zhaixing and his companions time and again. Initially, cultivators of Qin Zhaixing's caliber could rely on their techniques and protective talismans to fend off the onslaught. However, as the assault continued, even they found it increasingly difficult to withstand. With a piercing sound, Qin Zhaixing's flowing robe was pierced by a spiritual sword, and panic set in. In a state of alarm, mistakes were easily made. As he faltered, dozens of spiritual swords surged towards him simultaneously. And evading a mere 10 had already pushed him to his limits. A chill ran down his spine as he felt several lethal points. His abdomen, chest, neck, and brow, all struck true. Alas, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the transformation stage met his demise without even discerning his opponent's identity or visage, falling victim to the very technique he had dedicated his life to mastering. In his final moments, he wielded not a sword, but a mere staff. Such a death is beyond mere humiliation. If even this highest-ranking figure of the local sword pavilion could meet such a fate, one can only imagine the circumstances of the other disciples. As sword cultivators, their expertise lay in the sword. The mere loss of their blades was sufficient to plunge them into utter disarray, rendering them almost devoid of intellect. Ironically, the once arrogant sword cultivators, who prided themselves on being invincible at their level, perished most swiftly and in the most pitiful manner in the wake of 10,000 swords returned to one. In contrast, those practitioners who primarily employed other forms of combat appeared to possess a modicum of resilience. Hantian Fist. Aside from the pitifully defeated Qin Zhaixing, the highest-ranking individual present was the Qinghai Hawk of the Secret Realm Management Association, a mid-transformation stage cultivator. He had witnessed the might of the dragon's breath, the ferocity of the Buddha's palm, and the ethereal melodies of the celestial harp. Faced with the grand spectacle of 10,000 swords returned to one, he could not afford to be complacent. Closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, he summoned his primordial spirit's avatar, a towering figure nearly 10 zhang tall, which materialized behind him. With a powerful fist, he struck at the oncoming river of swords, the force of his blow imbued with profound energy. Yet, upon impact, the left arm of his avatar was instantly crushed by the relentless torrent of swords, and his full-force punch merely rippled the surface of the river, which returned to its original form almost immediately. Unable to withstand the onslaught, fear gripped Qinghai Hawk as he drew upon his internal energy to reform his avatar's left arm. Star Pattern Shield. Impeccable defense. Realizing that a counterattack was futile, he invoked a protective barrier, channeling the cosmic energy of the stars just emerging in the night sky. In an instant, a shimmering shield adorned with star patterns materialized before his true self. The advantage of employing a primordial spirit to cast spells is that, while it consumes more energy, the potency of the spells is magnified exponentially. The star-patterned shield, now taking shape, measured over 5 zhang wide and 7 or 8 zhang high. With a thickness of about 1 zhang, exuded an aura of invincibility. However, appearances can be deceiving, and the effectiveness would ultimately be determined by the actual outcome. Boom. A torrent from 10,000 swords returned to one struck the center of the star-patterned shield with pinpoint accuracy, igniting a dazzling display of sparks and light. Although it appeared indomitable, the shield withstood the onslaught for barely 3 breaths before fissures began to appear, ultimately shattering under the relentless tide of swords. Following this, Qinghai Hawk's avatar was swept away by the overwhelming force of 10,000 swords returned to one, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had managed to endure a few more strikes than the sword cultivators, yet ultimately faced the same grim fate. When the storm of swords subsided, the spiritual blades returned whence they came, leaving Tsungyun Mountain Hollow eerily serene, the sky now a clear azure. Though night had fallen, the radiant stars and moonlight illuminated the earth brightly. An unexpected silence enveloped the world. Was it truly over? Calculating the events, from the emergence of the dragon's breath, to the Buddha's palm and the celestial harp, culminating with 10,000 swords returned to one, the entire ordeal spanned less than 10 minutes. Yet, Su Chun had slain a multitude of cultivators, numbering in the thousands, across the 10 major sects of Yunlan continent, small sects, and wandering cultivators alike. Anyone who had dared to lay hands on the Taoyuan immortal sect had been eradicated without exception. Oh, it seems this has spiraled into something rather significant. Beside Lu Ruoli, there were expressions of shock and trepidation. While conflict and violence are commonplace in this world, the sudden annihilation of so many, sparing neither the young nor the old, could inevitably lead to insurmountable repercussions. The Taoyuan immortal sect had indeed stirred a massive hornet's nest. Chapter 98. Daddy, can you hold me? What is there to fear? A head can be lost, but the scar remains. 18 years later, still as small as ever. Daoist Qing Xiao, however, took it all in stride. With a wave of his hand, he brandished the 7-star sword that had just returned to him and soared into the air. I shall now see if there are any still breathing, to deliver the final blow. He maintained his resolve, fully committed to his principles, determined to act as he deemed fit. Li Chang'e, accompanied by his rowdy companions, thoroughly patrolled the Songyun Mountain Hollow once more. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo had ceased her tears. After a bout of crying, the young girl's emotions and thoughts had settled. She concocted an excuse to leave and ventured alone into a nearby grove. Lu Ruoli speculated that Su Luoluo might be able to reach her guardian. Perhaps there were matters that needed to be discussed between the two, so she refrained from intervening. Once they were alone, Su Luoluo, with tears glistening in her eyes, gazed at the sky. "Father, is it really you? Have you come to take me home?" The little girl's voice, tinged with sorrow, pierced through Su Chun's heart, leaving him utterly vulnerable. In that moment, he realized that the Su Luoluo within the game was no mere coincidence. There was no time for further contemplation or the solitary guessing that had plagued him before. Su Chen promptly activated the communication talisman to converse with Su Luoluo. "Luoluo, are you truly my Luoluo? Are you within the game? Or are you confined somewhere?" Although he had long suspected that it was not a kidnapping, Su Chen could not help but inquire. "No, I'm not imprisoned. The day we played hide and seek, my vision darkened, and I found myself in the Yunlan continent." "Father, why do you say I'm in a game?" Despite her youth, Su Luoluo was remarkably perceptive and quickly grasped the essence of Su Chen's question. The way she naturally addressed him as father brought tears to Su Chen's eyes. Struggling to contain his emotions, he replied, "Luoluo, I'm communicating with you through a game on my phone. The world you're in is a game on my device. How can I bring you back to our original world?" He longed to hold his daughter in his arms at that very moment, yearning for a definitive answer from Su Luoluo. Was it a matter of purchasing some item or completing a quest? He would do everything in his power to make it happen. "I don't know. I was thinking of improving my cultivation and then ascending to leave the Yunlan continent. But I'm not sure if ascending will allow me to return to our world. Father, I miss you so much." Su Luoluo began to cry again, opening her arms toward the void. "Father, hug me." It had been 10 years. She longed for home, longed for her father. Yet, her plea ultimately went unanswered. Su Chun was overcome with grief. He regretted not having chosen to create a virtual character. Had he done so, he could have entered the Yunlan continent and embraced his daughter. However, given the circumstances at the time, the system's prompts were too conspicuous. Even in regret, if given another chance, he would still choose not to create a character. By avoiding character creation, his character would not face the judgment of life and death, and his daughter would not be erased from the Yunlan continent. This logical loop only strengthened after he realized that the Su Luoluo in the game was indeed his daughter. Pressing the communication talisman, Su Chun could only softly comfort her. "Luoluo, my dear, although I cannot hold you now, rest assured, I will never lose you again. From now on, whenever you call for me, no matter when or where, I will respond immediately, all right?" At that moment, Su Chen wished he could give his life for his beloved daughter. Luoluo was so clever and understanding. She had realized how she had returned to her father's side. Likely akin to an electronic pet game. She was a game character, while her father was the player. They existed in entirely different dimensions. Retracting her arms, Luoluo embraced herself. Nodding obediently, a smile graced her face. "Well, since you can't hug me, I'll hug myself for you, father. I'm being good." She was indeed her father's invincible little darling. How could she act out and upset him? As expected, upon hearing his daughter's words, a familiar warmth surged within Su Chen's heart. This was his daughter, obedient, caring, and affectionate. However, it was evidently not the time for a father-daughter heart-to-heart. After 10 years apart, they had much to say, but time was short. Reluctantly, Su Chan urged Su Luoluo to return to the small courtyard at Wuming Mountain with Lu Ruoli and the others. Before that, he needed to explain her current situation. "Luoluo, if any nasty people bother you, you needn't endure it. We don't bully others, but if anyone dares to bully us, they will regret it. Your father is now wealthy. Whatever you desire, feel free to ask. As long as it's available in the game's shop, I will provide it for you." He had the confidence to make such promises. A smile brightened Su Luoluo's face. She made no demands but sweetly gazed at the sky and said, "I just want you to eat on time, father. I'd be happy if you didn't have to struggle like before. I'm fine no matter what." That smile was so sweet that it tugged painfully at Su Chen's heart. Wiping his tears, he looked back at his phone to see Su Luoluo waving at the sky. Then, "Father, I'll go back to my master now. We'll talk again tonight. Otherwise, others will think I'm crazy for talking to the sky." Turning, the little girl's steps became remarkably light. "All right, call me whenever you're free. I don't have to work now. I have plenty of time to be with you." His voice was filled with tenderness. Su Chen longed to pull his daughter from the game and into his arms, yet the situation had grown more complicated than before. It was not a matter of a villain using Luo Luo to swindle him. His daughter had genuinely entered the game world of the Yunlan continent. What was merely a game for him was a reality for her. Two questions lingered. First, how did his daughter traverse into that world of cultivation? Second, who had packaged that world into a game and placed it within his phone? The world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to him. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, his daughter had been found. After reminding her to be careful while walking and to call him later, a notification popped up. Notice, for ease of communication. The shop has launched the Heart Listening Talisman, available for a one-time purchase with lifetime use. With this, Su Luoluo will no longer need to speak. Her heart's voice will enable real-time, barrier-free communication with you. Would you like to purchase it from the shop? Seeing this, Su Chen was momentarily elated. However, upon reviewing the specifics of the Heart Listening Talisman in the shop, he abandoned the idea of buying it for Su Luoluo. Heart listening? Wouldn't he that strip his daughter of any privacy in front of him? While it might help him understand her better, children also require their own space and privacy. He would never use such a heart-listening talisman on his daughter. Chapter 99. Chain reaction, then let us part ways for now. After ensuring that Qin Zhaixing and his associates were all dead, Li Chang'e bid farewell to his companions. Naturally, some of them couldn't help but complain about their homes being bombed and their hard-earned money being stolen. To this, Li Chang'e expressed his profound anger, vowing that if he ever discovered who had committed such heinous acts, he would seek vengeance for his friends. Once everyone had departed, the once bustling Songyun Mountain Hollow fell silent. However, given the recent commotion, it was inevitable that curious onlookers would come to investigate. Upon discovering the bodies of individuals from the Secret Realm Management Association, the Dachi Sword Pavilion, the Xianyun sect, and the Qingyun sect, those who came to gawk were left in shock. Who on earth is this? Who dares to slaughter so many disciples of super sects in one fell swoop? The astonishment far outweighed their confusion. Many individuals merely glanced at the Songyun Mountain Hollow before hastily retreating, unwilling to delve further into its complexities. The consequences entailed within are far too significant to engage with lightly. However, not everyone is merely a passive observer. Even the most nefarious souls possess a circle of confidants and friends. This is especially true for formidable factions such as the Secret Realm Management Association and the Dachi Sword Pavilion, whose intricate networks render them especially formidable. Upon recognizing familiar disciples from their respective sects, it was inevitable that someone would reach out to the headquarters of the victims immediately. As Lu Ruoli returned to the humble abode nestled within the nameless mountains with a few children, the Secret Realm Management Association of the Hanhai Dynasty, the Sword Pavilion of the Dachi Dynasty, and the major sects of Xianyun and Qingyun had already been apprised of the incident at Songyun Mountain Hollow. With a thunderous crash, Fan Shitian, the head of the Enforcement Hall of the Secret Realm Management Association and concurrently the lord of a grand city in the northern territories of the Hanhai Dynasty, shattered the table before him with a single strike. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and barely contained fury. Fan Shitian regarded the messenger with palpable agitation. "I assure you, I would not dare jest about such a matter," the messenger replied. "The bodies of your associates lie within Songyun Mountain Hollow. A simple visit will confirm this. Furthermore, do you not possess a communication jade slip? Try summoning them. See if anyone responds." In mere moments, the messenger's succinct words rendered the truth of the situation unmistakable. Fan Qitian suddenly felt his strength wane, collapsing weakly into his chair. "Qitian, are you all right?" His old friend gasped, startled by the sight. He hurriedly patted Fan Qitian's back, attempting to soothe him while urging him to gather his composure. "You must not dwell on sorrow. The pressing concern is to uncover the identities of those responsible for this atrocity and to seek vengeance." As if awakened from a deep slumber, Fan Qitian's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. "Indeed, you speak the truth. Our priority must be to investigate the true culprits and avenge their deaths." Though deeply saddened, Fan Shitian's predominant emotion was fear. He was a man who feared his wife, and both of his brothers-in-law had perished in the suppression at Songyun Mountain Hollow. His wife was notoriously protective of her brothers. If she were to learn that they had met their demise, chaos would surely follow. "Ruhua," he called toward the entrance, summoning the maid he had positioned at his side under the pretense of needing assistance. Ruhua, towering at 6 feet and weighing 400 pounds, with a prominent nose and a face marked by scars, rushed in, her footsteps thundering against the tiled floor. "What is it, my lord? I am at your service," she declared, her voice booming as she bowed her head. Fan Shitian inwardly lamented the absurdity of his situation. He had to employ 10 additional maids to manage just one. "There is an urgent matter. Go fetch your mistress and inform her that her brothers are in peril. She must come to the council chamber immediately." He was cautious not to divulge the news to his wife himself, fearing her wrath could lead to his own demise. Ruhua, nearly 500 pounds of astonishment, clasped her hands to her face and fled, exclaiming, "What? My lords are in danger." The very heavens seemed to tremble at her outburst. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the royal city within the Qi dynasty, the towering peaks housed the headquarters of the Sword Pavilion, the department responsible for managing external conflicts. Known as the Enemy Engagement Hall, was presided over by the elder Huangfu Wuji. His cherished disciple, Qin Zhaixing, had been dispatched on an important mission. "You mean to say you are the sole survivor of that encounter?" Huangfu Wuji inquired from his elevated seat, as a young disciple clad in Sword Pavilion garb knelt before him. "Indeed, master. My teacher had sent me to the Tianji Pavilion to investigate Li Chang's background. Upon my return, I discovered that my teacher and all his fellow disciples had perished. Unlike other sects, the Sword Pavilion had one fortunate escapee, Qin Zhaixing's disciple, who had been sent twice to gather intelligence on Li Chang'e. He had returned just in time to save himself." Huangfu Wuji exhaled slowly, his body trembling slightly. While the world knew Qin Zhaixing as his favored disciple, Huangfu Wuji alone understood the deeper connection. Qin Zhaixing was the product of his union with the Sword Pavilion's matriarch. Now, with his eldest son slain, Huangfu Wuji struggled to contain his fury. "Do you know who was responsible for this?" he demanded, suppressing the urge to weep. The kneeling disciple lowered himself further, replying, "Master, though I do not know the perpetrator, it is certain that the Taoyuan immortal sect is involved. Li Chang'e and Lu Ruoli must be connected to this incident." Chapter 100. The Rise of the Taoyuan Immortal Sect. Huangfu Wuji murmured the name, etching it into his memory. "Bring me those responsible," he commanded, and several armored disciples entered the hall, bowing in respect. "Gather the bodies of Qin Zhaixing and the others from Songyun Mountain Hollow. Ensure this matter remains discreet to protect the reputation of our Sword Pavilion." With clenched fists, Huangfu Wuji's demeanor remained composed, though his emotions churned beneath the surface. "Yes," the 4 disciples affirmed in unison, promptly departing for Songyun Mountain Hollow. "Come back," Huangfu Wuji called out again, summoning 4 more armored disciples. "Investigate the Taoyuan immortal sect, led by Lu Ruoli and her husband, Li Chang'e. Gather information about their location, numbers, cultivation levels, and connections. This grievance cannot simply be overlooked," he resolved. Reflecting on the fact that he had over 100 daughters with his lawful wife, born during a quest to seek the ancient divine sword alongside the Sword Pavilion's founder. Qin Zhaixing had been a cherished only son, and it was inconceivable that such a minor realm could have caused his death. "We must uncover the truth. Once revealed, they shall pay dearly." Meanwhile, not only the Secret Realm Management Association and the Sword Pavilion, but also other sects whose disciples had fallen to Su Chun began to mobilize. Numerous individuals descended upon Songyun Mountain Hollow to retrieve the bodies. The Tianji Pavilion, renowned for its intelligence, saw an influx of inquiries regarding the Taoyuan Immortal Sect. Thus, the name of the Taoyuan Immortal Sect began to echo throughout the land. "Have you heard? A new sect has emerged, the Taoyuan Immortal Sect. Though few in number, they are audaciously formidable. What? A mere 6-member sect dares to slay members of the Secret Realm Management Association, the Sword Pavilion, and the Stinyun and Qingyan sects? Surely, this must be a misunderstanding. Nonsense. Such tales must be fabrications. I refuse to believe there exists such audacity within the Yunnan continent, unless the individual is an outsider." The intrigue surrounding the situation began to unfold, hinting at a potential reconfiguration of the power dynamics within the 9 states and 8 nations of the Yunnan continent. Wherever there are people, even in the brothels and taverns, discussions revolve around the earth-shattering battle at Songyun Mountain and the legends surrounding the Taoyuan Immortal Sect. Meanwhile, in the cozy little courtyard atop the nameless mountain, a delectable aroma fills the air. To celebrate the triumphant return of the children, Li Chang'e ventured into the mortal town to procure 3 large pigs and 10 piglets. The roasted suckling pig and the grand feast are thriving, causing Liurong and Solu, who are engaged in a summary meeting in the north room, to drool uncontrollably. "Tuan Tuan, your courage is commendable, but you lack a sense of danger and adaptability." Merely charging headfirst is exceedingly perilous. Just after waking, Fan Tuan found herself being reprimanded by her master, who tugged at her ear. You must understand that not all battles in this world are fought with real weapons. When you encounter those with nefarious intentions who employ cunning to harm you, you may find yourself with nowhere to weep. You must change your ways, Liurong advised earnestly. Yet, Tuan displayed a vacant stare, responding in a mechanical tone, I understand. I understand. It won't happen again. Her agreement was swift, but in truth, she paid no heed to Liurong's words. While others let information flow in one ear and out the other, she opted for selective deafness. Liurong was aware of the adage that while landscapes may change, one's nature is difficult to alter. Unless Tuan suffers a few significant setbacks, she would never readily change. Yet, some lessons must be learned through experience, as mere words often lack the impact of personal understanding. Shifting her gaze from Tuan, Liurong turned her attention to Lemong. His performance this time was commendable. Despite trembling with fear at a critical moment, he showed no desire to flee, displaying remarkable bravery. She gave Lemong a thumbs up, causing his dark face to flush with embarrassment. It's nothing. Heh. He scratched his head, feeling bashful. However, when Liurong's gaze fell upon Wu Xian, her smile faded abruptly, her expression turning serious. She gently slapped the table. Wu Xian, who had always been carefree and unrestrained in her presence, now dared not continue his playful demeanor. Master, I know I was wrong. With a thud, Wu Xian knelt before Liurong. The three little ones, witnessing this, also froze, their smiles vanishing. It was evident that Liurong was upset about Wu Xian revealing his demonic identity by transforming into a giant ape. Had it not been for the exposure of his identity, perhaps those adversaries would not have besieged the Taoyuan immortal sect. If not for someone rescuing them by eliminating their foes, they might have perished. Yet, given the circumstances, Wu Xian had no choice. If he did not transform, even with Sululu's protective talisman, Tuan and Lemong would surely perish. Each option carried its own troubles. One by one, the three little ones dutifully knelt beside Wu Xian, looking up at Liurong. Master, please don't be angry. Big Brother transformed to save us. If you must blame someone, blame us all together, Sululu pleaded first. Indeed, if it weren't for Big Brother, I would have been the first to die. Please don't blame him, Master, Lemong added anxiously. Tuan remained silent, simply bowing repeatedly, the floor cracking beneath her. Yet the three of them were earnest in their pleas. Wu Xian and Liurong exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Ha! Junior sister, junior brother, you three have misunderstood. Master isn't angry with me for exposing my demonic identity, Wu Xian chuckled, patting his chest. Master has always taught me that identity is not bestowed by others, but rather defined by oneself. There are distinctions between good and bad among humans, and the same applies to demons. As long as we do not engage in wrongdoing, we can walk the world with our heads held high. The opinions of others are mere nonsense, as long as we are guiltless in our hearts. We need not fear anyone. As he spoke, Wu Xian's pride swelled, leaving Sululu and the others bewildered. Then why is Master? Sululu inquired softly, glancing at Liurong, who was stifling laughter. Wu Xian, his face turning slightly bashful, turned away and murmured, Master usually tells me to wear 2 pairs of shorts, the larger on the outside, allowing my berserk form to grow and shrink to cover myself. However, the outer shorts have their limits. In my true form, they become unusable, necessitating special inner shorts for modesty. But I find it cumbersome to wear both, so I usually wear just one. Thus, when I transformed into the giant ape today, I was left without any covering. Upon hearing Wu Xian's revelation, Tuan, who had been diligently bowing, burst into laughter. Ha, Big Brother. Please recount the events following your transformation. The storyline is unimportant. I crave the vivid imagery. At that moment, Tuan realized she had missed something thrilling while she was unconscious, and her heart sank with regret. Wu Xian's face deepened in hue, fidgeting with the waistband of his pants, appearing as bashful as a young maiden. Ugh, how annoying. He protested playfully, turning away, which elicited hearty laughter from Liurong and Sululu. The atmosphere in the courtyard was nothing short of jovial. Amidst the merriment, Sululu produced 3 blue books and an assortment of uniquely shaped magical artifacts, as well as storage bags obtained from the bodies of Qingyun's sect and Sword Pavilion members. She laid them all out on the table, creating a magnificent display of treasures. Finally, after careful consideration, Sululu also presented the dragon egg entrusted to her by Alfing. The egg, glistening with a faint blue hue, rendered the other treasures dim in comparison. Wow, what is this? An elephant egg? Tuan exclaimed, her mouth forming a perfect OS. Her golden eyes widened in fascination. However, just as she reached to touch the dragon egg, Wu Xian swiftly intervened, a serious expression crossing his face. Tuan, you are mistaken. An elephant is far too large to lay such a small egg. This must be an ostrich egg. Wu Xian's assertion enlightened Tuan. Oh, I see. Big Brother's knowledge is truly commendable. I am impressed. The two engaged in a serious conversation, causing Liurong and Sululu to exchange incredulous glances. Realizing that Lamang was also about to be misled, Sululu quickly clarified, Big Brother, Tuan, Long. This is neither an elephant egg nor an ostrich egg. It is a dragon egg, the form of a dragon cub before it hatches. Gently explaining, Sululu elevated the dragon egg even higher. Moreover, elephants do not lay eggs. They, like humans, are viviparous. This straightforward explanation prompted Wu Xian and Tuan to chuckle awkwardly. Hee, junior sister Sululu knows so much. It turns out this is a dragon egg. Wu Xian scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, while Tuan seemed oblivious to the concept of embarrassment. A dragon egg? Is this the offspring of the true dragon at Haishuitan? Understanding dawned on her. Previously, when Sululu was taken away by the true dragon, it must have been during that time that the dragon egg found its way into her possession. Yes, indeed. It is the child of that true dragon. Both parents perished at Haishuitan. This child was entrusted to me before their demise. I thought that master could determine who among us is suitable for its hatching, and I would hand it over to them. Sululu was resolute. Having accepted the dragon egg, she intended to provide it with a good home and a bright future. The master observed who was most suitable to incubate the dragon egg, as it would be beneficial and harmless. Before Lu Roli could speak, Fan Tuanchuan was the first to leap forward, waving her hands repeatedly. Don't look at me. I am certainly not fit for this. I can devour whole chickens without a problem, but asking me to hatch an egg? I lack that talent. It seemed she was genuinely afraid of being tasked with incubating the egg. While waving her hands, she cast a glance at Wu Xian. Let the senior brother handle it. He has a large enough backside to ensure it hatches quickly. Wu Xian, in turn, waved his hands vigorously, shaking his head as if trying to dislodge the idea. I cannot do it either. I am a man. It is not fitting for a man to incubate an egg. At that moment, the burly man, rarely showing any cunning, pointed at Luo Mang. Give it to Luo Mang. His temperament is suitable, and his water-based cultivation has some connection to the true dragon, making him adept for this task. Suddenly named, Luo Mang began to decline the offer. The living room became a cacophony, akin to a gathering of squawking ducks, causing headaches all around. All right. If you wish to incubate, you must possess the fortune to do so. This dragon egg seems destined for Su Luoluo. I believe it is best for her to keep it close, Lu Ruoli interjected, finally quieting the flushed and agitated trio of Wu Xian, Fan Tuanchuan, and Luo Mang. Su Luoluo, without hesitation, accepted the master's decision. With a future true dragon companion, whether as a mount or a guardian, her strength would undoubtedly be enhanced. Following this, Lu Ruoli distributed the spoils on the table, meticulously deciding which items to reserve for Su Luoluo and which to share with others. She was acutely aware that most of the gains from this expedition were due to Su Luo's efforts, and their safe departure from Tsunyan Mountain was also thanks to her protector. Thus, it was only fitting that the majority of the benefits should be bestowed upon her. Wu Xian, Fan Tuanchuan, and Luo Mang understood the unspoken rules, refraining from contention and behaving exceptionally well. My dear, has the meeting concluded? Dinner is ready. As Lu Ruoli was busy distributing items, Li Chang's voice boomed from the kitchen. Upon hearing the call for dinner, Wu Xian and Fan Tuanchuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lu Ruoli waved her sleeve, and the dining table and chairs were instantly set. Let us go. I'll assist in bringing out the food. Leading the 4 children, Lu Ruoli took the initiative to help serve the dishes. After a long day, Su Luoluo and the others were genuinely famished. Rolling up their sleeves, they dug in heartily. Half an hour later, except for Wu Xian and Fan Tuanchuan, everyone leaned back in their chairs, gently rubbing their full bellies. After satisfying their hunger, Lu Ruoli glanced at the 4 children, a flicker of concern crossing her brow. Noticing this, Li Changa circled behind her, gently massaging her shoulders. Are you worried about the retribution from those large sects? He asked softly. Lu Ruoli nodded, her eyes closed in enjoyment of the massage, and sighed lightly. Indeed, there was a hint of worry. I considered everything, yet I never anticipated that Luo's protector would eliminate all those adversaries. This enmity is rather significant. Lu Ruoli was not complaining. Her words were audible to Su Luoluo. Slightly opening her eyes, Lu Ruoli noticed Su Luoluo looking at her and leaned in closer to the girl. Gazing into Su Luo's eyes, Lu Ruoli gently inquired, Luoluo, there are no outsiders here. Could you tell your master about the cultivation level of the person protecting you? Chapter 102. Please do not recklessly attempt to exploit the system. Su Luoluo was left speechless by this question. What cultivation level? Did her father even have a cultivation level? Surely, she couldn't tell her master that the entirety of Yunlan continent was merely a game on her father's phone. I don't know either. This time, Su Luoluo did not deny the existence of her protector, but the level of her father's cultivation was truly beyond her knowledge. Of course, Lu Ruoli wouldn't press further. Since Su Luoluo had already revealed something as precious as the dragon egg, Lu Ruoli believed that if she knew her protector's cultivation level, she would not hide it. However, not knowing necessitated caution, as those large sects were deeply rooted, and if provoked, they could pose significant trouble. The minions were not fearsome. Rather, the strength of powerful sects lay in their multitude of strong individuals. What with ancient relics and formidable ancestors, these powerful beings seldom emerged. Yet if they did, Lu Ruoli and her husband might struggle to ensure the safety of the children. Thus, without knowing the extent of her own trump card, Lu Ruoli resolved to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Once we finish eating, we should move and leave this place. As anticipated, those large sects would likely be inquiring about them at Tianji Pavilion. Perhaps the location of their nameless mountain had already been exposed. Lu Ruoli's assertions went unchallenged. While Wu Xian and Fan Tuanshuan continued to savor their meals, Lu Ruoli and Li Changge began devising their escape plan. Unlike their first forced relocation due to an explosion, this time they were well prepared, equipped with means to uproot their little courtyard entirely. In a mere moment, the once lively and cheerful courtyard transformed into a barren plot, retaining only a faint aroma of the meal in the air. However, it was soon evident that Lu Ruoli's decision was exceedingly wise. Within a mere 10 minutes of their departure, several figures clad in black rushed toward the nameless mountain from different directions. Some sought to verify the information from Tianji Pavilion, while others unleashed powerful spells upon the mountain, obliterating it to dust. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoli and her group had already discovered a picturesque location. After clearing a space, they promptly released their little courtyard. After exchanging goodnights, the master and disciples retired to their respective rooms to rest. As the night deepened, Fan Tuanshuan, sharing a room with Su Luoluo, fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. As Su Luoluo removed her shoes, she could already hear the soft snores of Fan Tuanshuan. After extinguishing the candle, Su Luoluo swiftly tidied up and nestled into her little blanket. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Observing Fan Tuanshuan sleeping soundly, Su Luoluo turned her gaze to the bright moon outside. "Dad, are you there?" she whispered, a sense of inexplicable worry creeping over her. She feared her call would go unanswered, terrified of her father vanishing once more. "I'm here, always here." However, before Su Luoluo could fully express her concerns, a gentle response reached her ears. Unbidden, a smile of happiness graced the little girl's lips. "Dad, aren't you tired? By the way, does the time in the game match the time in your world?" As they conversed softly, Su Luoluo had never felt so at peace. It was as though she had returned to her father's embrace, lounging on her little bed at home, the two of them freely chatting. The time is the same, but it seems the seasons differ. It's winter at home, while in the game, it feels like spring or autumn. "Luoluo, I swear that from now on, I will never let you out of my sight again." On Blue Star, as his daughter grew increasingly sensible, Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Leaning against the headboard, tears trickled down onto his collar. Feeling the numbness in his left arm intensify, Su Chen contemplated drafting a will while he still had the capacity. He pondered a way to remain with his daughter, ensuring her safety and prosperity. With AI advancing so rapidly, he mused, if only he could create an artificial intelligence based on his own habits and behaviors. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and before Su Luoluo could speak again, Su Chen then sent another voice message. "By the way, Luoluo, do you remember the peachwood talisman you made for me?" "I remember." Su Luoluo replied softly. Su Chen quickly continued, "It felt a bit eerie. That day, I had just woken up when I received the wooden talisman you sent. I thought someone in the real world had gifted it to me, not realizing it was made by you. Guess what? On the very afternoon I received it, I had a car accident. The car that was supposed to hit me was suddenly struck by another vehicle, and I narrowly escaped disaster. Luo. This cannot be mere coincidence. Your talisman must have played a role. He continued, if you can send me that talisman, surely you can send me other things as well. Right? This is the realm of cultivation. What is my condition compared to that? If only I could cultivate in the real world. Or if you could send me some elixirs, then this terminal illness would be easily resolved. Having spoken so much, Chen opened his backpack and found the elixir 3-turn Great Healing Pill. He distinctly remembered that the description of this pill stated it could heal fatal injuries in the blink of an eye. If he consumed it, Luo, I'm giving you a 3-turn Great Healing Pill. Try to see if you can send it back to the real world, just like you did with the talisman. He pressed on the pill and selected the option to gift it. In an instant, Luo, snuggled under her little blanket, saw a burst of colorful light materialize before her. A beautiful, translucent pill appeared in her hands. Sitting up, she nodded vigorously. All right, I will try. The little girl closed her eyes, silently expressing her wishes as she had done before with the talisman. However, moments later, a notification popped up on Chen's phone. Notice, gift giving can only be randomly triggered when affection levels increase. Do not entertain unrealistic expectations of exploiting the system. Chen felt a sudden chill wash over him, realizing this was not as simple as he had hoped. Yet, it was merely a matter of conditions. It was not impossible. There would always be opportunities. Chapter 103, Bold Speculations, sponsored by Daxing Dad. I've made my wish in my heart for the pill to reach you. Perhaps you will receive it by tomorrow. Unbeknownst to Luo. Chen's phone had already displayed the system notification. After completing her silent wish, she smiled and lay back down, gazing at the moon. Chen refrained from revealing the notification to avoid upsetting her mood. Alas, the gift-giving system was still imperfect. Success and failure were both contingent on probability. Whether successful or not, there would always be future attempts. No need to rush. He spoke lightly, but he overlooked the perceptiveness of his little daughter. Just as Luo settled back down, she sensed something was amiss and abruptly sat up, asking, Dad, are you experiencing any health issues that require urgent treatment? Her question tightened Chen's heart. What could he do but fabricate a response? No, you've forgotten. I can carry 2 bags of cement up 10 flights of stairs. I'm as strong as an ox. There's nothing requiring treatment. I merely wish to cultivate alongside you and see if the things from that world can be of use to me. You see, you will cultivate and attempt to return to the real world, while I will cultivate to see if I can enter your realm of Yunlan continent. Wouldn't that give us a greater chance to reunite sooner? Surprisingly, Chen's reasoning was quite apartment. Luo's concerns were somewhat alleviated, and she lay back down. However, she still expressed her worries. As long as you aren't sick, you must promise to take good care of yourself. Don't worry, I will persist in sending you gifts. Perhaps one day, I will send them to you. By the way, Dad, when I spoke with that true dragon Alfing by the Blackwater Pool, could you see or hear it? Luo recalled something significant and couldn't help but ask. I heard about it. Are you referring to what Alfing said about the 9 Nether Demon Lord? Chen was eager for Luo to change the subject. Yes. She described the 9 Nether Demon Lord as a woman dressed in strange attire with an unusual hairstyle, holding something that resembled a glowing jade tablet. Based on Alfing's description, do you think that 9 Nether Demon Lord might also be a modern person like me who accidentally entered the Yunlan continent? As expected of a child. Her imagination was boundless. Chen could not help but contemplate her words. Indeed, there might be some truth to that. There's a possibility. Perhaps that individual is related to us. Chen half-jokingly remarked, yet his words sparked a bolder notion in Luo's mind. Dad, do you think that 9 Nether Demon Lord could be Mom? The mention of Mom was a word Luo seldom brought up in front of her father. Knowing that despite others claiming her mother was vain and abandoned them for wealth, her father still loved her deeply. She had seen him tenderly caress their photo late at night, his eyes filled with affection. Luo's audacious speculation took Chen by surprise. Although he deemed it impossible, he refrained from dismissing her idea outright, not wanting to stifle her imaginative spirit. It may seem unlikely, but it's not entirely out of the question. After all, you have been missing for 10 years, and your mother has been gone for almost 15. Let us put that aside for now and focus on how to help you quickly improve your cultivation. The image of the gentle-looking woman resurfaced in his mind. It was time to change the topic again. Luo, being perceptive, understood her father's intent and ceased discussing the 9 Nether Demon Lord, instead following his lead on cultivation. Yes, my master says there are many ways to enhance one's cultivation, but ultimately, the most solid foundation comes from personal effort through practice. Although elixirs are beneficial, they should only serve as assistants and not be overindulged. Thus, I believe it is best to diligently practice according to my master's teachings, progressing steadily towards ascension. By the way, Dad, what is the origin of the demonic bloodline within me? You discovered it back then, right? I almost fell victim to the Zheng Yao sect's sacrificial ritual. Reflecting on her past, Su Luo felt as though it were a dream. As for this question, Su Chen had no answers. I don't know where your demonic bloodline comes from. It was already present when I first discovered this game, and it is of the bloodline of the ancient demon emperor. But don't worry, I can acquire the most potent offensive techniques in the Yunlong continent. Anyone who dares to try to sacrifice you like the Zheng Yao sect will face my wrath. His assurance brought comfort to Su Luo. The father and daughter exchanged words until late into the night. Eventually, feeling compassion for his daughter, Su Chen began to sing her favorite lullaby.